Tribulation of Myriad Clans Chapter 278 to Chapter 296. Su was about to go out when Zhong shouted from downstairs, "Junior brother Su, someone is looking for you." "Who?" "I don't know." Outside the door, Zhong glanced at Xiaoyi. He actually knew him, but he didn't know him now. If he knew him, he would have to bow and let him in. It was normal for people from the Ming constabulary not to know Xiaoyi from Dexia province. Su went downstairs and saw Xiaoyi. He smiled. "Xiaoyi, it's been a long time." Su cupped his hands and bowed meticulously. "Why are you so polite?" Xiaoyi smiled and said, "I used to call you Grandpa." Su smiled and said, "Yes, I thought that I might have to stay in Dexia province for the rest of my life, fighting for Dexia province, for Xianxia, for the human race, for my friends. In the end, I realized that being young is really stupid." Xiaoyi was speechless. After a moment of silence, Xiaoyi smiled and said, "Aren't you going to invite me in? How about taking a look at this new research institute?" "Forget it, it's too messy inside." Su smiled and said, "It won't be an eyesore to Houyi. I know why Houyi is here. I didn't restrict the military in Dexia province, nor did I restrict the people. I only restricted the 3 great academies. Why does Houyi have to stand up for them?" Xiaoyi sighed and said, "If I don't stand up for them, the 3 great academies will probably have no one next year. Isn't that asking for it?" Su smiled and said, "What do you think, Houyi?" Xiaoyi looked at him for a while and said after a while, "All right, I won't try to get close to you. Tell me, what requests do you have? Let's see if we can fulfill them. If we can, we'll try our best. If we can't, I'm here. There's nothing I can do about the civilization academies done for." Su said calmly, "First, pardon my 2 masters. They can stay in the All Heavens battlefield, but they are not guilty. Second, Marshal Uncle Fengqi's life must be preserved. If he's dead, there's no need to talk about anything else. Third, that Shan Xionggai wants to enter the Great Xia Civilization University. Sure, come and fight me to the death. Regardless of whether he wins or loses, he can enter. Fourth, Meng Hao said, "I know you people can't do anything to Yuan Qingdong, but that doesn't matter. Apologize to me and sect Uncle Fengqi in public. Furthermore, spread the technique in Dexia province for an additional 1 million merit points. Yuan Qingdong will pay for it." Fifth, Prefecture Master Xia has killed many members of the Tianyi celestial race. I want a complete celestial race corps, complete with everything. Sixth, Shan Shenwen's lineage, in Dexia province, learn the technique according to the 10,000 character scripture. The first half is 200 merit points, and the second half is 500 merit points. Don't ask why. There's no why. They know very well. Seventh, all profits in Dexia province will belong to me. The academies, universities, and seeker-seeking realm will not be allowed to keep them. As for how to negotiate, leave it to Houyi. Eighth, I want Dexia province to exchange for the Sea of Consciousness secret realm. Xiaoyi, who was in front, did not say anything. When it came to the 8th condition, Xiaoyi rubbed his head and said with a smile, "Fine, you brat just don't intend to fulfill my wish. Alright, I'll convey these conditions, but the possibility isn't high." Su said calmly, "Then there's no need to negotiate. The 3 academies can do whatever they want. If that doesn't work, it's the same to join Longwu or the War Academy. The 3 Universal Civilizations academies aren't that great to begin with. They deserve to lose their legacy. Also, the highest version of the body fusion technique will not be passed on to the 3 Universal Civilizations. In the future, none of my techniques will be passed on to the 3 Universal Civilizations. Including the soul cleansing technique obtained by the Jing family and the soul devouring technique obtained by Xianxia, none of it will be passed on to the 3 Universal Civilizations academies." Su said calmly, "Not only that, in the future, if there are more Shenwen's lineage that makes the splitting technique public, none of it will be passed on to the 3 Universal Civilizations. The current techniques did not have much of an impact on the soar of the 3 Universal Civilizations. But, what about the future techniques? What about the splitting technique?" Xiaoyi's expression changed slightly. "Are you trying to force the 3 Universal Civilizations to close down?" "Yes. Suyu said calmly, that's exactly what I'm thinking. All these years, because of your connivance, I feel that some people's prestige has been boosted. Some people were just testing you at first, but after realizing that you don't dare to do anything, they became bolder and bolder. If that's the case, if you don't do anything, why should I be snubbed? After saying that, Suyu continued that Yuan Qingdong is the deputy principal. Don't tell me I have to give him merits? What a joke. Not only in Xianxia province, but also in the other prefectures, I have a request. Do not give any of the techniques to the Seeker realm. Even if the other prefectures keep it for themselves, it will be because they don't do anything. Kid, there are many invincible Seeker realms, Suyu said calmly, I know. Xiaoye's reminder is right, but I've kept it for the other prefectures. That's enough. The Seeker realm is scary because they are invincible, not the descendants of the invincible. Why should I be afraid of the descendants of invincible? What can they do to me? I'll keep the Seeker realm's share for the various prefectures. If the Seeker realms cannot get their share, that is because they are not capable enough. If they are capable, they can go and ask the other prefectures for it. This is a secret agreement. The various prefectures can decide on their own. It has nothing to do with me. It's useless for you to say that it has nothing to do with me, Suyu smiled and interrupted, I just want it to have nothing to do with them in name. Do they want it or not? If they want it, they will offend others. If they don't, they will suffer a loss. What does that have to do with me? If they want to vent their anger on me, they will just be looking for trouble. The Great Light Sovereign will stand up for me. Xiaoyu was speechless. After a while, he said, all right. In any case, I'm just responsible for passing on the message. I think it's nonsense that you want that Yuan Qingdong's 1 million merits. Even a public apology is impossible, Suyu smiled and said, it's better if it's impossible. If it's possible, I won't even mention it. I'll let him slap his own face. Will he do it? If he doesn't, will the 3 academies hate me more or will they hate him more? It doesn't matter if they hate me. I'm not in Xianxia province. If they hate him, it doesn't matter if he is not afraid. Let's see how he can survive in Xianxia province. Xiaoyu smiled and said, he is a member of the Yuan clan. The Yuan clan has an invincible descendant. It has nothing to do with me. Suyu smiled and said, to put it bluntly, if the invincible comes to look for trouble with me for this kind of person, it means that they are enemies to begin with. The Great Light Sovereign can still suppress them. Xiaoyu felt helpless as he kept mentioning the Great Light Sovereign. The Great Light Sovereign will really make a move. Aren't you afraid? Suyu smiled and said, he will. Why wouldn't he? So what if he makes a move? The benefits I bring are greater than the benefits he brings. Just like how Xiaoyu taught Brother Huyu back then, it doesn't matter if I offend the Zhou clan. Xiaojia is not afraid as long as I bring enough benefits. Huyu said it himself back then. Why do you think it's impossible today? Could it be that Huyu thinks that I can't bring that much benefit? Xiaoyu nodded slightly and smiled. You're right. He sighed and said, since we've already said this much, I'll say something after the fact. Longwu wants you to return to Xianxia province. You can kill whoever you want. Are you interested? Suyu did not say anything. Xiaoyu sighed and said, I know you won't agree. Suyu said calmly, it's not that I won't agree. It's not necessary. Since Xiaojia wants to protect the Mansion Master's advancement to the invincible realm, then we'll persist until the end. Otherwise, we'll lose more than we gain. Huyu and I can be considered friends. He's helped me a lot. Mansion Master Xia. I admired him a lot in the past. I know some things. He probably knows that I took away the Tiani God cult's leader's blood essence. I owe him once. This time I'll return it to Mansion Master. Yuan Qingdong might not be able to give me what I want. Xiaojia will probably have a way in the end. I'll use this 1 million merit points to exchange for a chance. Suyu said in a low voice, then let's exchange. After this exchange, I won't owe Mansion Master Xia anymore. From now on, Xiaojia, other than Brother Huyu who has a personal relationship with me, everything else, will be based on benefits. A drop of water should be returned with a gushing spring. This was Suyu's creed. Xiao Longwu had tacitly agreed that he had taken away the Tiani god cult's leader's blood essence. This was a favor that gave him the capital to trick some people later on. As for Yuan Qingdong, even if he were to apologize, it would be nothing more than a light punishment. 1,000,000 merit points was nothing much to him. If he used this opportunity to return Xiao Longwu's favor, then they would not owe each other anything. He did not owe anyone else. As for Xia Huyu, that was just a personal relationship. It had nothing to do with Xia Jia. Xia Huyu was silent for a while. Then, he nodded. I'll tell Longwu. Taking a deep look at Suyu, Xia Huyu smiled. You seem to have grown a lot. Suyu smiled. It's all right. As for the rest of the cultivation method, we'll talk about it next time. I think Hou Yi and I will have a lot of dealings in the future. You're so confident? Xia Huyu smiled. You already have it, and you're just waiting to make it public? No. Suyu smiled. But the atmosphere in Ming Constables is very good. There are many geniuses. I believe that with everyone's help, I will soon have great gains. Ming Constables, Xia Huyu murmured and nodded. Alright, Ming Constables is indeed not bad. After saying that, he turned to leave. Suyu thought for a while and said, in the past, Wanfu Prefect promised me that he would not attack me in the mountains and seas. But that day, Wanfu Prefect did not appear. He went back on his word. Xia Huyu turned around and smiled. Aren't you still alive? Suyu. If you're alive, then don't be too serious. You can't die, so what are you afraid of? He smiled. Suyu said, I still don't understand. He's already put on such an act. Everyone knows that he's putting on an act. Is there really any meaning to it? Xia Huyu thought for a while and shook his head. I'm not sure. As for what he's putting on an act, do you know how strong he is? Who knows? Wan Tianxing. I can only say that he amazes the world with a single brilliant feat. I don't know what he's going to do. I only know one thing. In the future, he probably won't have a good ending. As he said that, he smiled bitterly. He won't have a good ending. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Anyway, I have a hunch that this guy will go crazy sooner or later. Kid, don't worry about him. The day he makes his move will be earth-shattering. Killing the invincible? Xia Huyu waved his hand. Let's not talk about it. It's meaningless to talk about it. It's just my guess. Killing the invincible might not be everything. He's already gone crazy. The Great Xia Civilization. University is his shackles. The rules are his cage. When the Great Xia Civilization University is no longer the Great Xia Civilization University, and the rules are no longer rules, he will be released. Xia Huyu laughed. Someone is courting death. Breaking this shackle will cause him to suffer sooner or later. As he said that, he walked away. After a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said, in the next 1 or 2 years, cultivate more and become stronger. In a few years, it might not be so easy. The source of all chaos will definitely originate from the Dixia province. His words were meaningful. Suyu did not say anything. The source of all chaos will definitely originate from the Dixia province. Who was he talking about? Xiao Longwu, Wan Tianxing, Da Xia of Goguryeo, or Lu Wenyan and the others? After watching Xia Huyu leave, Suyu was silent for a long time. Not long after, Zhu Tiandao arrived. He laughed and said, Suyu, you've made a fortune. Other than making a fortune, I have some good news for you. In the death row prison, after bursting dozens of butts, I've finally found the location of an aperture. I don't know if it's what you need. These words sounded awkward. What did he mean by bursting dozens of butts? Suyu was speechless. However, he knew that he had probably found it. He hurriedly said, Master, did you find other apertures? No. Suyu was a little disappointed. However, finding one aperture was good enough. He was only short of 2. Master, I'd like to take a look, come with me. Zhu Tiandao said as he walked. In addition, Great Qin Residence's Qingjin wants to talk to you. It's mainly about the dissemination of the fused aperture technique, the highest grade kind. Sure. Suyu nodded. I know about the Great Qin residence. In the All-Heavens battlefield, the frontline corps can be cheaper. If you want to disseminate it within the army, you can even do it for free. Zhu Tiandao's face was full of hidden bitterness. Isn't this inappropriate? This is discrimination. Our Ming constabulary did not send anything. Siyu said indifferently, the Ming constabulary is not at the front line. Alright, he was speechless. Siyu said seriously, I admire the military in the All-Heavens battlefield. I've heard that the front line is mainly under the command of the Great Qin King. The military has not fallen into chaos, and the disputes between the constabularies have not affected the front line. The Great Qin King's contributions cannot go unnoticed. The War God Temple has done more than the Seeker Realm. The War God Temple is mainly in charge of external battles, so at least they have not fallen into chaos. It had to be said that the War God Temple had done a good job at the front line. The frontline corps had not fallen into chaos, they were still orderly. Stationing, defending, counterattacking, attacking, they all had rules. All of this was because of the Great Qin King's iron-bloodedness and suppression. Those who fell into chaos at the front line would die. As the first invincible expert to establish a mansion, even though he could not suppress all the other invincible experts, he could at least intimidate a large number of them. No matter what faction they belonged to, they had to listen to the Great Qin King at the front line. Hearing Siyu say this, Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, that's true. The Great Qin King is very cold-blooded, but he is suitable to be a commander-in-chief. Don't expect him to stand up for anyone. It's impossible for him to stand up for anyone. This is his personality. If he causes trouble, he will kill. Xiao Longwu is actually a bit like him, just not as strong. If the Great Qin King retreats and Xiao Longwu succeeds, the commander-in-chief on the front line might be Xiao Longwu. Prefecture Lord Xia. Siyu shook his head and said, I don't think he is suitable to be a commander-in-chief. Even though I haven't interacted with him, I can feel that he is a passionate person, a chivalrous man. He can kill people and drink wine, but as a commander-in-chief, I think he is not calm enough. You're commenting on someone else's sun-moon peak. Zhu Tiandao laughed. Don't be too ostentatious. That's not it. Siyu laughed and said, I'm just saying this in front of the prefecture lord. When I was young, I saw Prefecture Lord Xia beheading people. My father worshipped him very much, and I also worshipped him very much when I was young. I'm just saying a few words about my feelings. The two of them chatted as they walked and did not mention anything else. Soon, in the death row camp of the Ming Constabulary, Siyu met the guy who had successfully enlightened his apertures. He was a sore realm. Quite miserable, Siyu felt that the other party should have opened a few wrong apertures and blown up a certain part of his body. Until now, he was still badly mutilated. He was lucky that he did not blow up completely. In the end, he actually managed to open one aperture. Siyu was sure that he did not open it. He named this aperture, Heavenly Connecting Aperture. One aperture could connect to the heavens. Thinking about it, it made sense. If he stabbed his sword into this aperture, wouldn't he be able to connect to the heavens? Siyu used his willpower to sense and confirmed the location of the aperture. Without any nonsense, he sat cross-legged on the spot and began to open the aperture. Zhu Tiandao was speechless. It was an aperture, after all. How long would it take to open an aperture just by sitting cross-legged? As for Siyu, he had already opened 357 apertures. The body-strengthening technique was extremely suitable for opening apertures. He swallowed the vitality liquid like it was free. After about an hour or so, Siyu opened his eyes. His aperture was opened. Zhu Tiandao was dumbfounded. F*ck, you opened an aperture in just over an hour? F*ck, he had seen this kid open his aperture with his own eyes. So fast, Siyu did not say much. He smiled and said, thank you, Prefecture Master. With this aperture opened, I feel like I can vaguely feel something different. Suyu's eyes flickered. Prefecture Master, the last two apertures are probably extremely mysterious. I think I need something to help me. I need the blood essence of the Origin Demon Clan and the Primordial Celestial Clan. I wonder if the Ming Constabulary has it in stock. No. Zhu Tiandao smiled. I really don't have it. If I have it, I will definitely give it to you. There are not many people from the primordial celestial clan and the origin demon clan. To be honest, even if we kill them, they usually self-destruct. Moreover, they rarely fight with us. The Great Qin Constabulary might have it. You can meet Qin Zhen and we can discuss this. You should also prepare your body for Soar. The blood essence of the origin demon clan and the primordial celestial clan is the best for body forging. He continued, the Ming Constabulary also has the blood essence of the Celestial Eye clan. If you need it, I can provide it for you. However, the Celestial Eye clan's body strength is average. It is enough for most monsters, but for you, I don't think it is enough. At this moment, the supervisor of the death row cell was beside him. He was speechless. Listen, what did it mean to have different fates? This was it. The prefecture master said the blood essence of the Celestial Eye clan was not worthy of Suyu, but when he thought of how Suyu killed Ling Yun, well, perhaps he really was not worthy. Not to mention the field of research, Suyu was a peerless monster himself. But now, he was somewhat forgotten by people. Under everyone's eyes, they forgot that he was a martial arts genius and that he killed Ling Yun. They only remembered that he came up with many powerful techniques. After a while, Suyu met Qin Zhen, the prefecture master of the Great Qin Constabulary, in a tea house. He exuded power without being angry. He was big and had a murderous aura. To be honest, when he first saw Qin Zhen, Suyu thought of Xiao Longwu. These two people were very similar, not in appearance, but in temperament. Suyu had not seen Xiao Longwu before, but he had seen him on television and in the heaven-splitting sabers technique Inheritance. Comparing them, the two were very similar. When Qin Zhen saw Suyu, he did not waste any words, nor did he care that Zhu Tiandao was also present. He said directly, a man should kill. Come to the Great Qin Constabulary, I'll let you kill to your heart's content. Why bother in the rear? Go to the front and fight with Wan. There are peerless experts, unparalleled heroes, powerful enemies of gods and demons, celestial fairies. Just kill them. F***K, when Suyu heard about celestial fairies, he thought that he would capture them himself. But when he heard that he would just kill them, he almost choked. Zhu Tiandao was speechless. Isn't a technique he came up with better than killing a sun and moon? Qin Zhen thought about it and nodded. That makes sense. Come to the Great Qin Constabulary, the rear is fine too, the military city, the military town. Wanzhou is here, kill. The enemy is here, kill. Safety is the most important thing in the world, better than Ming Constabulary. As for Dexia Province, before Xiao Longwu reached the 9 layers of sun and moon, Dexia Province and the Great Qin Constabulary could be compared. Now, Dexia Province cannot. Suyu smiled and said, thank you for your kindness. Prefecture Master Qin must be joking. It is better for me to stay in Ming Constabulary. Fine. Qin Zhen didn't say much and said directly, state your price. I want the most advanced version of the orifice fusion technique. Don't try to fool me with rubbish. I also want the Shenwen art. Are there any more advanced ones? I want them too. Also, give me all the other techniques that are useful. State your price. Suyu smiled and said, there is no hurry. Prefecture Master Qin, may I ask how many orifices the Great Qin Constabulary has mastered? As he spoke, his body trembled, and his 358 orifices shone brightly. Prefecture Master Qin, are there any orifices I haven't opened? Qin Zhen looked at him, and after a while, he said, you want to open the orifices. That is a good idea. In the Great Qin Constabulary, there was a guy who opened 321 orifices for 27 years. In the end, he couldn't close the orifices. After spending a lot of time, he endured until Ling Yun opened the orifices, but it was all over and he died of old age. You won't die of old age, right? Die of old age? Suyu blinked. Qin Zhen smiled and said, I died of old age. However, he wasn't weak at all. He was in the 9th stage of the Lingyun realm, and he killed a few mountain and sea experts. Just as he was about to die of old age, I talked things over with him. We pretended to break into the mountain and sea realm, and then fished out a sun and moon. Before dying, we killed one of them. I beheaded him, and he beheaded him. Suyu said with longing. Indeed, he died without regrets. Ha ha ha, I knew it. That's how a man should be. Alright, back to business. There are no more orifices. I bet you've opened them to the limit of humanity. Suyu felt regretful. It seemed like he could only try other methods. The Great Qin Constabulary has contributed greatly to the human race. They are all soldiers, so I don't want more, Suyu quickly said. I can give you the orifice closing technique and a primordial Shenwen chant, but I need a batch of blood essence, fiend god blood essence. It would be best if they are all Soar Realm, and some of Ling Yunjing's is fine too. I want early Ling Yun's, 2 or 3 drops of each will do. If more, 5 drops is fine too. Suyu said, then added, but they must have the blood essence of the origin demon race and the primordial god race. Qingjin raised an eyebrow and nodded after a moment. Fine. But, wait a few days, we'll go kill them. We don't have them now, so we've used them all. The Great Qin Constabulary doesn't have them in storage. They can be turned into battle power quickly. Wait for half a month, and I'll send people to capture them alive. Suyu was speechless. Fuck, you don't have them? You want to capture and kill? Zhu Tiandao was also dumbfounded. You don't have them in storage? Nope. Qingjin smiled. Why do we need them in storage? Turn them into battle power, and continue killing on the battlefield. I don't know about other things, but blood essence is something that can be obtained by killing people, so why do we need to store them? Suyu, I heard that your battle power isn't weak. If you have time, you should go to the Great Qin Constabulary to play. The Great Qin Constabulary is most famous for being the Great Qin Constabulary. It can be considered a war school, but not an ordinary one. Everyone there is a military powerhouse who has returned from the front lines with great military achievements. He's at the Myriad Stone Realm with 36 apertures open. Don't think that he's weak. Killing a few civilization masters is like killing chickens. Zhu Tiandao rolled his eyes. Keep bragging, if you're that powerful, your Great Qin Constabulary would have conquered the heavens long ago. Suyu also smiled. Okay, I'll definitely go if I have the chance. Qingjin did not say much and stood up. Then I'll go back now. I'll send the things over in half a month. Actually, it's already pretty good to have the fused aperture technique. However, I'm a little more ambitious. Can I open 72 or 108 apertures fused aperture techniques? The kind that can be used as a cultivation technique and directly merge the mountains and seas into one aperture? What you're doing now is very effective for Xianxia, but it's not good for the mountains and seas. If one day you can fuse mountains and seas, then your body will enter the sun and moon. This is the true unparalleled contribution. The current fused aperture technique had 36 apertures. It was helpful for fusing mountains and seas, but not much. For Xianxia, it was of great help, but Qingjin felt that it was not enough. He wanted to be stronger, to be able to fuse mountains and seas and step into the sun and moon realm in the blink of an eye, becoming a sun and moon almighty. That was the real deal, so you did not know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly said, I'll do my best. I'm not at that stage yet, so I don't have a deep understanding of this. When I reach that stage myself, I'll have a deeper understanding. That's right. Get stronger as soon as possible. Qingjin smiled. Don't waste time on small matters. Don't bother with the trivial matters of Dixia province. I know about your teacher. The Great Qin Mansion soldiers will take care of the front lines. If you don't mind, you can ask your teacher to cooperate with us and catch a few big fish. With Lu Wenyan's identity exposed, we might be able to catch an invincible. Cough, cough, cough. Suyu coughed dryly. Palace Master Qin, that's enough. You can leave now. Fishing? Fishing my ass, Qingjin smiled. Forget it. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Unfortunately, you're still too weak. Otherwise, in a year or two, you can join in the fun. What a pity. I'll let you see what an invincible battle is. You won't have to think about those trivial matters all day. When you're invincible, you'll have nothing to worry about, and no one will dare to provoke you. Before Suyu could finish, a figure flashed, and he disappeared. Suyu was helpless. I haven't finished. Invincible, I want to too. Unfortunately, I need time. Zhu Tiandao said warily, don't listen to him. The Great Qin Mansion has no freedom. Everything is under military control. It's very inhumane. Suyu smiled. Don't worry, Palace Master. I won't run. Zhu Tiandao muttered in his heart. You look like you're going to run, very unreliable, looks like I need to find a woman to tie you down. I've just tasted the sweetness, and you run. Then, won't I be the same as Xiaoxiao or, the Great Qin Mansion's god-fiend blood essence still had to wait for half a month. At this moment, it was already February. The conditions that Suyu offered to the Dixia province also spread quickly. They were extremely harsh: Sea of Consciousness secret realms, 1 million merit points, Protoss corpses. Also, Yuan Qingdong, the Sun Moon Emperor, had to apologize to Suyu. The kind that was public. This was because he slandered Suyu as a traitor. Traitor was a joke. Which traitor would publicize these cultivation techniques? No one took it seriously. However, for a Sun Moon Emperor to publicly apologize, slap his own face, and pay Suyu 1 million merit points as compensation, everyone guessed that Yuan Qingdong would not agree to these conditions. In any case, it was the 3 great academies that refused. At most, he could just run away. He wasn't a native of the Dixia province. As for Suyu, he didn't appear to say anything. However, there were vague rumors that as long as Yuan Qingdong was in the Great Xia Civilization University, the cultivation techniques created by the Essence Soul Research Institute would have some restrictions on the 3 great academies of Great Xia. This was not the end. It was just the beginning. It was said that the Unity Soul technique was being derived. Once it was deduced, it would be an earth-shattering achievement. Starting from nurturing one's nature, one would receive great help all the way to the mountains, seas, the sun, and the moon. And because of Yuan Qingdong, the 3 great academies of Great Xia would always be in a restricted area. When Suyu introduced several cultivation techniques one after another and said that he wanted to derive the Unity Soul technique, there were people who believed him. Once it was really derived, it wouldn't be the students who would suffer, it would be all the civilization masters, Dixia province. In the vice principal's villa, Yuan Qingdong's aura flashed, shattering all the furniture. His face was livid. Just now, Xiaojia came and asked him if he wanted to apologize and calm things down, lest things get ugly. If things really got out of hand, he might be dismissed. In less than half a month, he, the Sun Moon Emperor, would be dismissed. Extraordinary shame and humiliation. Xiaojia wouldn't kill him, and he didn't do anything. However, if things got out of hand, the interests of the 3 great academies would be damaged. Galao would hold a meeting and vote that he, the vice principal, might really have to step down in less than a month. When 2/3 of the people in Galao agreed that he had to get lost, then he had to get lost. This was the role of Galao, and now, this trend was extremely obvious. If he didn't settle this matter, he might become the first Sun Moon tier vice principal to be dismissed. Suyu. Yuan Qingdong humphed. At first, he thought that it was a good thing that Suyu had left, but who knew that he'd only said one sentence at Galao's meeting, and he'd been struck dizzy by Suyu through the air. Yu Hong and the others didn't lose for nothing. Yuan Qingdong frowned. After a moment, the voice transmission talisman flashed. The seeking tier can't be pressured. Zhu Tiandao is pressuring the seeking tier instead. Heaven-swallowing ants have already appeared in the territory, devouring everything. Zhu Tiandao's eldest son has already rushed to the seeking tier. The rising dragon drum has been sounded, and the great Han King is about to come out of seclusion. Quickly quell the matter. Over in Dixia province, everything must be stabilized. Humph, a cold humph was heard. That's not what you guys said when we came. A bunch of bastards. When we came, didn't you guys say that everything would be taken care of? Damn, a bunch of bastards. It's not you guys who are embarrassed. Yuan Qingdong was furious. What did Suyu not spreading cultivation techniques have to do with him? He was just looking for an excuse. Even without him, Suyu might not necessarily spread into Xia province. Damn it, he had to take care of everything himself, damn it. Things were still brewing. At the same time, all the manors began to disseminate the primordial spirit text formula. The Great Qin Mansion and the Ming Mansion quickly began to promote the highest version of the fused aperture technique. It was said to be a technique that could completely suppress the repelling force of the apertures. The Ming Mansion instantly set off a craze for this technique. When the Great Ming War Academy received the technique, they almost laughed their mouths off. The Ming Mansion had yet to disseminate the beginner and intermediate level fused aperture technique. In the end, there was no need for that. They directly used the highest version, opening 36 apertures. It was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. However, it could almost skip the Wanshi realm. For fighters, this was much stronger than the elemental Shenwen technique. The Ming Constabulary's promotion of this technique was not just empty words. Instead, they gave an example. Zhou Hao the Great Xia Constabulary cultivated the Thousand Mountains incantation, which was said to be a top-notch heaven-level technique that could not enter the 10,000 stones category. Now, after practicing the highest version of the fused aperture technique, he easily broke through to the 9th tier of the Wanshi realm in less than 3 months. Zhou Hao was very famous in Dixia province. On the 3rd of February, the top 100 list of Dixia Civilization University came out. Zhou Hao defeated Jiang Mu in the arena. He had been in school for more than half a year and officially became the first in the top 100. Now, Dixia War Academy was constantly trying to rope him in. Because Zhou Hao was a genius in the warrior path, Qing Yunfei's grandfather even went to Xia Yuan several times to talk to him not to delay Zhou Hao's future. If he went to the War Academy, Zhou Hao might be the next Huang Ting. Of course, Xia Yuan did not care. Even the Thousand Mountain technique could easily fuse the orifices. It was clear how powerful this technique was. The first batch of cultivators who practiced the beginner and intermediate fused aperture technique had also finished opening their apertures. Those who had fused more apertures had completed it for a while. During this time, the number of Wanshi realm fighters had increased greatly. Among the people, many fighters had practiced the Thousand Mountain technique in pursuit of power. Now, there were also some fighters who quickly began to practice the fused aperture technique. Next, there might be some top-notch Wanshi realm fighters who practiced the heaven-class technique. With the success of the fused aperture technique, Suyu's name continued to spread in the human realm. The Twin Wu Orifice Fusion Technique, the Primordial Spirit Rune Technique, the Primordial Spirit Purifying Technique, and the Primordial Spirit Devouring Technique were all sold in some of the major academies. Suyu's name had increased. And many techniques. News of the conflict between Suyu and the Great Xia Prefecture also spread and became widely known. Many people sneered when they heard the name Suyu. The Shan faction in Dixia province had eyes but failed to see. They had to do stupid things and ambush Suyu. Now, they had forced Suyu to leave Dixia province and go to the Ming Constabulary. The techniques of the Ming Constabulary were almost all authorized for free. As for the techniques of Dixia province, it was difficult to disseminate them. Moreover, Suyu had set up all kinds of obstacles. They had brought this upon themselves. If Suyu was still in Dixia province, all the techniques today would have been given priority to Dixia province. How could this be? Yuan Qingdong did not stand up for a long time. He did not apologize. Of course, he did not say anything. He had been very low-key these days. However, low-key was useless, low-key. Suyu did not authorize the techniques of the 3 great academies. Now, the students of the 3 great academies were complaining. Not only the Yuan Shenwen art, but even the highest version of the fused orifice technique was also not authorized to the 3 great academies. Get the outsider to scram. Such cries were endless in the 3 great academies. They could not be suppressed. And Xianxia did not take any action. Ming Constabulary. Suyu was actually a little strange. He had already talked with Xia Houyi for a few days and had enough time to prepare. However, Xianxia did not seem to have the intention to help Yuan Qingdong out of his predicament. Previously, he had said that Xianxia and the Yuan family had reached an agreement. He could remove those restrictions on Yuan Qingdong. However, Xianxia had not come to find him. So you couldn't be bothered with it anymore. He was currently recruiting people. After talking about it for a few days, today, Suyu began to meet with these old people. Drunken Star Manor. Top floor. Suyu and Wenzhong arrived together. When they entered, there were already 4 old people there. 3 men and 1 woman. They were all very old, white-haired, and had a scholarly temperament. Junior brother Jean, junior sister Kong. Wen Zhong greeted the old people. Wen Zhong was a little older, almost 400 years old. These old people were younger than him, but they were also about 300 years old. As for their strength, they were not considered strong. Two were at the 7th level of Soar, one was at the 8th level of Soar, and one was at the 9th level. Soar realm could not live that long. Warrior Dao. Soar realm could only live for 150 years. Civilization masters could live longer. Most of the warrior Dao's soaring heavens had a lifespan of 150 years. Ling Yan was more than 200 years old. Mountain Sea, in theory, could only live for 300 years. Of course, these were warriors. Their bodies were beginning to decline. Seaville had long withered. Civilization masters could usually live longer because of their strong willpower. If they did not fight much, they could live longer. But Soaring Sky, who was 300 years old, he had probably reached his limit. The limit of one's lifespan, they did not have much time left. Some age spots appeared on the faces of these old people. They could even vaguely feel the aura of decay. That was a sign that they were approaching the end of their lives. The moment Suyu saw these old people, he felt a little rueful. It wasn't just them. Wen Zhong actually didn't have much lifespan left either. Ling Yun the warrior could live for more than 200 years. Even if Wen Zhong was a civilization master and was at the 9th level of Ling Yun, how long could he live? Some of the old people in the Ming constabulary did not have long to live, not only these people, but even Dean Hu Xianxia, if he did not enter the sun and moon realm, his lifespan would be exhausted. These old people should not have participated in many battles, or almost never fought. Otherwise, they would not have lived for so long. However, Suyu did not feel that there was anything wrong. He had seen the information of these people. It was not that they had to participate in battles to contribute. The 4 Soar realm old people in front of him had contributed quite a lot to humanity. Jin Xing, 9th level of Soar, one of the creators of the civilization master. Although there were many methods to preserve the Mountain Sea Shenwen, in the past, the civilization master was the only method. Without the civilization master, the Mountain Sea Shenwen would not have been preserved today. Kong Yuxian, 8th level of Soar, an expert in willpower extraction. Today, she was the one who proposed to fill the laboratory with pure willpower. She was also the first to discover the use of the Milky River sand. Wei Qi, 7th level of Soar, creator of the Earth-class cultivation technique, returning force technique. Many people still cultivated this cultivation technique. Chao Hui, 7th level of Soar, creator of the 9-star body forging technique. This body forging technique was also used by many Soar warriors. The body forging effect was not too strong, but the process was simple. The 4 old people had made great contributions in their respective fields. The academy was not stingy with heavenly materials and earthly treasures to extend their lives for many years. Otherwise, even if they did not fight, they would have died. Now, the academy recommended these 4 to Suyu, with a glimmer of hope. They hoped that Suyu could extend their lives and give them a chance to break through. Entering Ling Yun, they might be able to extend their lives for a few more years. To enter Ling Yun, a civilization master needed a 3rd level willpower, 3rd level Shenwen, and more than 37 divine apertures opened. Only then could they enter Ling Yun. However, these people had the willpower and divine apertures opened, but Shenwen had not reached 3rd level. There was no other reason. The old people had drawn too many Shenwen and could not nurture them sufficiently. Some of the old people from the Ming constabulary, after reaching Soar, had lived for a long time. They often had all sorts of ideas to draw all sorts of Shenwen. It was not to become a faction of Shenwen, but sometimes they needed some Shenwen to cooperate in their research. As a result, there were more and more Shenwen. Without enough willpower, they could not nurture them all. Most of the Shenwen were 1st level, a few were 2nd level, and 3rd level Shenwen could not be nurtured. These few had drawn many Shenwen, as many as Jin Xing. It was said that they had drawn more than 30 Shenwen. He was not too focused on nurturing more than 30 Shenwen. Some Shenwen even rejected each other, making it very messy. How could he let Shenwen advance to 3rd level? Greetings, teachers. Suyu bowed slightly, and the few old people smiled. Jinxing's hair and beard were all white. He smiled. Don't be too polite. There is a hierarchy of knowledge, and the one who has reached first comes first. Junior Su, you don't have to call us teachers. We are all on the same path, and today is an exchange of knowledge. Kong Yuxian must have been very beautiful when she was young. Now that she was old, she still looked very kind. She smiled. Junior Su, sit down and talk. Senior Wen, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you look refreshed. It seems that you are satisfied with the merging aperture technique. Wen Zhong laughed. It's all right. Junior brothers and sisters, you all look a little older these days. Don't tire yourself out. The few of them laughed. After asking Suyu to sit down, Jinxing did not stand on ceremony. He said, Principal and Dean who have talked to us, hoping that we can go to the Primordial Spirit Research Institute to do some assistant work. In fact, we are all old, and our energy is not as good as before. Suyu, the direction of your research on the primordial spirit aperture is not the same as ours. Senior Wen is an expert in this field, but we are not. When Zhong interrupted, if you don't want to work, just say it. Don't make excuses. Wen Zhong smiled. Junior Su, ever since junior brother Jean created the Civilization Journal, he has been focusing on the extraction of Shenwen. It has been hundreds of years, and his research on Shenwen's characteristics has reached the point of perfection. As he said this, he paused. In the past, the fifth generation came to the Great Ming Civilization Institute and discussed this with junior brother Jean. Later, Hong Tan introduced the integration of Shenwen and the transfer of characteristics. I'm not belittling Hong Tan, but most of the early work in this field was the result of junior brother Jean. The fifth generation should have obtained some inspiration from junior brother Jean. Suyu was surprised and shocked. The fifth generation came to talk to Jinxing about this? Jinxing smiled. Senior brother Wen, you're exaggerating. When the fifth generation came, I was just a beginner's inspiration. I just talked nonsense in front of the fifth generation. I didn't achieve anything. After saying this, Jinxing sighed. The fifth generation is a true genius. Later, when Hong Tan introduced the transfer of characteristics and the combination of Shenwen, I realized that the fifth generation had a much deeper understanding of this than I thought. On one hand, he focused on cultivation, and on the other, he could calm down and study. If the fifth generation didn't die, he would be the first truly invincible civilization master in the human realm. What a pity, the fifth generation was actually younger than him. He died more than 50 years ago. When he died, he was only 100 years old. To reach that stage at 100 years old, he looked older than the current Xiao Long Wu. But to reach this stage on the path of civilization master, it was much more difficult than to be a warrior. Senior brother Jean, you've been studying this all these years? Suyu asked curiously, then what have you achieved in this area? Senior brother, don't misunderstand. I don't mean to question you. I'm just curious and interested. Shenwen extraction, transfer of characteristics, Shenwen combination. This is also something that we, the Shenwen department, are extremely interested in. He was indeed quite interested in this, Jinxing smiled. That's true. I almost forgot that you're also an expert in this area. After all these years, the results are actually not great. Shenwen is too mysterious. The biggest point is that I discovered a rather special situation. He paused and said, I've sketched many Shenwen. There are god races, devil races, immortal races, and human races Shenwen. I discovered that the god race's Shenwen is more independent, while the human race's Shenwen is more complementary. Seeing that Suyu was listening attentively, he smiled and said, let me put it this way. Why is the god race's Shenwen strong? Because it is independent. In other words, these Shenwen are all Shenwen. And why is the human race's Shenwen weak? Because they complement each other. Jinxing said again, the so-called complementary means that when you gather two human races Shenwen, you will discover that Shenwen is slightly stronger than one Shenwen alone. 3 Shenwen is even stronger. Of course, I've only sketched 6 human races Shenwen. Jinxing hesitated for a moment, then said, according to my deductions and conjectures, the human race's Shenwen is stronger by leaps and bounds. In other words, when you sketch more than 10 human races Shenwen, your Shenwen will be no weaker than the fiend god's Shenwen. He shook his head and sighed. But it takes too much time to sketch more than 10 human races Shenwen. That's the first point. The second point is that when you sketch more human races Shenwen, it will repel other human races Shenwen. Suyu's eyes flickered. Xianxia said, I've also heard some rumors. The mountains and seas have broken the sun and moon, and the fiend god Shenwen repels humans, making it impossible for them to enter the sun and moon. That's not true. Some people think that the fiend gods have cursed us, but that's not true either. Suyu was surprised. Not true? That's impossible. Senior brother, the fiend god Shenwen repels humans. This is something that the mountains and seas have personally experienced. In the last 50 years, it has become much more difficult for the mountains and seas to enter the sun and moon. Xianxia smiled. I know that. Of course, let me tell you my personal understanding. I feel that the fiend god's race didn't actually use any sort of curse. The price to do so is too great. It's not worth it. I think that's probably the case. It's not that the fiend god Shenwen repels humans. Of course, that might be the case once you reach the peak of the sun and moon realm. But in the early stages, it wasn't. It was the human race's Shenwen that repelled the fiend god Shenwen. Xianxia's eyes shone. 50 years ago was a dividing point. 50 years ago, there were actually very few human races runes of will, and very few people could sketch out the human race's Shenwen. Back then, the mainstream was the fiend god Shenwen. But as the generations progressed, the number of human races runes of will increased, and the cultivators of 50 years ago all cultivated some of the human race's Shenwen. Understanding dawned on Suyu, and he hurriedly said, what you're saying is that back then, the sun and moon realm didn't sketch out the human race's Shenwen, so they were able to smoothly ascend to the sun and moon realm. But now, because the peak of the mountain and sea realm has sketched out a few human races Shenwen, it's the human race's Shenwen that repels the fiend god's Shenwen, not the fiend god's Shenwen. That's right. Xianxia laughed. So you really do understand. That's great. Based on my experience, it's actually the human race's Shenwen that repels the human race. He thought for a moment, and then said, actually, there's something I've always wanted to do. I want to gather some information and see if the people who are stuck at the peak of the mountain and sea realm have any human race's Shenwen. If they were stripped of the human race's Shenwen, would they be able to ascend to the sun and moon realm? Xianxia sighed. I've heard people say that it's best to strip the fiend god's Shenwen. Actually, that's a good idea. But if you do that, the fighting prowess of many people will be greatly reduced. In fact, it will cause the strength of the civilization masters to decline. That's a huge loss. Since that's the case, why not try to strip the human race's Shenwen? After all, to many people, the outline of the human race's Shenwen is just an accident, and it won't help them much. Suyu's heart trembled. Xianxia's conclusion was that the human race's Shenwen was repelling the human race. As for Suyu, he agreed, that was because when he had sketched out the human race's Shenwen, it had been destroyed by the Golden Book. If the Golden Book was a Shenwen, then wouldn't it be the human race's Shenwen, repelling the human race? It wasn't that the fiend god Shenwen was repelling the human race's Shenwen. Rather, it was the other way around. The human race's Shenwen was repelling the fiend god Shenwen. As a result, when the mountain and sea realm advanced, the Shenwen was repelling the human race's Shenwen, because the Shenwen was stronger. As for the human race's Shenwen, it was very weak. Suyu took a deep breath and looked at Xianxia. Nodding, he said, Elder brother, I actually agree with what you're saying. I also think that the fiend god race's curse on all of their will runes is too great a price to pay. The experts who advanced to the sun and moon realm 50 years ago might not have sketched out the human race's Shenwen, or perhaps very few. Actually, if the conditions are right, we can look into it. Xianxia smiled bitterly. There's no way to look into it. The sun and moon realm 50 years ago was filled with invincible experts, or peak sun and moon experts. There weren't many mid-sun and moon experts, and it's hard to find anyone who was that powerful. Even those who were stuck at the peak of the mountain and sea realm 50 years later were the same. The Shenwen is a secret. Even if you ask them, they won't tell you. Suyu nodded. After a moment's thought, he said, actually, the best way is to find someone to try it out. Find someone at the peak of the mountain and sea realm, and see if they have a human race's Shenwen. Then strip them and see if they have any hope of entering the sun and moon realm. Stripping the fiend god Shenwen would be a huge loss to them. The human race's mainstream cultivation method was the fiend god Shenwen. If they were stripped of it, their battle prowess would drop by more than half. This was also one of the reasons why the Grand Xia hadn't made up their mind to abolish the fiend god Shenwen. If they did, it would be a huge problem. However, it was possible to abolish the human race's Shenwen. At the very least, most people didn't know how to use the human race's Shenwen. Sometimes, they would accidentally sketch it out, and that was all. Very few people would choose the human race's Shenwen as their main Shenwen. Suyu thought for a moment, then suddenly looked at Wen Zhong and said, Senior brother, are there any people in our institute who are stuck at the peak of the mountain and sea realm? Since senior brother Jean says so, I think we can give it a try. Wen Zhong was speechless. Junior brother, do you think the people at the peak of the mountain and sea realm are the people in the death row? Try it out? First, stripping the Shenwen is very difficult. Second, stripping the Shenwen will result in a backlash. Third, the peak of the mountain and sea realm might not trust you. How could they give it a try just because they wanted to? Suyu thought about it and agreed. It was a pity. They could give it a try, but only if their little fur ball reached the mountain and sea realm and helped them devour it. In fact, there was another way. The Shenwen battle techniques could be split and combined, however, it seemed that this method could only be used by Ling Yun at the moment. The mountain and sea realm would most likely be difficult to split. The information left behind by Bai Feng said that he was still experimenting. Later on, Chen Yong and Hong Tan had both tried it, but the difficulty was relatively high. Of course, Lu Wenyan was special. On one hand, he had the powerful Shenwen, and on the other hand, he had the Shenwen battle techniques. On the other hand, his current strength was only at the soar level, so he could also split and combine them. Who knew if his teacher had derived any more powerful techniques recently? Suyu felt that it was a pity. Without Bai Feng, he had lost a lot of fun. If Bai Feng had been here, it would have been very interesting to see his teacher's shocked expression. In addition, Bai Feng would often come up with some shocking ideas. As Suyu was thinking, Jin Xing said with a smile, the god-fiend Shenwen might be able to allow humans to enter the sun and moon realm. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. That's because most, or perhaps all, of the previous civilization masters relied on this to enter the sun and moon realm. However, I suspect that the reason humans are unable to enter the invincible civilization master realm is related to the human Shenwen. Wen Zhong frowned. There's no way to verify this. With the human Shenwen as the main Shenwen, there aren't many civilization masters. According to what you're saying, entering the sun and moon realm is difficult. That makes sense. Almost no one cultivates the human Shenwen to enter the sun and moon realm. Exclusivity. Jin Xing said with a smile, no one will completely outline the human Shenwen. Even if there are people who consider the human Shenwen as the main Shenwen, they will definitely outline the god-fiend Shenwen. As such, at a certain point, there will definitely be exclusivity. The human Shenwen is actually very strong. Jin Xing said again, according to some ancient rumors, humans were actually the overlord in ancient times. If that's the case, then it can actually be explained. Some people guessed that the human Shenwen had been sealed before. I don't think so. Humans go from weak to strong, not always strong. The human's gradual increase in strength is in line with the human's nature and laws. Everything has laws. When the humans outline the human Shenwen enough, the human Shenwen will definitely become stronger. Suyu kept nodding and said, that's right. I agree with senior brother Jean on this point. I have never felt that my Shenwen is weak. Moreover, when I outline the Shenwen enough, I also feel that the Shenwen will become stronger and easier to advance. It doesn't cause too much of a burden on me. Hearing this, Jin Xing looked at him in surprise. Junior brother, you mean, I only outlined the human Shenwen? Suyu said with a smile, not many people know, but I have indeed only outlined the human Shenwen. Now, there are exactly 10 Shenwen that I have outlined. The gradual increase is a little weak, and the increase isn't too obvious. However, I discovered that the human Shunwen is not weaker than the God-fiend Shunwen. I don't know if it's a special case or if it's the case in general. The few of them were surprised. He had completely outlined the human Shunwen, and he had already outlined 10 Shunwen. This guy was really a genius. How old was he? Jinxing's interest was instantly piqued. Junior brother, can I go to your research institute? I actually study many things. If you want to derive the Unity God method, I have also studied it. I will definitely be of help. So you couldn't help but laugh. If senior brother can come, I can't ask for more. This old man was easy to hook up with. Look, he just casually chatted and hooked up with him. Moreover, it also gave him an idea. It was the human Shunwen that rejected the other Shunwen, and not the other Shunwen that rejected the human Shunwen. There was still a big difference in this point. Jinxing was only guessing. He had no proof. As for Suyu, he was somewhat certain because his other Shunwen had already been destroyed. In fact, he could find someone at the peak of the mountain and sea realm to try. Perhaps he could ask Xu Tiandao. Of course, the premise was that the little furball could reach the mountain and sea realm. If it couldn't reach the mountain and sea realm, destroying the Shunwen would more or less cause a backlash, and any backlash would be a bad idea. In the Ming Constabulary, there were probably many such old people stuck at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. If they could all enter the Sun-Moon realm, the Ming Constabulary would become stronger, and he would have more protection in the Ming Constabulary. It was time to cultivate the little furball. That fellow had recently gone crazy, playing with a bunch of bunnies and puppies every day. It didn't cultivate, and it didn't eat good food. That wouldn't do. Next, Suyu began to discuss with the other old people. Suyu was good at talking to old people who studied cultivation methods, so he was very good at it. Whether it was spirit aperture or origin aperture, he could chat freely. Although Suyu hadn't touched on the body forging method, he was very interested in it. He chatted with Chao Hui for a long time and even received the 9-star forging method from him. As he received the body forging method, Suyu was actually thinking about a problem. He had opened a part of the Soar Realms Atlas, and there was actually a body forging method on it. Blood essence could open it. Then could he open the body forging method in advance? If he could, what difference would there be between him and the Soar Realm? He could try it out. He had actually opened some of the Essence Chi 9 transformations method. The atlas that he opened to Ling Yunjing actually included the Essence Chi 9 transformations method. So you didn't lack cultivation methods. What he lacked was a good cultivation method, one that was most suitable for him. So you went out in the morning and chatted with the old people for 5 to 6 hours before he finally stopped his parched mouth. Done. The old people were indeed knowledgeable. They didn't admire Suyu, but they felt that Suyu wasn't an idiot and had some achievements in some fields. Suyu was testing them, and they were also testing Suyu. In the end, the 4 agreed to work in the Primordial Spirit Research Institute. In terms of treatment, they didn't have high requirements. At this point, there were 7 people in the Primordial Spirit Research Institute. 5 of them were old people, Suyu and Wu Lan. The first obstacle to overcome was to deduce the cultivation methods, martial techniques, body forging method, and 9 transformations method that matched the body forging method. They hoped to form a complete system and spread it widely in the human realm. At this moment, Suyu was focused on research. At the same time as his reputation skyrocketed, the cultivation methods he promoted were spread, and their importance was recognized. Suyu's fame was no longer limited to the human clan. Just as Suyu was recruiting the old people. Wanzhou. A high-level stronghold. At this moment, in a hall underground, projections appeared. No one came in person, but there were many projections. They were all blurry. The Primordial Sect Master is here. The Origin Demon Sect Master is here. In the hall, someone laughed and said, since the 2 sect masters are here, let's talk about Suyu. Whether it's the Essence Shunwen technique or the body forging method, everyone should know that it's a treasure, a good thing. Suyu is really bold, he even dares to spread this. Now, the few strong races know about this. Although it hasn't affected the invincible domain, but if this continues, the strength of the major prefectures will definitely skyrocket in a few years. Just as he said this, an illusory figure on the Primordial Sect Master's throne interrupted, cut the crap. Whether the human clan is strong or weak, traitors like us don't need to think about it. We are all doing it for benefits. On the other side, the Origin Demon Sect Master Lan Tian's projection laughed. Benefits? No, we are also doing it to save the human clan. Primordial Sect, you are too selfish. Silence, the Primordial Sect Master ignored him. Lan Tian was a lunatic, everyone knew that. Everyone knew that he flaunted that he was doing it for the human clan. Lan Tian didn't care and said quickly, I know what you want to do, but we can't kill Suyu. I want to capture him alive and even pull him into our camp. We need such a genius, such a talent. Origin Demon Sect Master, you know how difficult it is to capture him alive in the Ming Constabulary. I know, but isn't this more challenging? Lan Tian laughed, capture him alive. If someone wants to kill him, I won't agree. I want to capture him alive and convince him to join us. No one paid attention to him. Very soon, someone said, those strong races are asking for a high price. If we kill Suyu, they are even willing to take out some Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid as a reward. Everyone, we are here today to discuss whether or not we should work together to attack the Ming Constabulary and kill Suyu. 1 or 2 Sun Moon cultivators might not be able to do it, we have to lure the snake out of its hole and create a diversion. Sun Moon Mystic Yellow liquid, after entering the Sun Moon realm, it was the best treasure to strengthen that aperture. It was a special product of the strong races and was extremely precious. To the Sun Moon cultivators, no treasures or techniques were better than these treasures that could strengthen themselves. Attack the Ming Constabulary? Someone said with a strange and erratic voice, the Ming Constabulary isn't weak. Zhu Tiandao of the 9th layer of Sun Moon isn't someone to be trifled with. Everyone, this is too dangerous. I'm not interested in a surprise attack, but I can try an assassination. Then assassinate him. However, I want to remind everyone that don't be stupid and throw away your lives. Those below the mountain and sea realm, don't try to assassinate Suyu. Although he borrowed the power of his blood essence to kill Zhou Pingxing, he's not weak himself. Don't be stupid again and again. Give him time, and if he wants to kill you, he'll definitely kill you. Also, there are a few demon beasts following Suyu. One of them is the water spirit, which is as strong as Lingyan 7. Be careful. Someone continued to provide information on Suyu. Don't act rashly and alert the snake. If you don't have full confidence in assassinating him, it's fine if you fail and die, but it'll easily alert the Ming Constabulary. The first assassination is the best, but the later ones will be difficult. Don't issue any more missions, Meng Hao said. This matter can only be discussed internally. Only mountain and sea realm cultivators can receive missions. Don't spread the news any further. Of course, we can increase the bounty on Suyu's head when appropriate. As they chatted, Lan Tian's phantom suddenly collapsed and disappeared. He smiled faintly and said, you guys go kill him. I'm going to persuade him. Let's see who's faster. With that, the phantom disappeared completely. As soon as he left, someone cursed, this guy is crazy. He really thinks he's a saint. Persuade my ass, Suyu is now valued by the Ming Constabulary, and his status is high. Why would he join your original demon sect? Do you really think everyone is crazy like you? You joined Wanzhou for your own benefits, not for the sake of your country. For the sake of the human race. For the sake of the human race, you should go fight the enemies in the heavenly battlefield. Don't worry about him. The primordial sect leader said indifferently. Everyone, if you want to make a move, just don't involve others, and don't swarm into the Ming Constabulary. The Ming Constabulary might have set up an inescapable net recently, waiting for us to take the bait. Think carefully before you go. With that, the primordial sect leader's phantom also collapsed. This guy is really mysterious. Someone sighed. There were probably only a few people who had seen the primordial sect leader's true form. Suyu did not know about Wanzhou's secret meeting. However, Suyu knew that Wanzhou had increased the bounty on him again. Right now, he was worth 300,000 contribution points, which was no less than the reward for killing Sun Moon. At the same time, over in Dixia province, Yuan Qingdong actually apologized. Yes, he apologized. This was beyond Suyu's expectations. Primordial Soul Research Institute, Suyu received a video and played it. This was the first time he saw Yuan Qingdong's face. On the video, Yuan Qingdong was talking. Judging from the location, he should be in the preaching area of the university. I'm very sorry. Before investigating clearly, I made a careless judgment and brought a lot of trouble to researcher Su. As for Feng Qi's identity, it has also been confirmed. He is a hero of the human race, a hero who infiltrated the six-winged holy sect. I'm very sorry for bringing a lot of trouble to Feng Qi. De Xia Province, Great Xia Civilization University, and I will rescue Feng Qi and take responsibility for our previous mistakes. On the video, Yuan Qingdong looked apologetic. The Yuan Shenwen technique and dual Wu orifice closure technique that researcher Su spread are both very helpful and influential to humanity. It is the human race's fortune to be able to selflessly publicize them. I'm very sorry that because of me, the three universal civilizations universities in De Xia Province have encountered an unexpected disaster. I hereby apologize to Suyu. And everyone else. I'm the one who brought a lot of trouble to everyone. My original intention was not to target anyone. Regarding Feng Qi, I didn't know about it beforehand. Even so, I still have to take responsibility for my mistake. I know that an apology can't make up for anything, but I will do what I have to do. From today onwards, I will search for Feng Qi and save him. I will not let Feng Qi die in the hands of that bastard Wanzu. As for the technique, the 1 million merit points that Suyu asked for. I'm sorry, but I really don't have that many merit points in reserve. However, I'm willing to pay the price, or I can pay it in installments. I'll pay Suyu 10,000 merit points every year, and I'll pay it back within 100 years. No matter what, I hope that Suyu can give me the right to spread the technique on account of our past friendship. I know that many people made mistakes, including myself and the traitors who died. However, many people are innocent. I hope that researcher Su won't punish everyone because of the mistakes of one person. I apologize to researcher Su again. On the screen, Yuan Qingdong was sincere. The Sun Moon Empire apologized to Suyu many times. In the eyes of ordinary people, Sun Moon tier elites were gods. And now, Yuan Qingdong apologized, and also proposed a plan to pay his compensation in installments. He was paying for what he had said. 1 million merit points, and he would pay for it in 100 years. As for Feng Qi, he would personally search for the human realm and rescue him. He had agreed to all of the conditions that Suyu had raised. In the projection room, Suyu watched for a while and then smiled. Beside him, Wu Lan curled his lip and said, "Not sincere at all." Behind him, Wen Zhong smiled and said, "Yuan Qingdong has reached the Sun Moon tier, so he can still lower his head when it's necessary." Now, the students of the three great academies of De Xia Province are extremely displeased with him. Now that he has come out to apologize, is willing to compensate, and is willing to rescue Feng Qi. If you still refuse now, then it'll be your fault. He pushed Suyu over the fire. Were you going to pass it on or not? Whether you passed it on or not had nothing to do with him now. He had agreed to all the conditions that Suyu had raised. Suyu smiled and said, "I'm a little surprised. I thought that he wouldn't do it. I didn't think that he could endure it." He was a little surprised. He had thought that this guy would persist to the end. No matter what, he's still an elite of the Sun Moon tier. Wen Zhong smiled faintly and said, "Don't think that he's stupid just because of a few words." That day, if Qin Yong and Wan Tianqing didn't admit Feng Qi's identity, he would make things difficult for you. If he really decided that you had an affair with Wanzu, you would be in a lot of trouble. Then, he said, "I also know Yuan Qingdong. He's a member of the Yuan clan of the Great Yuan Palace. Some invincible clans are divided into two parts. If the invincible clan has many descendants, one part will control the Great Yuan Palace, and the other will be stationed in the Holy Land. If there are more descendants, one will be stationed in the All Heavens battlefield. Open branches and spread leaves, and the branches will flourish." Yuan Qingdong is a descendant of the Yuan clan stationed in the Seeker tier. He's not too old, just over 100 years old, and can be considered an exceptional genius of the Yuan clan stationed in the Seeker tier. His father is the youngest son of the De Yuan king, and is now the leader of the Yuan clan in the Seeker tier. Suyu nodded, and asked curiously, "I see that Xiaojia and Zhu clan don't seem to have people stationed in the Holy Land, right?" They don't have many descendants, and some don't know how to station people. The Deming king only had 2 sons, and you know the situation. In Xia province, it's almost the same. When boss Xiaojia died in battle, Xiaoyi was still young. Wen Zhong smiled, and said, besides, in the 2 holy lands, there's a kind of invincible descendants. The descendants of the later invincible descendants. Wen Zhong said, in the past, there were only 36 invincible descendants who opened the Great Yuan Palace. Later, some died, and some were born. These newly born invincible descendants didn't open another Great Yuan Palace, and there was actually no place for them to open another Great Yuan Palace in the mortal realm. Thus, these people are mostly stationed in the Double Sacred Palace and the All Heavens Palace. Thus, some invincible clans were formed, and their influence in the 2 holy lands gradually increased. Because other Great Yuan Palaces have few descendants, they usually don't care about the 2 holy lands, and only care about their own Great Yuan Palace. Nominally, the Great Yuan Palace is a member of the Warlord Temple and the Seeker State. In fact, some of them may not have been to the 2 holy lands, but only nominally. The human clan needs a force to unite all sides, or at least to prevent the human clan's Great Yuan Palace from falling into a state of chaos. So you understood. Then he asked curiously, senior brother, how many invincible descendants are there in the human clan? No one knows, even the invincible descendants themselves may not know. Wen Zhong smiled and said, there are some things that you won't understand until you get to that point. Who can say for sure whether it's true or false? But it's true that a few Great Yuan Palace invincible descendants died. Wen Zhong sighed and said, 320 years ago, the king of Great Wei died in battle, and the Great Wei Palace declined. The Great Wei Palace was also a powerful Great Yuan Palace in the past. After the king of Great Wei died in battle, the eldest son of the king of Great Wei took over the Great Wei Palace. His strength is not weak, but he did not enter the invincible realm, and gradually declined. 240 years ago, the king of Great Wu died in battle, and the Great Wu Palace also declined. Wu Lan's family still has some relations with the Great Wu Palace. Beside him, Wu Lan, who was pinching Furball, turned her head and said, senior brother, you know so much. But the Wu family is only a branch of the Great Wu Palace, and they moved to the Xia province as early as 200 years ago. Suyu was surprised. Then what's the relationship between the king of Great Wu and you? With me? Wu Lan calculated for a moment. 8 generations of ancestors. She was speechless. It felt like she was scolding someone, but he said it very seriously. It was probably her 8 generations of ancestors. When Zhong smiled and continued, also, 160 years ago, the king of Great Qi died in battle. 70 years ago, the king of Great Qin died in battle. Wen Zhong sighed and said, these are the 4 known kings of the Great Wei Palace who died in battle. As for whether there are more, I'm not sure. Some kings of the Great Wei Palace were bold enough to sneak into the great world of gods and demons. If they were killed, although the strange phenomenon was great, the humans didn't know about it. This is not something we can control. Just on the surface alone, 4 kings of the Great Wei Palace had died in battle. In addition to some invincible realm experts who did not open the Great Wei Palace, the humans had lost many invincible realm experts in these years. Suyu nodded and quickly changed the topic. This Yuan Qingdong, is he a member of Shan Shenwen's faction? Or is he under someone else's orders? Who knows? Wen Zhong smiled and said, we actually don't know much about the attitude of the invincible realm experts. No one knows what the attitude of the king of Great Yuan is either. The king of Great Yuan hasn't shown up for a long time. In recent years, the king of Great Yuan Palace hasn't been seen at the opening ceremony. Suyu nodded. Beside him, Wu Lan turned his head and said, Suyu, are you going to teach the techniques of the 3 academies? Of course. Suyu smiled and said, the sun and the moon have already apologized. How can I not give them face? Wu Lan humped and said, I'm not happy about it. Why listen to him? If he wants you to teach it, do it. If it spread, the people of the 3 academies might even think that it was Yuan Qingdong's doing. Suyu smiled and said, it's fine. From what I heard, he doesn't intend to leave. It's good that he continues to stay. Doesn't he want to compensate me with 1,000,000 merit points? Forget it, I don't want it. I'll just compensate the 3 academies in Xianxia province. If I sell one technique to the students of the 3 academies in Xianxia province, that's 700 merit points. I'll take 200 from them and give the remaining 500 to Yuan Qingdong. That'll be enough to compensate 2,000 people. These 2,000 people will all be given to Xianxinwen's faction. Xianxinwen's faction will take 700 merit points. After the students exchange for the techniques, they can ask Yuan Qingdong for compensation. Wen Zhong looked at him, and so did Wu Lan. After a while, Wen Zhong smiled and said, he said that he has no money. This was a good idea, but he said that he had no money. There's no point in doing this. So you smiled and said, no money? Let me do the math. The Yuan family earns more than 500,000 merit points every year from the 10,000 literature scripture. Other income and the seeker's land income add up to 1,000,000 merit points every year. They're all from his faction. The De Yuan mansion has other sources of income. His family earns more than 1,000,000 merit points every year. How can they not have money? He's the sun and the moon. How many sun and moon do the Yuan family have stationed in the seeker's land? Just him and his father. So you smiled and said, how can they not have money? Who would believe that? If you can't bear to part with it, then you can't. Let me do the math. Xianxinwen's faction in Xianxia province will take 700 merit points. Ask Yuan Qingdong for the rest. If you don't, that's Yuan Qingdong's problem. I don't want his money. Siyu chuckled and said, as for those not from Xianxinwen's faction, we'll take 200 merit points and let Xiaojia subsidize the remaining 500 merit points. Xiaojia doesn't lack money. I sold my fused orifice technique for a lot of money. We can't transfer the cost to the students, right? The few of them were speechless. Siyu continued, Xiaojia confiscated a few gulaos and earned quite a lot. Treat it as subsidizing the students. The students only need to spend 200 merit points. It's more than the other big mansions, but less than the 10,000 literature scripture. It's still worth it. It's not a loss. As for whether they can afford it or not, that's their problem. Xianxia province should be willing to subsidize the 500 merit points. As for whether Yuan Qingdong subsidizes it or not, it's none of my business. How many students were there in the 3 major academies? Not many, of course. It would be scary if the old students were included. There were tens of thousands of old students in Xianxia province alone. However, most of them probably wouldn't know how to learn. They were already old. But it was hard to say. 10,000 people. The subsidy would be 5 million. It all depended on how Xiahou Yi would negotiate with him in the future. Wu Lan asked, what about the Godfiend's corpse and the Sea of Knowledge? He didn't want that? The Godfiend's corpse isn't a big problem. The Sea of Knowledge, Siyu shook his head and said, the probability isn't high. I'll just open it to scare them. Forget it. Yuan Qingdong is playing tricks with me. Let's see if he'll subsidize it or not. Siyu didn't care. If he subsidized it, Yuan Qingdong would cry. If he didn't subsidize it, even if the Xianxinwen faction knew that Siyu was disgusting them, they would probably die of anger. Yuan Qingdong had promised to give Siyu 1,000,000 merit points. His family was so rich. It was just an empty promise. Because of Yuan Qingdong, he spent too much money and was not compensated. 500 merit points was not a small amount. Sor would feel the pinch even if he took it out. It would be strange if he didn't hate him. Siyu smiled and said, looks like I'll have to look for the school head. He'll have to arrange for someone to publicize this. It'll be better if everyone knows about it. Let him be in trouble. Otherwise, he'll find fault with us every day. He couldn't be bothered with him, so you had a lot of things to do now. You guys go have fun. I'm not even in Xianxia province anymore. I don't care about your internal strife. I'll slap you a few times in the air. Go and sulk. It wouldn't be easy to deal with Sun and Moon, especially the invincible progenitor. Even Zhu Tiandao and Xiao Longwu couldn't kill Yuan Qingdong for no reason just because of a few words. If they really acted recklessly, it wasn't like they didn't have the invincible progenitor. The result would be a lose-lose situation, unless there was conclusive evidence. Just like how no one said a word when Jin Yuhui was killed. With evidence, it was fine to kill him. For people like Yuan Qingdong, unless you could show evidence of his secret relationship with Wanzhou, it wouldn't be enough. You had to prevent his progenitor from coming forward and saying that he had arranged for him to be planted in Wanzhou. That would be a spy, not a crime. It had to be similar to people like Jin Yuhui, who had indeed dealt with Suyu. That was irrefutable evidence. So what if he was killed, therefore, Suyu didn't think he could kill him with one slap. He would take it slow. He wasn't in a hurry, the one who should be in a hurry now was Yuan Qingdong. He had embarrassed himself again and again, ruined the Yuan family's reputation again and again. If the king of De Yuan found out, he would be a just person and have to deal with Yuan Qingdong himself. If he found out and didn't deal with Yuan Qingdong, but still stood up for Yuan Qingdong, then he wasn't a good person. At least not a good person in Suyu's eyes. If he wasn't a good person, then don't expect him to be fair. Everyone just had to take it slow. As he spoke, Dendrolamus, who was guarding the door downstairs, suddenly shouted, "Lord, there's a guest." At this moment, at the door, Dendrolamus and Rhinoceros Borer were guarding the door, one on the left and the other on the right. They were too weak, so what else could they do but guard the door? Could they just sit around and wait for death? They were also happy to guard the door. In the research institute, looking at the cutting instruments, the two monsters trembled, afraid that they would be cut one day. There were also some students around the research institute. They curiously looked in this direction, feeling that it was very impressive. Dendrolamus and Rhinoceros Borer were both considered strong races, and they were both at the 9th tier of SOAR. Now that there were two great monsters guarding the door, Suyu really had a trump card. At this moment, the guest was also very domineering. A group of people, black armor covered their entire bodies, long spears stood upright, cold light flashing, and bloodstained, as if they had just come from a battlefield. When Suyu walked out of the door, the leading general's voice was cold and loud, as if he was reporting a military order. He shouted, "Are you researcher Suyu? I am the deputy general of the Great Qin Mansion's Iron Eagle Guards, here to hand over the goods." "It's me." Suyu was a little surprised. He glanced at the other party. There were a total of 30 people, and their strength was not weak. 29 SOAR, and 1 Ling Yun, an elite army. The deputy general did not say much. He quickly took out a storage ring and presented it with both hands. His face was covered in armor, and he said in a deep voice, "Researcher Su, please show your identification to prove your identity, hand over the resources, and stamp the reply letter." Suyu did not say much and took out his researcher identification. The other party checked it and quickly handed the storage ring to Suyu. Suyu used his willpower to check it. He was slightly shocked. They really were freshly killed corpses. In this storage ring, there was a god and a demon, both of which had just died. Their corpses were still fresh. The corpses of the origin demon race and the primordial god race. In addition, there was a lot of sealed blood essence. They were also freshly killed. Of course, the corpses were not given to Suyu. Suyu did not say that he wanted them, so Great Qin residents did not give more. "Thank you, General. The number is..." Suyu took out his special seal. This was exclusive to researchers, and each person had one seal. It was specially made, and outsiders could not imitate it. The seal and the reply letter. Soon, Suyu said politely, "General must be tired from the journey. Did you just come from a battlefield? Why don't you go in and rest for a while?" "No need." The deputy general said in a deep voice, "This is a military order. Please forgive me, Lord Su." "You flatter me," the deputy general said in a deep voice. "If the fused orifice technique is really useful, it is only right to call you Lord. I only hope that the fused orifice technique is really useful to the soldiers." Now, the Qin army is promoting the fused orifice technique throughout the army. Some geniuses are rapidly using large amounts of resources to open their orifices. They are consuming Earth origin fruits and even Heaven origin fruits. Very soon, they will see the effects. If they can really close their orifices quickly, Lord's contribution will be greater than killing gods and demons. Suyu was also surprised by Great Qin residents' efficiency. This fused orifice technique had just been given out, and they had already started promoting it throughout the army. Not only that, it allowed a batch of geniuses to quickly open their orifices. This meant that there were probably already people who could close their orifices. Then, have any of you closed your orifices? Yes, the speed of closing orifices is very fast. Before I came, there was already someone who closed 12 orifices and completed it in 4 days. However, he did not reach Xianxia 9th layer, so I dare not believe it completely. If he can quickly reach Xianxia 9th layer, Lord's contribution will be engraved in the hearts of the millions of soldiers of the Qin army. When these words came out, some of the surrounding students were speechless, closing 12 orifices in 4 days, terrifying. That meant that he could reach Xianxia 9th layer from 1000 June 9th layer in a little more than a month, fused orifice technique. Previously, there were people who were slowly cultivating it, but now, they were also anxious. They had to try it out as soon as possible. Suyu also smiled and said that cultivator's talent is not weak. He closed 12 chakras and took 4 days. Closing 3 chakras a day is quite fast. Under normal circumstances, it takes about 6 days to close 2 chakras a day. Damn, how big of a difference was there? The surrounding students were speechless. That was still less than 2 months, amazing, Suyu quickly added, thank you for your hard work, General. Actually, I think it's a waste for a genius who can open 108 orifices to advance quickly after practicing the closing orifices technique. Later, I will deduce the primordial spirit awakening technique and release it to the public. The speed of opening orifices is 3 times that of ordinary techniques, with 126 orifices opened. It's a heaven middle level technique, but it takes about the same time as an earth middle level technique. If you have enough resources, it'll be even faster. Suyu smiled and said, this is suitable for some soldiers with decent potential. Everyone has a heaven middle level technique, and they can quickly close their orifices and enter Xianxia 9th layer. They can even fight against the previous soar and increase their strength by 3 heavens. When these words came out, the Deputy General's eyes changed. He trembled and asked, is what Lord said true? Yes, but I still need some time. You're genius, don't be anxious. Open 36 orifices first, then take your time, Lord. If Lord can spread this technique, the Qin army will be grateful. Heaven middle level technique, earth middle level technique to cultivate. With the addition of the closed orifices technique, it would be equivalent to a mystic middle-level technique. In other words, using the time used to cultivate a mystic middle-level technique, to be able to cultivate a heaven middle-level technique, then, everyone would be a genius, a monster. Only monstrous geniuses would cultivate a heaven-class cultivation technique, and now, those little geniuses who used to cultivate mystic middle-level techniques could all cultivate it. It was too scary. The difference between heaven middle level and mystic middle level was 6 small levels. This was equivalent to making people stronger by 6 small levels. If one person could do it, 10,000 people could do it, 1,000,000 people could do it, then the previous Xianxia army would become the Soar army. The previous Qianjun army would become the Xianxia army. It was too scary, the Deputy General said with difficulty. Lord, is there anything wrong with this technique? A little. The Deputy General was shocked. Suyu smiled and said, it consumes vitality faster. It needs an environment with rich vitality. After all, the speed of opening orifices is very fast. 3 times the speed of opening orifices would definitely consume more. Oh. The Deputy General heaved a sigh of relief. This was a small matter. The vitality in the heavenly battlefield was very rich. Then Lord, how long will it take to promote it? At least a month. So you still had to find someone to change his appearance. He was talking about the body strengthening spell. It was really fast to open orifices. The reason why Suyu could open hundreds of orifices in such a short time had a lot to do with this. Of course, it was also related to the Kaiyuan-Chi secret realm. But cultivating a heaven middle level technique like the body strengthening spell was really no different from cultivating an earth middle level technique. It might even be faster. But he still had to modify it. Even if he didn't change the orifices, he had to modify the contents of the technique and the accompanying martial arts technique. It would be best if he could modify it a little. He didn't want people to think it was similar to the mountain-breaking bull clan's technique. The more Wan clan's techniques he derived, sooner or later, it would attract Wan's attention. Right now, Suyu had already promoted a lot of techniques. Even if he wanted to promote more, he would have to modify them completely. Thank you, Lord. The deputy general hurriedly expressed his thanks, and he no longer had the arrogance and coldness from before. He didn't stay for long, and he quickly said, "My lord, in that case, I'll have to return to the Great Qin residence and reply to the military order." "Can I report this matter to the Lord?" "Yes." "Thank you." The deputy general was overjoyed. A moment later, a divine eagle suddenly appeared beside the 30 people. In the next moment, the group of people rode the giant divine eagle soar and left. Iron eagle guards, they rode on heaven rainbow eagles, which were extremely fast. The soar-tier heaven rainbow eagles were faster than the average Lingyun. Together with the Great Qin army, they were extremely powerful on the battlefield. Heaven rainbow eagles weren't ranked very high, only around 1,000. There were no invincible warriors in the clan, but there were many sun and moon realm warriors. It was said that Xianxia had a sun and moon tier heaven rainbow eagle. On the battlefield, it was astonishingly fast, and even invincible warriors couldn't catch it. Watching them leave, Suyu was also a bit envious, and kicked Dendrolamus beside him. "Trash, can't fight, can't fly, can't hide. This trash is even a top 100 race." Dendrolamus looked up at the heaven rainbow eagles that flew away, feeling wronged. F***ck, this kind of trash, I can bite 10 of them to death. Because of this, I was looked down on again. There was no justice in this world, these days were too hard to live. On the other side, Rhinoceros Borer didn't bat an eyelid. He drilled into the ground. "I'm useful, more useful than Dendrolamus. I can drill into the ground and drill into mountains. Impressive, right?" So you didn't bother to say more. He frowned, and said, "You two are too weak. Is there any hope for Lingyun? If there is no hope, why not?" Before he finished, Dendrolamus became anxious, and said hurriedly, "Yes, there is great hope. Lord, there is great hope. My previous injuries were too heavy, and I'm almost recovered. Give us a few more months, and we will immediately enter Lingyun." Rhinoceros Borer also nodded frantically. "Give us a few more months, we can do it. If there is no hope, are you going to kill the cow and eat its meat?" "Too scary." Suyu nodded, "That's good. I was thinking that if you can't advance, then I will send you to Happy Heart Island. Headmaster Niao likes to eat, and you two are to his taste." F***ck, the two great monsters cursed in their hearts. "Are we for eating? How inhumane!" They didn't dare to argue. They were indeed fast, and their injuries were rapidly recovering. Suyu cultivated every night, and when the fire character of Shunwen opened, they were all benefiting. And these two great monsters were once geniuses of their own race. Now that their injuries were healed, they didn't lack vital energy, and they would soon enter Lingyun. In fact, if Dendrolamus hadn't been caught back then, he would probably have advanced in a few months. Not long after he left Starry Mansion, he was unlucky enough to encounter Hong Tan. Otherwise, even if he had no hope of entering the Mountain Sea realm, he would have entered Lingyun by now. Suyu was in no mood to pay attention to them, and his heart was filled with excitement. Fiend God Blood Essence from the Origin Demon race, the Primordial God race, and many other races. This time, he could test its effects. He had been killed by Fiend Gods before, right? Definitely. If he activated the cultivation method, would he be able to find the remaining 2 acupoints he needed? Suyu couldn't wait. He quickly entered the research institute and began to extract the blood essence, preparing to devour it to open the atlas. And the conversation between him and the deputy general was quickly spread by the spectating students. Happy Heart Island. Niao Baidao laughed, "This fellow is preparing to fish." If Suyu didn't want to say it outside, then what was it? Who was he fishing for? Who wanted to kill him to fish for? He didn't know if there would be idiots who would take the bait, but there might be. Wealth came from danger, even if one knew it was dangerous. Now, Suyu was about to release another cultivation method. It was a mid-heaven class cultivation method, and the difficulty was only equivalent to a mystic class cultivation method. This was too terrifying. If this continued, the advantages of the Fiend God races in the middle and lower levels would be completely wiped out. Add in the fact that the human race was incredibly powerful, and if large numbers of such warriors appeared, then the middle and lower levels of the war would experience a heaven-shaking, earth-toppling change. In a few decades, even the mountains and seas and the sun and moon realms would be greatly affected. With more experts, it was normal for powerful mountain, sea, and sun moons to be born. With more experts, it was normal for invincibility to be born. It didn't seem to affect invincibility, but in reality, with time, it would gradually affect the higher levels. Opposite him was Zhu Tiandao. At this moment, Zhu Tiandao was holding a large turtle and flipping its shell. Hearing this, he laughed. "Let's fish, what are you afraid of? Since I dare to let him teach me basic character formulas, I'm not afraid of him teaching me a few more cultivation methods. He will kill a few sun moons and intimidate them. This will also show our value and how much we value him." Saying this, he grinned from ear to ear. "I'm going to be rich again. I don't need money. What's the use of merit points? Next time, I'll exchange them for good things from the big matters." Mystic realms, Wenbing, origin energy liquid, heavenly essence fruit, body forging liquid, god talismans, god pills, monster beasts. TSK, I'm rich. I knew it, I have good foresight. Look, Suyu is a moving money tree. This thing is no worse than conquering a small world, and I don't need to take too much risk. Xiaoxiao can go cry. Saying this, he finally flipped the old turtle over. In the next moment, he kicked the turtle into the lake. He cursed, "It's actually a male turtle. I thought it was a female turtle. I could lay an egg and eat it." Niao Baidao was speechless. "You really have nothing better to do." He looked at the Primordial Spirit Research Institute and smiled. "This kid is really brave. If he goes to the All Heavens battlefield one day, he will be the same as those people from the Great Qin Mansion. He might even dare to fish for invincibility." On Pleasant Island, a manor-head and a manor-head had nothing better to do, so they played with the tortoise. Zhu Tiandao plucked at a few more turtles, completely losing interest in them. The big turtle from Shanghai also popped its head out of the lake and looked at him. Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, "What? You're not looking at your wife or your son. Why are you staring at me?" The old turtle was also depressed and said gloomily, "Manor Lord, our revolving turtle race doesn't lay eggs, we give birth via viviparity." "I see." Realization dawned on Zhu Tiandao. He chuckled and said, "Old tortoise, I've allowed your clan to develop and grow in my Ming residence. Shouldn't you do something for me?" "Yes, Lord Mansion Master." The old tortoise did not dare to be negligent. It had known Zhu Tiandao for nearly 100 years and had never dared to underestimate this seemingly kind manor master. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "It's nothing much. Let your little turtles move a little. I want to see traces of your revolving turtle race in all the lakes, rivers, and creeks within the borders of the Great Ming Constabulary. Hide yourself deeper, don't let me see any flaws." After Zhu Tiandao finished speaking, he smiled and said, "Then, do your best to reproduce. Let your family's little brats also do their best to reproduce. I want you all to spread, the wider the better." Zhu Tiandao smiled faintly and said, "What's new?" "This is called biological invasion. I want to build a surveillance network of biological systems so that the enemy will be exposed the moment they enter the Ming constables." After saying that, he looked at the old turtle again and said lightly, "Old turtle, you have lived in the human realm for more than 300 years. The old bull and I have treated you well. Don't be reluctant to part with a few little turtles. Don't play dumb." "I dare not, I will definitely do my best." The old tortoise was somewhat afraid of Zhu Tiandao. He said hurriedly, "My whirling tortoise race is most suitable to be an informant. The whirling tortoise race has the strongest ability to conceal one's aura. When a weak little tortoise enters a dormant state in the water, even if someone sees it, they won't care. They will just think that it's an ordinary tortoise." This was the revolving turtle race. Putting aside his other abilities, his auric concealment and hibernation ability were top-notch. When he was hidden in the water, if one did not look for him intentionally, it would be difficult to discover him. This was also why not many of the thousands of turtles in the lake sensed it. There were so many of them in the mountains and seas, yet they still hadn't been exposed. "That's good. Go, report to me if there's anything." "As you command." The old turtle didn't dare to tarry. He quickly dove back into the water and vanished. In the blink of an eye, the surface of the lake rippled as little turtles spread out through the sewers. Tiandu Prefecture's lakes and streams. Soon, little tortoises arrived one after another. There was still a possibility of being discovered if he used people to monitor him. It would be very difficult to detect it with these weak little turtles. After settling all this, Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "Old ox, old turtle is at the first level. Have you succeeded in making the super sensory jade that I asked you to?" Niao Baidao felt a headache coming on. "Master, you want the super sensory jade that can monitor the entire city, and it must not be discovered by anyone. This item's level is almost the same as the 100 Dao Pavilion, cut the crap. Are you done?" Niao Baidao said helplessly, "Not yet, I still need a bit more time. I've been forging for 50 years, but I lack a heaven blacksmith. Right now, only a few earth-level blacksmiths are forging." If these words were to spread, it would shock the entire human realm. In Xia province, there was only one earth-level blacksmith, and he was treated like a treasure. Zhaoli was only a peak mystic level blacksmith. In Xia Civilization University, he was also the #1 blacksmith. However, Niao Baidao said that there were a few earth-level blacksmiths secretly forging the so-called super-sensory jade. Monitoring the entire city, when experts entered the city, they would be discovered instantly. Even if they were to hide, they would not be able to do so. It was like the sensory jade in Suyu's Sea of Will. However, Suyu's sensory jade belonged to an individual, and its range was small. As for Zhu Tiandao, he was even more ambitious. He wanted to build the kind that could monitor the entire city, the kind that could monitor the Tiandu Prefecture. The Great Ming Civilization University was secretly building it for him. Zhu Tiandao said regretfully, "It's a pity that the 4th generation is dead, if not, that's from Xia province." Niao Baidao said faintly, "They are from the Great Xia Prefecture, what are you thinking about?" Zhu Tiandao did not think much of it. So what if it's from Xia province? Xia province does not care about it. Actually, the 4th generation's son, Zhaoli, is quite talented. I've always wanted to rope him in, but Wan Tianxing is still around. It's difficult. I heard that Suyu has a good relationship with him. I wonder if I can rope him in. His Earth-level Wenbing can be brought along as well. Do you think he will agree if we promise to help him forge it successfully? Didn't the prefect ask? I did. Zhu Tiandao did not care. He said casually, he ignored me. But that was in the past. Now, isn't Suyu here? Even Zhao Tianbing was invited by him last time. I think they have a good relationship. There's still hope. If he helped Zhaoli forge the Wenbing successfully, Zhaoli would advance to the Mountain Sea realm, and probably become an Earth-level blacksmith. It would be good to have another Earth-grade blacksmith. More importantly, perhaps, he could even rope Zhao Tianbing in. That was the guy who had inherited the 4th generation's true legacy, a top-notch Earth-level blacksmith, a top-notch Earth-level Wenbing. In the entire human realm, there was only one person who could forge a heaven-level blacksmith Wenbing, and that person was an invincible realm expert. Zhao Tianbing was also highly regarded in Dazhou Prefecture. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for an outsider to become the prefect of the Weapon Forging Academy. Niao Baidao was speechless. How daring! This Zhu Tiandao's imagination was getting more and more fantastical. Not only did he rope in Suyu, but he also wanted to rope in Zhaoli. After roping in Zhaoli, he still wanted to rope in Zhao Tianbing, but Zhu Tiandao's imagination was even better than his. He murmured, "Actually, there's someone else who can be roped in. Wu Yuehua. A top-notch divine alchemist. Did you see that? That little girl from the Wu family came with Suyu. Once Wu Yuehua is roped in, his mother might also come. She's also a top-notch divine alchemist. And that little girl Wu Qi from the Wu family is also a top-notch genius." Zhu Tiandao murmured to himself, "Roping in Suyu can bring in a lot of people. Except for that troublemaker Lu Wenyan, I can actually rope in everyone. Forget about Lu Wenyan, I'll leave him to Xia province." Roping in Lu Wenyan was too troublesome. It was easy to provoke the invincible realm experts. Roping in other people was no problem at all. Why don't you try stirring up trouble in the territory of the Ming Mansion, and the core of everything was Suyu? Zhu Tiandao grinned bare one's teeth. Maybe he could really succeed, he wouldn't lose anything if he tried. If you really roped them in, that would be a huge gain. Old Miao, continue to have people make super sensing jade. Even if it can't cover the whole city, cover the Ming mansion first. I want to see who dares to sneak in. Sneak into the Tiandu mansion? You have to ask the Zhu family first. Do they really think this is a small mansion? The Zhu family trained the civilization masters and gave them the best treatment. They spent countless resources and paid a huge price. How could they not have any real ability? They were not even allowed to go to war, just to develop wretchedly, cough cough, to accumulate food. Alright, I'll have a few people make some adjustments. Finish it as soon as possible. Cover the mansion first. With that, Niao Baidao said again, then will the Seeking Realm still stir up trouble? Stir up trouble. If we don't stir up trouble, they will think that we have a guilty conscience and don't dare to show our faces. At this time, we have to be bolder and more savage. If I don't prove my Dao, I'm not afraid of anyone. Whoever wants to prove their Dao will have to beg me. Do you think the Dazhou prefecture dares to provoke me? Zhu Tiandao curled his lips. Try provoking me. Does your Zhou Polong and Zhou Padian want to prove their Dao? Do you want my father to interfere? If my father doesn't care, and a few of my friends don't care, even if Xiao Longwu is at the front, you guys will still be in big trouble. Arrogant, low profile, these were two completely different sides. In the Ming constabulary, these two contradictory sides were vividly reflected. I don't stir up trouble, but I'm not afraid of it at all. I usually keep a low profile, but if you provoke me, then I won't keep a low profile at all. I'll be very high profile to the point that you'll be afraid. Continue to pressure them. Pay up. Cut the crap. They have to pay up. Testing our mansion of Great Ming and wanting to meddle in our affairs, they sure are gutsy. We have no choice but to retaliate. The King of Han has come out of his seclusion, and he sent eldest brother to complain tearfully. How dare they interfere in our territory? Niao Baidao smiled and nodded. He did not say much. He had watched Zhu Tiandao grow up. He was an interesting fellow. After some thought, he reminded, you can talk to Suyu. Pass some cultivation. Methods to the Ming constabulary first, then spread them out. Give the Ming constabulary a little advantage. That's not a problem. Zhu Tiandao nodded. It was simple. It was not a big deal. Niao Baidao was silent for a while, then said, he might really have the inheritance of the invincible relic, don't think about it. Zhu Tiandao said casually, it's just the invincible relic. It's nothing. It's not worth thinking about. First, even if you get it, you might not become invincible. There were more than 36 people who entered the invincible relic in the past. Second, even if you get it, it might not be worth it to lose Suyu. He might remember everything in the relic. With him around, our Ming constabulary will have an inheritor of the invincible relic. In fact, it's still the Ming constabulary's. This kid is very vengeful. There's no need to think about this. Since he's here, he can forget about leaving. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, now that he's famous, who knows how many people he has offended. When he wants to run and is chased outside, he'll know that the Ming constabulary is good. He won't be able to escape. Niao Baidao laughed and said no more. He also thought that Zhu Tiandao might need to borrow it, but it seemed that Zhu Tiandao had no intention of doing so. Manor Lord, one last question. What is Xiao Longwu's intention? What? Why does he have to drag it out for a few years? Zhu Tiandao looked at him for a while before saying, you can tell? Nonsense. Niao Baidao was speechless, I know Xiao Longwu. Logically speaking, after killing those gods, he should have gone to the All-Heavens battlefield to prove his Dao. Instead, he went into seclusion, pretending to be in seclusion. What's the point? Waiting for an opportunity. Zhu Tiandao said casually, if I'm not mistaken, he's waiting for someone. He might be waiting for Xia Xiao or Wan Tianxing, or Lu Wenyan, but he's definitely waiting for someone. Niao Baidao suddenly understood, there's hope for these guys? Using Xiao Longwu as a target, the few of them could conveniently prove their Dao, which greatly increased their safety. Xiao Longwu was ready to be their target. I don't know. Zhu Tiandao said uncertainly, I don't know who this guy is waiting for, but he's definitely waiting for someone to create an opportunity for them. Sigh. Niao Baidao sighed. Chaos is coming, forget it, who cares? At the same time, inside the research institute, Suyu was extracting essence blood. Beside him were the corpses of the gods and demons. Both corpses belonged to Ling Yunjing. Ling Yun was an early-stage god. Even in death, one could feel the powerful pressure. Suyu was sure that this early-stage Ling Yun was not weaker than Zhou Pingsheng, as expected of the two strongest races in the universe. Yes, the two strongest races. The god race and demon race were a collective term. They were strong enough, but the origin demon race and primordial god race were the strongest. The first time Suyu heard of the primordial god race, it was by Feng who told him. A very powerful race, innate skill, divine transformation. If the primordial god race had 144 acupoints, then divine transformation could use the power of 152 acupoints. There was no need to learn it, it was innate. This was an innate skill. The extra 8 acupoints were 8 of Kaiyuan's 9 acupoints. Suyu had never seen a martial skill with 152 acupoints. The heaven-splitting blade was the strongest. Martial skills and cultivation techniques were on the same level. At most, one could use the power of 144 acupoints. As for the primordial god race, it was also a race that Suyu had been thinking about. Now, he finally had one. He extracted essence blood carefully. He was afraid of making a mistake. A drop of essence blood was formed, and divine might erupted. Suyu found it difficult to breathe. It was just Ling Yunjing, but a drop of essence blood could release such a powerful pressure. Suyu was shocked and moved. Indeed, the All-Heavens battlefield was much more fun than the human realm. It was much more exciting. The feeling that Ling Yan gave Suyu was similar to that of Wu Qi and Xia Yuan. It should be known that the primordial god race member who was killed might just be an ordinary member of the primordial god race. He might not be a genius of that race. Of course, the primordial god race were all geniuses. There was no doubt about this. They were different from the human race, which had uneven talent. The gods and demons were different, but the difference in talent was not big, and their numbers were small. The most terrifying thing about the human race was that, like the insect race, they multiplied too fast. A drop of golden blood fell into Suyu's hand. Suyu was overjoyed. He had seen the essence blood of the gods and demons. Back when Xingyun Fai and he cheated people, they were very careful and brought a few drops of essence blood that belonged to Ling Yunjing. But now that he thought about it, it gave Suyu a feeling that it was absolutely not as powerful as this drop of essence blood. This drop of essence blood was still vaguely roaring. Suyu was somewhat dazed. It was as if he could see this primordial god race expert roaring on the battlefield, incomparably arrogant as he fought with the Great Qin army. Just how much did the Great Qin mansion pay to kill this fellow? To kill him, they most likely did not need to use 2 powerful experts. Otherwise, the primordial god race was not stupid, and they might also have sent experts. That would be a great war. The one who killed him might also be an expert from Ling Yun, and his cultivation might not be higher than this fellow. How terrifying. The Great Qin mansion still had such a genius expert in the army. Too powerful. Fuck, I might not be able to hold on. Suyu had devoured Ling Yan's essence blood, but it was only from an ordinary race. This was a primordial god race. He was worried that he would explode. There's no rush. I'll extract more essence blood first. If I can't do it, I'll wait. I'll try forging my body first and strengthen it. Suyu did not think too much about it and focused on extracting the essence blood. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. When he extracted 10 drops, the pressure from the corpse gradually dissipated. The stronger he was, the more essence blood he could extract. Under normal circumstances, Wanshur could extract 10 drops, and Sor Ling Yun could extract more. However, Suyu sensed that 10 drops was enough. If he extracted any more, the corpse would be destroyed. He wanted to study it. It was too rare to see the corpse of a primordial god race. There seemed to be no stock in Xia province. Beside him, Wen Zhou was helping him. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "Your ability to extract essence blood is not bad. Is it a special Shenwen?" yes, the blood Shenwen is almost at stage 3. I'm suppressing it and not advancing. Otherwise, if it really reached stage 3, it would not be very useful. Wen Zhong did not utter a word. Screw you, stage 3 Shenwen. Fortunately, Jin Xing and the others were not here, or they would have been shocked to death. They had not advanced until now because they did not have stage 3 Shenwen. When did you advance to civilization, Master Sor? Wen Zhong was curious. This kid had not advanced for a long time, and Shenwen had drawn 10. Was the gap that big? No rush, I haven't finished opening the god aperture. So you collected the essence blood while extracting the essence blood of the devil race. The primordial god race and original demon race were similar to humans, but there were differences. They were all very handsome, so handsome that they did not look like humans. Moreover, the original demon race had a red flame symbol between their eyebrows. Suyu's eyes moved. Between the eyebrows, was it on the central axis? Of course, he did not dare to test it here. Exploding the eyebrows was different from exploding the buttocks. That would really kill him. As for the primordial god race, Suyu quickly took off all the clothes. These clothes could be considered a set of weapons. They were not cheap. Suyu did not care too much. He did not lack money now, so he threw it to the side. After careful inspection, the primordial god race was more similar to humans. They did not have as obvious a symbol as the original demon race. The flame symbol of the original demon race was still very obvious. As for the primordial god race, Suyu searched for a while and flipped to its back. His eyes moved. Spine. Suyu reached out and touched it. He pinched the bones and raised his brows. This primordial god race's spine is densely packed with bones. There are at least 40 of them. This is the biggest difference between them and humans? Yes. Wen Zhong nodded. The spine is also a source of strength. Many bones, fine, strong body, strong explosive power, spine like a dragon. This is also the strength of the primordial god race, Suyu said solemnly. The last 2 apertures, could one be on the spine and the other between the eyebrows? Wen Zhong smiled. This is hard to say, and it is hard to test. With a broken spine, one is pretty much crippled. If the eyebrows were to explode, one would simply die. If you want to test it, you have to use human lives. No need, Suyu thought to himself. Once I consume the essence blood, I will try. Maybe I found the right one this time. The last aperture was really on it. Without saying a word, Suyu continued to extract the essence blood of the devil race. The primordial god race and the devil race should both be fighters, and their bodies were very strong. As for whether or not the civilization masters of these 2 races were different, Suyu's knowledge was too limited, and he did not know. This would have to wait until he killed more corpses of primordial gods and devils before he could come to a conclusion. After a while, 2 bottles were placed in front of Suyu. A bottle of primordial god race essence blood, and a bottle of origin devil race essence blood. Both were 10 drops, they overflowed with a powerful pressure. It was as if he could hear the roars of unwillingness, the unwillingness of death. Suyu was looking at the essence blood, and Wen Zhong was looking at the corpses. He smiled. They were all killed by the same person. Amazing. The person who killed them was probably around the 3rd or 4th layer of Ling Yun. This is comparable to Huang Ting of Dixia province. An expert. An expert with a spear, a fighter. In battle, they all kill with the last spear. Could it be Qin Feng of Great Qin Mansion? Qin Feng? As Suyu looked at the essence blood, he asked curiously, who is Qin Feng? Qin Jin's grandson, the number 1 fighter of Great Qin Mansion. This number 1 doesn't mean he's invincible, but he's in the same realm. His strength is similar to Huang Ting's, and they haven't fought before. Actually, many people are looking forward to seeing them fight. He smiled and said, Great Qin Mansion and Dixia province were established by the number 1 and number 2 fighters. The Great Qin King and the Dixia King of Goguryeo are equivalent to the Great Zhou King and the Great Light King of the Seeker State. Back then, people compared Xia Longwu and Qin Jin. Now, both of them are at the brink of Dao validation. Now, the younger generation is comparing Huang Ting and Qin Feng. These are the most outstanding geniuses of the generation of fighters from the 2 great mansions. Huang Ting, Qin Feng. Suyu remembered them. His teacher had been beaten up by Huang Ting more than once, and Bai Feng couldn't forget him. If there was a chance, he would see if he could help Huang Ting get back at him. Not thinking too much, Suyu took a deep breath and took the 2 bottles of essence blood. He stood up and said, "Senior, I'm going to split the essence blood. I'll leave you to it first." Wen Zhong nodded and didn't say anything else. He thought that Suyu was going to create the talent blood. This was a unique method of Suyu's faction, so it was only right that he didn't pass it on. Furthermore, it wasn't Suyu's research. If he wanted to pass it on, he would have to obtain the approval of the Shenwen faction. Second floor, cultivation chamber. Suyu sealed off the second floor, not allowing anyone to enter. The massive cultivation chamber wasn't sealed off, and one could see some scenery ahead. However, it could be considered as a projection. Xianxia had put in a lot of effort when he built this. In front of him were 2 bottles of blood essence. Suyu pondered for a moment. Was his physical body strong enough? He should be able to. Previously, he had devoured quite a bit of Ling Yun's blood essence, and he even used it to kill Zhou Pingxing. Shouldn't he be able to withstand the instantaneous burst of power from a drop of blood essence? It was probably Ling Yun's 2 to 3 blood essence. Suyu estimated that he should be able to withstand it. What's there to be afraid of? If a drop of blood essence can cause me to explode, I'll be too weak. Forging one's body with blood essence is a necessary process. His physical body was definitely comparable to Soar. In truth, Suyu could take it slow and forge his body first. However, he couldn't wait any longer. He couldn't wait to see where the final 2 chakras were. Just as he was about to give it a try, he thought for a moment and left the room. Forget it, he was afraid of death. It wasn't like he was alone anymore. Back then, he didn't have anything on him, so he wasn't afraid of death when he devoured blood essence. It wasn't worth it now. He should look for Dendrolamus and try. Dendrolamus's physical body wasn't weak, and Suyu shouldn't be as good as it. If Dendrolamus exploded, then he should forget it and be more honest. Dendrolamus could withstand it, and so could Suyu. He only needed to withstand the first burst, and the Atlas would absorb it afterward. Downstairs. At the door, Dendrolamus was still yawning when he heard Suyu open the door and wave with a smile. "Dendrolamus, come in, there's something good for you." He was trembling. "Damn, what's going on? I'm so scared." That expression was really frightening. "You can scold me or hit me, but don't King smile. It's scary when you smile." At the side, rhinoceros borer silently drilled into the ground, leaving only a small horn behind. "I'm an invisible bull, you can't see me, you can't see me." Seeing it dawdling, Suyu shouted, "Come in." Dendrolamus ran in with a whoosh. He was still trembling. What was he doing? After entering and closing the door, Suyu smiled. "Don't be afraid, it's really something good. You saw it just now, the Great Qin residents sent me something good. I know that demons like to devour blood essence to cultivate. I have a drop of primordial god blood essence. Devour it and see if it can heal you." Dendrolamus's eyes widened. "So good? Damn, primordial god blood essence." It didn't dare to kill this primordial god on the battlefield. Of course, it could do it secretly, but it didn't dare to do it openly. Unlike humans, their race didn't have many people. If he killed one of them, he would be in deep trouble. "Sir," Dendrolamus asked carefully, "is it really the primordial god blood essence?" "Nonsense." Suyu took out a drop of blood essence. In the next moment, Dendrolamus's bare one's teeth grinned. "F***ck, I knew it wasn't anything good." This was Ling Yunjing's blood essence. However, after sensing it for a while, it was fine. 3 steps to the cloud. It was still acceptable. After all, it was a great demon at the 9th layer of Soar. It shouldn't be unable to withstand a drop of blood essence. In the next moment, Dendrolamus rushed in front of Suyu. Bare one's teeth said, "Sir, I can try." Not bad, it was indeed a good thing, Suyu didn't waste any words. The blood essence shot out and entered its mouth. After a moment, Dendrolamus's body erupted with pressure. It roared, golden light flickered on its body, blood surged, the originally thin Dendrolamus slightly swelled up. It was too thin. It was also pitiful. After being starved for more than 10 years, it was actually a little weak. At this moment, this drop of blood essence was also a great supplement. close to 1/10 of the essence of a primordial god of Ling Yunjing. Roar. Dendrolamus roared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. At this moment, upstairs, someone suddenly scolded, "Can you shut up? You're so noisy. Can't you let people work?" Dendrolamus's mouth was wide open, and it instantly closed. Forget it, it couldn't afford to offend her, although it wanted to roar. That woman often tortured that little furball. It was almost dissected several times. It couldn't afford to offend her. After a while, Dendrolamus exhaled, and blood essence shot out. It penetrated the ground. Dendrolamus spat out a mouthful of dirty blood and said excitedly, "Sir, the effect is not bad. I feel that with a few dozen more drops, I can advance to Ling Yun." Suyu glanced at it. Fortunately, it was not a big deal. As for a few dozen drops, you can go die. Even if I kill you, you aren't worth this price. Don't you have any points? Too lazy to care about it, Suyu quickly said. It's fine as long as you're fine. Go guard the door. Also, I recorded the video of you swallowing the primordial god's blood essence. Be obedient in the future. Otherwise, if I release the video, even if you run back to the heavenly battlefield, you will still be hunted down by the primordial god. F***ck. This curse was forcibly held back. F***ck, you. Are you interested? Dendrolamus's excited expression instantly disappeared, and its head drooped. F***ck, this video is exposed. Even if I run away from Suyu's place, I will still be hunted down by the primordial god. If I return to the Dendrolamus clan, I might even be thrown out to the primordial god. It wanted to cry. I can't run even if I want to. Why did I eat this drop of blood essence with my mouth? Suyu said lightly. Don't just think about running all day long. Where can you run to? If you disappear one day, I will share this video with the primordial god. You can just wait for your death. Sir. I didn't want to run. Dendrolamus felt wronged. There was no such thing. Suyu could not be bothered with it. He turned around and went upstairs. It was not a big deal. It was okay for him to eat it. At most, his body would crack a little, but he would be able to withstand it. Dendrolamus was also a good test subject. It was a pity that he was not a human. Otherwise, he could experiment on many things. Downstairs, Dendrolamus looked depressed. Not a good thing, he tricked me into eating something, and in the blink of an eye, he wants to sell me out. Civilizationists are really bad people. When he went out, Rhinoceros Borer poked his head out. How is it? It's fine. Sir gave me some treasures. He said that you are too weak and there is no need to promote you. Just wait to be fed beef. Headmaster Niao loves eating beef the most. Rhinoceros Borer was worried. Really? Really? Rhinoceros Borer was worried. His good days were over. At this time, Suyu could not care about them. A drop of blood fell into his hand. It struggled, but he swallowed it. Huh. With a low roar, his body swelled. His heart beat, all his acupoints opened, and his body kept expanding. Pooh, a mouthful of blood spurted out. Cracks appeared on his body. Suyu Bare One's teeth smiled. Soon, in the sea of will, a golden light exploded. That powerful explosive force did not continue. In the next moment, the power of the blood disappeared, a page flashed with golden light in the picture book. It was activated. Primordial Protoss, 3 steps to the Cloud Race skill, Divine Transformation, activated by blood, Basic Essence Art, Primordial Divine Art, activated by blood, Basic Body Forging Technique, Primordial Body Forging Technique, activated by blood, Basic Vitality Variation Technique, Primordial 9 Transformations, activated by blood. Suyu's eyes flashed. It appeared, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. In the next moment, another drop of Primordial Protoss blood was swallowed by him. Activate Technique, Primordial Divine Art. In the blink of an eye, 144 acupoints were ignited. Who? Suyu panted violently. His body swelled crazily. At this moment, Ling Yunjing's pressure erupted. Primordial Protoss 3 steps to the cloud, powerful. In the blink of an eye, an acupoint on his spine was opened for the first time. Suyu was overjoyed. Success. There really was, boom, standing up, the strength of 3 steps to the cloud erupted. The ground creaked as he stepped. At this moment, Suyu's blood power had not been exhausted. He wanted to find someone to fight. He felt that he could easily kill Dendrolamus, should he go down and beat it to death to vent. Very good. The primordial demon race must have it too. Suyu put aside the thought of killing Dendrolamus. At this moment, he swallowed the energy and quickly opened the acupoint on his spine. Since he could not fight, he would use this power to open an acupoint. Energy swept over. Half an hour later, Suyu's acupoint opened. His eyes were bright. Without wasting time, he swallowed another drop of blood. This time, it was from the primordial demon race. With the previous experience, it was much easier this time. Primordial demon race, 3 steps to the cloud race skill. Demonic Advent, activated with blood, basic essence art, original demon art, activated with blood, basic forging body art, original demon art, activated with blood, basic mutation art, demon god 9 transformations, activated with blood, so you did not even look at it. He quickly swallowed the blood again. This time, he wanted to try opening the original demon art, rumble, his glabella roared. After a moment, an acupoint flashed. Suyu was ecstatic. It was really here. He had found 360 acupoints, opening. Today, he wanted to open 360 acupoints. He succeeded. His glabella aperture shone brightly, borrowing the power of the origin demon race's essence blood, Suyu quickly gained enlightenment. A large amount of primal chi surged over from all directions. Not enough, Suyu casually shook his hand, and a large amount of vital energy liquid appeared. It was incomparably dense, and he continued to absorb it. Still not enough, this acupoint seemed to have linked up with the other 359 acupoints. At this moment, they were all absorbing yuan qi. Suyu seemed to have become a bottomless pit, constantly absorbing energy. Just as Suyu opened the last aperture, at that moment, countless essence energy gathered outside the Essence Soul Research Institute. It was like a long dragon, elemental qi converged and poured down. Moments later, Niao Baidao and Hu Xianxing appeared. Looking at the origin energy gathering in the air, Hu Xianxing raised his eyebrows. This is a breakthrough. Breakthrough? Niao Baidao frowned. Was it a breakthrough? It didn't look like it. Was it enlightenment? He suspected that Suyu was opening up all 360 orifices in his body. Was it like this to open 360 orifices? If that was the case, how terrifying would it be when this fellow reached the invincible realm? The phenomenon would probably radiate tens of thousands of li. Niao Baidao didn't say much. He stretched out his hand, and the yuan qi that had gathered quickly liquefied. In the blink of an eye, it turned into droplets of yuan qi liquid that dripped towards the research institute. At the entrance, Dendrolamus and Rhinoceros Borer were absorbing the energy furtively. Niao Baidao glanced at them, and the 2 great demons trembled in fear. In the end, seeing that Niao Baidao did not say anything, the 2 great demons looked at each other. The courageous would be stuffed to death, while the timid would starve to death. Continue sucking. This was a rare opportunity, so it would be a waste not to take it. Niao Baidao didn't care about them. When he saw the essence qi liquid sprinkle down and the essence qi gathering, he muttered to himself for a moment and sighed. He had to spend some money. The next moment, Xiaochen waved his hand, and a large amount of liquefied essence qi scattered in that direction. He sighed and said, "It's time to pull Zhaoli over and get the essence qi secret realm over. I wonder if old Wang can turn Shunwen into the essence qi secret realm now that he's dead." Hu Xianxing's mouth twitched. Lao Wang was the deputy principal of the academy. He was also an elite of the Sun Moon tier. Of course, he rarely appeared in public. Old Cow was looking forward to the mystery realm after old Wang's death. What a good imagination. Is Suyu absorbing it? Hu Xianxing said hesitantly, "This is too much." With so much vitality liquid, if Soar were to absorb it, it would be saturated long ago, indoors. Suyu didn't care too much. He absorbed a large amount of the essence energy liquid. He also felt a large amount of essence energy from the outside world pouring in. He knew that an expert might have made a move. He didn't care about this and continued to absorb. At this moment, the glabella aperture was completely opened. Rumble, a loud noise reverberated in his mind. A moment later, a faint red flame appeared on Suyu's forehead. That was the symbol of the origin demon race. The red flame flashed and disappeared. At this moment, all 360 apertures were opened. Light up, 1, 2. Suyu's meridians, which had already been closed, were now rapidly opening up. It turned into 360 acupoints again. At this time, one acupoint after another was lit up. Correlation, sequencing, it seemed to be an active correlation. Just as Suyu had guessed, he didn't need to actively deduce. These 360 acupoints connected and lit up on their own, 20, 30, 40. Suyu's aura was extremely powerful. This wasn't Wanshi. At this moment, Suyu was like an ancient demon. His aura was strong, and faintly, there were flames rising. At this moment, outside the door, the elders and Wu Lan had arrived. The water person and the shadow also appeared. Wu Lan couldn't see Suyu, but she felt the powerful aura inside the cultivation room. That oppressive feeling. She looked at Wen Zhong, and asked curiously, "Senior brother Wen, is Suyu inside?" She was doubting life. That oppressive feeling was extremely oppressive even through the secret room. If not for Wen Zhong and the others beside her, she might not have been able to get close. Wen Zhong's eyes flickered. He nodded, a little happy and a little surprised. Even without seeing Suyu, he could guess what had happened. Suppressing his excitement, he whispered, "It's him. He's clearing his heavenly cycle acupoints." At this moment, the oppressive feeling in the room was getting stronger. Jin Xing clicked his tongue. "Senior brother Wen, this guy, if he succeeds, his body will probably be comparable to a 7 castes physical body even without body forging. Soul realm, body forging, blood chi transformation, marrow cleansing, and bones forging. 9 castes of physical body, 1 caste and 1 caste, of course, just like the enlightening technique, there were differences in cultivation techniques and materials. For example, it was normal to cast 1 or 2 castes with the blood essence of a god fiend. There were 18 castes. This differed from person to person. It depended on resources, talent, cultivation techniques, and time. Wen Zhong nodded. At the very least. The terrifying Suyu, how was this guy a research genius? He was a warrior Dao thug. In Wen Zhong's opinion, people like Huang Teng and Qin Feng might not be a match for Suyu at the same level. Will he soar today? Jin Xing asked again. Wen Zhong shook his head. I'm not sure. He might not have enough blood essence. Didn't the great Qin residents give a lot? Look at this kid. He hasn't determined his body forging technique yet. He can enter soar now, but he hasn't determined his body forging technique yet. I'm afraid he will stop at level 1 of soar. As they discussed, Suyu could vaguely feel it. Soar, of course, he didn't do that. There was no need. At this moment, all 360 of his acupoints were opened and connected. A new set of cultivation technique was being activated, fusing acupoints. Right now, Suyu was only at level 9 of 15 caddies. The acupoints that were previously fused were scattered by him. Now, the acupoints were fusing again, but this time, Suyu felt different. When he circulated 36 fusing acupoints, he found that it was unnecessary. Naturally, the acupoints began to fuse. He thought of what Hu Qiuxing and the others said in Dixia province that acupoints were broken. When the acupoints were complete, they would naturally fuse and fuse without much repulsion. Today, he had verified it. So that's how it is. Suyu smiled. When 360 acupoints were opened, the fusing technique was useless. Wanshi had 9 levels, and each level had 40 acupoints. At this moment, 40 acupoints were naturally fusing. There was a loud boom. Wanshi level 1, the number of acupoints was reduced to 321. How strong was Wanshi level 1? The fused acupoint had 40 acupoints, and because of the fusing, 1 acupoint was comparable to the power of 5 acupoints. That day, Suyu had fused 16 acupoints, and the power of 1 acupoint was comparable to the power of 2.5 acupoints. 40 acupoints turned into 1, and the power was even comparable to 200 acupoints of 15 caddies. After fusing, 1 acupoint was comparable to a set of divine arts. In the blink of an eye, the second 40 acupoints were fused. Wanshi level 2, Suyu's strength skyrocketed again, and the number of acupoints was reduced to 282. The third level continued. It consumed even more essence chi liquid, Suyu took out all the vitality liquid in his storage ring. Outside, Niao Baidao's heart ached as he continued to provide vitality liquid. The vicinity of the Primordial Spirit Research Institute had been sealed off. Suyu, this guy, is he breaking through or what? Why did it feel like the speed at which he was devouring the vitality liquid was shockingly fast? Fusing acupoints required vitality. A large amount of vitality. As for Suyu's physical body, it was constantly being strengthened during this process. Without using the body forging technique, it was naturally being strengthened. Wanshur level 5, level 6, the speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, Wanshur level 9, rumble, 9 acupoints. At this moment, Suyu only had the fused 9 acupoints left. His eyes exploded with light, and with a rumble, the wall shattered. 1 acupoint was comparable to the power of 200 acupoints. At this moment, Suyu's 9 acupoints of strength had reached the power of 1800 acupoints. And for fighters who cultivated the heaven-class body forging technique, when they all fused their acupoints, when they reached Wanshur level 9, they would have about 400 acupoints of strength. After that, they would enter Soar, and each time they forged their bodies, their strength would increase by about 10%. Soar level 9, stacking and upgrading 9 times, forging the body 9 times, and the strength was close to the power of 1,000 acupoints. This was a fighter. Using 15 caddies as an analogy, a top fighter at Soar level 9 could generally reach the power of 1,000 acupoints. Of course, there were people who forged more than level 9, and their strength was even stronger. But for someone like Suyu, Wanshur had the power of 1,800 acupoints, which was far beyond the ordinary Soar level 9, unparalleled combat power. At this moment, Suyu felt that he was no weaker than when he swallowed Ling Yun's blood essence. In other words, at this moment, he had the explosive power of Ling Yun. He lacked some methods, some speed, and the strength of his body was slightly weaker than Ling Yun's, but his explosive power had reached that level. Boom! Suyu waved his hand, swung his fist, and punched out. The sound of an explosion resounded throughout the research institute. His body seemed to be forging on its own. He was going to soar. Suyu frowned slightly. No rush. What was he doing with soar? He had not chosen the body forging technique yet. Although he had many powerful body forging techniques in his hands, they might not be suitable for him. No rush, he was still at level 9 Wanshur level 9, the Wanshur level 9 who might have a chance to defeat Ling Yun. Wouldn't such a Wanshur be good? He was not in a hurry to increase his lifespan, so why should he break through? He went out to investigate. Not bad, Suyu had no signs of forging his body. He had not reached soar, and he was still at Wanshur level. If he could kill him, how fun would that be? He pushed the door open and walked out of the cultivation room. The moment he pushed the door open, Wen Zhong was still fine, but Jin Xing and the rest seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, as though they had encountered an ancient fiendish demon. Their willpower exploded, and they retreated. They looked at Suyu with uncontrollable shock and horror. Damn, Suyu had not retracted his aura. The feeling he gave them now was not that of a nurturing Wanshur, but an ancient fiendish demon. Wen Zhong's gaze changed, and he was extremely shocked. His throat was dry as he said, "You succeeded?" "Yes." Suyu nodded and smiled. "I opened 360 orifices, and everything went smoothly. Just as I thought, it formed a great cycle. It's a pity. I still haven't found the primordial spirit orifice, but I'm sure it's there." Wen Zhong was not concerned about this. He was about to ask something when Wu Lan asked curiously, "Did you get stronger? Can you beat Lu Hong?" Suyu smiled. "Lu Hong is Ling Yun now, and he's a civilizator. He has many tricks up his sleeves, and he hides them deeply. There's no need to compare him with a civilizator. If he wanted to compare, he had to compare him with a fighter. A civilizator's tricks were sometimes unexpected, and they might even restrain you." Suyu's speed was not fast, at least not as fast as some soar. He was a strong boxer. "If you get close to me and hit me, I might even be able to beat up Ling Yun. If he did not get close and just ran, it would be difficult to kill him if he could not knock him out with his hammer." Therefore, the current Suyu was still a little short of killing the real Ling Yun. What he lacked was a way to counter the enemy's speed. The small hammer was very strong now, and with one hit, even Soar would be dizzy. As for Ling Yun, it would be difficult to knock him out just by looking at how many strikes he used. Wu Lan did not ask again. Wen Zhong could not help but ask, can it be spread widely? Probably not. Suyu did not lie, and smiled. Some top geniuses with rich families, the rich kind, might be able to. First cultivate the primordial spirit awakening technique and open 126 orifices, then use the primordial spirit awakening technique to open a few hundred more orifices. It will probably cost a lot of money. Suyu calculated for a moment. Around 50,000 merit points should be fine. Complete silence, F*CKU, 50,000, that was not onping dollars, but merit points. F*CK, Suyu continued. And it will take a long time, definitely not as fast as me. That's for sure, there is hope in around 3 years. His speed was not purely based on talent or resources. Another point was that he could use Qianjuan's speed to cultivate in Kaiyuan. Qianjun could use Wansher's speed to cultivate, and Wansher could even use Ling Yun's speed to cultivate. This was brought about by the Atlas. The others had to follow the prescribed order, at least 3 years. 3 years? Wen Zhong and the rest were shocked. This was not a long time, really, it was very short. In 3 years, if they could be like Suyu and open 360 orifices, wouldn't that be? Thinking of this, Wen Zhong said solemnly, you want to impart the primordial spirit awakening technique, aren't you afraid that others will also open 360 orifices if they know? Suyu smiled. At this stage, I am not prepared to tell everyone where the last few orifices are. If anyone wants to try, they can do it themselves. Even if one knew where the brow, spine, and heaven connecting orifices were, one would not know the specific location. One had to experiment. Heaven connecting orifices were fine, but if one tried the brow, without a large number of people dying, one would not be able to find it. For the time being, Suyu was not prepared to impart it. This did not affect anything, if it was spread, only some big families would benefit. Who had the resources? At this stage, only some descendants of invincible sects had the capital to spend tens of thousands of merit points to open orifices. Why should Suyu spread it? At this stage, he would not, no one would. Unless, at the later stage, someone made him feel that it was worth it. 50,000 or so contribution points was something that a large family could afford. Of course, it was best if there was something like the Essence G Mystic Realm. Otherwise, like today, after spending so much Essence G liquid, it was almost not enough for Suyu to swallow. Suyu did not say anything else and walked down the stairs. Opening the door, he looked at Niu Baidao and Hu Xianxia outside and smiled. Principal, Dean, thank you. Come in and have a cup of tea. He would not mention anything else. What Kaiyuan had 360 orifices? That did not exist. If he did not say it, it would not be appropriate for them to ask. Outside the door, Niu Baidao looked at Suyu for a while, smiled, and said, then come in and have a seat. Old Hu's Four Seasons Pavilion's environment is not bad. Now it's your turn. Beside him, Hu Xianxia was speechless. What a heartache. He looked at Suyu for a while and sighed, mumbling, fake civilizator. You are a civilizator, F*CKU, which civilizator is like you? At this moment, even if Suyu used the Yin word Shenwen to conceal himself, he could not hide the explosive power. Looking thin and weak, Hu Xianxia was sure that some sore warriors would be crushed if they fought with Suyu in terms of physical strength, only top-notch geniuses, those who had cast their bodies more than 10 times, otherwise, Suyu could have killed an ordinary sore long ago. Level 9 Wansher? Niu Baidao smiled as he entered. Are you sure about the casting method? If not, I have a few sets here. Choose any of them. They are not bad. The strongest set has been cast 27 times, 3 casts per level. Hu Xianxia shook his head. There is not much use in casting the body too many times. The further you go, the weaker the effect. Instead, it consumes more resources. Casting the body usually uses essence blood as the foundation. For example, an ordinary 9 casts requires about 10 drops of essence blood of the same level. He looked at Suyu and gritted his teeth. Your body probably has the foundation of 7 or 8 casts. You need essence blood of soar level 7 or 8. If you want to use God Demon essence blood to cast your body, it's better to cast it 9 times. Gather 100 drops of essence blood, and after the casting, you can enter Ling Yun. If you F asterisk king chose a few dozen casts, these god demons won't be able to kill you. Using a few hundred to 1,000 drops of god demon essence blood. F asterisk CK, don't say you want the essence blood of the primordial god race and origin demon race. If that's the case, you'll have to kill a few dozen, maybe a 100. Xianxia didn't dare to think about it. Killing that many, Great Qin Manor would probably have a headache. There weren't many primordial god race and origin demon race fellows. What Suyu wanted wasn't the ordinary kind. Normally, they had to be around the 9th level of Soar. If he killed so many, his Sun Moon and Invincibility realm might come out. Obviously, Niao Baidao also thought of this. He coughed dryly and said, 9 casts is actually quite good. You can enter Ling Yun or even the Mountain Sea realm early. Your body is weak. Forget it, if you cast 9 casts, your body won't be weak either. Focus on the path of a civilization master. Don't recommend too strong a body forging technique. He was afraid that Suyu would really be tempted and run to cast his body dozens of times. Damn, if that happened, it would be troublesome. Who would provide him with so much god demon essence blood, and it was from the primordial god race and origin demon race? Zhu Tiandao would have a headache. Suyu smiled and said, I'm not in a hurry. He was not in a hurry. He could already fight Ling Yun, what was there to be anxious about? Take it slow, the strongest 27 casts, that's not too strong. I need to cast my body at least 36 times. If body forging techniques were also divided into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow, then 9 times 1, 36 times 1 would be heaven grade. If I don't get a heaven grade body forging technique, I'll be letting myself down. If I can increase it by 10% with each casting, even if the effect is weaker in the future. Suyu thought about it. When he reached the 9th tier of Soar, he might really be able to fight the Mountain Sea realm, the weak kind. Of course, it was hard to say. After the unification of the Mountain and Sea realm, there would be 9 transformations of vital energy, and he might not be able to defeat them. But at that stage, he was sure that it wouldn't be a problem to fight someone of a higher level. It shouldn't be difficult for a 9th tier Soar to fight a 9th tier Ling Yun, right? The stronger one was, the harder it was to fight someone of a higher level. When he was weak, it wasn't difficult to fight Wanshi. Many geniuses could do it. When he was strong, it was rare for Ling Yun to fight a Mountain Sea realm. Unless Ling Yun 7 or above fought a 1st or 2nd tier Mountain Sea realm, it was possible. For example, Bai Tianhao from the Bai family killed a 7th tier Mountain Sea realm. This had never happened before. That was why Bai Tianhao could leave his name in history. Even if he died after the battle, he would leave a deep mark in the history books. On the top floor. Four Seasons Pavilion. There were only 3 people, Suyu, Niao Baidao, and Xianxia. He was drinking tea. The tea leaves were left by Xianxia himself. It didn't taste good when he drank it. After a moment of silence, Baidao said, Kid, do you want to study the space formation? It's really useful for escaping. He realized that when Suyu studied something, he could produce results very quickly. He wondered if it was a relic inheritance. Was there a space formation inheritance? There should be in ancient times, right? Suyu smiled and said, Dean, I don't have the ability to do that now. Xianxia felt regretful. Niao Baidao smiled and said, don't listen to the old man's nonsense. Suyu, you wanted to fight that Xianxia to the death last time, but that kid didn't say anything. Are you going to continue to force him, or are you going to let it go? He actually wanted to see how strong Suyu was now. Xianxia wasn't weak. If he was, he wouldn't have been able to defeat so many people of the same level as him in Xinwen. After thinking for a moment, he said, why don't we forget it? You're already eye-catching. It's not worth it to lose now, and there's no benefit to winning. Suyu smiled and said, up to you. If he dares to come, I'll make a move. If he doesn't, then forget it. At this point, Suyu said, Prefecture Master, if I want to forge a physical body, can I use a stronger blood essence? For example, Sun Moon Tier. If you're not afraid of death, you can try. He was speechless. Niao Baidao was amused, and said, your physical body isn't weak. You can use Ling Yunjing's, but Mountain Sea Tears is enough to fill you to death. Suyu felt regretful. Fine. Otherwise, forging with the blood essence of sun moon tier gods and demons probably wouldn't require much blood essence. One drop of blood essence could forge a physical body several times. Niu Baidao saw his expression and said with a smile, Suyu, I think it's better to forge less. It's not that I don't want you to forge an invincible foundation, but the key is that even Invincible didn't do this when he was young. If you cultivate to the end, you might be like the 5th generation, invincible in the sun moon tier, but if you do it step by step, you might directly become invincible. At this moment, he said these words casually. You might be like the 5th generation. The 5th generation Yubadian was publicly recognized as a monster in the mortal tier and even the Myriad realms, a peerless prodigy. Even Lu Wenyan, who had cut sore in the past, no one said he could compare to Yubadian. And today, Niu Baidao, the prefecture master, said these words in front of Suyu. What a terrifying brat, Suyu shook his head. Actually, I don't have enough battle experience, F*CKU, what was battle experience, did fighting every day count my ass, did Suyu not have enough battle experience? He had killed so many demonic beasts, so many people, and he often fought beyond his level. Some people might not even encounter such a thing in their entire lives. Suyu, on the other hand, had killed quite a number of Lingyun when he was heading south. Was that not considered combat experience? Of course it did, not only did it count, but it was also the accumulation of the most dangerous battle experience. Suyu was not the kind of cultivator who only relied on seclusion to get to where he was now. He had killed a lot of people, and this was battle experience. Niu Baidao and the others were too lazy to complain. Strictly speaking, their battle experience might not be as rich as Suyu's. Of course, they were talking about Suyu's stage. This brat could be counted as a character who killed people like flies. Otherwise, why would the main constabulary call him a homicidal maniac? After chatting for a while, the two didn't say anything else and quickly left. And Suyu, on the other hand, was lost in thought. Forging the body with sore, how should he forge it? Forging the 9th level of the body, or forging more, he had to choose the body forging method, which one was better, and forging the body mainly required blood essence. If he wanted to forge it, he would probably have to choose the blood essence of gods and demons. Ordinary gods and demons would not do. It would be best if they were from the primordial god race or the origin demon race. According to other people's body forging experience, a body forging would require about 10 drops of blood essence. Of course, it was a rubbish body forging method. You could even use 10 drops of Soar Fire Porcupine Realm blood to forge your body. That thing was worthless and could be found everywhere. If you really couldn't do it, you could even not use blood essence. You could just use some Yuan Qi to forge a body that could barely exchange blood and forge bones. That was not a big deal. But Suyu naturally would not choose this. Troublesome. Suyu muttered. In addition, there was the spirit aperture. He had to open all of them as soon as possible. Even if he opened 360 of his spirit apertures, there was no big reaction. It seemed that he had to open the spirit aperture first. The spirit aperture also had to be strengthened. The little hammer had to be able to knock Ling Yun unconscious. Only then would he have the capital to kill Ling Yun. The All Heavens battlefield, if he could use money to buy primordial god fiend blood essence, Suyu did not want to go to the All Heavens battlefield at this stage. But if he could not buy it, then it would be troublesome. I have to make money first and think of a way to buy these god fiend blood essence. If I can't do it, then I will think about it. He did not want to go to the All Heavens battlefield now. It was not that he did not dare to go, but it was too troublesome. If he went and his identity was exposed, then that would be great. Juan was happy. It was not easy to kill him in the mortal realm. In the All Heavens battlefield, the sun, moon, and invincible realm all came out. It was not a big problem. The news of the abnormal movement of Yuan Qi in the Primordial Spirit Research Institute could not be hidden. Not long after Suyu enlightened his aperture, there were rumors that Suyu might have broken through to the Soar realm. Of course, whether it was true or not, no one could be sure at the moment. Whether Suyu was Soar or had broken through, no one was too surprised. It would be a problem if this guy was not Soar. He had already killed Ling Yun. The news began to spread. At this moment, in the All Heavens battlefield. In a dilapidated military camp. Bai Feng had just received the news that this was the front line of the All Heavens battlefield. The front line of the Eastern War Zone. In a dilapidated tent, Bai Feng looked at the jade talisman in his hand. After a while, he quickly ran out and shouted, "Martial uncle, where are they?" A moment later, in another tent, Lu Wenyan walked out with his beard unkempt. There were some wounds on his body. He said angrily, "What's up?" Bai Feng bare one's teeth said, "We seem to have been pardoned. But we can't leave the All Heavens battlefield. But we are now innocent people." Lu Wenyan said in surprise, "Xianxia did it?" "It seems so." As he said this, Bai Feng bare one's teeth grinned and said, "My disciple did it." Senior brother's letter finally arrived. He said that he had asked someone to deliver a letter several times, but he did not receive it. Maybe he missed it. "Martial uncle, that kid Suyu, ran away." "Ran away?" Lu Wenyan was stunned. "Where did he go?" "He went to the Ming constabulary." Bai Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That guy killed Jin Yuhui, Yu Hong, Sun Xiang, and Tang Yunfei. He almost wiped out all the mountains and seas who participated in the battle that day. Lu Wenyan was stunned. "Holy shit, is this for real?" Bai Feng threw the jade talisman to him. Lu Wenyan looked at it for a while, and the look in his eyes changed. He looked at Bai Feng, then at the jade talisman. After a long while, he stroked his beard and said, "Not bad. Little Bai, do you think you can beat him now?" F***ck, Bai Feng's heart shook. He quickly coughed and said, "Of course I can. I can beat Xia Yuan's men. He's still a little short. He killed Zhou Pingxing. That's an external force." Bai Feng struggled. That was an external force. It didn't count. In terms of real strength, Suyu was no match for him. Lu Wenyan smiled. "Keep struggling." He was too lazy to say more. Soon, his smile disappeared. This guy is too arrogant. It may not be a good thing. The Ming constabulary is protecting him. I'm still worried that there will be trouble in the end. I'm not worried about the others. The Zhu family can protect him. But, you know that guy from that day? The guy who attacked with the incarnation of Shenwen, Suyu's performance was so shocking. This was what Lu Wenyan was worried about. The Yuan family and the Zhou family were nothing. Would they dare to let Wudi cause trouble for Suyu? The Ming prince was not to be trifled with. He wasn't afraid of these powerhouses. He was afraid of Wudi hiding in the dark. There was no conclusion as to who exactly it was. Now that the Ming prince and the others were not in the human realm, if that guy was, it would be big trouble. Even if the main body was not here, could Zhu Tiandao stop Shenwen's incarnation? He should be able to, right? But if they knew that Wudi wanted to kill Suyu, would the Zhu family still stand up for him? Lu Wenyan was distressed. This guy. We haven't left for long. Why is he in the limelight already? It had been less than half a year since he left the human realm. What a troublemaker. Bai Feng was speechless. That guy's troublemaking was beyond his imagination. He gritted his teeth and thought for a while. If it doesn't work, let him come to the All Heavens battlefield. Here, the king of Great Qin is on the front line. At least that guy won't dare to do anything. Lu Wenyan shook his head. It's best not to. This guy is too troublemaking. He's not the kind of person who can bear being bullied. Let's talk about it later. Moreover, it's not safe here. That guy doesn't dare to move, but the other side has recently started another war. Bai Feng did not say anything, but he was depressed. Was he forgiven? Even if he was asked to go back, he would be too lazy to go back. What would he do if he went back? He would be too ashamed to face anyone. That guy was too shocking. He actually killed Zhou Pingxing. A master was not as good as a disciple. His reputation as a genius was wasted. That guy was already a researcher, but he was still an assistant researcher. While Bai Feng was depressed, Suyu did not care about that. Starting from opening 360 apertures, he began to think about forging his body technique. In addition, he had to open the divine apertures. It was almost the middle of February, and he had not opened many divine apertures. So far, he had only opened 115. He still had 65 to go to 180. The Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm, unless the Spiritual Sea Mystic Realm was opened again. However, the Spiritual Sea Mystic Realm required a large amount of Milky Way sand. Even if the Great Xia Prefecture really sent him the Spiritual Sea Mystic Realm, Suyu would not be able to obtain enough Milky Way sand. Suyu also asked Ming constables. There was, but it was very little. There was no other reason than the fact that the Ming constabulary's gains from the Starry Mansion were very small each time. Even if they had some, they would be used up. But soon, Suyu had a new idea. In the Research Institute, Suyu was studying a few body forging techniques that he had just obtained. When they talked about the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm, Xianxia asked curiously, 100 Dao Pavilion. Let's go. As a civilizer, do we have to meditate and cultivate every day? That's a waste of time. If we go to the 100 Paths Pavilion, as Shenwen's teacher, we will definitely receive a lot of willpower. The 100 Paths Pavilion, on the second day of school, Xianxia had mentioned it. Suyu had wanted to go but he had been too busy recently and had forgotten about it. Now that he heard Xianxia, he was surprised. The 100 Paths Pavilion can open the chakras? Of course. Xianxia nodded and said, people like us don't really like to cultivate, and it's hard to open the divine aperture. The Great Xia Prefecture has the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm, and our Ming Prefecture also has the 100 Dao Pavilion, which is comparable to this mystic realm. Of course, that's if you can pass more checkpoints. With that, Xianxia smiled. Xia Province still hasn't sent you the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm. Are you still going to impart your cultivation technique? Let's wait for a few days. Suyu smiled. Don't let Yuan Qingdong rest. Let's wait for Shenwen's faction to force him to subsidize it. If not, what else can we impart? Junior brother, you're really, not to mention the word black-hearted. Yuan Qingdong was unlucky to have provoked you. Suyu smiled, but his expression became somewhat gloomy. What happened? Xianxia was baffled. Why did this brat suddenly change his attitude? It's nothing. It's about Martial Uncle Fengqi. Suyu had only met Fengqi once. He did not have deep feelings for him. However, on that day, at the critical moment, Fengqi had stepped forward to save him. In the past, Xiaoqin had thought that Fengqi was just hiding his identity. Later on, he found out that Fengqi also had a hidden identity. He was a spy from the Six-Winged Divine Church, planted by his martial uncle. In the end, his identity was exposed. Now, there was news from Xia Province. It was unknown whether Fengqi was dead or alive. Perhaps the sun and moon were pursuing him. His uncle Chen Yong had already left the institute, preparing to rescue him. He even had the intention to take revenge. The expert who killed Wu Jia's parents was from the Six-Winged Divine Sect. Upon hearing this, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, I've also heard about it. Don't worry about it. This was a trap, definitely a trap. It's a trap to lure you out. You can't do anything about it. Junior brother Su, over the past few days, there have been people trying to sneak into the institute. The institute's guards have already killed a few of them. You can't act recklessly. He said seriously, it's too obvious. The news has spread too quickly. If it's not targeting you, it's targeting Chen Yong. If the sun and moon really wanted to kill Fengqi, they would have done so long ago. However, they haven't killed him yet. This is not normal. He did not want Fengqi to die, but this was not normal. A sun and moon hunted Fengqi, but he had narrowly escaped death several times. Every time, there would be news of him leaking out with a rough address. If this was not a trap, what was? Now that the news had spread to Suyu, Xianxia advised, you're too weak. It's useless even if you go. The sun and moon are pursuing you. You can't even ask for help. Suyu wanted to say something, but Xianxia said in a low voice, I know that the institute head and principal think highly of you. If you really ask for help, they might step in and save you, but, once they leave, there won't be many sun and moon experts left in the Ming Institute. You should understand the principle of luring the tiger away from the mountain. If Suyu went to ask for help, would he be able to? Of course he would. Zhu Tiandao and Niu Baidao would most likely agree, but if they left, the Ming Institute's sun and moon defense system would be flawed. Zhu Tiandao, 9 layers of sun and moon. Niu Baidao, 7 layers of sun and moon. These were the 2 strongest people in the Ming Institute. As for the War Institute, the institute head was not strong. He was only at the peak of the mountain and sea realm. There was nothing they could do about it. The other group of warrior path experts were mostly in the All Heavens battlefield. The Sun and Moon experts like Director Ho were not the Sun and Moon experts. If the Sun and Moon experts attacked the Ming Institute, and those 2 left, the Ming Institute would have a hard time defending itself. Suyu nodded. He was no fool. Uncle Master Feng Qi hadn't been killed yet. Perhaps he was lucky, or perhaps he really was bait. Suyu wanted to lure them to the Ming Institute, but those people also wanted to lure Suyu away. Even if Suyu didn't dare to leave, someone else would. Qin Yong, if Qin Yong was used as bait, what would Suyu do? Should he ask for help? Zhu Tiandao or Niu Baidao were probably the best choices. Suyu was silent for a moment, then said, "Did Yuan Qingdong do it on purpose?" Senior brother Jean, do you think he deliberately revealed Uncle Master Feng Qi's identity? It's hard to say. Jean Xing shook his head and said, "It's hard to be sure, but he knows about the grudge between Qin Yong and the Six-Winged Divine Sect, and he also knows Feng Qi's identity. He probably guessed that Feng Qi was sent by Qin Yong, but he exposed the fact that Feng Qi went to save you. The Six-Winged Divine Sect probably didn't know his identity before. Feng Qi's identity was exposed, and he contacted Qin Yong. Everyone knew that he was a spy. Had Yuan Qingdong guessed it before? Most likely, since that was the case, this guy was either related to Wan Zhu, or he was using someone else to do his dirty work. The probability of him being related was not high. The descendants of the invincible family were usually not so stupid to leave such a big weakness for others to use against them. That was the same as using someone else to do his dirty work. When Yuan Qingdong went to Dixia province, he was ready to deal with Qin Yong. This was inevitable. Hong Tan went into seclusion, and Qin Yong went to the mountain sea realm. If he didn't deal with Qin Yong, who else would he deal with? He wanted to eliminate the many sources of the Shenwen faction in Dixia province. And now, Qin Yong still went there. Even if he knew it might be a trap, Feng Qi was his friend. For his sake, he had hidden in the Six-Winged Divine Sect for many years. Previously, the goal of both sides was to find an opportunity to work together to ambush and kill the experts of the Six-Winged Divine Sect. In fact, many of them had been killed over the years. Qin Yong secretly joined forces with Feng Qi and killed many people. The group of people who killed Wu Jia's parents was killed, and now, only the instigator was still alive. As a result, when Feng Qi's identity was exposed, the deaths of those people were instantly discovered. The Six-Winged Divine Sect probably wanted to kill Qin Yong to prevent future troubles. Suyu sighed. He couldn't rest. If I use cultivation techniques, I wonder if I can get a few sun moons to take action, Suyu muttered. He wasn't strong enough. He could fight with Ling Yun, but there was no hope for the mountain sea realm. The sun moons would be killed in an instant. If he stepped forward, he would only cause trouble for himself and increase the burden of his uncle master. However, he couldn't do nothing. Maybe he could use cultivation techniques to get a few sun moons to take action. Jean Xing thought for a while and said, "I'm afraid it will be difficult." In the past, the dissemination of cultivation techniques was solved with money. Now, we have to get the sun moons to take action. The Six-Winged Divine Sect isn't weak. Speaking of which, they are probably second only to the primitive Divine Sect and the original Demon Sect. This was a large sect. There was more than one sun moon in the sect. Rumor had it that there were people from the Six-Winged Divine race who personally came to the human realm. Just like the demon god that day, they sneaked in. It was very dangerous to face such a large sect. The other prefectures are really useless. Why can't we kill them? The rear was not peaceful. Jean Xing smiled and said, "Don't say that out of anger. In fact, we killed many of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sneaking in, but a large-scale invasion. If the sun moon hid, it would be very difficult to find them. Then why didn't anyone kill the sun moon of the Six-Winged Divine Sect this time?" Suyu was still dissatisfied. The rear was not safe. Did no one care? There is, Yuan Qingdong. Jinxing said faintly. He said that he would come forward to rescue them. He is also the Sun Moon, and he said that he would go. The Sun Moon and the Moon have their own carrots, and the others have their own missions. Those people believed him? Suyu was speechless. Believe my ass. This guy was obviously up to no good. Jinxing comforted him. Don't worry too much. If Yuan Qingdong really encountered the enemy Sun Moon, he would take action. This isn't a small matter. Everyone knows that if he really encountered the enemy's Sun Moon, he would definitely take action. That's why he almost never encountered them. Suyu was very likely powerless. He knew that this guy was disgusting and had bad intentions, but he couldn't do anything about it. Annoying. If it really didn't work, Suyu thought about it and said, Senior brother, do you think Chief Ho can deal with the enemy? You want to ask Chief Ho to take action? Yes. It's hard to say, but we can try. If Chief Ho leaves, it won't be a big problem. If Xu Tiandao or Niu Baidao didn't leave, it wouldn't affect them too much. Suyu nodded slightly. He would go back and try. Be it Feng Qi or Chen Yong, Suyu didn't want anything to happen to them. He had to work harder. Yuan Qingdong, that bastard, he would teach him a lesson sooner or later. Was the Sun Moon that amazing, and his Grandmaster still hadn't broken through until now? Jin Yu Wei advanced very easily, and his Grandmaster was truly from the Shenwen faction. Why was it so difficult for him to advance? He was always a step slower. Suyu was also helpless. Forget it, his Grandmaster would slowly go into seclusion. Suyu didn't think about it anymore. He had to suppress it first. The only thing he could do now was to ask for help and strengthen himself. It wasn't enough to strengthen himself. He had to strengthen his friends. There were some things that he might not be able to do. For example, he wasn't weak, but he didn't dare to leave the Ming Constabulary. He would die. He didn't have many friends in the Ming Constabulary. This wouldn't do, he had to get some of his own people. Thinking of this, Suyu glanced at Jin Xing. At this moment, Jin Xing was also busy. He was not busy with anything else but studying the little furball. Senior brother, this little furball has eaten a lot of Shenwen, but it still hasn't been able to advance. Why? Jin Xing had a deep understanding of Shenwen. He had been studying this little fellow for the past few days. Before he could speak, the little furball blinked and said in a childish voice, "It doesn't taste good." It didn't taste good, so it didn't advance. If it tastes good, it will advance. Get lost. Suyu wasn't polite at all. You ate all the Shenwen from the Wentan Research Center last time, but it was still sore. It doesn't taste good. Suyu was speechless. He thought for a moment and said, Senior brother, you have a lot of Shenwen. Just because there are so many Shenwen, they repel each other, making it hard for you to nurture Shenwen. Why don't you let the little furball eat some and let your Shenwen advance to rank 3? That way, you can enter Lingyun. The little furball blinked and looked at Jin Xing, feeling that it was edible. Jin Xing laughed. It's not easy for me to torment those Shenwen, and you still want me to eat it? But you're right. There are so many different races in Shenwen, and there's a lot of rejection. If there are no side effects, eating some will actually help advance. Suyu thought he agreed, but unexpectedly, Jin Xing shook his head. Don't eat mine. I still need Shenwen to cooperate with my research. Saying that, Jin Xing smiled. This little fellow, it's not that it doesn't eat enough, it's not that it doesn't taste good either. He judged and said, this race shouldn't have been recorded in the past. It should be an ancient race, from Sor to Lingyun. As a fighter, it needs to be reborn. As a civilizator, it needs willpower, Shenwen, and divine orifice to reach the standard. This fellow can be seen as a civilizator, or even a Shenwen. Whatever Shenwen advances, it will advance. It's a little difficult to advance just by devouring. Suyu hurriedly said, Senior brother, how do I make it advance? Jin Xing pondered for a moment and said, nurture and comprehend. Bring it to the 100 Dao Pavilion, then activate your fire word Shenwen. In the 100 Dao Pavilion, find a place with the strongest willpower. If you're willing, you can even let it devour a part of the fire word Shenwen, then you can recover on your own. This way, the chances of it advancing will be very high. Suyu was blessed by the heavens. Without Suyu, the little fur ball would be too small, and its comprehension of cultivation would be too shallow. It would be very difficult to advance, if it wanted to enter Lingyun, sure. In a few decades or even 100 years, it would naturally advance as time passed. But not now. This race was only strong if it lived for a long time. How old was the little fur ball? Devour the fire word Shenwen? Suyu bare one's teeth. This is using my Shenwen as nourishment, and the little fur ball said excitedly, fragrant. Jinxing smiled. In its eyes, the innate Shenwen is fragrant, which is stronger than the Shenwen sketched later. And in the innate Shenwen, the fire of comprehension, the fire of inheritance, is of greater help to it. Junior brother Su, if you really nurture this fellow into Lingyun, you won't lose out. Jinxing smiled. Now, there are many who are in the same situation as me, stuck in Soar and Lingyun, such as senior brother Wenzhong. His Shenwen is one reason, and the other reason is that it's difficult to close the aperture. This little fellow can devour divine characters, and it's the soundless kind. It's more suitable for people who are nearing the end of their lifespans. If they try to destroy the divine characters at this time, that's just courting death. I think junior brother is also unwilling to stay dormant. It's better to rely on yourself than others. With this as the price, you might be able to exchange for the lives of some people. Jinxing had also been in contact with Suyu for a few days. He was old and experienced, and he could generally see some of Suyu's thoughts. Unless it was absolutely necessary, this fellow did not want to ask for help. He preferred to solve it himself, afraid of owing a favor. Jinxing continued, junior brother doesn't lack cultivation techniques, merit points, or special abilities. He doesn't lack strength, talent, fame. You have it all. The only thing you lack is time. And many old fellows, what they lack is a fortuitous encounter, an opportunity. Rather than waiting for death, why not fight? Suyu nodded slightly and did not say anything. That was true. Jinxing's words made Suyu think of the few big demons, One-Eyed, Jushan, and Blood Moon. These three were still in Dexia province. Suyu had asked once, and Zhu Tiandao had also replied that he was waiting for Invincible to seal his memories, or at least seal the matter of the Shenwen splitting technique, as well as the matter about Suyu opening 180 apertures. Once these 2 points were sealed, the rest would not be a problem. Daxia of Goguryeo had not returned yet, so he probably had to wait. Jinxing was right, it was better to rely on oneself than others. Every time he went to ask for help, it was a favor. He asked Zhu Tiandao for help, but there was actually no need to ask the prefecture master to do some things. The key was that Suyu could not find anyone to help him. The more favors he owed, the harder it would be to return them in the future. After noting down everything, Suyu was also busy. He had to go to the 100 Dao Pavilion. Little Furball had to advance. Body forging technique, he had to consider which one to use, or simply deduce it himself. He had the body forging techniques of the primordial god race and the demon race, and Suyu had also used his blood essence to open it. After trying it out, he had a general idea of the situation. It was a scam. It was not that it was not strong, it was very strong, and it could really be done in 36 apertures. The key was, damn it, according to the understanding given by the Atlas, first, Suyu could directly use his blood essence to open the body forging, second, he had to go to the celestial realm and the demon realm to collect primordial heaven essence energy, and third, he could use countless heaven essence fruits as body forging materials. Damn it, heaven essence energy, heaven essence fruit, Suyu knew about this. It was the purest kind of essence energy in the world, born naturally, without any pollution. A heaven essence fruit could easily open the Kaiyuan acupoint in the Kaiyuan realm. One had to know that the Kaiyuan realm could not actively cultivate, and this thing could open the acupoint. As for the heaven essence fruit, it was extremely rare. Some aristocratic families might have some, but they were extremely valuable. Earth essence fruits were not rare, and Suyu had a large chest of them for Kaiyuan acupoints in the future. One earth essence fruit could open 1 or 2 acupoints. And Suyu estimated that using the body forging technique of the god race to forge his body would consume countless amounts of heaven essence energy. Fiend god blood essence. At this moment, Suyu had a vague understanding of it. Humans used blood essence to forge their bodies, and they probably extracted the heaven essence energy within their blood essence. Everyone had heaven essence energy, more or less. It was related to one's living environment and strength. Why was the blood essence of the primordial god race and the origin demon race the best? Because these two races lived in different environments. The primordial god realm and the origin demon realm could both produce heaven essence fruits. One could imagine that the gods and demons that lived there were probably nurtured in heaven essence energy from a young age. How could their blood essence not be powerful when forging their bodies? The effects were naturally top-notch, but where could Suyu get it? Should he go to the origin demon realm or the primordial god realm to snatch it? No matter how he thought about it, it was better to use the blood essence of these races, or not. The blood essence of other gods, demons, and other races actually contained heaven essence energy, but it was too messy. It was best to extract it. Heaven essence energy, heaven essence fruit, blood essence extraction. Suyu thought about how he should forge his body. Actually, using blood essence was not bad. Blood essence was absorbed by the Atlas, and it was actually extracting the heaven essence energy from the blood essence to help him forge his body. Then if I consume the blood essence of other races and cultivate the body forging techniques of these powerful races, will I be able to extract the heaven essence energy? Help me cultivate those multi-layered body forging techniques? Suyu had never tried this before. Body forging techniques did not involve the acupoints, but they were closely related to cultivation techniques. They required acupoints to cooperate and convert heaven essence energy. When humans consumed blood essence, they had to use some acupoints to break down the blood essence and provide heaven essence energy for forging their bodies. In other words, for warriors with 36 acupoints, even if they were given god-demon blood essence, they had to slowly grind it out. For example, his own father, de Xia province had given him 10 drops of god-demon blood essence. If he used this god-demon blood essence to forge his body, he would have to spend endless time to grind, digest, and break down a drop of god-demon blood essence into heaven essence energy. The so-called body forging technique, at this moment, Suyu understood that it was a way to use the acupoints to break down the blood essence, or rather, the heavenly origin qi. On this point, Suyu had consulted Xiao Hui, who had created the 9-star forging technique. This was the method of using acupoints, how to use acupoints to quickly and effectively break down blood essence, with high efficiency and high conversion rate. This was a good body forging technique. As for how many casts, what was the difference between 36 casts and 9 casts, it was very simple. When the fleshly body reached 9 casts, the heaven's origin energy that was extracted and decomposed would be of no help to the fleshly body. The conversion rate was too low, because the fleshly body was too strong. And 36 casts was the most efficient use of these acupoints to continue breaking down blood essence to produce large amounts of heaven essence energy. When looking at things, one had to look at the essence. As Suyu's knowledge grew, he had seen more and more cultivation techniques, and he had personally experienced them. His understanding of cultivation techniques was much deeper than the average person's. Many civilization masters could only be considered theoretical, but Suyu could be considered a practical person. He was willing to try out every cultivation technique he had. Xiao Hui, who had created the 9-star forging technique, had not experienced many body forging techniques. As for Suyu, he had experienced more than 30 cultivation techniques in a few short days. There were all kinds of them. This was not something Xiao Hui could try. He had to cultivate it himself. I have a natural advantage in the conversion of acupoints. After all, I have opened many acupoints. However, the efficiency is not as good as the efficiency of using blood essence. In the secret chamber, Suyu suddenly had an idea. Perhaps I can make good use of the Atlas and use it as a transfer and extraction machine. I can use the Atlas and my own acupoints to produce large amounts of heaven essence energy. I cannot use this heaven essence energy. I can collect it and even make my own heaven essence fruit. Suyu's eyes were bright. Is it feasible? Perhaps I can try it myself. At this point, the wonders of the Atlas could be reflected. Many things actually need to be developed by oneself. If I have a large amount of heaven essence energy, I can cultivate any body forging technique. I can even provide some to others, and even forge heaven essence fruits to sell? Is it feasible? Suyu thought of this and suddenly stopped thinking. He took out a drop of trash blood essence from Iron Wing. He had quite a lot of Iron Wing blood essence on hand. This thing could only be activated at the Soar Realm. Body forging techniques could only appear at the Soar Realm. A drop of Soar Realm Iron Wing blood essence was devoured to activate the 9 casting Iron Wings. It was a trash body forging technique. It was only 9 casts, the crappy kind. Suyu did not care. At this moment, the body forging technique was quickly activated. Suyu felt something. It had something to do with Iron Wing's absorption technique. Those apertures opened by the absorption technique seemed to be overflowing with something. Gradually, Suyu felt something different, that faint chi circulated in his body. Then, it began to integrate into his body, strengthening his body. As expected. Heaven Essence Energy. Heaven Essence Energy strengthens the body. Body forging technique is actually compatible with the awakening aperture technique. No wonder there was a series of cultivation techniques. It was not a series, so the body forging technique might not be completely compatible. The efficiency and conversion rate were reduced. Can I extract this Heaven Essence Energy? The 9 forging methods of Iron Wings was too trashy. Using this cultivation method to forge one's body 9 times would be the limit. Suyu had no interest in cultivating this. He continued to try. Bits of Heaven Essence Energy once again overflowed from the apertures. Suyu tried to force this Heaven Essence Energy out. Gradually, some Heaven Essence Energy was forced out. As a result, just as it left the body, there was a poochie sound. Like gas, it overflowed into the air. In the next moment, it turned into ordinary Heaven Essence Energy. Suyu's eyes flashed. This was Heaven Essence Energy. After leaving the blood essence and body, it quickly turned into ordinary Heaven Essence Energy. Then how did the celestial race and demon race preserve this Heaven Essence Energy? He did not need to use the cultivation technique to extract it. The problem now was to preserve it, once he could. Suyu did not dare to imagine, damn, a trash race like the fire porcupine could extract Heaven Essence Energy from their blood essence. Even if it was a small amount, the value of the two could not be compared. What celestial demon blood essence did he need? Extracting a large amount of Heaven Essence Energy from the fire porcupine blood essence was not difficult. Was it not enough? At that time, he could forge his body however he wanted. Preserve the Heaven Essence Energy. Suyu's eyes flashed. How to preserve it? As he was thinking, outside the door, the little fur ball suddenly knocked on the door. In the next moment, it directly passed through the door of the secret room and entered directly. Suyu's expression changed. The little fur ball did not wait for him to get angry and hurriedly said, I smell it, fragrant. The smell of our house, fragrant. N? Suyu was slightly startled. The little fur ball hurriedly said, fragrant, sweet, gone. Disperse. Heaven Essence Energy? Suyu was stunned. Heaven Essence Energy seemed to only exist in some powerful domains. In the human realm, it also seemed to exist. However, he heard that such a domain existed in the 2 Holy Lands. It was very rare. The little furball's home also had it. Didn't it say that *its father was a half-emperor? F***K. Could this God-eater race really be a powerful domain? Didn't you devour Shenwen and willpower? Can Heaven Essence Energy be eaten? Eat. The little furball hurriedly said, it can be eaten. Eating it can also make you stronger. Heaven Essence Energy, it could also be eaten. If it could not find a place with strong willpower for it to advance, it could be placed in a place with rich Heaven Essence Energy. Get lost, I don't have any. Suyu frowned. He could not even preserve it. Where could he get it for the little furball to eat? Thinking of this, his eyes flickered. Furball, do you know how to preserve this thing? Ah? This thing, as soon as it comes into contact with the outside world, it will overflow and turn into ordinary vitality. Do you know how to preserve it? The little furball blinked its eyes and said, eat it. Let me eat it. It can be preserved after eating it in my stomach. Suyu glanced at it and suddenly said, I understand. Shenwen. It is between illusion and reality. Shenwen should be able to store this thing. The little furball might not be lying, it was between illusion and reality. Perhaps eating it could really preserve it. Of course, if it was eaten by this guy, it might not be able to be taken back. Suyu was too lazy to care about it, but it gave him an idea. Shenwen, perhaps he could use Shenwen to preserve it. Once he solved the problem of preserving heaven's vitality and used it to cultivate a powerful body forging technique, he would not have to worry about consuming a large amount of blood essence. Of course, he needed source blood essence to activate the body forging technique in the illustrated book. This was not a small expense. He had to make money. Those cultivation techniques had been sold, but the money had not arrived yet. Make money, make a lot of money, cultivate the little furball, and then think of a way to subdue a few experts. I have to have people under me. Then, I won't have to beg others. Perhaps, the Mutual Assistance Society should appear again. Suyu's eyes flickered. Mutual Assistance Society or Extermination Society. This time, he would do his best not to expose his identity and give out missions, such as killing some bastards, or even doing things that he could not do openly. I can even establish a Wanzu sect. Suyu's eyes flickered again. Of course, he would not let others know. He would make use of some thugs and traitors to fight violence with violence. Didn't your six-winged divine sect want to kill my martial uncle? How about I let this sect raid your lair? It's not that complicated to kill your people on sight for the sake of seizing territory and faith. Who asked your six-winged divine sect to be targeted by the humans? Of course, I have to take advantage of the situation. When alone, no matter how strong you are, there are some things you can't do. For example, if he wanted to kill Yuan Qingdong, he needed evidence, a reason, and he had to guard against Wudi. But, what if Yuan Qingdong was killed by Wanzu? Thoughts flashed in Suyu's mind. I'm willing to abide by the rules, but some people aren't. They use the rules to restrict me time and time again, but not those people. This shouldn't be the case. If they can use Wanzu's name to kill people, why can't I? Suyu looked at the little furball. This thing, if used well, would be a treasure. Perhaps he could subdue a group of experts. The premise was that it would be best if he could control them. Even some heinous fellows could be subdued. At this moment, Suyu's thoughts gradually changed. Why did he come to the Ming constables? Wasn't it to make himself stronger? A strong force was also a strong force. On the surface, he could set up a mutual aid meeting and secretly set up a Wanzu faction. Both in the light and in the dark, black and white, he could do something. And at this moment, he actually had this condition. Just as Xianxia said, Suyu actually had this trump card to do some things. Could this be the hidden meaning behind senior brother Xianxia's words? Suyu fell into deep thought. Could senior brother Xianxia have been instructed by principal or someone else to secretly give me ideas? That must be it. I understand now. It's most likely principal. Last time, Principal Niu taught me how to use force. This time, he asked senior brother Xianxia to hint me to act in the light and in the dark. As expected of Principal Niu, who is wise with age. Thank you, Principal Niu, achoo. At this moment, Xianxia, who was upstairs, sneezed. I'm getting old, I'm really useless, he sighed. As for the hint, what was it? At the same time, Principal Niu was frowning on Pleasing Island. Who's thinking about me? It felt a little complicated. It didn't seem like a scheme, but this kind of non-scheming thinking made him feel vaguely uneasy. What did I do? Who is this? Suyu paid attention to the matter of heaven essence Qi. He began to read some text of will, preparing to outline the Shenwen that preserved heaven essence Qi. This included space Shenwen. Recently, he had also been reading related text of will, especially the time martial technique. If there was any hope of outlining space Shenwen, it was probably this martial technique. An invincible martial technique. Regarding Feng Qi's matter, Suyu had gone to Chief Ho. Chief Ho had agreed to help, but he wasn't sure of Feng Qi's location. He could only try his best, and he couldn't give Suyu too many guarantees. Suyu did not really ask for help empty-handed. He gave him a cultivation technique. It was not too powerful, but it had a benefit. It was used to heal injuries. Chief Ho could give it to others or use it for himself. Suyu did not care. February 12th. It had been almost a month since Suyu entered the Great Ming Civilization Academy. After a month of busy work, Suyu finally had some free time. He walked out of the research institute. Spring had arrived. Wu Lan was also pulled out by Suyu. This guy was even more of a homebody than Suyu. Suyu went out a few times, but she almost never went out. Recently, Suyu did not need her help. Wu Lan did not know what she was researching, and Suyu did not care. Where to? Wu Lan looked around. She was a little unhappy to be pulled out at first, but when she saw the flowers blooming in the academy, her mood improved. Suyu smiled and said, I have something to do. I'm going to look for the 9th Highness of the Great Ming. Constabulary first, then go to the 100 Dao Pavilion to take a look. The 9th Highness? That Zhu Hongliang? Why are you looking for him? I think he's not as powerful as Fatty Xia. Wu Lan did not think much of it. She felt that this guy was not as powerful as Xia Huyu. Fatty Xia, Suyu smiled and said, isn't Xia Huyu not as fat as him? Wu Lan burst into laughter. Suyu smiled, and said as they walked, I heard that he has a demonic beast. It's a mountain C-tier demonic beast, and its defenses are incredibly powerful. Even Sun Moon tier elites can't kill it. Let's go take a look. He was very interested in Zhu Hongliang's big demon. Suyu had seen both the God race's cultivation method and the devil race's cultivation method. 36 casting was very strong. However, it felt like this Iron Eater's body forging technique was even stronger. It was one level higher, yet it could not be killed. Not to mention that it could not be killed, it was said that it was not injured and could still continue to eat. This was amazing. Every industry has its own specialization. Perhaps the iron-eating beasts were more suited for forging bodies. Wasn't the purpose of the Atlas to collect information about the history of one, they gathered in one body? This was Suyu's own understanding. He had reached the pinnacle of each Dao. Although it was a waste of time, the future was even more promising. Strolling around the academy, Suyu felt a little envious as he looked at the relaxed expressions of the surrounding students. A bunch of salted fish, when they had nothing to do, they would come out to bask in the sun. It was really comfortable. He asked a few people, but they looked at him as if he was an animal. Suyu felt very helpless, but he finally found the Beast Tamer College, where Zhu Hongliang was studying. As soon as he entered the territory of the Beast Tamer Academy, Suyu knew what it meant to be lively. Beat him up. Beat him up. Pee on him. In front of him, a group of people was gathered together. Someone was shouting loudly in the periphery. All of them were very excited. Suyu and Wu Lan also walked over. Suyu patted the shoulder of a person behind him. Student, what's going on inside? Can't you see for yourself? As soon as the person turned around and saw Suyu, he looked embarrassed. Ruthless Su, he almost offended him. Ahem, it's nothing. Bai Junxing came here to challenge the Mountain Sea Greater Demon, which is Zhu Hongliang's. They're fighting. Suyu had already seen it. Fighting? Fight my ass, he saw the rotund Greater Demon. At this moment, it was squatting on the ground, gnawing on a green bamboo. Beside it, Zhu Hongliang was flaunting his prowess. In front of the demon, Bai Junxing was hammering it. However, the demon didn't react at all. Sometimes, it would even raise its head and look at him curiously, as if blaming him for not using enough strength when massaging it. Bai Junxing was sweating profusely, somewhat exasperated. After Suyu watched for a while, Bai Junxing suddenly scolded, "Fight my ass. Zhu Hongliang, if you have the guts, come out and fight me one-on-one. Is it fun to use this guy as a shield? This is my tamed beast. I'm a beast tamer. If I don't tame a beast, do you think I should fight you in person?" That's right. Beside him, a group of students roared with laughter. Bai Junxing, do you think our beast tamer faculty is going to compete with your Shenwen faculty in person? Why are we divided into the beast tamer faculty? That's right, Bai Junxing. You're already at sore, but you can't even break the fatty's fur. What's the point of fighting? That's right. I didn't expect you to win. You're capable enough to break a strand of the fatty's fur. Ha ha ha, he can't even break a strand of fur. Everyone laughed. Bai Junxing's physical body had entered sore. However, in the Civilization Academy, no one cared too much. His civilization path was still nurturing, so he was a nurturing student. At this moment, they were not holding back when they looked down on him. Bai Junqing did not have the bearing of a sore. At this moment, he was extremely angry. If you guys are so capable, come at me. This fatty has rough skin and thick flesh. Who can break him? As he spoke, the iron-eating beast that was gnawing on the bamboo raised its head and glanced at him. Then, it turned around and continued gnawing on the bamboo. However, its posture was clearly saying, "Give me a back massage, don't stop." Bai Juanqing's face darkened. How boring. In any case, beating up Zhu Hongliang was fun. However, ever since he had broken through to Soar, Zhu Hongliang had stopped fighting with him. Now, he used this iron-eating beast to deal with him. His hands were almost swollen, but he could not hurt a single hair on the other party. It was too terrifying. Outside the crowd, Suyu stared at the iron-eating beast for a while. Wu Lan said with a look of pleasant surprise, "This is fun. It's even more fun than Little Furball." Women, heh. Suyu was speechless. What was fun about it? At this moment, he stared at the iron-eating beast, but he did not feel that it was fun at all. He only felt his heart palpitate. So powerful, it was not that he had not seen the great demons of the mountain and sea realm before. One Eye and the others had been among them. However, this iron-eating beast gave him a very dangerous feeling. It was not as charmingly naive as it looked. In the Sea of Will, the Tribulation character Shunwen was pulsating. Danger. At this moment, Suyu also discovered that the Tribulation character Shunwen was special. It could deter others, but it could also remind him of danger and calamity. The guy in front of him gave him a very dangerous feeling. This was subdued by Zhu Hongliang. Nonsense, this guy had more or less subdued Zhu Hongliang. The old Zhu clan really knew how to play. This guy was probably the Dao protector that Zhu Tiandao had given to Zhu Hongliang, just like the two Dao protectors that Xia Huyu had brought along, Xia Wen and Xia Wu. In terms of strength, those two Dao protectors might not even be a match for this great demon. As Suyu looked at the iron-eating beast, it turned to look at him, glanced at him, and then ignored him, continuing to eat its bamboo. At this time, Zhu Hongliang also saw him, and hurriedly smiled. "Suyu, why are you here? Are you looking for me?" Bai Junqing also heard the voice, and when he saw Suyu, he wanted to say something, but immediately shut his mouth. He wanted to call him nephew, but forget it, he was afraid of getting beaten up. Suyu did not seem to like this form of address. In fact, he felt that Suyu was deceiving himself. "You can call me cousin, teacher, or uncle master, it's fine." When the others heard Suyu's name, they all turned around. When they saw Suyu, their curious gazes focused on him again. Suyu smiled, not minding, and said, "Your Highness, let's find a place to talk?" "Sure, silly fatty, let's go." He called the iron-eating beast, and it continued to eat. It got up and followed him towards Suyu. Bai Junqing also wanted to join, but he was forced away by Zhu Hongliang. A moment later, Suyu and Zhu Hongliang walked to a small pavilion. There were many such resting places in the academy. The iron-eating beast continued to sit down and eat. As for Wu Lan, he was quite daring, and he ran over to tease this guy. Suyu glanced at Zhu Hongliang, and Zhu Hongliang laughed. "It's okay, silly fatty doesn't hurt people." "Of course, no one can hurt it." Suyu nodded, and he turned to look at the iron-eating beast, smiling. "Senior, do you speak the common language?" "I don't." Zhu Hongliang said helplessly. "Silly fatty is very silly. Even if I taught it, it wouldn't understand." "Forget it, I won't teach it. It can understand us, but it's too lazy and doesn't want to talk." "I don't know if it doesn't know or doesn't want to talk. It probably doesn't want to talk to you," so you guessed that it had most likely been subdued by the Zhu family. This iron-eating beast might be too lazy to talk to Zhu Hongliang, and could just be a silent protector. Zhu Hongliang didn't care, and he said with a smile, "Suyu, why are you looking for me?" Suyu thought for a moment, and then said, "The iron-eating beasts have an invincible defense. I've recently reached the time for my body to be sore, and I want to see how this race cultivates their bodies. It's useless. Even if you know their cultivation method, you can't use it. It still depends on the acupoints, and everyone's acupoints are not in the same position. It's okay, I'll just take a look." Suyu smiled, and looked at the iron-eating beast, who hadn't stopped eating, and said, "Senior, are you in the mountain sea realm? The iron-eating beast turned its head and glanced at him, then turned away. It had bad intentions, and it was ignoring it. Suyu was speechless. Am I that loathsome? I'm loved by everyone. His smile became more sincere, and Suyu smiled gently. Senior, does your race have any other juniors in the Ming Constabulary? Can you lend me a drop of blood essence to study? Of course, I won't ask for it for free. How about I exchange it for the blood essence of the Primordial God Clan or the Origin Demon Clan? Zhu Hongliang swallowed. I want it, but I don't have it. If it's not possible, I can increase the price. Zhu Hongliang had to interrupt him. No, it's the only one in their race. There are no other small iron-eating beasts. Suyu felt regretful. He couldn't absorb the greater demons of the mountain sea, so he could only give up. As he spoke, Wu Lan had burrowed into the grass at some point, and suddenly grabbed a small, round thing. He said in surprise, Suyu, what's this? I've never seen it before. It's fun. Suyu glanced at it, and was slightly stunned. Zhu Hongliang also saw it, and casually said, a big round cub, why is one of them here? He looked indifferent. As for Suyu, he thought back to the day when he first entered the school, when everyone wanted to see the news of a big round cub giving birth. It gave birth to 3, that day. It became super big news, overshadowing Suyu's entry into the Ming Constabulary, and overshadowing the vice principal's broken leg before entering the Ming Constabulary. Suyu was a little dazed, and even more dazed. At first glance, he subconsciously felt that it looked like something. He turned to look at the iron-eating beast, and the beast was also looking at Suyu. They looked at each other. Suyu's mouth fell open. Holy shit, he had felt that it looked like it, and now he glanced at the little thing Wu Lan was holding, then at the iron-eating beast, and then at the cub. Holy shit, yours? The iron-eating beast looked at Suyu, and Suyu also looked at it, communicating with their eyes. The iron-eating beast seemed to be unable to stand Suyu's gaze, and continued to eat, lowering its head. Don't make wild guesses. I'm a dignified iron-eating beast. Why would I hook up with that big round ball? Many people were guessing who that big round bear had hooked up with, and it could not admit it. Awoo! The little fat beast that was being carried by Wu Lan held, and struggled to run down from Wu Lan's hand. It was less than a month old, and it stumbled towards the iron-eating beast. It ran to the side of the iron-eating beast, and climbed on it for a while, preparing to eat the beast's bamboo. Zhu Hongliang did not care at first, but at this moment, he suddenly blinked. What was going on? My silly fatty, it's fine to hit it, but you can't snatch its food, or it will get angry. What happened today? Suyu looked at Zhu Hongliang, and after a while, he said speechlessly, you can't see what? Zhu Hongliang did not say anything, and after a while, he said faintly, no, I've only seen the little round ball a few times, and it didn't seem like anything before. I haven't seen it for a few days. Why does it seem to have changed? This eye ring, why is it so King dark? It didn't before. Zhu Hongliang looked at the iron-eating beast resentfully. At this moment, the little round ball was still fighting for the bamboo, and the iron-eating beast did not say anything, continuing to eat its own. Silly fatty, can't hide it anymore? Zhu Hongliang said faintly, this is a little too obvious. Your taste is special. You're interested in the big round ball? I say, why did you run around so much during that time? The iron-eating beast continued to eat, ignoring him, and pretended not to hear. Stop pretending, you're still hiding it, and your eye ring is already out. It's over, everyone will find out in a few days, and the entire academy will laugh at you, laugh at me. Zhu Hongliang said resentfully, everyone is still guessing whose cub it is, F***ck, it's yours. The iron-eating beast turned to look at him, then at the little round ball climbing on its body, blinked its eyes, and shook its head, refusing to admit it. The next moment, its claws wiped the little round ball's body, and in the blink of an eye, the protruding eye ring disappeared instantly. There's no evidence, Suyu almost laughed. Zhu Hongliang also face-bombed, helpless, there are still 2 more. I can hide it for a while, but can I hide it forever? Silly fatty, you're really something. Suyu also held back his laughter, but when he looked at the little round ball, his eyes flickered. This little fellow's blood essence, could it contain a body-forging technique? Was it a talent skill, or a basic cultivation technique? If it was a talent skill, it would be amazing. If it was a body forging technique, could this little round ball? If it could not, the blood essence could not be passed on, right? As he thought about it, his heart suddenly jumped. He looked up, and the iron-eating beast was looking at him. Its gaze changed, and there was a hint of fierceness. Suyu hurriedly said, "Senior, don't be nervous, I mean no harm." Suyu hesitated for a moment, then said, "Senior, I have a question. Your race's strong physical body, is it a talent skill, or a body-forging technique in the later stages? If it's a body-forging technique, can Senior teach me a thing or two? Of course, I won't let Senior suffer a loss, and Senior can ask for anything." With that, he glanced at the little bear, then said, "This little fellow was born in the human realm, and the human realm grows from weak to strong, not directly strong. It lacks some things, such as the nourishment of heaven's yuan qi. If Senior agrees, there are actually some things that can be discussed, such as, I can provide some heaven's yuan qi for this little fellow, otherwise, this little fellow's future prospects may not be as good as Senior's." Hearing this, the iron-eating beast's expression changed slightly, and it looked at Suyu, not saying a word. As for Zhu Hongliang, he was also surprised. "You have a heaven's yuan fruit? So rich. When I was young, I only had one, and my grandfather looked like he was dying from it. It's actually not expensive, only 2 or 3,000 merit points. The problem is that I don't have it." He sighed. That thing wasn't expensive, but it was too rare. In fact, 2 or 3,000 merit points for Kaiyuan to reach foundation establishment was already extremely expensive. Big clans usually had a few. The Zhu clan might have some, but they had to save it. It was very useful to the younger generation, and couldn't be used carelessly. As for giving it to a few little iron-eating beasts, that was nonsense. Of course, it depended on whether or not the iron-eating beast would ask for it. The iron-eating beast looked at Suyu, and then looked at the little round ball that was still climbing up its body. Moments later, a muffled voice suddenly rang out in Suyu's mind, "Heaven's yuan qi, you have it?" Suyu's eyes lit up. Sure enough, which demon of the mountains and seas didn't know how to speak the common language? This wasn't the common language, it was the language of the humans. This iron-eating beast had been among the humans for countless years. How could it not know? Suyu couldn't be bothered with Zhu Hongliang, so he quickly transmitted, "Senior, is the strength of your clan based on forging body arts or innate skills?" Innate skills. Innate skills are forging body arts, and forging body arts are innate skills. My clan doesn't need forging body arts. Suyu was shocked. There was actually such a thing. Forging body arts were innate skills. That was incredible. "Senior, this little guy is still young and not very strong. Extracting a drop of blood essence will definitely cause serious damage to his yuan qi. However, it's also because he's young that extracting a drop of blood essence won't cause too much damage. Using heavenly vitality can definitely make up for it, and it can also strengthen its foundation. According to my understanding, iron-eating beasts are born with a strength of 1,000 caddies or even 10,000 stones. But this little guy is still at the elemental opening. His elemental opening aperture is blocked." The iron-eating beast didn't respond. It was blocked. Humans lacked heaven's yuan qi, so there was a place in the territory of the iron-eating divine beasts that was rich in heaven's yuan qi. Little beasts would be born there, and it could open their innate 9 apertures. But not now. After hesitating for a moment, the iron-eating beast's voice sounded in Suyu's mind again, "How much?" "The 3 little guys need to have their Kaiyuan apertures open." "Blood essence. I'll give you a drop. This little guy is too young, so it's useless even if it's forging body arts." "No, Senior, your blood essence is too powerful. I can't split it. I need to do some research on it," Suyu quickly said. "Don't worry, Senior. With enough heaven's yuan qi, I can definitely make up for its loss. If this little guy contributes a drop of blood essence, I can provide it with even more heaven's yuan qi. Let me see." Suyu was speechless. "I don't have it now, so how am I supposed to take it out?" "Senior, I don't have it with me now. How about this, I can trade it with you in a few days. What do you think, Senior?" The iron-eating beast glanced at the small ball and said, "Must you want the little guys? You have the mountain and sea blood essence, but you want the Kaiyuan blood essence?" the iron-eating beast couldn't understand this guy. As for splitting it, if you can't do it, you can find someone else to do it. It had also heard that the innate blood essence of the Shenwen lineage could be produced. Would the mountain and seas not work? That made sense. It had never heard of the mountain and sea's innate blood essence appearing in this lineage. Suyu quickly said, Senior, don't worry. As long as there is enough heaven's yuan qi, losing a drop of blood essence is actually not a big deal. Senior is in the mountain and sea realm, so you naturally know that Suyu is not lying. Under normal circumstances, losing 1 or 2 drops of blood essence was not a big deal. At most, 1 yuan qi would be greatly damaged, and after a few months of recuperation, there would be no problem. If there really was a problem, Dendrolamus and the others would have been finished long ago. Of course, their yuan qi had been greatly damaged, and the successive extraction had damaged their foundations. They were just slowly recovering in the near future. Alright then, but if you dare lie to me, the iron-eating beast glanced at Suyu, and without saying a word, the bamboo in its hand stabbed into the ground with a crack. The sturdy ground was instantly pierced through like tofu. Suyu laughed dryly. Zhu Hongliang didn't hear the voice transmission, but he saw the action. At this moment, he couldn't help but say, Fatty, are you talking to Suyu? Silence, the iron-eating beast ignored him. Zhu Hongliang said resentfully, I am your master, but he is not. Do you know how to talk? Damn it, you're playing dumb again. Do you believe I won't expose you? You're hooking up with the big round ball. The iron-eating beast glanced at him, too lazy to pay him any attention. It pulled out the bamboo and continued to eat. Go and talk. Let's see who is more embarrassing. Zhu Hongliang was speechless. He was just saying. How could he spread such a shameful thing? Helpless, he looked at Suyu. Fatty, did you say something? Did you come to an agreement? Suyu smiled and said, No, your highness is thinking too much. Zhu Hongliang snorted. Who was he trying to fool? Wu Lan ignored them and continued to drill into the grass. After a while, another small round ball was caught. He smiled and said, Fatty number 2, Suyu, this is really fun. Why don't we not raise Dendrolamus, but raise this? Dendrolamus's leather armor is too prickly. This small round ball is so hairy, so cute. Raise my *s, be careful that its father will tear you apart. Suyu glanced at the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast didn't say anything and ignored him, continuing to eat. Of course, after a while, it also casually ate the second small round ball, inadvertently removing the black eye. There was also the third. Suyu felt that it probably wouldn't take long before the evidence would be removed. He didn't mind it, feeling a little happy. Heaven essence Qi. I must get this and exchange it for a drop of iron-eating beast's essence blood. This is the first time I've encountered a talent skill and body forging technique. It might be something good. I'm just a little worried. If this small round ball is pure, it should be fine if it isn't, right? That big round ball is obviously not an iron-eating beast. He didn't say anything more. There was no point in saying more before he got what he wanted. But since the iron-eating beast agreed, it was easy. If there was no other way, he would think of a way to exchange for some heaven essence fruits. Big families should have them. He then casually chatted with Zhu Hongliang for a while. Zhu Hongliang was still sad, and the silly fatty actually ignored him, which made him feel sad. At this time, Wu Lan also grabbed the third ball. She played with it for a while, and then threw it aside like a scumbag. She had played enough, and she was not going to play anymore. As for the matter of raising it, he forgot and said, Suyu, are we still going to the 100 Dao Pavilion? Yes. Suyu replied. Looking at the 3 small round balls she threw away, he sighed silently. Little Fur Ball also received the same treatment. Every time he thought of being played with, he would throw it away after playing with it. What a scumbag. At the side, Zhu Hongliang also forgot about his sadness and said hurriedly, Suyu, you're going to challenge the 100 Dao Pavilion? Let's go take a look. How many levels can you reach? Zhu Hongliang was instantly interested. Nurturing limit level 20, soar 40. I reached level 19, nurturing, amazing right? Not at the limit yet? Zhu Hongliang laughed, I'm still a bit away from the limit, but I'm almost there. I'm a beast tamer. Level 20 is a bit of a scam. I have to face a frenzied early-stage sore beast alone. I have to subdue it before I pass. I'm a beast tamer, but I still have to fight. If I don't defeat that guy, it'll be hard to subdue it. Beast tamer? Suyu nodded slightly. That's not easy, level 20, for a nurturing beast tamer to subdue a frenzied sore beast. This was indeed a huge test. To be able to pass the test, one could be considered a monster. In fact, he might even be stronger than a monster. He was the kind of person who could fight above his level. This was the same as a divine runic master's killing intent soaring into the skies. Suyu was instantly interested. Then let's go take a look. Does Xunwen Division mainly focus on fighting? You can say so. Zhu Hongliang was also interested. Let's go take a look. Suyu, your combat strength is probably at source stage 8 or 9. If that's the case, there's hope for you to reach level 35. Level 35? Suyu smiled. It's hard to say. I heard that every 10 levels is a threshold. Let's wait and see. I mainly want to try and see if I can enter some places with stronger willpower. Your Highness, which levels have stronger willpower? This? Usually, it's stronger at level 10, and the higher you go, the stronger it is. Level 20 is already very strong. If I can take down the beast on level 20, I can stay for 2 hours and absorb a lot of willpower. It'll be better to open up my spiritual aperture. Taking down level 30 means staying for 3 hours, and the willpower will be stronger. It's not worse than the Sea of Consciousness mystic realm in Xianxia province. After all, that mystic realm was left behind by a sun-moon pinnacle. This 100 Dao pavilion was built by my great-grandfather and a few invincible civilization masters. He was a little proud as he spoke. There are powerful mystic realms in Xianxia province, but we don't have many powerful mystic realms. It can't be helped. Few sun-moon civilization masters died. This can't be helped. Do we have to kill our own sun-moon civilization masters? Then we can only think of other ways. There are many in Xianxia province, but it's not something to be proud of. Too many powerful civilization masters died. And the 100 Dao Pavilion is the most powerful masterpiece of the Ming Constabulary. Suyu smiled and did not say much. Soon, he walked in the direction of the 100 Dao Pavilion. That place was quite conspicuous. It was comparable to Shouxingge in Xianxia province. It was very tall. Could he get to level 40? That was the dividing line between Soar and Ling Yun. Of course, if it was just a test of willpower, it would probably be a little difficult. It would depend on how the 100 Dao Pavilion tested it. Suyu had seen many introductions, but different people might face different tests. There was no accurate way to describe it. Civilization masters had different paths, faced different things, and saw different things. After walking for a while, he reached the tower. It did not look like a pavilion, but more like a tall tower. At this moment, there were people coming and going under the tower. It was quite lively, unlike the 100 Dao pavilions in Xianxia province, which usually only had students. Here, teachers also came and went to the 100 Dao pavilion. This place could even test the sun and moon civilization masters. And there was a crystal tablet erected in this place. There was only one name on the first line, 100th floor, Yi Badian. Suyu was momentarily dazed. 5th generation, that was his great-grandmaster. Here, he saw the traces left behind by the 5th generation, one of a kind. He was the only one on the 100th floor. Beside him, Zhu Hongliang said with a face full of admiration, Yi Badian, the only sun and moon civilization master to reach level 100. My great-grandmasters are invincible, but they don't walk the 100 Dao pavilion. Other than Yi Badian, no one has reached the top. My great-grandmaster said that reaching level 100 is actually invincible. Suyu sighed and looked at the second line. 99th floor, Zhou Polong, Xia Chen. Suyu was slightly stunned. He knew Zhou Polong. Xia Chen. Xia Jia's man, he did not know. He turned to look at Zhu Hongliang. Zhu Hongliang saw him looking at him and asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" 99th floor. Oh, you mean Xia Chen and Zhou Polong? You should know them, right? I don't know Xia Chen. Zhu Hongliang looked at him strangely. After a while, he said, "All right, I probably don't know him. Maybe no one mentions his name anymore. This is Xiaojia's man. He is the brother of Daxia of Goguryeo. I don't think they are blood related. That's not important. He is the first generation in Daxia province, the first generation of the Civilization Academy. The master of the Sea of Consciousness mystic realm. Suyu froze for a moment. First generation, no wonder he did not know. In Daxia province, there was no need to mention names. Instead, they used honorifics to refer to people as the first generation's principal of the academy. He was from the Shenwen faculty, Xiaojia's man. Suyu was stunned. Xiaojia's man, that was true. Xiaojia's man seemed to be from the Shenwen faculty. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Longwu and Xiahou Yi seemed to be from the Shenwen faculty. Of course, this was something Bai Feng mentioned unintentionally. Suyu did not know whether it was true or not. The first generation reached the 99th floor. This 100 Dao pavilion was established during the period of the academy's establishment. It was normal for the first generation to pass through it. Zhou Polong, could he compare to the first generation? Suyu was dazed again. He did not have a good impression of the Zhou family. He knew of Zhou Polong, but in his opinion, this person could not compare to the first generation. In the end, Zhou Polong's name was even before the first generation, second only to the fifth generation. The 99th floor, is it very powerful? Suyu murmured. Zhu Hongliang's bare one's teeth said, of course, it represents the limit of the sun-moon tier. Don't you see that there are only two? The fifth generation has reached the level of invincibility. Let's put it this way, those who can reach the 95th floor and above are usually in the sun-moon tier. My grandfather is the 95th floor. He was a little dejected. He had just reached the standard. And Suyu saw Zhu Tiandao's name as expected. 95th floor. Zhu Tiandao, stuck in the middle, 95th floor. There were many names, not just Zhu Tiandao. Suyu was also surprised. Zhu Tiandao was only at the 95th floor. With such a comparison, Zhou Polong was really quite strong. Scanning down, there were many names, and the further he went, the more names there were. However, when it came to the 80th floor and below, only 100 names were displayed at most. The crystal monument was very big, and 100 names was not too many. Zhu Hongliang chuckled, and said, this can be considered our academy's top 100 list. Below the 20th floor, 100 names come out, and that's the top 100 for nurturing. As he said that, he pointed to the 19th floor and smiled, I'm here, see. There are only 8 people on the 20th floor. Those who haven't reached the 21st floor by soar are not counted, and those who passed the 21st floor are also not counted. There are only 8 people now. Indeed, there were not many names on every 10 floors, especially at the 20th, 40th, and 60th floors. There were only a few names, which meant that these people had reached the limit of their realm. Suyu exhaled, looking at the names, he was a little shocked. Yu Badian, Zhou Polong, Xia Chen. This time, he suddenly felt that he was so close to these people, and he did not have such a feeling even in Daxia province. In the past, these people also came to the 100 Dao Pavilion. This showed how powerful the 100 Dao Pavilion was. Even people like the 5th generation came here. Suyu felt that he had underestimated the 100 Dao Pavilion. No wonder the people from the Ming Constabulary were so proud when they mentioned it. At this moment, Wu Lan was also surprised. When did my sister come here? She's on the 49th floor. Is there her name? Does she have the same name? Wu Qi, 49th floor, he had just entered Lingyun Not. Long ago, the geniuses of Daxia province were still here. Above the 50th floor, Lingyun 7 was usually in the domain. Wu Qi was only in Lingyun stage 1 or stage 2. Suyu was even more excited. Even Wu Qi was willing to come here. This place was really good. Wu Qi should have left the last time he came here. Wu Lan did not know the situation, but Suyu did. At this moment, when Wu Lan mentioned it, Suyu laughed dryly, probably the same name and surname. There's only a name and no specific information, so I won't tell you. Lest you feel inferior, your sister has already reached the 49th floor, can you reach the 19th floor? How pitiful, Wu Lan nodded, taking it seriously. His sister had just entered Lingyun and was still in the All Heavens battlefield. She did not have time to come here. Even if she came, she would not be able to reach the 49th floor. Standing in front of the 100 Paths Pavilion, Suyu looked at the list for a while. He quickly asked, "Can I bring my tamed beast in?" "Yes, but it has to be kept in the mount space for it to be considered my familiar," Zhu Hongliang replied. Suyu nodded slightly. "That's good." Without a familiar, the beast taming faculty's strength would be greatly reduced. It was not in line with the principle that one could learn everything. He had a beast Shenwen with the word beast in it. But it was still at level 1, so he could not bring a sore monster. Suyu was just asking. It was not a big deal. He was prepared to bring Little Furball in. And Little Furball? This fellow could be kept in the Sea of Will. Not a familiar, it could be considered a Shenwen. Being kept in the Sea of Will, Suyu was not afraid of it. The little guy could not cause a ruckus. If it was not obedient, the golden book could send it flying in an instant. Taking a light breath, Suyu did not say much and walked towards the entrance. Zhu Hongliang hurried to catch up and asked curiously, "How many levels can you pass? Also, if the levels are not high enough and there are too many people, only 100 names will be displayed. If you are fast, the ranking will be based on the time you take to pass the level. If you are not fast enough, even if you pass the level, your name may not be displayed." Suyu smiled. He did not care too much. He did not need to show off now. Behind him, Wu Lan was also eager to try. This time, she was also prepared to try and see how many levels she could pass. Any civilizationist who came to the Ming Constabulary would be very interested in the 100 Paths Pavilion. At the entrance, an old teacher was guarding the door. Seeing Suyu and Wu Lan, he yawned and said, "Go in first and leave your name. Let the 100 Paths Pavilion remember your aura. Then, the 100 Paths Pavilion will know how many levels you have passed." After saying that, he looked at Suyu. "Don't just pass levels for the sake of passing. That's boring. The 100 Paths Pavilion is not just for passing levels. As for what you can get, you have to experience it yourself." "Thank you, teacher." The old man didn't mind. He glanced at Wu Lan, then at Suyu, and said, "After you enter, the 100 Dao Pavilion will assign you to different zones based on your own judgment. During this process, if you make any changes, for example, if you're from the Shenwen faculty, you will enter the Shenwen faculty for assessment. If you're from the beast taming faculty, you will enter the beast taming exam. After that, the 100 Dao Pavilion will make adjustments and choose the most suitable space for you." Suyu was surprised. "So advanced, is this heaven-ranked Wenbing?" It felt extremely intelligent. "Is there a charge?" Wu Lan asked. The old man curled his lips. "Our academy doesn't accept it, but outsiders do. Academy members can challenge 3 times a month for free, but if you want to enter more times, you will have to pay. After all, maintaining the 100 Dao Pavilion requires a large amount of resources. It was already very good, 3 times for free. Some people might not even come 3 times in a month." Rich and overbearing, Suyu sighed. He showed his identity card and stepped into the entrance without saying anything else. The old man saw his name but didn't care too much. He knew Suyu, but so what, he had witnessed too much in front of the 100 Dao Pavilion. 5 generations, Zhou Polong and the others, people from the Seeker State, blue sky of the past, some people lived, some died, and he was still the gatekeeper of the 100 Dao Pavilion. Generation after generation, the current Suyu was incomparably monstrous, but so what, reach the 100th level first. Suyu entered and Wu Lan quickly followed. Zhu Hongliang hurried to the old man. Bear One's teeth grinned. "Elder Yun, how many levels do you think Suyu can reach?" "Around 40. The old man yawned. "In this place, the main examiner is Shenwen. Of course, a strong physique is an advantage, but he can't use his talent blood essence. Without it, he is still a top-notch genius. Level 40 is difficult, but there is hope. Level 40. Then he must be a monster of the Soar State, the kind that can fight Ling Yun with Soar State, right?" "Something like that." The old man replied casually. "Why, does your highness want to try level 22? Forget about me. I can't deal with that sore beast now. Zhu Hongliang shook his head. He had no interest in trying now. Glancing at the entrance of the 100 Dao Pavilion, he smiled and said, I'm going to find someone to bet on how many floors so you can enter. The loser will have to run naked. Elder Yun, do you think I can win? Elder Yun was helpless. Don't fight with Bai Junxing and the others all day. Zhu family, you have a bigger picture. Zhu Hongliang laughed. I have a bigger picture, but I won't be the prefecture lord. My brother will be. I don't have to care too much. Elder Yun couldn't be bothered with him. He leaned back on the chair and continued reading. You guys can do whatever you want. Inside the 100 Dao Pavilion. Suyu's vision blurred. He appeared in a dark space. With a slight movement, a wall appeared in front of him. Wall of names. Suyu smiled. He didn't mind it. He waved his hand and left his name. It was fine if he used a fake name. The 5th generation left their real names. There was no need for him to disguise himself. After leaving his name, the darkness disappeared. The wall disappeared. A moment later, a small space appeared in front of Suyu. Looking closely, it seemed to be a study. There were many books in the study. Find a text of will. This line of words flashed in front of him and quickly disappeared. This was the content of the test. A divine light flickered in Suyu's eyes. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed, and a book that was concealed by the illusion was caught in his hand. It was too simple. The first level was for those who had just entered the cultivation stage. It was impossible for the test to be too difficult. It was just a little illusion. To Suyu, it was something that he could see through with a glance. Holding the book in his hand, Suyu was slightly surprised. Was it a real text of will or a virtual item? He flipped the book and was even more surprised. It really felt like a text of will. Was it real? The school was generous. This meant that every student who passed would be given a book. Of course, it was only at the 1,000-ton realm, but it was worth dozens of merit points. Suyu glanced at it and shook his head. It was a trashy text of will. 1,000-ton art, of course, to those ordinary students, it was a pleasant surprise. After flipping through it, there was nothing special. It was just a text of will. After reading it, Suyu's vision blurred. He arrived at the 2nd level. Real? Illusion? Find the entrance to the next level. Suyu's eyes flickered. Illusion, was it because he had broken through the illusion so quickly that the 100 Dao Pavilion had set up another illusion test for him? Or was it supposed to be like this? At this moment, many things appeared in front of him. It was a small village. Suyu was standing at the entrance of the village. Entrance to the next level. This illusion was a little low level. It wasn't even as powerful as his own. Suyu laughed. The blood word Shenwen exploded and created another village. The space trembled slightly. After a moment, the 2 villages disappeared at the same time. A staircase appeared. Suyu waved his hand and the staircase was broken. In the next moment, his vision blurred and he appeared at the next level. The illusion was too weak and the staircase was fake. If he really walked up, he might be trapped somewhere. The next few levels were all illusions. Suyu was helpless. He wasn't an illusionist. Why did they give him so many illusions? When he reached the 9th level, Suyu didn't use Shenwen to resist anymore. The moment the illusion appeared, his willpower exploded. With a loud bang, he broke through the illusion with brute force. In the blink of an eye, he entered the 10th level. This time, it wasn't an illusion. Kill the demonic beast. He had just displayed his brute force and soon, he encountered a mission to kill a demonic beast. Indeed, the 100 Dao Pavilion had been adjusting the things that Suyu encountered. In the next moment, a fire porcupine charged towards him. It had the strength of 1,000 caddies. The 10th level was also a midpoint for cultivation. 1,000 caddies was not a weak test. Suyu's willpower exploded. The thunder word Shenwen flashed and exploded the fire porcupine. It was torn into pieces. The moment the fire porcupine exploded, the space changed. In the next moment, a strand of pure willpower appeared. Suyu's eyes flickered. This was the reward for every 10 levels. Where did it come from? Was it provided by the 100 Dao Pavilion? Without thinking too much, Suyu quickly absorbed it. In the blink of an eye, the strand of willpower was absorbed. The reward for passing the first level was very generous. Next time, Suyu could choose to start all over again, or he could choose to continue the previous challenge. However, even if he started all over again, the reward for clearing the second time would be very small. Suyu had read about this before. A strand of willpower was absorbed. Suyu didn't move. A moment later, another strand of willpower appeared in the void. This was for cultivation. It absorbed willpower passively. One strand was enough. However, it was obviously not enough for Suyu. Soon, the second strand appeared, then the third. It appeared about every 5 minutes. As for Suyu, he could only stay here for an hour. Suyu wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. Absorption, opening the divine aperture. The willpower was very pure, but there wasn't a lot. However, after absorbing 10 strands, Suyu's 116th divine aperture gradually showed signs of opening. When the 12th strand was absorbed, the sea of will trembled and 116 divine apertures were opened. Not bad, he had only passed the 10th level and he actually opened one divine aperture. The 100 Dao Pavilion was indeed a good place. Suyu thought. His body flashed and the space in front of him disappeared. He had passed the 10th level. At this moment, in the outside world, on the crystal stele. 10th level, Suyu. Suyu's name appeared on the 10th level. He wasn't ranked at the top, but slightly behind. His speed wasn't considered fast. As for the time spent after passing the level, it didn't count. At this moment, people saw this name. Soon, someone said, Suyu is challenging the 100 Dao Pavilion. This guy is finally here. Can he pass dozens of levels? Who knows? Many students ran over to watch the commotion. They wanted to see how many levels Suyu could clear and see how many levels he could clear. On the 11th level, Suyu's name flashed. In the blink of an eye, he passed the 12th level. Because of his strength, Suyu encountered some beast-killing missions. He killed those beasts that weren't even at soar level. His killing speed was extremely fast. 13th level, 14th level. His name gradually moved towards the top. When he reached the 18th level, Suyu was already ranked first. So fast. Is this guy strolling through the levels? He's from Shenwen. I'm afraid the beasts on the 18th level are all at once level 8 or 9. He killed them just like that? Everyone was speechless. I know you're strong, but you're still at once level 8 or 9. Give me some face and stop for a while. How can the students bear to kill so fast? He will encounter sore beasts on the 20th level. It won't be that fast, right? He can't use his blood essence here. He will probably have to fight for a while to kill Sor, right? The students discussed softly. Gradually, outside the 100 Dao Pavilion, there were people selling tables and chairs. A few students with special abilities from Shenwen shouted, so you will need a lot of time to pass the levels. Everyone, sit down and watch. Made in Shenwen, green and natural. A set of tables and chairs, 1 merit point. Do you want wine? I have tea here. Fruits, fresh fruits. Plant them and eat them now. Some students planted trees right now. In the blink of an eye, the trees grew and started bearing fruits. They were selling fruits. The gatekeeper, Elder Yun, put down his book and sighed. Here they go again. Every time someone with a bit of fame came to pass the levels, these bastards would do the same thing. Just as he was about to speak, a plate of fruits was placed in front of him. Elder Yun, it's fresh. Eat more. Elder Yun rolled his eyes and picked up a peach to eat. It tasted pretty good. He muttered in his heart, bribe me, am I that kind of person? Just as he was thinking, the fruits were served. A moment later, the wine seller brought a bottle of wine and the tea seller brought a pot of good tea. Elder Yun ate and drank, dispelling the thought of chasing them away. Whatever, as for the students, they didn't mind. They were too familiar with the process. Soon, in front of the 100 Dao Pavilion, tables and chairs appeared out of thin air, forming a circle. The newcomers weren't surprised. they laughed and said, "Who passed the levels?" It's the same old thing, everyone was like this when a famous person came to challenge the stage. The largest scale was when the 5th generation came. Everyone in the academy came to watch the show outside the 100 Dao Pavilion. When the 5th generation came out, he almost thought that he came to the wrong place. Suyu. How many levels is he in? He should be in the 20th level. Don't worry, these people pass the levels quickly, but they stay for too long at the 10th level. Everyone, do what you need to do. Outside, it was bustling. Level 20. So you did encounter a monster, a level 1 soar. This was a test for the Shinwen teachers, kill it, so you wasn't in a hurry to kill the monster. Instead, he was thinking. From the 10th level until now, he had been killing monsters. The 100 Dao Pavilion's current definition of him was probably the Shinwen teachers who were good at killing. Hence, the tests were all about that. That wasn't important. What was important was to break the illusion and see the essence. The demonic beast in front of him bared its fangs and brandished its claws, but Suyu didn't care. He stretched out his hand and pressed down on its head. The demonic beast struggled, but Suyu, who was at the 10,000 stone realm, could easily suppress a demonic beast that was at the first heaven ascension realm. Grabbing its head, Suyu sized it up. It was a rainbow tiger. That wasn't important. What was important was, how was this guy formed? Every time he killed it, it would dissipate. It was obviously not real, but an illusion or something else. It's a combination of primordial chi and willpower. Hence, every time I kill it, some primordial chi and willpower will dissipate. It's a reward, so you made a judgment and roughly analyzed the situation. No, there might be some illusion attacks mixed in. The other party was using talent skills. Someone imprinted a memory. This is a method of memory extraction to imprint. After I kill it, the next person will come and the memory will be formed again. Suyu's eyes flickered. If I kill this monster, can I extract its memory and reconstruct it later? If I kill it, it'll be considered a success. If I succeed, the 20th level will reward me with a lot of willpower. I'll absorb it and reconstruct this guy. Will that be considered a success? Extracting a memory was not something an ordinary person could do. Suyu could do it, of course, he wasn't skilled enough. Baifeng was good at this. But now that Suyu was strong and his willpower was strong, the difficulty of extraction was lower. He grabbed the monster and sized it up. There should be a mechanism for the 100 Dao Pavilion to determine if one succeeded or not. How would it be considered a success? How would it be considered a failure? He recalled the words of the old man at the entrance. The 100 Dao Pavilion's challenges were not for the sake of it. The goal was to obtain benefits. Since he was stronger than the monster, Suyu held it down and sized it up. Soon, he found something strange. Rubbing his chin, Suyu fell into deep thought. Interesting. I have to test it out, there's no rush. He smashed the monster's head with a punch. A ray of light flashed. Suyu was prepared for it in Shinwen. His willpower exploded and a small hammer appeared. With a loud bang, it struck the light. With a thud, a small crystal-like fragment fell to the ground. At this moment, the monster was killed. Its willpower and primordial chi dissipated. The entire 20th level was filled with a large amount of pure primordial chi and willpower. Suyu quickly absorbed the primordial chi and willpower. In the air, willpower leaked out again. This time, Suyu didn't care. He picked up the fragment and his eyes moved. A moment later, Suyu took out a few drops of primordial chi liquid and placed the crystal fragment in it to nourish. Gradually, a colorful tiger formed again. However, it lacked vitality and willpower. Suyu's eyes flickered. He stretched out his hand and the willpower in the air was compressed and stuffed into the crystal fragment. In the blink of an eye, the roar sounded again. Just like at the beginning, a colorful tiger appeared again, bearing its fangs and claws. Suyu's eyes lit up. Indeed, this fragment was the core of the seal. As long as one used primordial chi and willpower, it could be reconstructed. Even Suyu couldn't break this fragment. I don't need to extract the memory. As long as I can grab this fragment, I can reconstruct it. I don't need to absorb primordial chi. I can use a portion of willpower to reconstruct it. This portion of willpower was about the amount of willpower that would overflow every 5 minutes. So you could stay on the 20th floor for 2 hours and overflow his willpower more than 20 times. One of the times, he could use it to reconstruct the colorful tiger. Will I be expelled after 2 hours? Or, if I kill another one after 2 hours, I can stay here for another 2 hours? Suyu rubbed his chin and pondered. Another colorful tiger appeared. Would he pass the 100 Dao Pavilion? After waiting for 5 minutes, no willpower leaked out. Suyu smiled, not, as long as the colorful tiger was here, he wouldn't pass, unless this thing was killed, he would pass and the willpower would leak out. In that case, when it was close to 2 hours, he could reconstruct it and kill it again. Then, he would be able to obtain willpower continuously. Was this a flaw, or was it an opportunity deliberately left behind? Suyu was more inclined to the latter. Opportunities were reserved for those who were prepared. The 100 Dao Pavilion was very interesting. The benefits one could obtain depended on one's ability, luck, and foresight. Obviously, Suyu had foresight. He was also strong enough. A normal sword would not be able to knock down the crystal fragment, but Suyu could. After killing the colorful tiger again, Suyu activated his hammer again to knock down the fragment. Primordial chi and willpower leaked out again. This time, Suyu did not absorb the primordial chi but the willpower. After waiting for 5 minutes, the second strand of willpower appeared. Absorb. After waiting for another 5 minutes, the third strand appeared and he continued to absorb. Suyu waited patiently. He was not in a hurry. When it was almost 2 hours, Suyu sealed a strand of willpower and gathered the primordial chi. He forced it into the fragment again. Not long later, the colorful tiger was resurrected. As soon as it was resurrected, Suyu slapped it again, it died again, primordial chi and willpower leaked out again. Suyu smiled. Bare One's teeth grinned. Indeed, this was possible. Did this mean that he could farm monsters here until the end of time? At the same time, in the outside world, Suyu's name appeared on the 20th floor. Then, it disappeared and appeared again after a while. The next moment, someone cursed, F***CK. Did those geniuses cheat every time? It's happened several times. A few of them always get stuck on the entire floor. They must be cheating. Suyu was not the first. Obviously, this was not the first time. In front of the door, Elder Yin drank his tea and said slowly, "What are you shouting about?" This is his ability. Do you think anyone can get stuck on the entire floor? It's fine, he won't be stuck for long. The 100 Dao Pavilion has an emergency mechanism. This guy will be killed after 3 rounds. The students muttered. Someone shouted, "Teacher Ho, you've been stuck before. Can you tell us how you did it?" In the crowd, Chief Ho's son, Ho Liang, was also there. He smiled and said, "Go and observe yourself." Why would I tell you? Even if I told you, you might not be able to get stuck. But Elder Yun is right. If he gets stuck for 3 rounds, Suyu will regret it. He might even be kicked out of the 20th floor. Why? If you don't want to tell me, try it yourself. Ho Liang laughed. Why? Simple. After 3 rounds, the 100 Dao Pavilion would activate the emergency mechanism and a second sore monster would appear. Then, there would be one more in the 5th round. Then, there would be one more every round. Go and get stuck. In the end, there would be so many monsters that you would be scared. Naturally, you wouldn't be able to get stuck, someone said gloomily. The key is, how long will it take? How many days does this guy plan to stay in there? 20 floors. 2 hours per round. Only the entire floor works. He got stuck for 3 rounds, which is 6 hours. What's the hurry? Elder Yun was not in a hurry. He smiled. However, Suyu might be stuck longer. This guy was not weak. As for Suyu, he had already killed the 4th multicolored tiger. However, Suyu frowned. His willpower was still very pure, but it was not enough. First, it appeared every 5 minutes. That was too slow. Second, the strength of his willpower was very weak. It was probably at the first level of sore. For Suyu, it was too weak. It was not enough for him to absorb. 20 floors is fine. What about the 30th and 40th floors? Probably not. I have to go to the 40th floor, right? Suyu was not too sure. The 30th floor was probably not enough. Stuck at the 40th floor, was it all because of Ling Yunjing's willpower? Then he could absorb more. But no matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. I'll absorb this one first. After a while, Suyu killed another multicolored tiger. The next moment, he was slightly stunned. In the void, a second tiger suddenly appeared. What's going on? What mechanism was this? Suyu did not hesitate. He quickly killed the second multicolored tiger, struck down the fragment, and waited again. The willpower continued to spread, and Suyu continued to absorb. After another 2 hours, he killed another tiger again. There was a total of 3 tigers. 3 sore demonic beasts, Suyu smiled. As expected, the 100 Dao Pavilion had a corresponding mechanism. The fragment was also a backdoor deliberately left behind. However, it was also a reminder to those who passed that enough was enough. At this moment, he had already opened 118 divine apertures. I can still continue killing here. When I reach the 40th floor, I have to kill Ling Yun demonic beasts. If there are 2 or 3 of them, how am I supposed to kill them? Forget it. I'll stay here for a while longer. If he wanted to fleece others, he had to fleece them to the limit. As for whether there were others like Suyu, it was possible that there were. However, if a Sun Moon tier elite came, Suyu didn't think that the other party would be so shameless. He couldn't afford to stay at this kind of cultivation level for too long. Not to mention the Sun Moon tier, even if Ling Yun discovered it, he probably would not have the face to stay for too long. Suyu did not care too much. He was originally a carefree person. It was normal to stay here for a longer period of time. Moreover, there were more rewards for the first pass. The next time, there would not be such a generous reward. The second time he passed the 20th floor, there was only a little bit of willpower spilling out when he killed the tiger. It was not as much as 2 hours of continuous willpower spilling out. 8 hours, 10 hours, the outside world had already started to hold a bonfire party. Forget it, he would get used to it. Anyway, there was nothing to do. Gathering was a common thing in the school. Everyone should celebrate together. If the celebration was good, there would be another festival. At this moment, Elder Yun and the others were a little surprised. 12 hours, at least 6 rounds, at Suyu's side, there were probably 4 to 5 sore beasts. That kid alone, without using his blood essence, could he withstand 4 to 5 sore beasts? Even if he could withstand it, absorbing so much willpower should be enough. This kid did not have sore yet, right? While Elder Yun was still thinking, the next moment, there was another person beside him. Niao Baidao picked up the wine and drank, cursing in a low voice, this kid, shameless. He even stared at this little thing. The biggest reward of 100 Dao Pavilion is this pure willpower. With this, it is comparable to the Sea of Consciousness mystic realm in Dixia province. Is he not going to come out? Elder Yun laughed, what's the rush? It's just a carefree person, and it's on the 20th floor. No matter how much he absorbs, it's just that. He can withstand a few beasts, but what about dozens? Don't be too concerned. Niao Baidao thought for a while and nodded, that's true. I'm just afraid that this kid will really reach the 40th floor and do the same. That would consume too much of his willpower, 40th floor? Then Ling Yun will appear. Can he capture the core? After 3 rounds, there will be 2 Ling Yun. Can he deal with them? Talent blood essence can't be used here, right? It's not worth it to use it. What are you worried about? Elder Yun smiled casually, old Niao, you're already so old, be more open-minded. The 100 Dao Pavilion still has a lot of willpower. Wen Bing, who is at the peak of heaven rank, has absorbed hundreds of years of scattered willpower. He has long filtered out countless willpower, the consumption is also huge. Niao Baidao sighed, it's not like you don't know that Yi Badian absorbed too much of it back then. That bastard, if it wasn't for Deming Wang being alarmed, he would have emptied it. Elder Yun laughed, that's true. But that was decades ago. After decades, the 100 Dao Pavilion storage is not small. As he was thinking, someone shouted, look, Suyu's name is gone. Elder Yun laughed, he probably can't take it anymore. That's good too. After a while, Suyu's name appeared on the 21st floor. His speed was very fast. Niu Baidao was speechless. He can't take it anymore? He had eaten and drunk his fill, and was ready to continue working. Back then, De Mingwang said to leave a chance for others, but I said there's no need. He didn't listen. Now, some bastards often take advantage of the loopholes. It's very exhausting, you know, Suyu. I hope he won't do the same on the 40th floor. That fellow can't deal with Tu Ling Yun without using his blood essence, right? Is there hope for one? That's hard to say. In the 100 Dao Pavilion, Suyu was in a good mood. Although it took a long time, he absorbed quite a lot of willpower. It was just that it was a little torturous. It was not as straightforward as the Sea of Consciousness mystic realm. Here, he had to absorb while killing demons. Of course, there was an advantage in the 100 Dao Pavilion. No one would disturb him. He could absorb as much willpower as he wanted. When he reached the 25th level, Suyu stopped killing. In the 100 Dao Pavilion, he realized that it was not as simple as killing to clear the levels. At this moment, in the 25th level, Suyu stopped attacking with his physical body. Instead, he attacked with Shenwen. The enemy was no longer the demon beasts. It was the Shenwen. Yes, the Shenwen was the enemy. Interesting, in the air, the Shenwen battled with each other. This was the Soar region. The Shenwen were all rank 2, and so was Suyu. At this moment, the Shenwen battled in the air. Lightning, blood, fire, killing intent, Suyu's Shenwen split up and battled with each other. With a bang, a Shenwen exploded. In the air, the lingering charm of Shenwen could be heard. Suyu's bare one's teeth grinned. It was really magical. He suspected that Daming Lord and the rest had really filled a large amount of Shenwen in here. At this moment, after the Shenwen were shattered, a large amount of Shenwen's lingering charm was emitted. He absorbed it and it felt like it was real. His own Shenwen had indeed improved a little. What a magical place. Suyu felt regretful. He should not have killed the demon beasts below. Absorbing willpower and essence chi was not as good as absorbing the Shenwen's charm. This place would provide different levels of support according to one's strength. This was the Real teaching according to one's aptitude. I can't fight too fast, Suyu continued to search for a pattern. It might not work in the normal levels, but there was one thing he could do. Stall for time, slow down and shatter the Shenwen bit by bit. This way, the 100 Dao Pavilion would continuously replenish Shenwen's strength, so that those Shenwen soldiers could fight. Delay, when the 100 Dao Pavilion could no longer provide any more power, Shenwen would be completely destroyed. At that time, the utilization rate would be maximized. Suyu took a long time to pass. There was no hurry. At this moment, he really understood the words of the old man guarding the door. Breaking through the levels was not the goal, but the goal was to obtain what he needed from the different levels. Otherwise, even if you were invincible, what was the use of instantly entering the 100 floors? Of course, for invincible, there was no need for these. Bang! One of the Shenwen coins, without any energy to replenish them, was once again shattered. Suyu had a look of regret on his face. Very soon, he murmured, it seems like the more Shenwen I reveal, the more Shenwen I will fight against. I should reveal all of them. This way, I should be able to meet more Shenwen in the next stage. In the Sea of Will, the little furball was also moving. It wanted to eat too. Don't come out. If you come out, you might think that I'm from the beast-taming faculty. That would be troublesome. If he was from the beast-taming faculty, he might not be able to train in Shenwen. That would be a huge loss. As for the benefits of the beast-taming faculty, Suyu did not care. He needed the lingering charm of Shenwen and willpower. These two were more important to him. In the outside world, Suyu's speed was too slow. If he was slow, he would not be able to enter the top 100, and he would not be able to rise in the rankings. At this moment, he had already passed the 25th stage, but his name had disappeared. Many people were speechless. They had no idea which stage Suyu had passed. The bonfire party was still ongoing. A student saw Niu Baidao and shouted, Principal, which stage did Suyu pass? Why does it feel like he's not that demonic? Is he not good enough in actual combat? Demonic? Didn't that mean that he had rushed up? What about Suyu's name? Why was it gone? Did he barely pass? Was he still struggling? Niao Baidao rolled his eyes. He wished that his name would appear first. This meant that the kid passed the stage very quickly. He would not get any benefits at all. That was good. But this bastard dragged on one stage after another. Maybe he felt that he had found something good and was trying to take advantage of it. K, 100 Dao Pavilion might suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, that fella's strength wasn't that great. If it was Sun Moon, then it might be another 5th generation, all of them going to be sucked dry by him. Niao Baidao did not say much and looked at Elder Yun. Elder Yun smiled and grabbed a mirror from the void. He glanced at it and smiled. He's on the 25th stage. The 25th stage. A student was speechless. Source domain is around the 3rd level. In terms of strength, he is really strong. But I feel that he is not worthy of such fame. Slaying Ling Yun, but he was stuck at the 25th stage until now. Elder Yun could not be bothered. At this moment, someone in the crowd snorted. Try going up to the 25th stage. There was no one else. It was Wu Lan. Those who came down from the 17th stage also felt strange. Why was Suyu so slow? Look at how fast she was. To be able to go up to the 17th stage, her strength was not weak. In terms of cultivation, she was considered top-notch. However, Wu Lan did not say a word. Who asked Zhu Hongliang to be taller than her? She was unhappy. That fatty looked stupid. But he was ranked higher than her. Although this 100 Dao Pavilion did not rank based on strength, it was a fact that he was ranked higher than her. The student who spoke laughed dryly. He did not say much and continued to eat and drink. Forget it, Suyu was secondary. The bonfire party was more important. The 25th stage changed to another person. Everyone was stunned. If it was Suyu, no one was surprised. If Suyu did not reach the 25th stage, it would be news. If he did, it would not be news. But it was strange. He was really slow. As for old Yun, he stroked his beard and said softly, "This little fellow is quite patient." Very few young people are able to be patient. Even if they know that there will be some benefits, things like fame are often more important than benefits. If one didn't enter the top 100 after a long time, would they be willing to see their names? The more talented one was, the more they would care. Yet, Suyu dilly-dallied endlessly. Niao Baidao smiled. Forget it. The 100 Dao Pavilion is meant to give benefits to students and teachers. It's good for him to polish himself. Let's wait and see. If this kid can really reach the 40th stage, he will truly be invincible. For a genius like Lu Wenyin, no one said that he was invincible back then. They only said that he had hopes of inheriting the legacy of the 5th generation. And the 5th generation wasn't invincible. In the cultivation stage, when people praised others for being invincible, most of them were just teasing or simply mocking. However, Niao Baidao did not need to do so. He was sincere. If Suyu really reached the 40th stage, he would be invincible. Invincible was inferior to him when he was young. Elder Yin nodded and did not say much. Having invincible didn't mean that one could become invincible. This was very normal. Being outstanding when one was young might not necessarily be the case when one was old. At this moment, Suyu did not care about others. Level 26. Suyu encountered a large number of Shenwen once again. Blade Mountain, Flame Sea, Illusion, Ice Mountain, Tremor, all sorts of characteristics exploded. This was also a chance for Suyu to see the various characteristics of Shenwen. It was very valuable. Defense, slow attack, exhaustion, control. Suyu was controlling Shenwen, slow attack, drag, continue to drag until the 100 Dao Pavilion replenishes Shenwen's strength. He had never been to the War Demon Arena in Xia Province, but Suyu felt that this 100 Dao Pavilion combined the effects of many mystic realms. For example, the War Demon Arena, the Sea of Consciousness Mystic Realm, and even the effects of the Essence Chi Mystic Realm. Treasure, this thought flashed in Suyu's mind again. This thing was really a super treasure. With a bang, another Shenwen shattered, and Suyu absorbed a lot of Shenwen's lingering charm. Tribulation and Beast, these two Shenwen were not second-rank Shenwen. At this moment, Suyu was mainly nurturing these two Shenwen. Absorb. After absorbing many layers, the invisible beast word Shenwen in the void suddenly changed. Suyu could feel that the space in the word Shenwen was expanding and becoming stronger. Second rank Shenwen, this was the harvest. What's the point of ranking? What's the point of ranking? Shenwen entered second rank and opened more divine apertures. This was the harvest. Not only that, Suyu took out the text of will and looked at it. Draw a new Shenwen for me. The more Shenwen there were, the more Shenwen would appear in the next layer. Now that he had drawn it, he could take the opportunity to absorb the lingering charm of Shenwen and let Shenwen advance. What a great opportunity, he must not miss it. The time martial technique that almost caused a commotion in the Essence Chi mystic realm didn't have much of an impact here. This was because the 100 Dao Pavilion was much more stable than the Essence Chi mystic realm. The 100 Dao Pavilion could even accommodate invincible experts, but if invincible experts entered the Essence Chi mystic realm, they would definitely collapse. Draw a space Shenwen for me. Suyu prayed. Although the storage ring was good, it was something that could be taken away. It would be lost. How could it be better than Shenwen? He had read time many times, but why couldn't he understand the space-time Shenwen? While controlling Shenwen to fight and reading, Suyu felt very comfortable. The pressure of the 20-odd levels wasn't too much for him. His willpower was really strong. With more than 100 divine apertures open, he could absorb a large amount of willpower at any moment to strengthen himself and the Sea of Will. He wasn't any weaker than some 8th or 9th source stage 8 or 9. At 180, he would definitely be comparable to Ling Yun. Activating time, Suyu read and comprehended the book seriously. Ever since he learned the 3rd level of time, he didn't value this martial technique as much. Looking at it again today, he vaguely had some new gains. Even though time shouts were really loud, Suyu felt that it was just average. But looking at it again today, he vaguely understood that he seemed to have missed the point. Time, this name isn't just for show. I only care about the explosive power of the apertures, but I neglected the special characteristics of this aperture. It's like the soul-devouring art. The 36 aperture soul-devouring art isn't much, but it can corrode the opponent's willpower. This is the key to being strong. Time, the key of the 100 apertures is to speed up and slow down time, slowing down the opponent's movements and speeding up my own. This is the secret of time. Suyu found that his brain was more active when he read books in battle. The fire Shenwen started to rise, burning the lingering charm of Shenwen, allowing him to comprehend and understand it further. At this moment, Suyu was extremely serious. Gradually, a Shenwen took shape. It wasn't the space Shenwen that he dreamed of, but the slow word. The Shenwen started to take shape rapidly. The moment it took shape, it was the peak of the 1st level. Slow down. Suyu's eyes moved slightly. The moment the Shenwen took shape, he carefully sensed it and was shocked again. Jinxing was right. When the number of human Shenwen increased, each time one was added, the other Shenwen would become stronger. At this moment, because he paid special attention to it, he could clearly feel that the other Shenwen had become slightly stronger. The change wasn't too big, but he could feel it. The moment the slow word Shenwen appeared, Suyu also noticed the effects of its special characteristics. In the void, the other Shenwen's movements were obviously slower. The Sea of Fire wasn't as fast, and the Ice Mountain wasn't formed as quickly. The 11th Shenwen was formed. Interesting. Suyu suddenly attacked and kicked out. This kick was very slow, but the Shenwen in front of him didn't escape. Instead, it slowed down and exploded from Suyu's kick. Time, Suyu smiled. He seemed to have comprehended some of the true meaning of time. This cultivation method was interesting. It wasn't just a simple explosive force. This kind of martial arts technique with special effects was probably not weaker than the sky-opening saber, but it was less enlightened. Previously, when he got Xianxia's sky-opening saber, he didn't pay much attention to it. Time. Silkworm Destruction King's martial arts technique. This was what Hong Tan told him. An invincible realm expert named Silkworm Destruction King had created this martial arts technique. It was very powerful. Just as Suyu was about to take out time and comprehend another divine rune, a voice suddenly rang out. Double Saint's Mansion. War God Temple. On the peak of War God Mountain. Silkworm Destruction King was teaching when he suddenly turned his head to the south and slightly raised his eyebrows. Time was activated again. It seemed that someone had comprehended something. It was further south. In the past, it seemed to be in the area of Xianxia province. Today, it seemed to be in the area of Ming Mansion. His eyes flickered. Xianxia province wasn't far from Ming Mansion, but recently, there was a guy who was famous from Xianxia province to Ming Mansion. His name was Suyu. Suyu, Silkworm Destruction King raised his eyebrows. Could it be that this guy got his time? It was hard to say. There were many people coming and going from Ming Mansion and Xianxia province. It might not be Suyu. He didn't pay much attention to Suyu. He just vaguely heard his name. He didn't care whether the other party knew the martial arts technique of time or not. But he heard that he knew Xiaojia's heaven-opening saber. His mouth twitched. Xiaojia's heaven-opening saber, what was that? Dasha of Goguryeo only relied on his strength. He was just a brute. How could he compare to my exquisite time? Master. The teenager who was also learning time suddenly shouted, Master, what are you talking about? Silkworm Destruction King said casually, nothing. Practice well. Don't learn from your senior brother. If you don't learn well, you will be hacked to death in Xingyu Mansion. The teenager nodded heavily. I won't. If I go to Xingyu Mansion, I will definitely bring honor to Master. Silkworm Destruction King said casually, survival first. This technique of time is the essence of Master's martial arts. Its killing power and speed are top-notch. At its peak, each step takes a year. Distance can be caught up, but can it catch up with the passing of time? This is a true life-saving technique. Unfortunately, not many people can understand it. There was no one to inherit it. This technique of mine isn't meant for killing. If I had to compete with Xiaojia's heaven-opening saber in terms of killing power and explosiveness, it would naturally be inferior. But this isn't the focus of time. With one step, time would turn. No matter how fast you are, no matter how strong your explosiveness is, can you hit me who has lost time? I, Silkworm Destruction King, beat the Silkworm Dragon King to hide in his own silkworm world every day. How can my reputation be undeserved? The middle-aged man sighed. Soon, he smiled and said, learn well. There's a guy who learned my time and seems to have some comprehension. If you don't learn well, you won't be able to keep up with unorthodox methods. How embarrassing. Master, who is it? How would I know? I obtained it by accident. If you meet him in the future, you can test his water. With that, Silkworm Destruction King didn't mention this anymore. If one met a cultivation technique outside, they would be master and disciple. If they didn't, they would just ignore each other. There was no need to pay too much attention to it. The young man was curious. He didn't ask any more and continued cultivating. The Starry Mansion. That was his next goal. Interesting. At this moment, Suyu had reached level 29. He had cultivated the Tribulation Shenwen to level 2. At this moment, other than the slow Shenwen, he had cultivated the other 10 Shenwen to level 2. And the slow Shenwen gave Suyu a lot of thoughts. Sometimes, you might look slow, but you might not be really slow. Slow in your eyes might not be slow in the eyes of the enemy. Weakening the enemy's speed so that the enemy couldn't keep up with your rhythm. That was fast. At this moment, Suyu was playing with it. The slow Shenwen weakened the enemy's speed. The small hammer smashed down, causing the 100 Dao Pavilion Shenwen to be compressed and flattened. God-expanding hammer. The purpose of this hammer wasn't to kill or to destroy the Shenwen, but to compress. After compressing, Suyu realized that after a while, the 100 Dao Pavilion Shenwen grew stronger. The 100 Dao Pavilion's replenishment had increased. This was because the flattened Shenwen was compressed by the God-expanding hammer. This is interesting. Suyu seemed to have discovered a new toy, and he was overjoyed. Could I continue to beat this divine character until it reached the 3rd tier? Not only the Shenwen, Suyu was still thinking in his mind. If he used this small hammer to beat the furball, could he beat it to level up? The small hammer was used to compress the sea of will and willpower. When the sea of will and willpower were stable enough, he could use it to fight the Shenwen. This would be of great help to Shenwen. Compressing and stabilizing the realm. In addition, it could help to remove some impurities. The furball had swallowed too much of the shenwen. Was it done digesting it? Were there any impurities left? Furball, do you have indigestion after absorbing the shenwen? What? In the sea of will, the furball transmitted, what? I haven't finished it. There are still some impurities, understand? A little, it's okay. I'll give you a few hundred hammers later. I guarantee that you'll digest it thoroughly. Faint. Don't be afraid. It feels good after fainting. Didn't you feel it when I hammered you last time? The furball seemed to be thinking. After a while, it said, all right. It made sense. It felt good after fainting. Comfortable, Suyu was having a lot of fun. As he played, he reached level 30. The shenwen on the previous level was completely smashed by him. The 100 Dao Pavilion didn't replenish it anymore. It was a pity, the 100 Dao Pavilion didn't have enough perseverance. They should have dragged it out with him. He might not have been able to outlast them. He had some understanding of the situation that teacher Zhao Li mentioned. I might not be able to beat you, but I can exhaust you to death. I have a strong endurance. Suyu's willpower was much stronger than the average soar. The more divine apertures, the faster recovery. The stronger the compression, the stronger the foundation. Level 30. This level was considered to have entered the high level of soar. There was only one shenwen on this level. It was a high-level second-grade shenwen. The only special characteristic that interested Suyu was that it was vibrating. A collision. Suyu's shenwen shook. He was shaking too. He couldn't stop shaking. In the space, Suyu kept shaking. The shenwen were also shaking. This made Suyu experience the feeling of being hit by the God-expanding hammer that day. It made you tremble. This shenwen was interesting. If he could draw the outline, then with a single strike, the enemy's divine characters would tremble, their willpower would tremble, and their sea of will would tremble. Combined with the little hammer, it would be a double-layered effect that would even affect the enemy's body. On this level, Suyu continued to spend a lot of time. He originally wanted to get stuck at the checkpoint, but he realized that he didn't have the chance. The chance to get stuck at the checkpoint should only be given at the limit of each realm. Even so, he still gained a lot. This level gave Suyu 3 hours of willpower. When the shenwen shattered, it also gave him a lot of lingering charm of shenwen. The slow shenwen began to advance to the second grade. And a total of 120 divine apertures were opened. Compared to when he entered, there were 5 more divine apertures opened. This was already very shocking. A day and night had passed in the outside world. It was the morning of the 13th. The bonfire party was over. Some students went to do what they needed to do. But there were still people around. At this moment, after playing for a whole night, someone suddenly said, "Damn, I finally reached the 30th level." There were fewer people on the 10th level. At this moment, there were not many people on the 30th level. So you finally reached the 30th level and left his name. The 100 Dao Pavilion only recorded your highest level. For example, if there were 100 people on the 100th level one day, Yi Badian would be replaced by these people, and his name would disappear. Or if Yi Badian broke through to the invincible realm and came again, the invincible realm would disappear. But obviously, the name Yi Badian would not disappear. If Zhou Polong on the 99th level reached the invincible realm and came again, his name would disappear. The 30th level was the watershed of the 7 levels of Soar. Together with the names of some old people who left, the old people who did not try again, so you could also be listed. At the 30th level, the onlookers were also interested. Not long after, someone came and said with a laugh, "Is there anyone who wants to bet? I bet that Suyu can go to the 38th level. I guess the 35th level is full. Isn't he exhausted? He must have exhausted a lot." Everyone chimed in one after another, and soon, they were betting. Xia province liked to bet on merit points. Great Ming Constabulary was different. There were not many who bet on merit points, but there were all kinds of bets. If they lost, they would run naked, jump into the river, cross-dress. There were all kinds of bets. Not far away, in a courtyard. Niao Baidao did not continue to stay under the 100 Dao Pavilion and came here. In the courtyard, a few old people were drinking tea and eating breakfast. An old man smiled. Old Niu, how many levels do you think he can go? The 40th level. Niu Baidao said confidently, everyone knows that he can drag until now, not because he exhausted a lot, but because he gained a lot. He might not have exhausted much. I guess the 39th level, the 40th level will be hard. Do you want to bet? Niu Baidao smiled. Old Wang, let's bet. If you lose, you go to the celestial battlefield and kill a sun or moon, or get killed by someone else, and I will take your Shenwen. I guess your Shenwen can really evolve into a sea of consciousness. Get lost. The old man scolded with a smile, and quickly said, not this, it's boring. If Suyu really reaches the 40th level, I will give him something good. My primordial regression technique, he might gain something. Primordial regression technique, Vice Principal Wang's exclusive special technique. It was not a unity spirit technique, but it was beneficial for the unity of the spirit and apertures. Niu Baidao laughed, you really know how to give things. This thing is worthless to us, but it might be of some inspiration to that kid. His derivation of the technique is not entirely from some relic or inheritance. I see the shadow of Wen Zhong's body fusion technique in his unity spirit technique. Don't tell me that the ancients knew the body fusion technique. This kid must have added many things himself. Even if there is no inheritance, I think it won't be low. The few old men nodded. They could see it too. Some people said that Suyu relied on inheritance. If it was me, I could do it too. Bullshit. The weak could not feel it, but the strong could more or less see something. The few of them did not speak again. They drank their tea and continued to watch. And Suyu was also very stable. He continued to move at super slow speed, disappearing from the list of the 30th level. He did not come out, nor did he leave his name. He maintained his slow speed and continued to move forward. Level 39. The slow Shenwen had advanced to the second level, and at this moment, Suyu was no longer displaying the strength of Shenwen, but his combat strength. He wanted to continue to encounter monsters on the next level and continue to pass the checkpoint. At this moment, he was facing a monster at the 9th level of Soar. It looked familiar. It seemed to be a member of the top 100 races. No, it looked familiar. Mountain Breaking Strike, Mountain Breaking Bull Clan. The opponent was strong, but Suyu was not weak either. Shenwen's battle technique was revealed. 11 Shenwen's battle techniques were all second-level Shenwens. They were extremely lethal. All kinds of characteristics exploded, and the mountain-breaking bull's speed decreased again. And Suyu's physical body was also incomparably strong. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, he was no longer careless. He smashed the opponent's head with one blow. There was a loud boom, the mountain-breaking bull exploded. A large amount of yuan qi and willpower overflowed. Suyu continued to open the divine apertures. At this moment, he had opened 122 apertures. After absorbing them, a moment later, he reached the 40th level. As soon as he arrived, a strong wind attacked. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Ling Yun, stepping on the air, he looked familiar. White Beaver Clan. Suyu was surprised, he naturally knew of this clan. In the past, Wentan Research Institute had one, but he kept it and left it for Wu Jia. He also left the Fire Crow with Chen Yong. This clan was the Civilization Master clan. They only had one characteristic, speed. This thing, if Ling Yun was at the 1st level, its speed would probably be comparable to that of Ling Yun at the 3rd or 4th level. If the real Ling Yun encountered it, it would be troublesome, Suyu smiled. It just so happened that he had learned the slow Shenwen. Otherwise, if he encountered the White Beaver clan, it would be a huge threat to him. No matter how strong he was, if he was too slow and couldn't keep up with the opponent, he would still be tortured to death. Now that he had some understanding of time and had drawn the slow Shenwen, it was suitable for him to train his combat techniques. In the space, the two shadow clashed. Suyu's speed was slow, but the White Beaver's speed was also slowed down by him time and time again. The God-expanding hammer, the slow divine text, the blood illusion, the thunder, the killing aura intimidating, the battle overflowing, one by one, the Shenwen came into play. At this moment, Suyu finally had the appearance of a civilization master. As for him, he didn't use the heaven-splitting blade. Instead, he used the time combat technique, kicking the void into a time field. Time rotated, kicking the white beaver's figure continuously. After fighting for 8 minutes, Suyu let out a roar and slashed out with his blade. Blade light erupted. With a poochie sound, the white beaver's head was cut off. On Suyu's body, there were more bloody wounds left behind by the white beaver's claws. A fragment shot out. Suyu's god-expanding hammer had been waiting for a long time. With a bang, the hammer smashed the fragment to the ground. Suyu was overjoyed. It was time to pass the checkpoint again. This time, he could stay for 4 hours. This time, his willpower didn't flow once every 5 minutes. Instead, it flowed once every minute. They were all at the Ling Yunjing's intensity. Suyu was overjoyed. F*ck, I'm rich. The purity is even higher than the mystic realms in my sea of consciousness. Suck crazily. A wisp of Ling Yunjing's willpower couldn't open a divine aperture, but 5 wisps were almost enough to open one. In 5 minutes, Suyu could open a divine aperture. It was astonishingly fast. At this moment, in his sea of will, the little furball sneaked out. It wanted to suck too, so fragrant. Suck together, suck crazily. After an hour, Suyu didn't manage to open 12 divine apertures, but he did open 8. He glanced at the furball that was secretly absorbing and couldn't be bothered to say anything. Let's just stay here for a while longer. This time, he felt that he could open 180 divine apertures. The 40th level. This was a level that only monsters like Soar and Ling Yun could pass. As for Ling Yunjing, Suyu didn't know if Ling Yun could pass the checkpoint on the 40th level. Even if there was, for Ling Yun, willpower might not be of much help. There would be a time when it was saturated. It wasn't that simple for Ling Yun to open an aperture. It wasn't as easy as cultivating one's character. The stronger one was, the harder it was to open an aperture. Being stuck at a checkpoint didn't mean much. But for him, it meant a lot. Maybe I can solve the problem of the little furball's advancement here. Suyu thought to himself. The 40th level was Ling Yun's level. If he stored more willpower, he might be able to help the little furball advance. Of course, the premise was that he had opened enough divine apertures. At this moment, Suyu had opened 130 divine apertures. He still needed 50 more. Even if he opened 5 in an hour, it would be more difficult later on. It would take about 10 hours for him to complete 3 rounds. 3 rounds. There shouldn't be any changes here, right? After that, he could accumulate enough willpower for the little furball to advance. In the blink of an eye, 4 hours were almost up. At this time, Suyu had opened 150 divine apertures. His speed was astonishing, in the outside world. Elder Yan's face twitched. How much willpower did this brat absorb? At this moment, the 100 Dao pavilion looked a little gloomy. This shouldn't be the case. In this place, even the sun and moon could be absorbed for a long time. Suyu was still cultivating his character. How much did he absorb? 5 hours, 6 hours, Elder Yan's face gradually changed. Damn, Ling Yun didn't absorb as much as Suyu. It was almost the same as a mountain sea unscrupulously absorbing willpower. 8 hours, this was already the 3rd round, right? This brat still hadn't come out. At this moment, it should be the second Ling Yunjing monster, right? You still can't kill it. At this time, it was already late. The bonfire continued. Zhu Hongliang and the others were also there. They were also speechless. God, he has been here for more than 30 hours and is still stuck at the 40th level. Isn't the 40th level the pressure of Ling Yunjing? This guy has broken through inside, right? He guessed that Suyu might have broken through to Soar. The possibility was very high. If that was the case, it could be explained. Suyu was originally a genius. After breaking through to Soar, he could probably fight against monsters that had just entered Ling Yun for a while. There weren't many names on the 40th level. Suyu's name appeared for a few hours and disappeared for another few hours. This time, it wasn't 3 or 4 rounds like they had imagined. In the blink of an eye, it was the 14th of February. In the morning, it had been a full 20 hours since Suyu entered the 40th level. At this moment, Niu Baidao and the others arrived. There was a strange look in their eyes. Damn, what was Suyu doing? 20 hours, from the beginning to the end, that was 6 rounds. This time, there should be 3 Ling Yunjing monsters. This guy, can he still hold on? After a few more hours, 24 hours, there should be 4 monsters. Why is he still holding on? Do you need so much willpower? At this moment, in the 100 Dao Pavilion, Suyu shouted, "Furball, stop one for me." It was 4 white beaver. Suyu was already bathed in blood. At this moment, in this space, the willpower was terrifyingly strong. Suyu hadn't absorbed it for a long time and was prepared to use it for Furball to advance. And Furball also knew that it was for him. At this moment, he was full of energy. He was entangled with a white beaver. The other 3 white beaver were shockingly fast. With a puff, they drew a bloody line on Suyu's face. Suyu's physical body's vitality exploded, and with a loud bang, the opponent was sent flying. The little hammer was extremely powerful at this moment. After such a long time, he finally opened 180 divine apertures. However, it wasn't connected yet. At this moment, only 3 sets of cultivation techniques were connected, and the remaining 2 were not. Even so, the current Suyu was terrifyingly powerful. Shinwen's combat technique erupted. The Wenbing, which wasn't even at the mystic stage, seemed to be unable to withstand it this time. With a puff, it pierced through the air, and with a loud bang, it pierced through a white beaver. "You're forcing me." Suyu gritted his teeth, and the 4th set of incantations began to connect. 144 divine apertures erupted with light, and the routes began to circulate again, incomparably powerful. At this moment, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He was about to enter the Soar realm at any time, too powerful. His willpower was shockingly strong. However, Suyu was unwilling. "Wait a little longer. What's the rush? First, forge the body, then enter." It would be best if he chose the body forging technique. When he entered the civilizer Soar realm, his physical body would also enter Soar, which could quickly help him forge his body through Soar. He still needed some time to obtain heavenly essence energy. As for Shinwen, it didn't matter much. 11 Shinwen was barely enough. If he split it and reorganized the Shinwen combat technique, it would be the same to advance with 11 Shinwen. With 11 Shinwen, he might be able to enter the 3rd stage. At that time, he would truly be incomparably powerful. Suyu went all out. His origin aperture and divine aperture erupted. With the combination of the 4 sets of techniques, the God-expanding hammer was incomparably powerful. With one hammer strike, a white beaver exploded. On the other side, the little fur ball was also squeaking. Appearing and disappearing like a ghost, with a crunch, it crushed the white beaver's illusory Shinwen. The white beaver was a civilizer, and the simulation here was also very realistic. In the blink of an eye, 3 of the 4 white beaver were killed. The little furball's one had no energy left after being swallowed. In the end, there was only one left. Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Success. However, at this moment, Suyu's expression changed, and he cursed in his heart. "Stupid furball, it's over. You didn't F***king intercept the fragment." It's over. He couldn't intercept the fragment, and he couldn't block the stage anymore. After this, for hours later, Suyu would have to lead the stage. That was good. If 5 of them really came, there was a high chance that Suyu wouldn't be able to stop them. In the blink of an eye, the last white beaver was killed. A moment later, the void overflowed with willpower again. Suyu glanced at the little furball, and the little furball also blinked its eyes at him. Suyu gritted his teeth and said, "If you can't advance and run away after you advance, I won't let you off." With so much willpower, it was incomparably dense. Even Suyu was extremely tempted. After killing so many white beaver, this fellow had gotten off lightly. "I won't run. I'll eat something delicious." The little furball hurriedly replied. Suyu snorted. "Eat my ass. It was more important that you advance." He gritted his teeth, and the fire word appeared on Shinwen. At this moment, it was incomparably dazzling. The little furball stared at it eagerly. It smelled so good. "Come, eat. Leave some roots for me. After eating, we'll continue to clear the stage. Replenish it for me." The little furball pounced at him. Suyu wanted to speak, but his vision blurred. He cursed, F***ck, spit some out for me. "Hurry up, spit out some roots." F***ck, it swallowed it all. The 2nd level Shinwen was too easy for the little furball to eat. So you didn't stop it, and it swallowed it all in an instant. So you didn't feel anything. At this moment, Suyu understood the sorrow of his future opponents. Once the Shenwen came out, it was gone. It would be strange if it didn't vomit blood. The little furball was reluctant, but it still spat out a little fragment. Suyu felt his heart ache. How long would it take to replenish it? No, he had to continue clearing the stage later. He had to at least restore the Shenwen, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to survive. He had to harvest the 100 Dao Pavilion to the end. At the next moment, the little furball's body changed. It was as if a ball of fire was burning it. It smells good, the little furball squeaked. I want to eat these things, eat. Suyu hollered. So much willpower, it's all for you to eat. After eating it, I'll advance. It was not a waste for me to fight here for so long. Can't you see that I'm covered in injuries? The little furball received the order and quickly absorbed it. A large amount of willpower was absorbed by it in a blink of an eye. Use that to smash me, Suyu understood. At the next moment, he picked up the small hammer and smashed it at the little furball. Bang bang bang, again and again, and again and again. At this moment, in the outside world, Niu Baidao inhaled a mouthful of cold air. F***ck, for Ling Yun were killed. What the hell was Suyu? Also, a large amount of willpower was instantly absorbed. At this moment, the entire 100 Dao Pavilion was a little gloomy. Suyu and the little furball's absorption was no less than a sun and moon cultivator's absorption. It was enough for a sun and moon cultivator to absorb until they were full. But for Suyu, it was all gone. It was not enough no matter how much he absorbed. What a loss. Niu Baidao was depressed. Elder Yun was having a headache. It is comparable to a sun and moon cultivator's absorption. This kid, is this still nurturing? Then what would happen to Ling Yun when he reached Soar? Why not this time? He is not allowed to come in the future. Elder Yun said. Niu Baidao ignored him. Maybe it was not Suyu who absorbed it. Could it be that little thing? Suyu, this rascal was really ruthless. He treated 100 Dao Pavilion as a free nutrition machine. Although he cursed in his heart, he was still curious. What about Suyu himself? How many divine apertures did he open? Did he enter Soar? Could he still control himself? If this guy really entered Soar, he would probably be terrifying. At this moment, Suyu was not in the mood to care about that. The small hammer continued to hit the little furball. The little furball was dizzy, and its entire body was bursting with fiery light. There were some signs that it was about to advance. This fellow had eaten too much willpower and divine characters, even more than Suyu. If it did not advance, Suyu felt that he could not afford it anymore. Level 40. At this moment, the flames were blazing. He was about to advance. Before Suyu could think or do anything, the air trembled and a rumbling sound rang in his ears. At the same time, outside the 100 Dao Pavilion, the sky suddenly darkened. The next moment, the air trembled and a golden cloud floated down. It floated towards the 100 Dao Pavilion. What the hell? A phenomenon from the heavens? It did not cover a large area, only a few meters. But at this moment, countless people were shocked. What was going on? Just as they thought about it, Niu Baidao smiled. Level 40, Suyu is indeed a monster. Today is a day of celebration. The prefecture master of the Great Ming Prefecture has sent blessings to Daming Academy. Thank you, Prefecture Master. Zhu Tiandao, who had just arrived, suppressed the shock in his heart and appeared. He laughed and said, "It is a day of celebration." Suyu studied the Tao and was a peerless scholar. Who would have thought that his own strength and the path of civilization would also be so outstanding? Congratulations. As he said that, a large amount of vitality liquid dripped from the air and vitality exploded. The students cheered. Long live the prefecture master. Zhu Tiandao laughed and waved his arms. Countless vitality liquid dripped down and covered the golden cloud. In the next moment, the origin chi turned into clouds, which also turned into golden clouds that floated down. He laughed and said, "Students and teachers, keep up the good work. The Great Ming Prefecture does not respect combat strength, but I still hope that everyone can make a name for themselves in their respective fields. 100 Daos and 100 arts can prove their Dao." Suyu has surpassed Soar and Ling Yun by 2 levels and entered the 100 Dao Pavilion's 40th level. His talent is unparalleled. I hope that everyone will not reject him just because he is from Dixia province. The human race is one family, there is no need to distinguish between us. Zhu Tiandao spoke with confidence, but at this moment, he was transmitting his voice crazily. What's going on? Did Suyu break through, or something else? This seems to be Lingyan breaking through. Is this an ancient race? It might be that little furball. I sensed that Suyu brought it in. Damn, it's really an ancient race. No, it's that race, it's incomparably powerful, and there's even a half-emperor in this world. Holy shit, this breakthrough might attract the attention of that demi-emperor. Shit. Zhu Tiandao said in shock, this race must have an invincible one. What realm of invincible? The ancient race is invincible, and their strength is definitely not weak. Half-emperor was an honorific title, while eternal was a realm. There were strong and weak half-emperors, but, if one wanted to be called a half-emperor before reaching the invincible realm, they would have to be careful not to be slapped to death by an invincible realm expert. After entering Lingyun, there was actually a heavenly phenomenon. This was a sign of strength. Not only was little furball powerful, but this race was also powerful. If it was just little furball being powerful, then there wouldn't have been any abnormal signs. The reason for this was very difficult to figure out. The abnormal signs meant that little furball had broken through and obtained the blessing of that race's half-emperor. Breaking through the void, crossing worlds, the phenomenon descended. Zhu Tiandao cursed in his heart, which ancient race was this, never heard of it, could it really be as his father had said, that it had appeared a few hundred years ago, disappeared in a flash, and sucked an invincible existence dry, f*ck, how terrifying, he wouldn't come to the Ming residence, would he? Probably not. There were many invincible humans. No matter how bold that person was, he wouldn't dare to come to the human realm and cause trouble. It was one thing to sneak into the sun-moon realm, but if an invincible came, he wouldn't be able to escape, at this moment, in the endless void. In a small world, the scenery was picturesque. On a tree, heaven essence fruits hung one after another. A huge furball opened its eyes. In its eyes, time flowed back to a year ago. A year ago, when it was asleep, a passage opened in the sky. A small furball sleeping on its head saw the passage opening in the sky, and its eyes revealed a curious look. Seeing that the big furball was still sleeping, it flew out. A moment later, the passage closed. Time flowed, and it couldn't see clearly anymore. Vaguely, it saw something, but it couldn't be seen clearly. After a long time, an image appeared. Someone was holding a hammer and smashing the little furball. The little furball's body flickered with flames. Natural Shunwen, the little furball had swallowed a very important innate divine character. That hammer was a special divine skill. The image stopped abruptly. The big furball looked at the sky. After a long time, it uttered an incomprehensible language, Lingyun. So fast, it felt like it had only slept for a moment. That realm passage opened, and it didn't even notice it, but the little guy actually ran away. Human realm. Land of pilgrimage. Natural Shunwen. After muttering for a moment, the big furball's eyeballs moved a little. It bit down on a heaven essence fruit and fell into deep thought. And this deep thought might last for several years or even decades. Should I go and bring the little guy back? As for those invincible people in the human realm, who would dare to stop me from looking for a child? It wouldn't be a big problem to talk to them. Thinking, as for when the thinking would end, it was hard to say. 40th floor. Suyu's ears rumbled. The next moment, a golden cloud descended from the sky. Under Suyu's shocked gaze, this cloud turned into essence chi, and then into willpower, f*ck, heaven essence chi. At this moment, Suyu felt that it was heaven essence chi. I'll suck it. Mine. The little furball said. This was its, it knew, this was its own. You just sucked mine. Suyu shouted, and soon said in shock, how did you break through and cause a phenomenon? I don't know. The little furball didn't know, so how would I know? It smells good, eat it first. That cloud was quickly devoured by the man and the ball. Suyu hadn't determined the body forging technique yet, so he didn't use it. He just sucked it dry. His physical body was shaking, his blood and chi were flowing, and his acupuncture points were cleansed. Awesome, Suyu's spirit was greatly shaken. In truth, he hadn't been sucking much. Most of it had been furball. In the blink of an eye, it had bitten off more than half of the cloud, and in another blink, it had almost finished eating the cloud. Suyu was speechless. How do you eat heaven essence chi? It smells good. You succeeded in breaking through? I don't know. The little fur ball didn't know if it had broken through. Anyway, it was still a fur ball, but it seemed a little bigger. Previously, it could be pinched with one palm, but now it was a little bigger, about the size of an apple, and it might not be able to be pinched with one palm. This cloud was quickly eaten up. Suyu only felt refreshed. Even the tattered fire word Shenwen had been repaired a lot, although it wasn't complete yet. This time, what he actually absorbed, whether it was willpower or heaven essence chi, was actually less than 1/10 of the little fur ball. This guy could eat too much. If it didn't reach Ling Yun, there would be no justice in the world. Even so, Suyu felt that his physical body was much stronger. The divine apertures were also much brighter. 180 divine apertures were opened, but they hadn't been completely connected yet. Among them, 36 were slightly dim. Suyu wasn't in a hurry to connect them. He was worried that once he connected, he wouldn't be able to control it and would instantly enter Soar. That wouldn't be good. At least wait until the fire word Shenwen was restored, Suyu was thinking. Would he have to enter Ling Yun if he entered Soar? The difference between Soar and Ling Yun was the level of willpower, the level of Shenwen, and the number of divine apertures. Suyu was sure that once he entered Soar, Shenwen would definitely have level 3 divine apertures. He just didn't know if his willpower could enter level 3. If it could, would he be considered Ling Yun? It was scary just thinking about it. Yes, even he found it scary. Forget it, he wouldn't think about it anymore. If he really entered Ling Yun, there was actually nothing good about it. The stronger he was, the harder it was to outline Shenwen. It was better for him to slowly polish and outline enough Shenwen. At least in the Soar stage, he had to outline more. He didn't want to reach Ling Yun and still have 11 Shenwen. After a while, Suyu finished absorbing. The little fur ball finished absorbing too. Before Suyu could move, with a bang, the little fur ball fell to the ground and became a flat fur ball. Suyu, the little fur ball. Suyu was also speechless. Do you want to die? This guy just suddenly broke into his sea of will. As a result, he also saw it. The golden picture book flashed and this guy was bounced out, almost beaten into a pancake. The little fur ball felt wronged. It smells even better. He couldn't help it, plus, he felt that he was powerful and wanted to eat it, but he was beaten again. Suyu was also shocked. In the past, when this fellow barged into his sea of consciousness, he could still feel something. He could feel something squeezing into his sea of consciousness. But now, he couldn't feel anything. It was getting more and more terrifying. If this clan really had invincible realm, then who could restrain a civilization master? If an invincible realm civilization master met him, he would probably cry for his parents. Of course, if he wasn't invincible realm, Suyu wouldn't know the situation. The 40th floor was sucked dry. At this moment, there was still a little willpower in the void. Suyu absorbed some and slightly filled up the deficit. He scolded, "You ate my fire, Shenwen. If you don't make up for it, I won't go out. Bastard little furball." Suyu felt a headache coming on. This was still entering Ling Yun. What would he do when he entered the mountain sea realm? He felt that he couldn't afford it. Not only him, who could afford it? What did it eat? Willpower, divine characters, heaven's origin energy. Who could afford to provide these things? After staying for a while, time was up. Suyu entered the 41st floor. And the little fur ball hid in the sea of will to avoid being punished by the 100 Dao pavilion. The challenge continued. At this time, Zhu Tiandao and the others had gathered together. Zhu Tiandao had managed to fool them, but he couldn't help but curse. Where did that thing come from? He's been following Suyu since Mount Starfall. I heard that it was caught by Hong Tan. Hong Tan doesn't do proper work all day long. What did he catch? Which ancient clan's descendant did he catch? Zhu Tiandao felt a headache coming on. He didn't do anything. It was best not to catch this thing. The ancient clan was a clan that had existed since ancient times. The original demon clan counted, the primordial god clan counted, but the god clan and the devil clan didn't count. Most of the ancient clans represented some ancient invincible realm existences. They were called demi-emperors. Such a clan was very difficult to deal with. Even if there was only one demi-emperor and no other invincible realm, in their own realm, they were truly invincible. If 7 or 8 invincible realm experts went in and suppressed their strength, they would probably be killed. Unless dozens of invincible realm experts went in directly, even if they were suppressed, they could still kill the other party, or simply break the realm. Some small realms could be broken with many invincible realm experts. Some couldn't, for a realm like the Divine Demon Realm, not to mention dozens of invincible realm experts, even hundreds of them might not be able to break it. Otherwise, the invincible realm experts of the Divine Demon Realm might be able to break the realm. Niu Baidao was also speechless. Hong Tan, that guy, really likes to hunt for novelty. He dares to catch anything. As he spoke, Niu Baidao thought for a moment and said, "It's best if it's a clan with a large number. No one will care if they lose one, and they will think that the other party is outside training. Then it won't be a big problem. If there were a lot of them, although the demi-emperor would sense it, they probably wouldn't care too much. Don't let it be a clan with only a few people, that would be troublesome." That meant that the demi-emperor already knew the situation, found out where the little furball was, and knew that the other party was in the mortal realm. That was troublesome. Be careful, an invincible realm expert might kill his way into the mortal realm at any time. Zhu Tiandao was also helpless. He quickly said, "Fortunately, I managed to cover it up. Probably not many people know. Suyu, take it easy. When he goes to the battlefield of heavens, there might be invincible realm experts watching him. Then let's not let him go." As soon as Niu Baidao finished speaking, Zhu Tiandao interrupted, "It's okay if he's just a researcher. But he's not. His strength is extremely strong, and he's invincible among his peers. Do you think someone like him can stay in the institute for a lifetime?" *T. It's okay if he doesn't have strength, but if he does, who would want to stay in the institute forever? The two of them were speechless. Zhu Tiandao didn't want to say anything more. He nodded and said, "Forget it, this is not the most urgent matter. Why hasn't this guy come out yet?" Niu Baidao was even more depressed than him. "How would I know? This guy has gone too far. It's not enough for him to eat, but he also brought that little thing to eat. This is the foundation of our institute. It's fine if he eats alone, but Suyu eats alone. No matter how much he eats, it's still limited. Now, he brought the little furball to eat, and the other party has become Ling Yun. What a jerk. Why don't you just bring a few more in?" At this moment, Suyu really had this idea. He felt that he couldn't eat anymore. If he had known, he might have brought the waterman and Shadow in to eat. It would be a waste not to eat. This 100 Dao pavilion is too amazing. At this moment, Suyu had already reached level 44. He had only reached the 44th level, but his fire divine character had almost recovered to the first level. It would probably take some time to reach level 2. The other Shenwen gave Suyu the feeling that many of them were almost at the peak of level 2. The blood Shenwen was really about to reach level 3. Suyu was thinking if he should let the blood Shenwen advance. If he advanced, he was worried that the level 3 Shenwen would be difficult for him to control, and it would cause a conflict. Let's restore the fire Shenwen first, and raise the others to the peak of level 2. After breaking through Soar, I might have 11 more level 3 Shenwen. Suyu calculated for a while. At this moment, the Shenwen he encountered were all level 3. Level 44 was roughly equivalent to Ling Yun level 2 or 3. After level 45, it would be Ling Yun middle level. Level 50, it would be Ling Yun late level. Maybe I don't have to keep revealing Shenwen. This place is really good. I'll start from the beginning and not use Shenwen. Weapon forging. Suyu had always wanted to improve his weapon forging skills, but he didn't have the time or the opportunity. Now, he saw the light. If he kept taking the weapon forging test in this place, he would definitely improve a lot. He might be able to quickly improve his weapon forging skills. He could enter 3 times a month, and this was only the first time. Even if he didn't have the reward of level 10 next time, it didn't matter. He didn't enter for these rewards, he came to improve his level. This time, he opened a total of 65 divine orifices. Suyu was in an extremely good mood. Once he was in a good mood, he would be more energetic when fighting. Shenwen's explosive power, 11 Shenwens formed a sealing saber and fought with the Shenwens. The characteristics kept combining. Suyu was trying different ways to explode. He calculated his strengths and weaknesses. Break, Saber, Thunder, these Shinwens were all powerful Shinwens, but they were still lacking. Not fierce enough. Combination. Suyu vaguely had a plan in his mind. He was lacking some combinations. Shan Shinwens could not form Shinwen's combat skills. For the sake of combination, Shinwens were actually very complementary. As for Suyu, because he had Shinwen's combat skills, he didn't care too much about these, so it seemed a little scattered. What was drawn was nothing. Thunder's Shinwen should be combined. For example, Lei Yuan Dao. Divine Technique Lei Yuan Dao, it would be best to draw the word Yuan. I wonder if I can instantly combine it into a saber and turn the martial technique into a divine technique. Suyu had an idea. For example, why couldn't he use divine orifices and divine techniques? Couldn't he use his willpower and divine orifices' explosive power, Shinwen's support combination? Unknowingly, Suyu had already killed his way to the 49th floor. At this moment, he couldn't move anymore. The 49th floor was the special area for Lingyan Stage 6. Here, Shinwens were extremely powerful. Even if Suyu's 11 Shinwens combined, they wouldn't be as powerful as the other party. They were constantly being beaten back. Fire Shinwens had completely recovered. It felt great, it had recovered on the 9th floor. With Shinwen's combat techniques and Suyu's warrior Dao strength, if he really fought, he should be able to defeat this mid-tier 3rd-rank Shinwen. But, it was meaningless, he had killed his way to the 50th floor, and he didn't seem to have any more needs. It was a waste, there was only one chance to do so. Should I save it for next time? Suyu pondered for a moment. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to come next time when he was ready. For example, breaking through to soar. His willpower and Shinwen could be absorbed to advance. Today, he had absorbed to his limit. If he continued, it would be a waste. Why don't I wait for soar and directly kill my way to the 60th floor? Then, I'll be stuck on the 60th floor. I can earn a lot in an instant. The 60th floor was the boundary of the mountains and seas. At this moment, Suyu had this thought, he would kill his way to the 60th floor and try fighting the mountains and seas. Of course, that would have to wait until after soar. Mountains and seas, at this moment, Suyu, who was clearly cultivating, suddenly felt that the mountains and seas were not so unreachable. At this moment, he had some judgment of his own strength. With his physical body, Shinwen might have a chance of fighting Lingyan level 6. Of course, the real person was the real person, and Shinwen was Shinwen. Moreover, the 100 Dao Pavilion was only a virtual Shinwen. The real person would be more difficult to deal with. If he really encountered a level 7, the chances were not high. That day, he killed Zhou Pingxing because that guy had suffered a backlash. In order to activate that divine talisman, his willpower was exhausted. Suyu's strength should not be weaker than that day. That day, he had devoured blood essence, but today, he did not. Ling Yan's combat strength, the combat strength of the trash Ling Yan level 6, in comparison, is comparable to the superior genius Ling Yan level 3 or level 4. In comparison, perhaps, he can fight Lu Hong? Suyu judged his own strength and was a little speechless. He felt that he was probably comparable to the monstrous genius Ling Yan by one level. In other words, the newly advanced people like Wu Qi, Lu Hong, and Hu Wenxing were probably as strong as him. Of course, he was probably not a match for Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan's defeat to Bai Feng was an accident. If they fought again, even if Bai Feng still had his original strength, there was a high chance that he would be beaten to death. This thing could only be used once. It would not work the second time. Suyu was slightly dazed. That's right, Wu Qi had only left his name on the 49th level. And he was currently fighting with Shenwen on the 49th level. Unknowingly, had he become so strong, 360 elemental apertures and 180 divine apertures. He had spent countless resources and paid a huge price to open them, and they did not disappoint him. The outside world could not see how many levels Suyu had passed. The only thing they knew was that Suyu had passed 40 levels. As for the others, Suyu's speed was too slow. They could not see Suyu's name. He might continue to grind on the 41st level, or he might reach the 59th level. In any case, it could not be the 60th level. There were not many people on the 60th level. Of course, everyone felt that there were none on the 50th level. Otherwise, there would not be too many people on the 50th level. That was Ling Yin 7's territory. There were not many people on the Ming Constabulary's Ling Yin 7 either. Of course, there were many old people's names on it. This really makes my heart itch. How many levels has this guy passed? It's already the night of the 14th. Why don't we continue the bonfire party tonight? It had already been 2 days. Why not another day? Someone suggested. Why don't we set up a festival from the 12th to the 14th of February? How about the bonfire festival? To commemorate Suyu's coming to pass the levels, Suyu might become an invincible almighty in the future. It shouldn't be a problem to set up a festival for him, right? That makes sense. Someone chimed in and quickly said, those who bet that Suyu won't make it to level 40, stop dawdling. No matter when Suyu comes out, he has already passed level 40. Those who should run naked should run naked. Those who should crossdress should crossdress. Hurry up. That's right. Hurry up, stop dawdling. They were excited. In the crowd, Wu Lan followed Wen Zhong and looked around. He was not used to it and mumbled, in Xia province, if Suyu can pass 40 levels, everyone will be very solemn. The appearance of a monster had suppressed his peers. The civilization masters of Xia province would definitely feel immense pressure. They would think that they were going to cultivate immediately. It's over. With such a genius appearing, there's no way we can live. In the end, the Ming Constabulary was actually preparing to organize a bonfire festival. Wen Zhong smiled and said, every place has its own customs. In the Great Ming Civilization Academy, because everyone walks different paths, if you go far on the path of Shenwen, these people won't think that you're better than him. He said he can brew 10,000 kinds of wine. Do you know how? If you don't, then you're not as good as him. This was the 100 arts and 100 paths. Wu Lan pondered and said, is that so? In your opinion, combat power isn't the only standard, but in the battlefield of the heavens, is there so much use? In Xia province, everyone's goal is to go to the battlefield of the heavens. Wen Zhong smiled and said, if everyone goes to war, what about the logistics? What about supplies? Why has there been no war in Xia province since last year? Do you really think that the Xia Constabulary doesn't want to fight anymore? Why does Xiaoyi cheat and swindle again and again? Among the descendants of the invincible realm, Xiaoyi has the worst reputation. He's greedy and insatiable. Where's the money he's greedy for? Is it all spent by himself? Wu Lan was speechless. Wen Zhong continued, anyone with a discerning eye knows that Xia province can't fight anymore. Then, what about the Great Qin Constabulary? Wu Lan was confused. The Great Qin Constabulary has always been fighting. The Great Qin Constabulary, Wen Zhong thought and said, the Great Qin Constabulary is also poor, and the treasury is empty. However, the Great Qin Constabulary has one advantage, military control. All resources are controlled by the Great Qin Constabulary. The people of Xia province are actually quite rich, and some large clans have capital and reserves. The Great Qin Constabulary, to be honest, it's even poorer than Xia province. The reason they could still fight was because the Great Qin Constabulary had very few large clans, and they had tight control over their resources. After speaking, he continued, the Great Qin Constabulary also has very few civilizationists, and the expenditure of fighters is actually less than that of civilizationists. There are many civilizationists in Xia province. The Xia Constabulary is very ambitious, and he wants to walk on 2 legs. However, he doesn't have enough resources. He wants the people to have a good life, but he's not willing to follow the Great Qin Constabulary's military path. As a result, he's too greedy, and the situation is much more tense than the Great Qin Constabulary. Wu Lan nodded. After a while, she still said gloomily, I actually still think that Xia province is better. That was her hometown. The Manor Lord actually just wants everyone to have a better life. He doesn't want the people to be controlled like the Great Qin Constabulary. That's too restrictive, Wen Zhong smiled and said, everyone has their own path. The Xia Constabulary has good intentions, but it's a pity. Sigh, sometimes, if you want to take care of everything, you'll end up with a gloomy ending. This can't be helped. Xia province has been fighting for decades, and it's reaching its limit. Wu Lan nodded. After thinking for a while, she said in a low voice, actually, I think the Manor Lord is too soft-hearted. There are many experts in Xia province, and they're all at the back. If we bring them to the All Heavens battlefield, we can get more resources. For example, in my Wu family, there are Sun Moon, Shan Hai, and Ling Yun. Only my father goes to the All Heavens battlefield, and my sister sometimes goes. The others don't go. There are too few of them. They should all go. When Zhong was speechless, say this to yourself when you get home. This little girl is really ruthless. Aren't you afraid that your Wu family will beat you up, and you're even bringing them to the All Heavens battlefield? As the two of them spoke, a figure flashed and appeared at the entrance of the 100 Dao Pavilion. Suyu came out, the 49th floor. In the end, Suyu defeated the 49th floor, but he did not continue forward and chose to come out. There was no need to continue, there was no point in fighting for a ranking. What he wanted was tangible benefits. The next time he came, he would continue to fight and pull. The moment Suyu appeared, Niu Baidao and the others also arrived. Elder Yin glanced at Suyu, but before he could speak, Suyu bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, teacher, for your advice. This time, I gained a lot because of teacher's reminder. Thank you, what a good person. Elder Yin held back his anger. I only reminded you that the goal is not to clear the levels. I meant for you to reap the benefits, but I never said that you should go crazy and pull the wool. Every time a student or teacher entered, he would remind them the first time. But how many people actually listened to him? Suyu listened to him thoroughly. Not only did he listen to him, but he also learned how to defeat the level on his first try. Elder Yin could not help but ask, have you seen others defeat the level before? No. Can other people defeat the level too? Suyu was surprised, but he nodded. That's right, there are still many smart people, self-taught. Elder Yin held back his anger again. F***K, you haven't seen it even once. Self-taught. You actually learned how to defeat the level on your own. You are a genius, not an ordinary genius, but a top genius who takes advantage of loopholes. As he thought about it, he did not say anything. He sneaked a glance at the void mirror. Level 49, he wanted to spit out the fragrance again. You are amazing, you killed your way to level 49, you are really good at cultivating your character. He sensed again and again, but he could not find out Suyu's specific realm. It seemed right, but it was wrong. What realm is this kid at? At this moment, Zhu Hongliang ran over and asked anxiously, Suyu, which level are you at? Average. Suyu smiled and said, the later levels are too difficult. I can't move forward anymore. I have thought about it. This is my first time to test the waters. Next time, I will start from the first level. This 100 Dao Pavilion is really useful. No mystic realm can compare to it. Emperor Deming is really amazing. After praising him, he voiced out his thoughts. Next time, I will start from the first level. This time, I have not tried many things. I have not tried forging weapons or taming beasts. Next time, I can bring Dendrolamus or Rhinoceros Borer here to try taming beasts. Not only that, Suyu felt that next time, I cannot use Shenwen. I can use my willpower to challenge the levels. Or I can use my physical body to challenge the levels. This 100 Dao Pavilion is too amazing. When he said that, the few elders' faces twitched. F***K, you want to start from the first level next time, but Suyu did not just consider this. He added, there are merit rewards for challenging the levels, right? When he said that, they could not hold it in anymore. You are already at this stage. You are almost bald in the 100 Dao Pavilion, and you are still thinking about that bit of merit. Be a human. Niu Baidao also came and said tiredly, Suyu, there is not much meaning in challenging the levels frequently. Rest more and absorb the rewards. Suyu nodded and smiled, thank you, principal. I will remember that. I will only be back in 3 to 4 days. I won't enter tomorrow. King said it as if you did not. Zhu Hongliang could not hold it in anymore and asked again, how many levels are you at? Suyu looked at the crystal tablet. Luckily, his name was not there. These people saw that he was at level 40, right? Suyu smiled. Level 41. Bullsh *T, Elder Yun realized something again. Others wanted to say a few more levels, but this guy said it as soon as he opened his mouth. Level 41. You only passed one level after that? You are really slow. Zhu Hongliang seemed to be a little disappointed. I thought you reached level 45 and above, Suyu smiled. Not bad. Work hard next time. Work hard to reach level 60 and fight Shanghai once. He really wanted to test Shanghai's strength. Unfortunately, in a real battle, he was afraid of being killed. Moreover, at least he had Soar. Now, everything was ready. Also, when he returned, he had to connect the 180 divine apertures. Primordial spirit apertures. Did he have them? At this moment, Suyu could not wait any longer. Could the discovery of the primordial spirit apertures change anything? Could he quickly gain the strength of Shanghai? Between him and Wu Qi, who was stronger, he wanted to try all of this. Maybe, he could find a chance to spar with some people. Why was the Starry Mansion not opened yet? He really wanted to try. Suyu chatted with Niu Baidao and the rest for a while. He saw the tables and chairs, fruits and peanuts, and traces of the bonfire. It seemed like someone was preparing to continue the bonfire. He entered on the 12th. The sky was getting dark, and it was already the 14th. 2.5 days had passed, and it was not even the 3rd day. However, in these 2 days, Suyu had gained a lot. He was in a good mood. He could not be bothered to say anything to these idle Great Ming Dynasty students. Continue the bonfire. Suyu had many things to do and did not stay for long. He greeted the teachers and quickly walked towards Zhu Tiandao, who was waving at him. Zhu Tiandao sized up Suyu. After a while, he smiled and said, "You gained a lot?" "It's all right." Suyu smiled as well. Prefecture Master, the Great Light Emperor is really a knowledgeable person. This 100 Dao Pavilion is really a treasure. It's all right. Zhu Tiandao said the same thing. Soon, he smiled and said, "It was not built by my father alone." Back then, many experts participated, and they were all peak experts of various daos. Zhu Tiandao said casually. Then, he looked at him for a while and asked, "You haven't soared yet?" "Soon." Suyu explained, "I haven't confirmed the body forging method yet. After I confirm it, I will soar. If I soar my physical body and willpower together, I can forge my physical body a few more times." Zhu Tiandao nodded slightly. This was what many people pursued. When he was in the Great Xia Civilization University, Zhang Hai, who was ranked first in the top 100, wanted to soar both together. Soar, materialize, strengthen the physical body, and forge the physical body. The physical body would be strengthened twice. However, Zhu Tiandao thought for a while and said, "With the strength of your physical body and willpower, if you want to soar together, you have to choose a good place. You can't break through anywhere. Be careful not to break through in the middle. Without willpower and essence, you will be stuck in the middle." Suyu pondered and nodded slightly. That's true, his breakthrough would definitely consume a lot of yuan qi and willpower. Zhu Tiandao continued, "Not only that, it's best to forge your body in an environment with heaven's essence qi." Suyu looked at him expectantly. Did the manor head just say that there was such a good place? Actually, it's best if you go to the divine world, devil world, or immortal world to temper your body. Suyu was speechless. Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, "I'm just joking. Actually, if you don't go to these places, there are 2 other places you can go. The War God Temple or the Seeker's Realm. Actually, there is a small area like this. Do you want me to take you to the Seeker's Realm to break through?" Suyu asked, "Manor head, will this work?" Zhu Tiandao nodded. It's definitely possible. The Seeker Realm is a holy land, not theirs. My Zhu family also has a share. Of course, my Zhu family doesn't have any earth-shattering geniuses, so I'm too lazy to break through to the next realm. But if you're willing, I can send you there. Suyu asked hesitantly, "Is the concentration of heaven's yuan qi and willpower there?" "Yes." Zhu Tiandao nodded and said, "Especially heaven's yuan qi, it's extremely helpful for forging the body. Forging the body with blood essence is actually to make use of the heaven's yuan qi in the blood essence. Why is the blood essence of gods and demons so popular? Because the heavens Xianxia in their blood essence is extremely dense. Other blood essences, such as garbage blood essence, 99% is garbage, and only 1% is heavens Xianxia. When forging the body, swallowing 100 drops of blood essence won't have much effect. You'll even explode and your acupoints will be contaminated. Suyu had also noticed this himself. He nodded and said, I also noticed this. Manor Master, did anyone from the main constabulary extract the heavens Xianxia from the blood essence and use it to forge their bodies? It can't be extracted. Zhu Tiandao shook his head and said regretfully, many people from the main constabulary are doing it, but the heavens Xianxia is absorbed into the bodies of the gods and demons and transformed into energy. This thing is one with the blood essence. If you split the heavens Xianxia, the blood essence will be wasted, and the heavens Xianxia will be gone. This is a contradiction, and there's no way to neutralize it. Suyu nodded again. He also felt that it was too difficult. Thinking of this, he said, Manor Head, how is the heavens Xianxia and the heavens Yuan fruit preserved? This is hard to say. If you need it, I'll send you one or two. Do you have more? Suyu was a little surprised. He asked Zhu Hongliang, but Zhu Hongliang said no. Zhu Tiandao smiled. There are many in the God-fiend realm and the immortal realm, but there are in the human realm. As I said, the Seeker Land and the War God Temple both have heavens Yuan fruit trees. Invincible families like us get some every time the heavens Yuan fruit bears fruit. The heavens Yuan fruit tree blooms 3 years, bears fruit 3 years, and matures 3 years in total. One heavens Yuan fruit tree bears 36 fruits at a time. There are 2 trees in the Seeker Land and 3 in the War God Temple. 180 fruits in 9 years. Zhu Tiandao chuckled. Some invincible families don't have descendants, so they can't be bothered with it. Some families stationed in the Seeker Land and the War God Temple want more. My Zhu family gets about 2 in 9 years. The invincible family only got 2 in 9 years, actually, it was very little, but it had been a long time. The Zhu family would get about 60 to 70 fruits after a few hundred years. Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly asked, has this heavens Yuan fruit tree been around for a long time? Not really. 300 years ago, the Great Qin Emperor and the Great Zhou Emperor joined forces to infiltrate the immortal realm. They seized some heavens Yuan fruit trees and transplanted them back. Suyu was stunned. Why did they go to the immortal realm? Wasn't the celestial race neutral? Why didn't they go to the god-fiend race? Guessing Suyu's intentions, Zhu Tiandao smiled. Actually, it's to test the waters. There are many reasons, so it's not convenient to say. Also, the existence of the celestial race is a good thing and a bad thing. The god-fiend race hasn't attacked the human race in full force because of the celestial race. Of course, the celestial race doesn't have good intentions either. Their leader is slightly weaker than the leaders of the god-fiend race and has been in seclusion in recent years. The celestial race probably wants to stall for time. Suyu nodded slightly and thought for a moment. Prefecture Master, their leaders are half-emperors, right? How strong are half-emperors? Since there are half-emperors, is there a real emperor? No, Zhu Tiandao smiled. Half-emperors, that's what we call them. They don't admit it, but some ancient races do. According to the records and sayings of some ancient races, the human race used to have emperors. Having said that, he chuckled. Therefore, in the myriad worlds, no matter how strong they can only be called half-emperors. Zhu Tiandao chuckled. The human race is very strong. This is publicly acknowledged. Just look at those ruins. It's just that after the Great Calamity, the human race's strength declined. The former emperors and those invincible ones disappeared. They might be dead, or they might have gone to explore unknown worlds. Zhu Tiandao clearly knew more than Suyu. Speaking of this, he sighed, those people might have encountered a crisis or died, but it's not like they didn't do anything before they left or died. At the very least, they sealed the passage to the All Heavens battlefield. Unfortunately, the seal was broken 300 years ago. That's why the human realm is in danger. Suyu nodded. He had heard this speculation before. The human realm did have a glorious past, extremely glorious, the center of myriad worlds, it was said that the human realm had no suppressive force. It wasn't that the human realm didn't have it, but that the human realm experts themselves cancelled it. As the center of myriad worlds, the place of worship, there was no need to suppress the one who came to worship. Unfortunately, the glory didn't continue. Without continuing the topic, Suyu quickly said, "Mannerhead, I won't be going to the Seeker's domain or the War God Temple, lest I attract some trouble. If you have any heaven origin fruits, just give me one. I'll do some research and analysis." Alright. Zhu Tiandao didn't insist. Going to the Seeker realm might be troublesome. Heaven essence Qi was hard to come by. It was the best place to nurture the younger generation. Even the invincible descendants didn't have enough. Letting an outsider like Suyu snatch such an opportunity might cause some trouble. After discussing business, Zhu Tiandao thought for a moment and reminded, "That little furball you bring, be careful. If you go to the Infinite World battlefield, try not to leave the Eastern War Zone. There's someone behind this little guy. It's best not to bring it out of the human realm. If you go to the Infinite World battlefield, it's best to leave it behind." Suyu nodded. In the Sea of Will, the little furball ignored him. It lay on its little hammer and stared at the depths of the Sea of Will. It couldn't see the golden book, but it could smell the fragrance. It was so fragrant that it wanted to drool. If it didn't eat this, it definitely wouldn't leave. Only when would it eat this would it leave? After chatting with Zhu Tiandao for a while, Suyu also asked about his gains. Recently, the Origin Shenwen art had spread far and wide. All the prefectures had begun to disseminate it. The number of people who exchanged for the first volume had already reached 40,000. The number of people who exchanged for the second volume was slightly less, only 10,000. Many people exchanged for cultivation techniques in the same way, one volume at a time. One volume was 50 merit points, and 50,000 volumes were exchanged for a total of 2.5 million merit points. According to the division, Suyu could get 40%. That was 1 million merit points. As expected, the most profitable thing these days was to create cultivation techniques. If there were no other cultivation techniques to replace it, Suyu could keep this amount of money for many years. 1 million merit points was a terrifying amount. However, Zhu Tiandao still explained, "This thing needs a process, and it's done step by step. I'm afraid there's no way to collect it all at once. If you need it, you can ask the Ming Constabulary in advance." Suyu waved his hand. "No need. This can be settled at the end of the year. I'll settle it with the Dixia province first. Back then, I made an agreement with the Dixia province. For every copy of the merging orifice technique that is disseminated, I'll be given 1 merit point. There are even more fighters. I'm afraid there are no less than 1 million people who have disseminated it. If we calculate it at 1 merit point per person, I'll have 1 million merit points as a bonus." Even if Xiaohou did not mention it, Suyu would not have forgotten. 1 merit point was already very little. Back then, he did not understand the division rules and had almost given it to Xianxia. If Suyu had earned 1 million merit points, Xiaohou would have earned more than 10 times that amount. That was at least the least. There were also the various prefectures' authorizations, and they might have earned some as well. Fighters were much more than civilization masters. Logically speaking, it was time to split the money. So, Suyu wasn't short of money now, not even a little bit. It was just that it had not reached his account yet. Zhu Tiandao laughed. "That's true. Xiaoxiao earned a lot because of this merging orifice technique. But, it's the end. He didn't get the authorizations for the highest edition, so the influence of the other 2 editions was greatly reduced." Suyu did not say anything. In fact, it did not seem to be reduced by much. The low-level version only required 18 apertures to be enlightened, while the high-level version required 36 apertures. Not everyone could easily enlighten 36 apertures. When it came to cultivation techniques, sometimes it was not the stronger the better, but the easier the better. It was time to settle the accounts with Xiaohou. If he did not settle the accounts with him, this guy would pretend to be deaf and dumb until he died. Xiaojia had no money. Suyu had heard about this. He was short of money and needed to support so many troops. Xiaohou would take whatever he could get. As for what he would use the money for, of course, it was to buy large amounts of essence and blood, to extract large amounts of heaven's essence qi, Suyu could not spend it all by himself. Even if he could not spend it all, he still had to get it. Moreover, how could he grow his own force without money? How could he do it without resources? Most importantly, he had to rear pets. A small furball was enough to make him suffer. Thinking of this, Suyu thought of the 3 big demons and said, "Prefecture Master, I'll have to trouble you to inform the people in Xianxia province to send the 3 big demons to me as soon as possible. I promised them that I would send them back to the heavenly battlefield. Even if I can't do it now, I won't go back on my words. They would be sent away sooner or later." "Alright, I'll inform Xiaoxiao later. It's best if we talk again. The elemental Shenwen technique hasn't been settled yet. Xiaoxiao might want to talk to you about it." The other places in Xianxia province had been settled, but the 3 academies had not. This matter definitely had to be discussed. After chatting with Zhu Tiandao, Suyu did not stay any longer. He called for Wu Lan and headed for the research institute together. On the way, hearing that Wu Lan had only reached level 17, Suyu thought for a long time and comforted him. "You're a researcher. Research is your main focus. It's normal that you're not good at clearing levels." Wu Lan could not be bothered with him. He might as well not comfort him. "You're a researcher too," Suyu laughed and said, "Actually, it's already very good. If we rely on our strength to pass through the 20th level, we would at least be in the top 3 of the Great Xia Prefecture's top 100. The 19th level would probably be in the top 30 of the top 100, and the 18th level would be in the top 50. To be able to reach level 17, you'd be in the top 100 even in Xianxia province." Wu Lan said gloomily, "Is the top 100 very powerful?" Not really. In Xianxia province, she had almost made it into the top 100. It had been a few months. Everyone's strength is improving too. It's very normal. Suyu glanced at her. Actually, her progress was not slow. Now, she had also reached the 8th layer of Thousand Jin, and the nature-nurturing realm was over 95% full. This strength was still alright in the past, but of course, it was a little weak now. Suyu smiled and said, "Actually, you don't have to cultivate the Aries art. I suggest you change to the primordial spirit awakening technique. Isn't awakening just throwing money? It's not like you don't have money. Buy more earth essence fruits. 500 merit points each. Buy 30 to 50 of them and open 50 to 60 apertures. The primordial spirit awakening technique will be almost complete." Wu Lan rolled her eyes. "That would cost tens of thousands of merit points. Am I stupid? Where would I get so much money?" The earth essence fruit could awaken apertures, but it only opened 1 or 2 apertures at a time. It cost 500 merit points. The further one went, the weaker the effect. Seeing this, Suyu smiled and said, "Just buy it. Actually, if you don't buy it, I seem to have a lot here. It'll be a waste if you don't use it. I'll give it to you later." "No. Just take it as a bonus." Suyu smiled and said, "The Primordial Spirit Research Institute has made a lot of money. As the leader of the attack team, isn't it normal for you to get a bonus of 10 to 20,000 merit points? There's the Primordial Shenwen art. That thing isn't worth much. It can be exchanged for 100 merit points now." Suyu smiled and said, "It's the same for the fused aperture art. It can't be exchanged for much merit points now. If we don't spread it, it won't be worth much. If we spread it, what's the use of something that can be exchanged for 100 merit points?" He then said, "It's not just you. Actually, I have some compensation for the others. I didn't expect to spread the highest version of the fused aperture art so quickly. Including Jiang Mu, Xia Huyu, and the others, I will have some compensation in the future." This was the truth. Back then, he also didn't expect to spread it so quickly. Although they learned it a few months in advance, looking at it now, it was not worth it. Now, they had invested a lot and expended a lot of effort to exchange for something that could be exchanged for a few dozen merit points. There was also Zhang Hao, Hu Zongqi, and the others of the fraternity. So you would continue to give them some compensation in the future. In fact, learning it early was an advantage. However, Suyu still felt that he had treated them unfairly. He was a person who could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. He would give as much as he should. As for Wu Lan, she had come all the way to the Ming Constabulary. So you would not treat her badly. He did have a big box of earth essence fruits. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. There were at least 100 of them in that box, 100 of them were worth 50,000 merit points. However, Suyu planned to keep some for his father in the future. Of course, it was best to use the heaven essence fruit to enlighten the apertures. The core of the heaven essence fruit was the heaven essence chi. If he could extract the heaven essence chi, the earth essence fruit was nothing. However, extracting the heaven essence chi would probably cost a lot. Only the blood essence of the Soar Realm could extract the heaven essence chi. A drop of Soar Realm blood essence, even if it was a useless Soar Realm, was worth a lot. If it was too useless, the heaven essence chi would be too low, and he might have to buy some high-grade blood essence. These were all things that cost money. Wu Lan didn't care what Suyu was thinking. Hearing that everyone would be compensated, she smiled and said, "Then can I get that many earth essence fruits?" "Of course, you're the leader of the attack team. Then I'll switch to the primordial spirit awakening technique." She had heard from Suyu that once this technique was mastered, the subsequent awakening would be very fast. Suyu nodded. "This technique is very good. After you cultivate it, if you feel that it's not powerful enough, you can even find a heaven-class technique to cultivate. The subsequent awakening and closing of the apertures will be faster, and you'll reach the 9th tier of Wanshi in no time. Otherwise, you won't be able to reach Wanshi in less than a year or two. I'm a civilizational master, not a fighter." Wu Lan didn't care too much about this. She quickly said, "I want to advance to Soar Realm. I definitely can't be invincible among my peers. It's not a bad idea to advance earlier. You haven't opened many divine apertures, right?" "I've opened 8. Suyu was speechless. Why are you in such a hurry to advance with so little? But it wasn't slow. He had only given her the technique for 2 months. Opening 8 divine apertures in 2 months was not slow. It should be fast. She must have consumed a lot of willpower. It's best if you can open all 72. Suyu still persuaded. "If you can open all 72, you'll reach Ling Yunjing soon." Wu Lan felt a headache coming on. "But if I don't advance, my willpower is too weak, and my work efficiency is too low. Recently, I realized that I can't even read anymore. I've drawn 6 Shenwen, and cultivating them takes too much willpower. It's too distracting." Drew 6 Shenwen, so fast, Suyu was slightly stunned. Wu Lan said gloomily, "It's so strange. After arriving at the Ming Constabulary, I've drawn Shenwen faster. My cultivation at night is also faster. 2 days ago, I casually read the text of will, and I've already drawn 1 Shenwen. Why did she have to draw so many?" She didn't think too much about it. Suyu was slightly stunned. He roughly understood the impact of the fire word on Shenwen. He didn't feel it too obvious, but Wu Lan gained a lot. This was because her willpower couldn't keep up with the consumption, causing her to be a little distracted and unable to concentrate on reading. This was very common and needed a lot of treasures to replenish it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many Shenwen people eating money. This was only 6. It would be even more troublesome if she reached 10 or 20. His senior sister, Wu Jia, had also drawn many, so she didn't like to read. Ahem, it couldn't be helped. She was so distracted that she didn't have the energy to read. "Let's endure for a period of time. I'll think of a way later." Suyu comforted her. Not everyone was like him. There were too many people in Shenwen, so the burden was huge. For example, there were too many people in Shenwen, so the burden was huge. He couldn't enter Lingyun because of Shenwen. After returning to the research institute, Suyu locked himself in the cultivation room. Heavenly essence energy, body forging technique, primordial spirit aperture. Suyu muttered. Primordial spirit aperture. He had to try connecting 180 divine apertures and opening 360 primordial spirit apertures. Would it appear automatically? In addition, opening 180 divine apertures didn't form a self-contained cycle. Did this mean that he hadn't opened them to the limit, also 360 divine apertures? Forget it. Even if there were 360, Suyu didn't have the mood to wait. There were too few races that purely cultivated divine apertures. So far, he had only discovered 5 cultivation techniques of the 5 elements race. He didn't know when he could open another 180 divine apertures. He couldn't stay here for the rest of his life. No matter how strong his cultivation was, there was a limit. At this moment, Suyu was almost at his limit. At his limit, he could fight Ling Yun. 180 divine apertures have been opened. Don't tell me that my willpower has materialized? He was a little worried. Forget it. I'll get the heavenly essence energy first. How to preserve it was a big problem. Shenwen, what kind of Shenwen can quickly preserve the heavenly essence energy? Taking out a drop of blood essence, Suyu wanted to try and see if the Shenwen he had could preserve the heavenly essence energy. The blood essence was devoured, and the picture book was opened. Body forging technique was activated, a faint wisp of heavenly essence energy was emitted from the acupoints in his body. Suyu began to control the Shenwen to enter his body and directly extract it. The word blood entered the Shenwen, but it was useless. This thing was good for blood essence, but not heavenly essence energy. Thunder, battle, saber. These Shenwen couldn't do. However, Suyu soon found that Shenwen was useful. He was a little surprised that the word Shenwen's shadow barrier could be preserved if it was formed into a ball. That's right, the shadow barrier was to prevent the heavenly essence energy from leaking. This heavenly essence energy also included the heavenly essence energy. The word Shenwen's barrier could also have this effect. Suyu was also surprised. He previously thought that if it was useful, it might be the beast word Shenwen. There was a space in Shenwen that might be able to preserve the heavenly essence energy. After testing the beast word Shenwen again, Suyu sensed that the heavenly essence energy could be stored in the demonic beast space, but the problem was he couldn't take it out. It's possible to raise demonic beasts. Suyu was deep in thought. The beast word Shenwen was the mount space. If he could extract a large amount of heavenly essence energy and put it in to raise demonic beasts, it would definitely be very beneficial. Since the shadow barrier can be used, it saves me the trouble of looking for Shenwen everywhere. In his hand, a dark ball gradually formed. This was the shadow barrier. At the beginning, when the word Shenwen was rank 1, the barrier it could create was very small and could only cover some acupoints. So you still felt that this Shenwen was useless. Now, after many nourishment, the Shenwen had also reached rank 2. In the 100 Dao Pavilion, it was even at the peak of rank 2. This time, when he came out of seclusion, even Elder Yun and the rest could not detect the changes in him because the barrier was strong. The peak of rank 2 word Shenwen was much more useful. Suyu thought for a moment, turned the barrier into a ball the size of an apple, and swallowed another drop of Iron Wing blood essence. Soar Realm, a drop of God Fiend blood essence, even if it was an ordinary God Fiend or Soar Realm, cost more than 1,000 merit points. It was too expensive. In the end, Iron Wing was still the most cost-effective. Early Soar Realm blood essence could be obtained with a good channel, and the price was cheap. A drop could be obtained with 20 merit points. The difference was huge. Even late Soar Realm blood essence could be obtained with 50 merit points. Of course, 50 merit points would have to be obtained by people like Xia Huyu. Compared to God Fiend blood essence, there was a difference of 50 times. Compared to primordial celestials and demons, there was a difference of 100 times. If the extracted heavenly Yuan Qi could reach 1/50th of the God Fiend blood essence, Suyu would not be at a loss. In fact, he would be making a profit. Because God Fiend blood essence was priceless, and the blood essence of Iron Wing was everywhere, perhaps the price was about the same, but one could be found everywhere, and it was easy to buy and sell, while the other was hard to find. The two were still different. Suyu did not think too much. This time, the blood essence erupted. Soon, strands of weak heavenly Yuan Qi were extracted by him, and through his fingers, they were injected into the shadow barrier. Gradually, in the dark shadow barrier, there was an additional strand of Yuan Qi as thin as a strand of hair. Golden, this was heavenly Yuan Qi, 20 merit points for such a small amount. Suyu was also gritting his teeth. When the little furball broke through, he had absorbed a lot. If he counted it, it was at least 1,000 times more than this strand of heavenly Yuan Qi. In other words, he had absorbed 20,000 merit points just by casually sucking in it. The little furball had absorbed at least 10 times. He did not dare to think about it. Forget it, some things really could not be bought with merit points. How much heavenly yuan qi does a heavenly yuan fruit have? Suyu calculated in his heart. The heavenly yuan fruit was also very valuable. Of course, it was a treasure that had a price but no market. Back then, Suyu had seen a record that the great Zhou king's son, Zhou Padian, had used a heavenly yuan fruit and opened up the 9 chakras of Kaiyuan within 3 days. This thing was too rare, and it could not be bought on the market. It's rare, but its value is high. Even if it's cheap, I can't buy it myself. No matter what, being able to extract heavenly yuan qi is the greatest benefit. As for whether the value was equal or not, that was not important. So you tried other blood essences. Fire boar blood essence. Soar early stage fire boar blood essence could extract less heavenly yuan qi than iron wing. As for the price of the blood essence, it was slightly cheaper than iron wing, but it was not worth it. So you continued to try other blood essences. The most cost-effective one was not iron wing blood essence, but mountain breaking bull. Suyu had a strange look in his eyes. When I opened my chakras, I swallowed at least 100 Wanxia realm mountain breaking bull's blood essence. This? Do I have to buy Soar realm mountain breaking bull's blood essence? I'm innocent. Should I try something else? He somewhat understood why the mountain breaking bull clan's blood essence could open their chakras so quickly. One reason was the cultivation technique, and the other was that it probably contained more heavenly yuan qi. The mountain breaking bull clan must have a sacred land with heavenly yuan qi where they live. There must be. As for the mountain breaking bull's blood essence, it was not cheap either. Before the early stage of Soar, it would cost at least 50 merit points. He had to find someone to ask and see if it was cheaper to buy in bulk. He also wanted to test if the early stage Ling Yan's blood essence was more cost-effective, or the middle and late stage Soar ones. Sorry, it's your fault for being so fragrant. Suyu was helpless. I didn't want this to happen. Many mountain-breaking bulls had died because of me. If there was no trade, there would be no harm. But you guys are so fragrant. Using the same blood essence to extract heavenly yuan qi, you guys can extract 4 times the amount of iron wing blood essence. The price difference is less than 3 times. The cost effectiveness is too high. Mountain breaking bull essence blood required a large amount of it. Of course, if one didn't have it, they could change to something else. At most, they would just spend more money. If they could extract heaven essence energy, probably no one would mind spending more money. Some things really weren't a problem of money. If the human race had enough heaven essence energy, the heaven essence fruit wouldn't be exclusive to the invincible realm's descendants, and 2 invincible realm experts wouldn't have to sneak into the celestial world to snatch the heaven essence fruit tree. February 15th, Suyu received a heaven essence fruit from Zhu Tiandao. The Zhu family wasn't rich in these things, they needed to use it for juniors and rewards, so they didn't have much in reserve. To be able to give one to Suyu meant that Suyu was of great value. It was a golden fruit. It wasn't big, just the size of a fist. At this moment, the skin was golden and slightly transparent. Inside, dragon-like heaven essence energy swam. In the laboratory, a few old people came and looked at it curiously. Most people had only heard of the heaven essence fruit and hadn't seen it before. Living for a long time didn't mean that one had seen it before. Even people like Wu Lan hadn't seen it before. Wu Lan said as he looked, Xianxia has this too, but it seems like there isn't much. It can save time for Kaiyuan. Kaiyuan usually needs 5 to 6 years. If you use this, you can quickly reach Kaiyuan. Suyu asked curiously, Xiahu, you don't use it? If he used it, he would have reached Kaiyuan long ago. He wouldn't have had to wait until Wanshur. Wu Lan shook her head and said, I don't know. The Xia clan doesn't seem to use these. Opening the ionic aperture is also a process of accumulation. It might not be a good thing to open the ionic aperture too quickly. During that period of time, focusing on opening the apertures would cause a lot of accumulation of knowledge. Different families had different ways of educating. Some were happy to raise a young genius. Some didn't want their children to focus on cultivation at a young age. Instead, they would instill other knowledge and spend more time to learn and experience. If Kaiyuan had completed it at the age of 7 or 8, he would have spent most of his time enlightening his apertures. Of course, this varied from person to person, so it wasn't in Suyu's place to judge. He carefully observed and felt that the heaven yuan qi contained in one heaven yuan fruit was comparable to the heaven yuan qi extracted from 50 drops of soar blood essence. These 50 drops referred to Ironwing's strength at the early stage of soar. 20 merit points per drop was worth at least 1,000 merit points. Of course, the heavenly yuan fruit couldn't be that cheap. This thing was priceless and could not be bought with money. 1,000 points is enough to extract a heaven origin fruit. This is Ironwing. If I were to use the mountain-shattering bull, I would be able to save a quarter of the cost. Between 700 to 800 points, I would be able to extract a heaven origin fruit. However, the heavenly essence fruit was suitable for Kaiyuan, and it was also suitable for body forging. However, the requirements were too great. A single heavenly essence fruit was about the same as a drop of essence blood from the primordial god race or the original devil race. Whether it was easier to get the heavenly essence fruit or to kill the primordial god race or the original devil race soar, it depended on the quantity. Killing a primordial god race soar realm required at least 10 drops of essence blood, which was equivalent to 10 heavenly essence fruits. This was not easy to compare. Anyway, it was extremely difficult. Wen Zhong looked at it for a while, then looked at Suyu and said, "You aren't going to use this to forge your body, are you?" He looked at Suyu and shook his head. "That's too much. Even if it's only 9 forging, it won't be enough without 100. 100. You can rob the Seeker Land or the War God Temple. There's a chance you can get one." There were currently 5 known heaven yuan fruit trees in the human realm, which bore 180 fruits in 9 years. The entire human realm's output for 5 years was probably enough for Suyu to forge his body 9 times. Unless Suyu's father was an emperor of the human realm, otherwise, he would just wash up and sleep. "No," Suyu smiled and said, "I just want to take a look. There's one more question. What's the difference between heaven yuan fruit and heaven yuan qi?" Heaven yuan fruit trees are planted in places that contain heaven yuan qi. Why don't they just absorb heaven yuan qi, but plant trees instead? Wen Zhong knew this. He smiled and said, "Heaven yuan qi is stronger. It can be used directly to forge a body. But at Kaiyuan's realm, it can't be used. If he uses it, he might explode." Heaven yuan fruit transforms heaven yuan qi into the gentle type, which can be used by Kaiyuan. The human race doesn't have much heaven yuan qi. It's too wasteful to use it to forge a body. It's better to cultivate some geniuses for Kaiyuan. Suyu nodded. Strong, violent, Kaiyuan couldn't handle it. The heaven yuan qi he extracted didn't feel very violent or powerful. This meant that the Atlas might have gone through a transformation. Similar to the heaven yuan fruit tree's function. It was the violent type, transformed into the gentle type. Heaven yuan qi, where can I find it? Suyu was puzzled. Why does the Holy Land have it, but not other places in the human race? Wen Zhong shook his head. On the side, Chao Hui, who had developed the 9-star body forging method, smiled and said, "I've done some research and investigation. Heaven yuan qi exists in many places, not just the human realm Holy Lands. Of course, there are many human realm Holy Lands, and it's endless. That's the key. Divine, demon, and immortal dragon realms also have such places, where heaven yuan qi is endless. Actually, heaven yuan qi exists everywhere, including the yuan qi we use. It's also transformed from heaven yuan qi." Chao Hui explained, "The energy between heaven and earth is naturally born in the great realm of heaven and earth. What is born naturally is the heaven's essence energy. But there are humans, demons, and other living things. Soon, the energy will be polluted and become pure energy. That is why essence blood has heaven's essence energy, even if it doesn't live in the heaven's essence energy zone." Suyu nodded and asked, "Then why can some places preserve heaven yuan qi?" Under normal circumstances, Chao Hui paused before saying, "I have some speculations, but I don't know if they're true or false. I can't be sure. Let me put it simply. There are 2 possible places where heaven yuan qi is born. The first is the core of a realm. The second is the death of an invincible. The core of a realm is a place where yuan qi is extracted and purified. It's normal for there to be a large amount of heaven yuan qi there for a long time. The second is the death of an invincible. Invincibility has already involved some rules. The death of such an expert will lead to the extinction of all living beings in the surrounding area. Even spacetime will be in disorder, and the rules will cause some places to have the conditions to preserve Heaven Yuan Qi. Wen Zhong raised his eyebrows. Junior brother Jean, which one is it? The Seeker Realm or the War God Temple? The possibility of the former is higher. Jin Xing explained. The double sacred mansion may be the area where the core of the human realm is located. Of course, this core is not easy to find. As for the latter, there doesn't seem to be any invincible who died there. Jin Xing continued, of course, it's not certain. It's possible that there were invincible who died there in ancient times. In fact, some of the ancient ruins now may have some Heaven Yuan Qi domains. Some of the ancient ruins may be where clans, sects, or something similar to where our academy is now. In such places, there are some people who died. For example, if an invincible died, it's possible that a Heaven Yuan Qi domain will be formed. He continued, divine, immortal, and demon realms, the Heaven Yuan Qi is generally born in these two realms. Suyu nodded again. He had learned something new. These old people really knew everything. Here, if you had any questions, you could ask them. Most of the time, you would get an answer. Are there some people in the two holy lands of the human race who directly use Heaven Yuan Qi to cast their bodies? Just as he asked this, Wen Zhong interrupted him. Don't think too much. The Heaven Yuan Qi domain will not be given to just anyone. Not only will it waste Heaven Yuan Qi, but it will also easily pollute it. Under normal circumstances, an invincible clan may be given one slot every 50 years or so. On average, about one person will enter the Heaven Yuan Qi domain every year. That also means that within 50 years, the clan will not be given any Heaven Yuan fruit. This is the price. The invincible clan is the threshold. Suyu was slightly moved. Zhu Tiandao had said that if he wanted to go, he could apply for it. 50 years for more than 10 Heaven Yuan fruits. This was the price he had to pay. And within 50 years, the Zhu clan could not let anyone enter the Heaven Yuan Qi domain a second time. This opportunity was given lightly, but Suyu had rejected it himself. He was not very clear about this before. He had thought that the descendants of the invincible clan could go as they pleased. Wen Zhong saw that he was thinking about something and said with a smile, you can try to find the prefecture master. It seems that the Zhu clan has not let anyone enter the Holy Land to cast their bodies for many years. The Zhu clan usually uses God-fiend blood essence to cast their bodies. Under normal circumstances, the God-fiend blood essence is enough. Only those who had cast their bodies many times would go to the Holy Land and use this method. Rather than casting a person, it was better to get more Heaven Yuan fruits. Heaven Yuan fruits were rare, but God-fiend blood essence could sometimes be obtained by killing some people. The balance of the two depended on the demand. Suyu smiled and shook his head without saying much. Forget it, no need, for the sake of Heaven Yuan Qi, he would waste the Zhu clan's chance every 50 years. He would owe them too much. Moreover, he had a way to extract it. At this moment, Suyu had also figured out many things. Next, it was time to extract Heaven Yuan Qi in large quantities. Suyu looked at the Heaven Yuan fruit and suddenly said, Senior brothers, I feel that the skin of this Heaven Yuan fruit is a little special. Can you replicate it? The moment he said that, Wen Zhong laughed and said, good eyesight. I thought you were only staring at the Heaven Yuan Qi inside the fruit. This skin is actually good stuff. It can preserve Heaven Yuan Qi. If this skin can be produced in large quantities, it is actually the best way to seal some treasures. This thing is natural, and it is not easy to replicate it. However, if you can research something, there is still hope. Just as he finished speaking, Suyu pierced the skin of the fruit. The instant the Heaven Yuan Qi overflowed, he waved his hand, and the fruit landed in front of Wu Lan. Heaven Yuan Qi instantly flowed into her mouth. Suyu said casually, open a few chakras, don't waste it. After saying that, he took away the skin. He did not care about Wu Lan's widened eyes, nor did he care about the ambiguous gazes of the other senior brothers. He said with a smile, Senior brothers, please study this skin and see if you can replicate it. Using this to seal some treasures, the Heaven Yuan Qi will not leak, and it can even seal willpower. It is very useful. The others nodded. Wen Zhong thought for a moment and said, "This can be done. Let's give it a try." It just so happens that there are no particularly important missions recently. Suyu smiled and said, "How much money do you need?" "Senior brothers, feel free to tell us. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem." "Money, I am going to have a lot of money soon." It was not a big deal to use the Heaven Yuan Qi himself, but if it was used by outsiders in the future, it would be best to find an excuse to forge it into a Heaven Yuan fruit. There were few Heaven Yuan fruits, but they were not non-existent. He did not take out a lot at one time. At most, some people suspected that the ruins controlled by Suyu might have a Heaven Yuan Qi holy land, and that there was a Heaven Yuan fruit tree in this place. Suyu wondered if it was possible for other ruins to have it as well. Also, those invincible realm cultivators all walked out of the ruins. Were the ruins still there, or was it after the Dao validation, the ruins were destroyed? This was not easy to ask. If he asked, those invincible realm cultivators might think that he was after their Dao validation land. The elders did not say anything and quickly began to busy themselves, taking away the fruit peel. As for Suyu, he was extremely wasteful and gave it to Wu Lan to eat. "Forget it, as long as you are happy." Wu Lan was already very rich. It was too wasteful to give the Heaven Yuan fruit to her to open a few apertures. It was better to use the Earth Yuan fruit. Suyu, this guy, was very arrogant when he was rich, Suyu did not care about that. Wu Lan sat cross-legged on the spot to open her apertures in seclusion. Suyu did not care about her. As he walked, he took out a special voice transmission talisman. "I want to talk to Xianxia. Will you come this time?" After a while, in Dixia province, Xiaohu narrowed his eyes, smiled, and replied, "Teacher Su, do you miss me?" "Don't talk nonsense." Suyu quickly replied, "If you come, I have something for you to do." "Of course, there will be a lot of benefits." "Tell me about it." "I want to make a deal, but I don't want others to know about it. It's a small matter." "What kind of deal? Can't Ming constables do it, and yet you come to me?" Suyu laughed. It wasn't that Ming constables couldn't do it, but that the blood essence circulation in Ming constables was not as much as in Dixia province. There were too many killings in Dixia province, and the blood essence reserves were large. In Ming constables, the reserves were insufficient, and he could not look for Zhu Tiandao for everything. It would be too much of a loss to exchange for it directly. Mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. Speechless, Xiaohu did not expect that after arriving at Ming constables, Suyu was still thinking about the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. He would not rest until the mountain-breaking bull clan was wiped out. "How did I offend you? How much do you want?" "I don't want the low-grade ones. Soar and above, Lingyan early and middle stage will do as well." "Unlimited. I want it cheap." "Unlimited." At this moment, Xiaohu stood up. Damn, what did unlimited mean? "How much is unlimited?" "I want as much as you have." Suyu quickly said, "Cut the crap and give me a price. You have a lot of connections, and your connections should be through Xiajia, but I don't want Xiaohu to know that this batch of blood essence is flowing to me." Scram. How can he not know such a large amount? Xiaohu was speechless. "Are you kidding me? You're the son of the prefecture lord, but you don't have any connections?" "I do, but you want too much." "How can it be that simple?" Dixia Province, Great Xia Civilization University. Xiaohu stood up and paced around. This guy wanted so much blood essence again. Could it be that he wanted to use the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence to forge his body? Needless to say, the effects of the mountain-breaking bull's body were not bad. Many people couldn't afford it. In the end, there were those who chose to use the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence. Soar phase is divided into early, middle, and late stages. I'll give you the lowest price, 50, 80, and 100 points. Lingyan's blood essence is more expensive, according to the middle and late stages, 300, 500, and 1000 points. The late stages of Lingyan's blood essence had already reached 1000 points, Suyu was speechless. Go ahead and snatch it. However, it was still one of the top 100 races. At the late stages of Lingyan's blood essence, killing a mountain-breaking bull wouldn't be any easier than killing a human genius. It could be seen as a weak mountain of a small race. Killing a mountain-breaking bull and earning 10,000 contribution points, especially in a dangerous place like the All Heavens battlefield. There were many procedures in between, so it wasn't too expensive. So you couldn't use it now, but once his body entered the soar phase, devouring Ling Yun's blood essence wouldn't be a problem. So you hadn't tried too many before. He had only tested the effects of the early-stage soar bull blood essence. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Give me some of each. I can't kill them at the same level. Give me 100 drops of each. Ling Yun's blood essence is a little less. Give me 10 drops. So much? That's already 113,000 contribution points. Are you sure?" Xiaohu was shocked. "Damn, what are you doing? You're just testing the waters, and you've already ordered more than 100,000 contribution points worth of blood essence." That also meant that he would have to kill at least 10 mountain-breaking bulls at each level. Did the mountain-breaking bull race offend you? Suyu also felt his heart ache. It was really expensive, however, it was still alright. If he exchanged 800 contribution points for a heavenly essence fruit, he would be able to extract about 100 heavenly essence fruits. 100 heavenly essence fruits for more than 100,000 contribution points. Would you want them? You wouldn't even be able to snatch them. According to his budget, this much would at most be enough for Suyu to reforge his fleshly body. He was a metal-swallowing beast. Of course, if he didn't swallow gold, he wouldn't be this strong. If he didn't swallow gold, he wouldn't be able to fight Ling Yun with his mental fortitude. If he wanted to become stronger quickly, how could he not spend money? Some of the descendants of the Invincible Realm might not have spent less than him, but their battle prowess was inferior to his. All they had to do was enter the Heavenly Origin Holy Land to reforge their bodies once. This was something that money couldn't buy. He hadn't seen how powerful those descendants of the Invincible Realm were. He was still spending his own money. Suyu felt his heart ache, but he was willing to spend it. "I'm sure. If you can't, you can double the amount." "I need a lot." "That's too much." Xiaohu felt his teeth aching. He would have to kill dozens of mountain-breaking bulls above soar. He wouldn't have the chance unless he fought the entire mountain-breaking bull race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the chance to do so in small-scale battles. "I don't care. If you can't get it, you can help me get some Ironwing's blood essence, or Yunhu's blood essence. You have it, right? Didn't Dixia province just start a war with the Yunhu race? Yunhu's blood essence wasn't bad either." We do have it. Do you want it?" "Yes." "Alright, this is much simpler than the mountain-breaking bull. I'll get you all the 1 million merit points you want." Xiaohu had a relaxed expression. He really had it. Yunhu's race hadn't been wiped out. Many of them had escaped to the Flying Tiger's territory. Dixia province couldn't attack them anymore. They could still attack the Yunhu race. The Flying Tiger's ranking wasn't low, and there were Invincible Realm experts in the race. Even so, they had killed at least 5,000 Yunhus over the past few days. Yunhu's race couldn't wait to burn the bones of Xiaqing and the others into ashes. Of course, they didn't have the chance. "Keep it a secret, Fatty Xia. If you leak it, we won't have any dealings in the future. It's not a big deal." Xiaohu replied quickly. "Alright, how about this? This time, when my second grandpa goes to the Ming Constabulary, I'll go with him and bring the thing along. Also, you bastard, you're not being honest. You're almost giving away the divine aperture method for free. Get lost. The second set I'll give you is different from the one I'll give to the public. You should know better." "Alright," Xiaohu didn't say anything more. He quickly replied, "I've reached the 9th level of the Wanshur and will be forging my body soon. Do you want to buy some Godfiend's blood essence? It's not a good idea to rely on the mountain-breaking bull's blood essence." "No need." Xiaohu pursed his lips. He was trembling. Did the Ming Constabulary provide him with Godfiend's blood essence? Forget it, he couldn't be bothered. Suyu's strength had probably improved a lot. He was probably preparing to forge his body now. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I'll say one more thing. Your senior uncle has gone out recently. He's the Mountain Sea, so I can't do anything about it. However, I'll help you look after your senior sister. You don't have to worry about that. That's not the main point. The main point is that you should be careful. There's news recently that Blue Sky might have his eyes on you. Blue Sky? Yes. That's him. That student of his, Li Mingyu, was exposed. Later, when they investigated, holy shit, guess what happened? That Blue Sky guy is really bold. He's been hiding in the academy all this time. Guess who Blue Sky is pretending to be? I'm not guessing. Who? Just say it. Zhao Ming. Suyu was silent for a long time. After a while, he replied, "You're not joking with me, right?" "Why would I joke with you?" After Li Mingyu was exposed, teacher Zhao Ming disappeared. He's gone. We only suspect it's him, but we're not sure. But, he's very suspicious. Holy shit, when I think about how I often played cards with him in the Primordial Spirit Research Institute, I shudder. Teacher Zhao Ming has been in the academy for many years, right? Yes. Xia Huyu also sent a message, his tone filled with amazement. Don't you think it's scary? The head referee of the top 100 pavilion. A core member of the neutral faction. And he's been with us for so long. Speaking of which, no one suspected him. Even when Li Mingyu was exposed, no one suspected him. He probably left on his own. I'm guessing that he went to look for you. Otherwise, no one would have noticed anything unusual even if he didn't leave. Scary, Suyu was also shocked. Zhao Ming, Blue Sky, holy shit, when he was in the Primordial Spirit Research Institute, he often interacted with Zhao Ming. Not only that, but he had also known Zhao Ming since the first time he fought in the top 100 pavilion. This was Blue Sky, the Origin Demon Sect leader. If he killed him, it would be a piece of cake. No one noticed. Suyu swallowed, feeling a little scared. He subconsciously looked downstairs. Damn, none of the old people here was Blue Sky in disguise, right? If there was, it was too scary. Was it so hard to notice a modification maniac? Over at Dixia province, Daxia of Goguryeo would sometimes go back, and they didn't notice anything unusual. Was a modification maniac at the Sun Moon tier so scary? Zhao Ming. Blue Sky, Suyu's eyes flickered continuously. He still remembered what Zhao Ming had said when he first went to the Blue Sky Research Institute, which was later called the Primordial Spirit Research Institute. Zhao Ming said Blue Sky is an awesome person, and Chen Yong said he was a traitor. Zhao Ming didn't say much, but he still mentioned a few things. Blue Sky was a genius, and also a freak. He was truly awesome, and a traitor couldn't cover all this up. Blue Sky Research Institute, this was also the first thing that Zhao Ming mentioned. Suyu's eyes changed. He was Blue Sky. Zhao Ming had been in the school for decades, and Blue Sky had only defected for 20 years. Thinking of this, Suyu recalled the time when Zhao Ming entered the school. Zhao Ming himself once said that he entered the school 10 years earlier than Xia Yuan. Xia Yuan entered the school around the same time as Bai Feng and the others. Bai Feng entered the school 9 years ago, which meant that the time was about the same. Right after Blue Sky defected, Zhao Ming entered the school. Suyu was speechless and sent a message. That is to say, right after Blue Sky defected, he actually sneaked back to the Great Xia Civilization University? Yes, things happened before and after. Blue Sky defected during the holidays, which was the same year. Zhao Ming entered the school about a month later. F***ck, Suyu was speechless. How fierce, as soon as you betrayed us, you ran back to us. You've been lurking for nearly 20 years. What is this guy doing in the Great Xia Civilization University? Is the Great Xia Civilization University so good that it's worth it for you to stay here for decades? Also, you have been hiding for so long. Why did you run? Are you really here to find me? I'm a little scared. I didn't offend you, no. I broke the signboard of the Blue Sky Research Institute. I'm done for. Don't tell me that he has a grudge against me because of this. I seem to have said a few words. People like Blue Sky should be killed. Did I provoke the other party? Zhao Ming. Blue Sky, this matter probably wouldn't be made public in the Great Xia province. It's hard to say that Blue Sky has been hiding in the school for decades. If this gets out, people will panic. The Origin Demon cult leader has been hiding in the Great Xia province for decades, but you didn't discover him. Isn't the Great Xia province too weak? Suyu took a deep breath again. It's really troublesome to have such a person. He hid too well. Fatty, do you have any way to tell? If you didn't, it would be too troublesome. This is hard to say. How about this? I'll talk to you in detail when I go to the Ming constabulary. You won't be replaced, right? Bullsh *T, he's crazy. I come into contact with my second grandfather every day. It's fine if it's only once or twice, but if I come into contact with him every day, no matter how powerful he is, he will be exposed. That's hard to say, there's still one Xianxia in the school. He's also hiding well. However, no matter how bold that guy is, he won't dare to come into contact with the Xianxia powerhouses. The chances of him being exposed are too high. So you didn't say anything more to Xia Huyu? Very quickly, he left the research institute and went to exchange for a batch of essence blood. At least he dealt with the iron-eating beasts and exchanged for a drop of essence blood. He was just a little suspicious. Have I been killed by an iron-eating beast before? That guy only knows how to eat. Has he killed me before? I don't know, let's give it a try. It would not be difficult for the 3 iron-devouring beasts to help them open their yuans. 3 to 5 heavenly origin fruits would suffice. If that was not possible, he could give them more. Extracting their essence blood would consume a lot of energy, so 2 more heavenly origin fruits should suffice. The cost of 7 to 8 heaven essence fruits was at most 7,000 merit points. 7,000 merit points for a drop of essence blood. Of course, this business was a huge loss. However, sometimes, money was secondary and there was no need to snatch it. If Suyu really wanted to extract a drop of essence blood from the iron-eating beasts, even if the big fatty wasn't willing, the Zhu family would appease him. There was no need to do so. Not only did he owe the Zhu family a favor, he also offended the big fatty iron-eating beast. That guy wasn't weak. The sun and moon couldn't move it. Even if its explosive power wasn't at the sun and moon level, an ordinary mountain and sea wouldn't be its match. There was no need to turn a friend into an enemy. If he gave it 3 children to Kaiyuan, the big fatty would have to thank him. At the Academy's exchange center, Suyu exchanged for a batch of essence blood at a high price. Fortunately, after buying the research institute, he still had several tens of thousands of merit points left. It was enough for him to spend. After returning to the research institute, Suyu spent the whole night extracting the essence blood into heaven essence chi. Without delay, he quickly went to find the big fatty. Beast Tamer Institute. Today wasn't as lively. After searching for a while, Suyu didn't find Zhu Hongliang. Instead, he found the big fatty alone. He was chewing on bamboo beside a small mountain. Not far from him was a huge white bear. This was the big round ball that others were talking about. Of course, the big round ball didn't come over. There was some distance between it and the big fatty. Suyu snickered. Was he trying to hide something, or was he trying to deceive himself? Was he pretending not to know him? The big fatty, who was chewing on bamboo, raised his head and glanced at Suyu. In the next moment, his voice rang out in Suyu's mind. Are you here to exchange for essence blood? Yes. After Suyu said this, his vision blurred. The big fatty appeared in front of him, squatting on the ground and continuing to chew on bamboo. He said in a muffled voice, do you have enough heaven essence fruits? You need at least 3 to cast a foundation for the 3 small round balls. I do. The big fatty raised his head and looked at him, a little surprised. Did he really have it? 3 was quite a lot, so you didn't say much. They're in my research institute. If you don't worry, I'll bring the 3 little fellows to my institute and extract a drop of essence blood. There are too many people outside. If they see this, I won't be able to explain myself. Feeding heaven essence fruits to the small round balls. I'll be scolded to death. The big fatty glanced at him and said telepathically, there's nothing to worry about. You won't be able to run away from the Ming constabulary. Don't try to fool me. I can tell if you use some earth essence fruits and say they're heaven essence fruits, of course. Suyu said with a smile, when dealing with me, Suyu, as long as it's friendly, I'll never let anyone suffer a loss. I'll extract the essence blood, and I'll give you sufficient compensation. That, may I ask, is the bloodline of this small round ball pure? The big fatty looked at him with his dark eyes. After a while, he said, "Of course. Of course, it was a super big demon. Its bloodline was much stronger than the big round balls. The remaining small round ball naturally inherited its bloodline. Then there's no problem. So you also saw the 3 small round balls twisting their butts as they ran," he said with a smile. "Then I'll bring them back now. I'll send them out tomorrow morning. If you're worried, you can wait for me outside the research institute. You can't go in. After all, there are a lot of secrets." The big fatty ate the bamboo for a while and said telepathically, "All right then. You're not allowed to lie, or else I'll get angry." Getting angry was very scary, so you smiled and nodded. This time, everything was really ready. He quickly ran over and picked up the 3 small bears. The big round ball stared at Suyu. Its strength wasn't weak either. Suyu felt that it was as strong as Ling Yun. However, Suyu wasn't worried. As expected, just as the big round ball was about to roar, it suddenly quietened down. It glanced at the big fatty, its eyes filled with tenderness. F***ck, I've been fed dog food by 2 bears. Suyu was speechless. He couldn't be bothered to look at it any longer. He quickly picked up the 3 small round balls and disappeared from the Beast Tamer Academy. Not long after he left, the Beast Tamer Academy descended into chaos. It's over. The small round balls have been stolen. They're gone. I think I saw someone running away with the small round balls. Catch the thief. There's a thief in our academy. In an instant, the Beast Tamer Academy was in an uproar. At this moment, Suyu had already returned to the research institute with the 3 small round balls. Entering the door, Suyu looked at the 3 small round balls and chuckled. "I'll take you guys." At such a young age, they already had thick skin and flesh. Furthermore, they hadn't grown up in an environment with heaven's origin energy. Could the iron-eating beasts be an ancient race? However, they were ranked on the top 100 list. As for whether they were an ancient race or not, Xianxia wasn't sure. This race had invincible beasts. Quickly grabbing one of them, Suyu roughly recognized it. It was small round ball number 1 from last time. "I'll take you. I'll let you eat something delicious later before drawing your blood. You're so young. You probably don't know how painful it is to draw blood." Suyu quickly went into the laboratory and began to draw blood. In an instant, he stuffed something the size of an apple into the small round ball's mouth. Sure enough, with something to eat, this guy forgot everything and allowed Suyu to draw its blood. The extraction of blood essence consumed a lot of blood, nearly 1/10 of it. However, Suyu stuffed a lot of heaven's origin energy into it, so the little guy didn't seem to mind. It was enjoying itself. More than 10 minutes later, Suyu extracted a drop of blood essence. The small round ball that was still eating turned its head and looked at him, seemingly a little confused. "What did you do to me?" Suyu couldn't be bothered to talk. He stuffed another round ball into its mouth and instantly made it forget everything. As for Suyu, he ignored it and quickly left. He entered the secret chamber and devoured the blood essence to open the atlas. Too weak. It's only at the Kaiyuan realm. If this body forging technique wasn't an innate skill or a basic elemental skill, then it would be a big problem. It could only come out with sore. A drop of blood essence was swallowed, but there was no reaction. It was too weak. The current Suyu could even withstand Ling Yun's blood essence, let alone this. In the blink of an eye, Suyu felt a little apprehensive. "You must kill me. If you don't kill me, then you'll have wasted so much heaven's origin energy." Fortunately, in the next moment, the golden atlas had a slight reaction. Suyu was overjoyed. Finally! I've been killed by a bear. Iron Eater, Kaiyuan level 1 race skill, Iron Eater 72 casting, blood essence activated, void devouring, unactivated, sky shaking strike, unactivated, basic elemental skill, Iron Eater, unactivated. Suyu was slightly shocked. There's still an unactivated innate skill? It's activated according to strength? That's not important. What's important is that I forgot one thing. I still need a drop of blood essence. Damn, I forgot. Little ball number 1 couldn't take it anymore. Should he go find number 2 and extract a drop? He was still a little happy. This Iron Eater 72 casting, was this the forging body technique, an innate forging body technique, the existence of an innate skill? This race's terrifying physical body isn't without reason. Also, as expected, the silly fatty was a liar. Don't tell me that void-devouring and sky-shaking strike are just for show. The silly fatty had definitely activated these innate skills. Maybe this guy's destructive power was no weaker than his defensive power. 3 great innate skills. Iron Eater 72 casting. Don't tell me I really have to cast my body 72 times? Suyu was speechless. It was even stronger than the god and demon race's forging body technique. How much heaven's origin energy would it take? After 72 casting, would he be able to kill the mountain and sea with the 9 layers of soar? It feels like it's possible. I'm so scary. Suyu sighed. My 9 layers of soar might be able to be raised by 2 layers. One must know that the stronger one was, the harder it was to jump levels. I'm too scary. Suyu sighed again. Be more low-key. I must be more low-key in terms of martial strength next time. In the laboratory, Suyu carried the number 2 ball. The same move, feeding, and drawing blood. Sure enough, this race was just like this. Once they were given food, everything was fine. They were especially obedient when it came to drawing their blood. Of course, they still had to look at Suyu after the blood was drawn. Perhaps he had discussed it with the number 1 sphere and felt that 1 candy wasn't enough. They wanted 2. Suyu stuffed another fake apple to replenish the nutrients. Otherwise, if the fatty knew that he had drawn an extra drop of blood, he might not be happy. After settling the second drop of blood, Suyu did not stop and returned to the cultivation room. Devouring blood, activating talent skill. 72 casting. The moment the talent skill was activated, Suyu carefully felt it. In his body, 152 acupuncture points overflowed with faint energy. It was not heaven yuan qi, but a simple overflow of yuan qi. Soon, the energy disappeared. It could not be helped. The small ball of Kaiyuan realm was too weak. As for Suyu, he did not care about this. He was in shock. This Iron Eater race, talent skill opened 152 acupuncture points, F***CK, the primordial god race's talent skill, divine transformation, also opened 152 acupuncture points. Of course, divine transformation was an offensive talent, while the Iron Eater race had a body forging talent. But they stood at the highest point, Suyu was very surprised. What did this mean? It meant that the Iron Eater was actually on the same level as the primordial god race and origin demon race. Ancient race, Suyu murmured. This Iron Eater was definitely an ancient race. Little Furball too, these ancient races were not weaker than the primordial god race and origin demon race in terms of strength and talent. At least, Little Furball and this Iron Eater were the same. Everyone's development direction was different. Little Furball was strong against the Sea of Will and Shenwen. The Iron Eater was strong in its peerless body forging and defense. The primordial god race's divine transformation was an extremely powerful offensive battle technique. The origin demon race's demon advent was also an offensive battle technique. From Suyu's point of view, these races were about the same level. The power of 152 acupoints. Using these acupoints to extract heaven's origin chi to refine his body. It would be strange if he wasn't strong since he was young. Suyu was speechless. 72 cast. Just from their physical bodies alone, the iron-eating beasts should be stronger than the gods and devils of the same rank. However, the iron-eating beasts' innate talents were probably not the best. They should be inferior to the origin demon race and the primordial god race. Although the small round ball was too weak and the power of its blood essence was not enough, Suyu had grasped the talent and opened 152 acupuncture points. According to the circulation method of the iron-eating beasts, he should be able to cast his body 72 times. I can give it a simple try. Suyu started to circulate the forging body technique according to the feeling he got just now. The 152 acupoints started devouring energy and essence energy, but they didn't use heaven essence energy. At this speed, who knew how long it would take for them to complete the process? Without hesitation, Suyu quickly took out some heaven's essence chi and began to absorb it. After completing the first casting, he would have entered the Soar realm. Of course, completing the first casting was not that simple. Forging the body was to cast the muscles, bones, and flesh of the whole body. When the whole body was reborn once, it was considered the first casting. He consumed a large amount of heaven essence energy. The heaven essence energy extracted from the blood essence he purchased previously disappeared very quickly. As for Suyu, the pores on his skin gradually began to shrink. His skin glowed with a faint golden color, Suyu's eyes moved slightly, and the heaven essence energy began to gather in his right hand. He wanted to try casting his right hand to see how much stronger it would be. The amount of heaven essence energy stored was decreasing. As for Suyu's right hand, the skin gradually glowed with a golden light. After a while, Suyu stopped. He frowned slightly. The body casting was so slow. To complete the first casting, it would take at least a month. He had to cast it 72 times, and the further he went, the slower it would be. If it was so slow, it would take him 5 or 6 years to complete the body. I still don't have enough heaven essence energy. If the entire secret chamber is heaven essence energy, I should be able to complete the first casting very quickly if I live in an environment with heaven essence energy. Once completed, his strength would increase by 10%. This was the strength of the body casting. So you made a rough estimation. Even if there was enough heaven essence energy, it would be difficult to complete the first casting without 10 days to half a month. 72 times would take at least 2 to 3 years. But the increase in strength, Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air, 72 times. If he really completed each casting and increased his strength by 10%, what kind of concept would that be? His current strength was only 9 apertures, which was equivalent to the strength of 1,800 apertures of Qianjun. 72 times of body casting, 1 times to the power of 72, Suyu's brain worked quickly and came up with a shocking number. 955 times, in other words, at the end of the body casting, his strength would increase to the strength of 1.72 million apertures. Suyu swallowed his saliva and murmured, counting the primordial celestial race and demon race, there are 144 apertures. 10,000 stones, 9 layers, 16 closed apertures, and in the end, the power of about 400 apertures. Levitating 36 times, doubling is about 31 times, which is the power of 12,400 apertures. And Lingyan's 9 changes, how much would his strength increase with just 1 change of vitality? So you did some calculations. Was it really that scary? After 72 times of casting, his strength was about 200 times that of the primordial gods and demons of the same level. His foundation was too deep, 360 apertures opened. If he could really achieve 72 times of casting, it would be too scary. It would be easy to beat primordial gods and demons of the same level. With his strength increased by 200 times, it would not be as simple as fighting 1 against 200. Lingyan's 9 changes, I wonder how strong he is at the 9 changes, anyway, Suyu calculated. The strongest of the primordial gods and demons were at soar 9 levels, and their strength was about 10,000 apertures of strength. This was very scary. Anyway, Suyu was far from that. Only 1,800 apertures of strength, the gap was too big. He calculated again, 36 apertures, 9 times of soar. This was probably the weakest soar. Soar less than 36 apertures, it was almost impossible to become a soar. Calculating. Suyu was bare one's teeth. In theory, when the other party reached soar 9 levels, they would have about 120 apertures of strength. Of course, in reality, they would be slightly stronger. After all, the weaker they were, the easier it was to improve. But after calculating, they would probably have about 200 apertures of strength. In that case, the weakest soar 9 levels would only have 200 apertures of strength. And the primordial gods and demons, the strongest soar 9 levels would have 12,400 apertures of strength, a gap of more than 60 times. No wonder they said that the primordial gods and demons were strong. I have never met a soar 9 levels with 200 apertures. Is there really such a thing? Suyu fell into deep thought. Was there really such a soar? It was too weak. He could probably kill it with 1 slap now. His explosive power was 9 times that of the other party. It would be strange if he didn't die. As for him, he had underestimated the gods and demons. Of course, there were strong and weak gods and demons, including the primordial god race and the origin demon race. Not everyone could open 144 acupuncture points and merge all 16 of them into one, eventually reaching 36 forging bodies. In theory, their race's strongest Soar 9 levels could explode with more than 10,000 apertures of strength. And so you would need to cast his body about 20 times to be comparable to them. One level 8 casting, Soar 3 levels. Calculating, I have to be Soar 3 levels to have hope of fighting the top Soar 9 levels. Did the primordial gods and demons have such a guy? Not too sure. In that case, he had to at least reach Soar 3 levels to be truly invincible in the Soar realm, sweeping the heavens Soar, the heavens won, at the same level, the gap was so big. At this moment, Suyu deeply understood why it was difficult for small races to rise. With such a big gap, how could they rise? A Soar with 36 apertures was actually so weak. Suyu hadn't thought about it before, but now that he thought about it carefully, he felt pity. Could my father have Soar with the help of Xianxia? Please don't, enlighten. A Soar with 36 apertures, at 9 casting, is also pitifully weak. I can crush it with one finger now, just as Suyu was feeling pity for his father. The Heavens Battlefield. The Demon Suppression Army. Su Long's 1,000-man guard didn't have any missions recently and was reorganizing in the rear. The entire 1,000-man guard understood that this was to prevent Su Long from going to the front line. The news spread like wildfire. Su Long's son, Suyu, fled to Xia province and entered the Ming constabulary. And Xia province had orders to protect Su Long's safety. Under such circumstances, he naturally couldn't be allowed to go to the front line. There were already big figures from the Demon Suppression Army who came to discuss with Su Long whether to retreat to the Eastern War Zone, the rear of the human race, to carry out some logistics work. In the tent, Su Long was laughing and chatting with other colleagues as usual. I said my son was powerful, but you didn't believe me. Now you believe me, right? Yes, everyone's tone was a little complicated. They believed him. But your son went to the Ming constabulary. Su Long laughed for a while and stopped showing off. After a moment of silence, he said, "Brothers, I'm going to leave. I'm going to work in the rear. If I stay here, I'll only be a burden to everyone and the Demon Suppression Army. The Demon Suppression Army still has to arrange for experts to protect me." As he said this, Su Long bare one's teeth laughed. I don't have that much face. I won't cause trouble for everyone. The Lord Commander said that with me here, no one will be safe. Forget it, I'm afraid you'll suffer with me. My son is now famous in Wan. Amazing. He's amazing. As his father, I'm also troublesome. This brat is not at ease at all. He even implicated his father. Su Long sighed. An old man laughed. You still don't forget to brag at this time. Your son is amazing, not you. Old Su, just leave. It's not like you won't see him again. You're going to the base and not back to Xia province, right? I'm not going back. Su Long shook his head. If I go back, I might cause trouble for my son. At the base, the Great Qin King and the others might come to patrol sometimes. It's safer. If I go back to the human territory, to Xia province, who knows if it's safe? He pursed his lips. He was not stupid. If he really returned to Xia province, it might not be as safe as here. Unless he went to the Ming constabulary to seek refuge with his son. But thinking about it, it was awkward. Forget it. I'll go back to the base and do some chores. I wanted to fight for a future at the front line for my son's future. Looks like it's not necessary now. I'm getting old. It's good to go back. Su Long laughed. I'm leaving. Don't miss me. I feel like I'm going to Soar soon. When I reach Soar, the next time I come to patrol the front line, you will have to call me my lord. Quickly scram. Old Lu, who had always been at odds with Su Long, laughed and said, Scram far away. With you here, I'm afraid that someone will come and take my head one day. It's good that you're leaving. Don't worry. We'll help you kill those that you did not kill. After saying that, Old Lu teased, Old Su, you are really a practical person. Now that your son is famous, you won't mention marrying my daughter anymore. Su Long rolled his eyes and retorted in frustration, marry my ass. The Great Light Prince's Zhu clan has already taken a liking to my son. You think he will take a liking to your daughter? Stop dreaming. Then, he sighed and muttered, it's better to stay far away from my son. That fellow is so troublesome. Your daughter won't be able to hold on. He had already killed the sun and moon. If he really wanted to marry a wife, even if he did not marry an expert, he would marry one with a background. Otherwise, who knew how much suffering he would suffer? Old Lu laughed, not minding it. He knew that some things were more complicated than he imagined. Old Su's son might look famous, but he might not have a good ending. Old Su also sighed. Everyone laughed and chatted for a while. Then, Su Long did not say anything else. He took out the bag that he had prepared long ago and picked up his luggage. Then, he stood up and said with a sigh, brothers, I'll go to the rear and provide logistics services for you. After less than a year, I have to go back and do odd jobs again. Su Long had come with hot-bloodedness. However, when he left, he felt somewhat empty. Everyone stood up and sent him out of the tent. Chen Long, the deputy general, was already waiting outside. Su Long did not say anything else. He waved at the people sending him off. I'm going. Brothers, if you need to go back and rest, come and look for me at any time. I will receive you warmly. Take care, everyone. After saying goodbye, Su Long left. After Su Long walked out of the 1,000-man guard, Chen Long said softly, Big brother Su, don't call me big brother. Su Long said gloomily, you're the deputy general, and I'm a chili arch. I'm several ranks lower than you. Why are you calling me big brother? Chen Long said helplessly, Big brother, I transferred you to the rear to protect you and reassure my nephew. With you at the front line, the news in Xianxia province will not be kept secret. Now that one of all heavens has his eyes on you, he can't wait to kill you. You can also provoke Suyu. In addition, you can also put Xianxia province in a dilemma. Should we kill the sun and moon of Xianxia? Xianxia province had said that Su Long was dead. He killed the experts of the Xianxia faction. If he was really dead, should they kill him? If he was killed by Wan, and you killed the sun and moon of Xianxia faction? It was easy for Xiaoyi to say it, but if you really wanted to do it, it would probably be very difficult. At that time, Xianxia province would be in trouble, Xianxia faction would be in trouble, and Suyu would go crazy. Su Long said angrily, I know. Otherwise, why would I go back? Isn't it to not make things difficult for my little bastard? You're well informed. How is my kid now? Everything is fine. That's good. Why do you think that kid is going through so much trouble? He should be honest and let people worry less, Su Long complained. After a while, he said, Little Chen, tell me the truth. Is Xiaojia holding me hostage to deal with my son? Chen Long said hurriedly, not necessarily, big brother. Don't think too much. Su Long was unhappy and did not say a word. After a while, he said gloomily, what's the use of having talent? He's not strong enough. He can't deal with people just by shouting. I don't know how strong this kid is now. He's probably not a match for me. Tired, Chen Long held it in for a while and said in a low voice, Big brother, that nephew of mine, killed Ling Yin 7. Don't you feel guilty? Su Long said disapprovingly, I know. I heard people say that he used some kind of talent blood essence to kill him. He hasn't reached Soar yet, has he? I'm already at Wancher Tier 6. Chen Long smiled bitterly again. Big brother, he's already opened hundreds of apertures. Even if he's not Soar, he's not someone you can deal with. That's my son. Even if he's in the Mountain Sea realm, would he dare to fight back if I hit him? Su Long glanced at him and said angrily, aren't you in the Mountain Sea realm? If I hit you, would you fight back? Speechless, Chen Long smiled bitterly and did not say a word. Kid, you're quite capable. When I left, you were Qianjun. When I came back, it's only been 18 years, and you've reached the Mountain Sea realm. Su Long sighed at this moment. I'm a little regretful. If I didn't leave back then, would I have reached the Mountain Sea realm in these 18 years? If I were the Mountain Sea realm, Damn it, those bastards dare to bully my son. I'll kill them one by one. Big brother, it's not too late to cultivate now, nonsense. Su Long cursed a few more times and quickly said, hurry up and soar. I know that son of mine. He's never been willing to suffer losses since he was young. Sooner or later, he'll return to Xianxia province. If he doesn't cultivate a little stronger, when that kid comes to the battlefield and wants to snatch his father away, it'll be embarrassing if his father can't run. Big brother, there's no need for that, TSK, what do you know? Su Long could not be bothered with him. Do you think I don't know my son? He's not a good person since he was young, he's very vengeful, he suffered some losses and kept it in his heart. When he's strong enough, he'll find fault with him sooner or later. He heard that the battle this time was related to his master and old Lu. Su Long was also helpless. Old Lu looked like a gentle person with thick eyebrows and big eyes. How did he get into so much trouble? He had taught his son for 5 years. With his son's character and ability, how could he not stand up for him? It was only a matter of time. I'm afraid that kid is really stronger than me. I should reach Soar earlier. When I reach Soar, can he beat me? Su Long muttered in his heart. He had to reach Soar as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be too embarrassed. Mean constabulary. Su Yu sent out the 3 little balls. They had consumed a lot of heavenly yuan qi. The simple-minded fatty seemed to be very satisfied. Although he felt that Su Yu might have done something wrong and that his second child had lost a bit of health, he didn't care. Seeing that his 2 children had become fatter, he couldn't be bothered to bicker with Su Yu. The pitiful third child was much thinner than the other 2. Why didn't Su Yu feed the third child something to eat? How stingy! Su Yu could not care less about this. He did not care what the simple-minded fatty was thinking. At this moment, the simple-minded fatty was useless. At this moment, Su Yu could not wait for the arrival of Xia Huyu and the others. He had to extract heavenly yuan qi to advance his physical body. He was looking forward to it. February 17th, someone from Xianxia province had arrived. Great Ming Civilization Academy, Full Moon Pavilion. On the top floor, Xiaoyi came again. Together with him, Xia Huyu and the 3 galaus from the 3 major academies. On the side of the Great Xia Dynasty Civilization Academy, the person who came was rather familiar, Pavilion Elder Qi. Su Yu was not familiar with the people from the other 2 academies. However, they were obviously not from Xianxinwen's faction. At this moment, when Su Yu saw the galaus, he did not stand on ceremony. He bowed slightly to show his respect to the strong. Then, without looking at the 3 galaus, he said directly, I put forward 8 conditions to Hou Yi. Hou Yi did not fulfill a few of them. I want Hou Yi to protect Marshal Uncle Feng Qi's life, but Hou Yi did not do it. Xiahou Yi smiled and said, Feng Qi is still alive, isn't he? Xiahou Yi said again, I pardon by Feng and the others of their crimes. Shan Xiong will not enter Great Xia Civilization University. Yuan Qingdong apologized. The merit points in exchange for the academy will be higher. Yuan Qingdong agreed and is willing to bear some subsidies. I can give you one of the gods' corpses. I won't take any income from the Seeker Realm. After thinking about it, I can't promise you the Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm. At the side, Qi Galao interrupted, Su Yu, this Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm, you know the situation. It was left behind by the previous principal. It is also the foundation of Great Xia Civilization University. If we really give it to you just for a cultivation technique, Great Xia Civilization University will not be able to survive. Qi Galao quickly said, even if I don't do it for the sake of the monk, I will do it for the sake of the Buddha. You, Su Yu, have friends and teachers in the academy. There are also people close to you. Su Yu's expression was calm. Qi Galao is right. I don't want to make things difficult for anyone. Then, let's not talk about the Sea of Consciousness Secret Realm. Xiao Province will send Yuan Qingdong to rescue Marshal Uncle Feng Qi. He looked at Xiahou Yi. Xiahou Yi smiled and said, I know what you mean. Don't worry. General Zhao has also gone there secretly. Unfortunately, I can't find him recently. Otherwise, Feng Qi would definitely be brought back. General Zhao has gone there? How can it be fake? As he spoke, Xiahou Yi continued, Lao Zhao isn't weak. Since he has gone there, if he really finds Feng Qi, his safety won't be an issue. Su thought about it and nodded. Alright. Also, that Xianxia isn't entering the Great Xia Civilization University? Yes. Xiaoyi smiled and said, I'm not sure about the specifics. But I heard that he stopped at the Great Shang residence and is in seclusion for a breakthrough. Before that, he had already entered stage 7 of SOAR. This time, when he comes out of seclusion, he will probably be at stage 8 or even stage 9. Xiaoyi sighed. That kid can sweep through all the major residences. He isn't weak. Don't think that he's afraid of you. To be honest, he isn't any weaker than Xia Yuan and the others back then. In fact, he might even be stronger. Su wasn't too concerned. Before opening all 360 apertures, he probably wouldn't be a match for the other party. But now, he was about to forge his body, and that Xianxia dared to come and try. Without saying anything else, Su nodded and said, then you can send it to the 3 major residences. Where's the immortal's corpse? Xiaoyi threw out a storage ring. It's inside, but you'd better not take it out now. It's at the Sun-Moon tier. Not only is it at the Sun-Moon tier, but it's also at the Sun-Moon tier. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the guts to surround and kill Long Wu. Before you reach the Sun-Moon tier, you'd better not have any ideas about this corpse. Thank you, Xiaoyi, for the reminder. Suyu's willpower swept in briefly, and his willpower was instantly shattered. He saw a corpse with its head on the side. He didn't see anything else clearly, and his willpower was shattered, very powerful. Even if it was dead, it was still incredibly powerful. Forget it, it was indeed not something he could have any ideas about now. However, when he reached the Mountain C tier, or the peak of the Mountain C tier, he should be able to use it, right? If forging his body was powerful, Ling Yun might be able to use it after the 9 changes. Swallowing a drop of blood essence, erupting with the power of the 8th tier of the Sun-Moon tier, TSK, Su fantasized for a while, and didn't say anything else, either. After settling all this, Su said again, then the other point is the division of the closed aperture technique. Previously, I agreed with Xiaoyi that I would get 1 merit point for every person I spread it to. Xiaoyi doesn't have any objections, right? Of course, of course. Xiaoyi smiled and said, the Ming Constabulary has also mentioned this before. At present, there are a total of 1.26 million people who have redeemed the 2 versions of the closed aperture technique. That's 1.26 million merit points. When he said this, the 3 Galaos all secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. It was really profitable, 1.26 million merit points. There were almost 100,000 people in the Great Xia Civilization University, old and young, and that was about the annual funding. Of course, many old people didn't get a single cent since long ago. So you easily earned the annual expenditure of tens of thousands of people in the Great Xia Civilization University. When he thought about it, Xiaoyi earned even more, at least 10 times more than Suyu. That was even more terrifying. Sometimes, a set of techniques could create a shocking amount of profit, especially this kind of warrior Dao technique. It often earned more than the Civilization Master technique. There were too many users, Suyu wasn't surprised. He was also a big spender. He had killed so many powerhouses and earned hundreds of thousands of merit points. Then, he turned around and spent 350,000 to buy a research institute. In fact, if the 350,000 didn't include the space slicing room, Suyu would have suffered a loss. If he included it, he would have earned. However, Suyu wouldn't be able to use it for the time being. Suyu didn't beat around the bush and said directly, then, will Hoyi transfer the money, or, transfer it now? Xiaoyi couldn't help but laugh and said with a smile, Suyu, how about this? You're about to cast your body. How about Xiaojia get a chance to cast his body in the War God Temple? It's a 50-year chance, no need. Suyu knew what he meant and said directly, leave it for Brother Huyu. I didn't want it even if Master Zhu gave it to me. It's free. Xiaoyi was slightly stunned, F*CK, Zhu Tiandao was putting in a lot of money. Suyu smiled and said, Ho Yi, just pay directly. I don't need any resources. Of course, if you're willing to sell the Secret Realm or the Essence Energy Secret Realm to me, I'll give you 1 million merit points. Xiaoyi didn't say anything. He took out his card and transferred the money, stopped fooling around, putting everything else aside. Just the Essence Energy Secret Realm alone cost 100 to 200 merit points, and the annual income was close to 1,000,000 merit points. It was a terrifying number. Of course, there was a cost to maintain it. However, the Great Xia Civilization University relied on these secret realms to survive. It would be strange if they really sold them. Not every Sun Moon Shenwen could form such a secret realm. 26 million merit points, not a single cent less. So you couldn't be bothered to check whether it was spread by 26 million people. This thing? Xianxia had the statistics. He couldn't check it. We're even. So you didn't say much. He stood up and said, Ho Yi, I'll take my leave first. As for my 3 mounts, I brought them together this time. I've asked someone to send them to the Ming residence first. Then I'll have to trouble Ho Yi. So you didn't say anything else. He bowed slightly and said, My apologies, Galao. I still have something to do. He didn't stay any longer and stood up to leave. Behind him, Xia Huyu laughed and said, Suyu, it's not easy for me to come here. Let's have a chat? Sure. So you didn't even turn his head. Xia Huyu quickly followed. After he left, Galao sighed and said, What a pity. Lord Xiao lightly said, There's no need to bring up the past. He's already quite free and unfettered here. That guy Zhu Tiandao is really willing to part with his life. He gave away the opportunity to forge his body in the Seeker realm just like that. The Xiao family can't give him that. Even if Xiaojia gave it away, she couldn't. Previously, Xiao Yi was just trying to ask. Their Xiaojia's opportunity was given to someone else. De Xiao War Academy's Huangting. Xiaojia chose to invest in Huangting. Since Xiaojia had an investment, it was normal for the Zhu family to invest in Suyu. The few Galao didn't say anything else. This time, Suyu's attitude was very clear. He was going to do business and not talk about personal relationships. Qi Galao was silent for a while, then said, It's a pity that Lao Zhao isn't willing to come. Xiao Yi said angrily, What a lousy idea. Who suggested him to come? It's best if he doesn't come. If he really comes, that old man will lose his temper. He'll go back with the Essence Qi secret realm and team up with Suyu. You'll be responsible? Pavilion Elder Qi was a little embarrassed. That did make sense. Fortunately, he didn't come. If Lao Zhao came and did something like that, Xiao Jia would explode in anger and the Zhu family would laugh like crazy. Outside. So you didn't say a word and walked directly to the research institute. It wasn't suitable to trade outside. We'll talk about it when we get back. Xia Huyu looked around and didn't mention the blood essence. He said as he walked, the environment is so King good. I should learn from Xia province. Even girls are interested in this environment. So you couldn't be bothered with him. After walking for a while, he said, There's still no news of my martial uncle? No. Troublesome. Suyu was helpless. Fortunately, General Zhao and Chief Ho had gone to look for people. With the 2 Sun and Moon Masters around, if there was a battle, the other party would be able to sense it. Soon, he entered the research institute. Xia Huyu sucked in a breath of cold air. This place? Research institute? It's a high-class clubhouse. Shut up. Suyu scolded. Cut the crap. Where's the stuff? I know you're rich now. I've gathered 113,000 points of Mountain Break Ox blood essence for you. Also, I've gathered 87,000 points of Yun Hu blood essence for you, a total of 200,000 points. How about it? Sure. Suyu nodded. This guy was really efficient. You know your second grandpa, right? Nonsense. It's such a large amount. If he doesn't know, where am I going to get it? Xia Huyu quickly said, It's fine. I said I'm trading with Zhu Hongliang. Second grandpa, believe it or not, I can't do anything about it. Xia Huyu smiled and said, It's not a big deal. So you didn't say much. There was no way he could hide it from Xiao Yi. That was for sure. The amount was too large. He took the storage ring. Just as he was about to say something, Xiaohu smiled and said, "This storage ring isn't cheap either. I'll add 10,000 merit points and sell it to you." "Screw you." "No," so you couldn't be bothered with him. He took out the bottles of blood essence and threw the storage ring to him. He transferred 200,000 merit points to him and said, "Tell me about Blue Sky." There's no need to say anything else. How do I identify him? If he doesn't make a move, it's hard to tell. But if he does, his strength will be exposed. It's that simple. Screw you. Xiaohu laughed dryly. That's the only way. Of course, there's a gap between his attacks. He's sealed himself, or else he won't be able to hide from the detection of powerhouses. He needs some time to unseal himself. My second grandpa thinks it'll take at least 3 seconds. During this time, you'll be able to determine his identity. Otherwise, he'll only be able to burst out with Ling Yun's strength. I have to make a move to be exposed? Won't I be exposed if I don't make a move? That's not true. An invincible can investigate carefully, but no invincible will investigate everyone one by one. If someone finds out, it'll be hard for the invincible to explain. Suyu nodded. That's true. Troublesome. Alright, you can go back. As he spoke, Suyu thought for a moment and took out an item. I'll give this to Senior Hu Hao. Last time, his body was destroyed in order to save us. It'll be troublesome to recultivate. This is the primordial spirit enlightening technique. Only he can read it. Am I that kind of person? Xiaohu was speechless. Besides, you've already said it. It'll spread soon. Why should I be anxious? Suyu said calmly, even if it spreads, it might not spread to Dexia province. Xiaohu was speechless. Suyu ignored him. He took out a few more items, wrapped them tightly, and stuffed them to Xiaohu. Give these to Senior Hu Hao as well. It'll be helpful in forging his body. As he spoke, he took out a storage ring and handed it to him. These are for my senior sister. You're not allowed to steal them. Give them to my senior sister. He took out a merit card. This is 10,000 merit points. Give it to my senior sister. After saying that, he thought for a moment and took out another storage ring. These are top-notch forging materials. Give them to teacher Zhaoli for me. Xiaohu's teeth hurt. How many more good things do you have? You've only been in the Ming constabulary for a few days. Why do I feel like you've made a fortune? Anything else? Nothing else. Suyu asked curiously, what else is there? Don't tell me you're expecting me to give you something? Shouldn't you be giving me something? Xiaohu chuckled. I've traveled thousands of miles to deliver something to you, that's true. Suyu nodded. He thought for a moment and said, a set of 36 casting body forging techniques. Do you want it? He really has it, 36 casting. Xiaohu was speechless. 36 casting. That's too much. I don't have that much blood essence. I don't have that many gods and demons, and I don't have the chance at the sacred land. My old man gave it to Huangting. I was just fooling you. Didn't Xiaojia give you a chance? Suyu was surprised. Xiaohu said helplessly, I'm a civilization master. Huangting is a warrior. A warrior's body forging is the key. It's good to give it to him. He then said, Huangting is very strong. He might have also cast his body 36 times. I'm not sure about the specifics. Anyway, he's very powerful. My great-grandfather and the great Qin king both have 36 casting body forging techniques. He looked at Suyu. It's normal for them to have it, but it's abnormal for you to have it. Suyu ignored him. After thinking for a while, he threw the remaining drops of primordial god fiend essence blood to him and said, this is for your travel expenses. I might need another batch of essence blood later. Xiaohu casually opened the bottle and took a look. The next moment, an extremely powerful aura erupted and stunned him. Suyu's aura erupted and suppressed him instantly. He said lightly, Ling Yunjing's blood essence can be sold for 2,000 to 3,000 merit points per drop. There's still some left. It might be useful for you to cast your body. Xiaohu stared at him in a daze. F*CK, you've changed sex. When did you become so generous? He gave this to him, you don't want to cast your body anymore? I have plenty. I don't lack these things in the Ming constabulary. He was speechless. Xiaohu said sourly, if I had known, I would have come to the Ming constabulary. I wonder if Xiao Longwu's son can get so many benefits by joining the Ming constabulary. You can give it a try. Forget it. I'm afraid of death. My father will kill me. Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Alright, I'll take it. I'll bring the rest back. Anything else? Nothing. Help me continue to buy Mountain Bull blood essence. I need it a lot. Alright. The Mountain Bull tribe will probably cry. Shaking his head, Xiaohu didn't say anything else. He left. When he reached the door, he turned and said, I'll say it again. I'm on your side, but I'm Xiaojia's man. I've eaten Xiaojia's rice. If one day you really return to Xia province, and Xiaojia wants to stand up for you, then I'll be the one looking for trouble. Suyu smiled. Whatever. But, you're too weak. I can kill you with one slap. Alright, Xiaohu was speechless. He left in embarrassment. These words were too embarrassing. Suyu smiled. He was in a good mood. Looking at the storage ring full of blood essence, he couldn't suppress his excitement. Soar, here I come, 200,000 merit points, no problem. I have money. I still have 1.06 million. What's there to be afraid of, 200,000 merit points? Extracting about 200 Tianyuan fruits shouldn't be a problem, right? Maybe even more. Can I cast my body to 20 casts? If I can, I'll be a level 3 soar, an existence that can sweep away all the soar in the heavens. At this moment, Suyu didn't care about anything else. He went into the laboratory and didn't come out. I'll think about it after the extraction. Vaguely, he seemed to have forgotten something. Forget it. It's not a big deal. Forget it, at the same time. Ming Constabulary. The three great demons looked at Zhu Tiandao, then at each other. One Eye and the others were scared witless. Why didn't Suyu come to pick us up? We're a little scared to face this person. They still remember this demonic god who killed sun and moon. When is he coming to pick us up? At this time, Suyu indeed did not have time to pick up One Eye and the rest. Since he would not die, even if he remembered, there was no need to be too anxious. Extracting Heaven Yuan Qi, a shadow barrier appeared, 1 strand, 2 strands. Suyu continued to devour the blood essence and used the atlas to extract strands of Heaven Yuan Qi. The smell of blood on his body also became stronger. A drop of early-stage soar blood essence could be extracted in about 3 minutes. Mid-stage, at least 5 minutes, and late-stage, at least 10 minutes. From the afternoon of the 17th to the morning of the 18th, Suyu extracted 300 drops of Soar Realm Mountain-Breaking Bull blood essence. It took nearly a day, but the harvest was also great. The shadow barrier in front of him grew bigger and bigger. Countless golden Heaven Yuan Qi, like swimming dragons, wandered in the barrier. 300 drops of Soar Realm Mountain-Breaking Bull blood essence, worth 23,000 merit points, extracted nearly 30 Heaven Yuan fruits. This was not enough. Suyu began to devour Ling Yunjing's blood essence. At this moment, it was not difficult for him to devour early-stage Ling Yun's blood essence. Until late at night on the 18th, he extracted 100 drops of early-stage blood essence. As for the rest of Ling Yun's blood essence, Suyu did not extract any more. Instead, he extracted Yunhu's blood essence. Yunhu clan was a weak clan, but this time, Xiaohu provided him with a large amount of blood essence, which was similar to the blood of the Ironwing clan. 87,000 merit points of Yunhu's blood essence were extracted, which was equivalent to about 90 Heaven Yuan fruits. Other than the remaining blood essence of the mountain-breaking ox, Suyu calculated that he could extract about 150 heavenly origin fruits this time. Almost enough, at this time, because Suyu had devoured too much blood essence, he was almost covered in blood. The word blood Shenwen continuously absorbed the overflowing blood essence, but it could not cover up the smell of blood on Suyu's body. On the 20th, Suyu continuously extracted blood essence for 3 days, but he still could not complete the final extraction of Yunhu's blood essence. At this moment, on the pleasing island, Zhu Tiandao came again, and he brought the 3 great demons along with him. The 3 great demons continued to tremble. He had encountered too many suns and moons recently. He was easily at the sun-moon tier. In the past, he didn't think that Xianxia was weak. Why were they in such a miserable state now? It was like this in Xia province, and it was the same here. The sun and moon were always watching them. On Pleasant Island, Zhu Tiandao did not restrict the 3 great fiends. With a wave of his hand, he chased them far away, allowing them to play on their own. Soon, he ignored them and drank his tea. He looked at Niu Baidao and smiled. What has that brat Suyu been doing these past few days? I thought he was here to challenge the 100 Dao Pavilion again. No. Niu Baidao smiled. Fortunately, he didn't come. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Without saying anything else, Niu Baidao quickly said, if Suyu wants to go into closed-door cultivation, then so be it. Don't keep an eye on him all the time. You're a manor-head, don't you have anything else to do? After saying that, he quickly said, the super-sensory jade has some results. Do you want to take a look? There are results? Zhu Tiandao was also overjoyed, and quickly said, let's go take a look. After spending so many years and paying such a huge price, they could finally see the results. The 2 of them did not waste words. Soar up and quickly disappeared. On the island, the 3 great fiends looked at each other. The one-eyed said carefully, seems like they really left. No one cares about us. Just leave us like that, forget about us? Blood Moon said quietly, should we run? Zhu Shan said sullenly, are we stupid? Why run now? To run where? To be careful is to fish. These humans love to do this. Now, Suyu owes us a promise to send us back to the All Heavens battlefield. But if we run, great, we don't have to return the promise. This is a trap. Definitely, it's to fish. Have you guys forgotten about fishing at Starfall Mountain? The one-eyed and Blood Moon sighed quietly. It should be, it was to fish. Humans were too cunning, it was not good to go back on their word, so they deliberately let them see a chance to escape. More importantly, if they ran now, they would have a reason to kill them later. The 3 great fiends looked at each other bitterly. Continue to stay, and definitely not be tricked. In any case, they could not leave in a short time. Zhu Tiandao and Niu Baidao did not have the mood to do that. What fish? Mainly, the 3 great fiends did not have much presence in their eyes, and they were not afraid that they would run, so why would they care about them? Clear Heart Hall. The retirement place of the Sun-Moon tier elites of the Great Ming Civilization Academy. It was said that there were 4 or 5 Sun-Moon tier elders living there. Of course, they were all very old. The Clear Heart Hall was also on a small island surrounded by water. The environment was better than Happy Island, birds sang and flowers fragrant, like a paradise. Because it was the retirement place for the Sun-Moon tier elites, no one came usually, and no trivial matters disturbed them. Zhu Tiandao and Niu Baidao had just landed when an old man appeared in front of them with a flash. The old man's hair and beard were all white, and his back was bent. He smiled, and said, you 2 are here. Just in time, preparing to adjust. Come in. Zhu Tiandao smiled, and said, elderly, is the effect okay? I tested it a few times before, and it's okay. The old man smiled, and said, set up the heaven lock array first, in case there is too much radiation when adjusting later. Zhu Tiandao did not say much, and quickly threw out some jade talismans, which fell into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Vaguely, the small island was wrapped up. It was the great array used at Starfall Mountain last time. A great array created by an invincible tier elite. After finishing this, the few of them walked towards a large courtyard on the island. After entering, they continued deeper. After walking for a while, the old man kept activating some protective arrays. After walking for 3 or 4 minutes, they finally walked into a huge underground hall. There were many people in the hall at the moment. The Clear Heart Hall was said to be for the retirement of the Sun-Moon tier elites. In reality, in recent years, there had been a lot of very old people who came to retire. The Great Ming residents did not have much, but many old people. There were not 1 or 2 like Jingxing and the others, but at least 100. These people had lived for hundreds of years, and had made great achievements in their respective fields. In recent years, these old people gradually retreated from the front stage and went behind the scenes, entering the Clear Heart Hall to retire. No one suspected anything. They were indeed old, and some were close to the end of their lifespans. The Great Ming residents spent countless resources on these old people, prolonging their lives and maintaining their vitality. Some of the old people who were thought to have died in the outside world were still alive. They might not be strong, but Zhu Tiandao had always valued them. These were the true treasures of the Great Ming residents. He and Niu Baidao entered the hall, and an old woman walked over. Her teeth had fallen out, and she clearly had the aura of the Sun Moon tier, but she was already very old. Sun Moon tier elites could live for more than this little time. But in recent years, these people would often try some things in order to research something. Injuries were also a common occurrence, and their lifespans continued to decrease. Zhu Tiandao saw the old woman, and quickly bowed. Seeing that the old woman's teeth had fallen out, he said sorrowfully, "Master Hu Lao, you should rest for a while." "It's fine." The old woman did not say much. She smiled, waved, and said, "Don't say so much. After so many years, we finally made this thing. We are just about to start testing it. Come and see the effect." Zhu Tiandao sighed, and walked forward with her. When they reached the end of the hall, a huge mirror appeared in front of him. At this moment, there were many people gathered here. The mirror was very big, and there were people making final adjustments in all directions. The old woman surnamed Hu grinned, revealing a few teeth that had fallen out. She smiled brightly, and said, "Little Zhu, this thing has cost us too much time and price. I don't know how effective it is, and whether it can fool even invincible beings, but there should be no problem in fooling the Sun Moon tier." Then, she quickly said, "Different colors represent different levels. You can choose to show it, or choose to filter it out. For example, if only the mountains and seas are the target of detection, only the existence of the mountains and seas will be shown. We use red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple as the base. Kaiyuan, Qianjun, Wanshi, Soar, Lingyun, mountains and seas, and Sun Moon, these 7 levels represent 7 colors. The darker the color, the stronger it is." The old woman introduced, and said with a bright smile, "This sensing jade uses vitality and willpower as fuel. Activating it consumes a lot of energy, but like the 100 Dao Pavilion, it will automatically absorb some of the free energy in the void. But once activated, in the long run, it will cover the entire Tiandu prefecture, and it will cost at least 1,000,000 merit points a year." Zhu Tiandao nodded. Fortunately, although it consumes a lot, the Ming prefecture can still hold on. Once this thing is built, the Tiandu prefecture will be impregnable. Then, Zhu Tiandao quickly said, "Can we lock onto someone and carry out an investigation?" "Yes, but it will be easily sensed, so it's best not to do so." The old woman said, and then coughed, and said, "Everyone, how is the adjustment going?" "The first position is no problem. The second position is no problem." One by one, the old man reported quickly. The old woman smiled, "Very good, then let's try it out and radiate it in the academy. Let's see if old Wang and the others notice it. Then let's try it." The old men all laughed. The surface of the mirror trembled, and a large amount of vitality liquid was burned, and a large amount of willpower was injected. On the mirror, a light flashed, penetrating everyone, and a light pillar rose. Fortunately, there was an invincible array outside, otherwise, the movement would be too big. Zhu Tiandao only felt something pass through his body. It was a very subtle feeling, but it disappeared in a flash. The light reached the outside of the hall, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared. At this moment, the mirror began to show spots of light. It began to spread. In the blink of an eye, the entire academy was included in it. At this moment, Su Yu, who was still extracting the vitality of the sky. In the sea of will, the Tribulation Shunwen trembled slightly. It opened its eyes, and looked around suspiciously. "What's going on?" It looked around, and it also sensed with the sensing jade, but there was nothing. "The Tribulation Shunwen is going to advance?" Su Yu had a trace of doubt. "It can't be so fast, right? If it advances again, it will reach the 3rd rank. Forget it, in a few hours, I will be able to extract it all." So you didn't care anymore. At the same time, in the school of Beast Tamer, the simple-minded fatty who was eating bamboo turned his head and looked around, his dark eyes showing a little doubt. Who just peeped at me? How shameless, why did you peep at me, did I sense wrong? He scratched his head, didn't think too much, and continued to eat. Who knows who it is? Could it be that the great bright lord is back? At this moment, those with strong sense of danger and strength within the range of the academy had a slight reaction, but it was too weak and not too obvious, as if someone had inadvertently explored the surroundings and flashed away. In the underground hall of the Clear Heart Hall. At this moment, spots of light appeared on the surface of the mirror, with 7 colors. And on the surface of the mirror, a 3-dimensional pattern appeared. The Great Ming Civilization Academy. It was exactly the same as the Great Ming Civilization Academy, except that there was no one there. The existence of people was replaced by spots of light. Zhu Tiandao didn't care about that, and immediately looked at the purple spots in the mirror. Purple represented the sun and moon. At this moment, there were 7 purple spots in the main hall of the Clear Heart Hall. They represented 7 sun and moon, he, Niu Baidao, and 5 sun-moon tier elders. A powerful force, and in the academy, there were 3 purple spots at this moment, frighteningly frightening. This is old Wang. He glanced at one of the spots of light, which was the seat of Deputy Academy Chief Wang. The other 2 purple spots, one in the Beast Tamer Academy. Glancing at it, the old woman frowned, and said, Academy Chief, this is an iron-eating beast? Zhu Tiandao nodded. Its cultivation level is at the peak stage of the Mountain Sea tier, and its physical body is at the Sun-Moon tier, so it could be regarded as a sun or moon. The effect is not bad, and this judgment is reasonable. This guy can be regarded as a sun or moon. The physical defense was at the Sun-Moon tier, so it could actually be regarded as a sun or moon. The old woman smiled, and said, this sensory jade detects based on energy fluctuations, willpower fluctuations, origin chi fluctuations, in combination to avoid missing some information and causing some trouble. Everyone looked at the last spot of light. Their expressions were very strange. Zhu Tiandao and Niu Baidao also exchanged a look, their expressions extremely strange. This is old who? Zhu Tiandao wasn't too sure. This seemed to be the territory of the multiple faculty of theology, but there was no Mountain Sea tier spot in the faculty of theology's territory. The only spot of light was at the Sun-Moon tier. Who else could it be but Hu Xianxia? Niu Baidao was also surprised. Old Hu shows the purple light of the sun and moon. Although it's weak, this guy is at the 7th tier of the Mountain Sea tier. Does he have this ability? He couldn't see it. The purple light of the sun and moon was weak, probably equivalent to the 1st or 2nd tier. But this guy was at the Mountain Sea tier. Zhu Tiandao frowned, and quickly said, Old Niu, go take a look. If Old Hu wasn't killed, could it be that blue sky replaced him? Impossible. Niu Baidao laughed, and said, if it really is blue sky, then the purple light is also strong. Forget it, I'll go take a look. Niu Baidao's figure flashed away. Soon, the multiple faculty of theology. In the dean's office. Hu Xianxia was drawing something in boredom. He looked sideways, and Niu Baidao appeared. Hu Xianxia raised an eyebrow, and said, Old Niu, did you probe me just now? Niu Baidao couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense, and directly reached out to grab him. Just as he reached out, there was a puff, and he grabbed thin air. The space moved, and a spatial fluctuation came from above his head. With a creak, the sound of glass shattering could be heard. Niu Baidao's willpower trembled, and the space trembled non-stop. With a bang, Hu Xianxia appeared a few meters away, and frowned at him. Old Niu, what are you doing? He looked at Niu Baidao with some vigilance. Did this guy come to pick a fight today? Niu Baidao smiled brightly, and said, Old Hu, do you think you can win a one-on-one duel with the sun and moon? Nonsense, how can I win? Win by lying down? Niu Baidao smiled, and said, forget it, but I have to say that your space travel is really powerful. Not only is it a life-saving ability, but it's also quite lethal. You really know how to pretend. Pretend what? Hu Xianxia was speechless, and the next moment, Niu Baidao disappeared. F***ck. Hu Xianxia cursed. He was crazy, why did he come to pick a fight all of a sudden? Was this guy with the surname Niu too old, and had dementia? In the main hall. The next moment, Niu Baidao returned, and said with a smile, "It's old who?" That space travel technique, if Lan Tian could learn that, even an invincible cultivator would not be able to do anything to him. Zhu Tiandao also smiled, and said, "Interesting, the sensory jade judged him to be the sun and moon, so, if there really is trouble in the future, it shouldn't be a problem to leave him a sun and moon as an opponent, right?" "No problem." Niu Baidao laughed, and said, "This guy can take it." The others all laughed. The strength of the Sun-Moon tier was still somewhat beyond their expectations. The 7th tier of the Mountain Sea tier could match the Sun and Moon, who Xianxia was really good at pretending. However, this guy was from the Shenwen faction, so it was normal. Zhu Tiandao smiled, and said, "Let's not talk about him. Aside from him, we still have 13 Mountain Sea Galao. Old Niu, come and see how many Mountain Sea tier cultivators there are in the academy." Blue, Mountain Sea, Niu Baidao looked over, and there was really a lot of strange expressions in his eyes. Of the 13 Mountain Sea Galao cultivators, 2 had gone to the garrison, and 1 had gone on a sightseeing tour. Logically speaking, there should still be 10 Mountain Sea Galao cultivators in the academy. There were 2 in the main hall, and there were only 8 outside, not including Hu Xianxia. However, at this moment, there were a total of 15 blue dots in the outside world. There were 7 more. "These 3 are the 3 great beasts," Niu Baidao said, and then pointed at the waters near the pleasure island, and said, "This is the old turtle and his wife. The old turtle's blue is about to turn purple, and his wife has actually reached the 7th tier of the Mountain Sea tier." I didn't pay too much attention. 5 were great beasts. As for the other 2 dots, Niu Baidao quickly checked again, and there were more than 1 faculty of theology. He hadn't seen it just now, and was a little surprised. Did it penetrate the defensive formation of the Primordial Spirit Research Institute? It wasn't detected, right? It shouldn't have been, the old woman explained. That defensive formation is only at the Sun-Moon tier, so it shouldn't have been detected. This blue is very weak. It should be Wen Zhong. Zhu Tiandao nodded. It should be him, but it's hard to say. He pointed at another dot, and said, "Primordial Spirit Research Institute, here, look, there's another blue dot, very strong. This is Lingyan 9th tier? Also, there are 3 blue dots here." Zhu Tiandao had a strange look in his eyes, and said, "1 at the Mountain Sea tier, and 4 Lingyan Jing. Where did they get 4 Lingyans? The Waterman and Shadow are Lingyans. Wen Zhong is considered weaker than the Mountain Sea tier, and there are 2 Lingyans here." They exchanged a look, and Niu Baidao suddenly said, "That little furball." Zhu Tiandao nodded. "It has indeed entered the Lingyun realm, but there are 2 of them here. One of them is judged to be at the 9th tier of the Lingyun realm, and the other is judged to be at the 7th tier. Tell me, which one is the furball?" Niu Baidao hesitated, and said, "Lingyun 9th tier? That thing is a bit special, and it's hard to determine its tier. If it's scanned, it's likely to be 9th tier. What about 7th tier?" They exchanged a look. It couldn't be Suyu, could it? The Primordial Spirit Research Institute had several Soar Realm Elders, including Wulan, Dendrolamus, and Rhinoceros Borer at the door, but there was 1 extra dot of Lingyans. Suyu, Lingyan 7th, the sensory jade gave Lingyan 7th's judgment. Why? Based on what? If it gave Suyu and Lingyan 4th or 5th tier, they could believe it, but 7th tier, wasn't that too high? Niu Baidao was about to speak, but the old woman beside him said, Mansion head, let's not talk about this. What we want to say now is that this dot of light, this area, is not normal." The old woman pointed at Suyu's dot of light, and said, "If this is Suyu, I don't know what he's doing now, but it feels like he's about to face the threat of the mountains and seas." The whole area was changing from green to blue. It wasn't a person, but a whole area. Zhu Tiandao asked curiously, "What does this mean?" The old woman explained, "It means that this area has the threat of Lingyan 7th turning into the mountains and seas. Maybe he's doing some research, and suddenly exploded with some power, and the power is expanding. He's studying the blood essence, right? This brat, he can't be extracting the blood essence of Sun-Moon tier gods and demons, right?" He wasn't sure, but Zhu Tiandao knew that Suyu had obtained a Sun-Moon divine demon from Xianxia. Did this brat dare to extract it now, after watching for a while, he stopped. He could only wonder one thing. Did Suyu really have the power of Lingyan 7th? That's impossible. Or had he absorbed the blood essence and erupted with Lingyan 7th's power? No longer looking at Suyu, he quickly turned his gaze to the last blue dot of light, which was also the last mountain sea. Who was this? He looked at Niu Baidao, who frowned, and said, over here, there's no mountain sea galao here. This is the student area. Where did this mountain sea tier come from? The two of them looked at each other in surprise. Had they caught a big fish in their first test? The mountain sea was no small fish. Are you sure? I'm not sure. Why don't we go take a look together? Niu Baidao said, stroking his beard. Let's go together. I don't remember there being a mountain sea here. Could it be that some demon in the academy broke through, and I didn't notice? You didn't notice breaking through? Didn't I go out a while ago? The two of them exchanged a few words, and soon disappeared together. Moments later, the two of them appeared in a dormitory area. At this moment, a young student was earnestly reading a book. As if sensing something, he turned his head and looked outside. In the next moment, his heart trembled, and he hurriedly stood up and said, Greetings, Academy Head. Greetings, Academy Head. Niu Baidao looked him up and down, and after a long while, he rubbed his chin and said with a frown, I can't see anything. Academy Head, when did our eyesight become so bad? Zhu Tiandao ignored him, and looked him up and down. After a long while, he said, if you really look closely, there's something strange. I thought that only those who are transformation type could hide from my eyes, but it turns out, they don't need to be transformation type. This guy should have a very special Shenwen ring. Hearing this, the young student's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, Academy Head, Zhu Tiandao waved his hand and said, silence. I'm not Xiao Long Wu, who kills on sight. You're a mountain sea tier cultivator, but you managed to hide it from me and old Niu. Although we didn't have much contact, you were able to hide it from us. Impressive. The young student's expression changed dramatically. Don't worry, I didn't say I was going to kill you. Your ability is not bad. Zhu Tiandao sighed, then said with a smile, tell me, where are you from? Wanzhou, or what? The young student's expression changed again, and after a long while, he said in a muffled voice, Sir, please don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. I'm not a disciple of Wanzhou. I'm from, a merchant. Zhu Tiandao understood. It's you, the thousand-hand bandit Su Bin. A merchant. You're quite bold. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, you're a capable person. You're actually hiding here. The Great Ming Civilization Academy lost 3 important research results, and it was all your doing. Wanzhou has taken the blame for you. You're a mountain sea tier cultivator, but you're stealing everywhere. You're really something. The young student laughed dryly, but said nothing. Zhu Tiandao's expression turned cold. You're still here this time. What do you want to steal, or do you want to do something else? No, as Su Bin said this, he felt an immense pressure. His expression changed, and he hurriedly said, that I accepted a small mission to steal the primordial spirit awakening technique that Suyu is about to promote, or some other technique. Really, I haven't done anything yet. I just casually accepted a mission with a high reward of 200,000 contribution points. It was jointly issued by the Primordial Divine Religion and several other sects. He immediately said, Prefecture Master, I surrender. I only steal and don't kill. I'll buy my life with money. 1 million contribution points. Seeing that Zhu Tiandao's expression was still dark, he hurriedly said, 3 million, all my assets. My lifetime savings. I work for the Ming Constabulary. Sir, there's no place in the world that I can't go. Cough, cough, it's a misunderstanding. Sir, that's not what I meant. What I mean is that I'm very useful. A merchant is either a trader of the human race, or a middleman, buying and selling things that aren't easily traded. Zhu Tiandao couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He stretched out his hand and directly grabbed him. Of the 9 heavens of the sun and moon realms, catching a guy in the first or second tier of the mountain sea tier was too easy. Su Bin didn't resist. With a helpless expression, he quickly said, Sir, I really surrender. Is there anything that you want to steal, sir? No, is there anything that you need? I'm too familiar with this trade. Even if Sir wants the heaven-splitting saber of Xianxia province and the civilization sword of Dazhou prefecture, I'll also fetch them for Sir. If that doesn't work. Zhu Tiandao didn't bother to reply. With a pong, Su Bin was knocked dizzy. He ignored him, looked at Niu Baidao, and said with a smile, I didn't find Lan Tian, but I caught Su Bin. An unexpected gain. Do you think Lan Tian is in the academy? It's hard to say. He might still be in Dexia province. Niu Baidao also smiled, and said, this thing is really useful. Even Su Bin has been discovered and caught. Even if this guy's concealment ability isn't as good as Lan Tian's, he's still a troublesome character for the various matters, and he actually died here. The effect was very good, the super-sensory jade had consumed countless resources, and the time of several Sun-Moon tier and several Earth tier craftsmen, but it hadn't been a waste. Su Bin was a very famous guy in the various matters. Just as he said, he didn't kill, but he stole. Mountain C-tier stealing, of course, what he stole was no ordinary thing. Zhu Tiandao smiled, and said, this guy is very useful. He knows a lot of secrets. More than 10 years ago, even the seeking level was stolen once. Catching him will be a big profit. Both of them laughed, this guy had stolen too many things, and his wealth was frighteningly rich. Earning money was secondary. Through him, they might be able to uncover more things. After saying this, Zhu Tiandao quickly said, the super-sensory jade is really useful, and it quickly spread to the Tiandu prefecture. Now, I'm more curious about that brat Suyu. Does he really have the strength of Lingyan 7? Shaking his head, Niu Baidao said uncertainly, it's hard to say. He reached the 49th level last time. If he really is the weak Lingyan 7, it's also possible. It depends on the judgment standards set by the sensory jade. Let's go back and take a look. Zhu Tiandao said, and his eyes narrowed. Let's not talk about this. Once the sensory jade covers the Tiandu prefecture, we'll definitely be able to catch a bunch of vermin. Old Niu, we might have something to do next. Maybe we can catch some big fish. The effect was too good. With this thing, the Ming Constabulary's defense system reached a peak. As for Zhu Tiandao, he smiled and said, right now, we lack an opportunity, a chance to fish everyone out at once. I see that Suyu is about to cast his body. Why don't we talk to him, and take this opportunity to fish? We might catch a big fish. In the academy, it'll be difficult. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, I know, Suyu can leave the academy. It's not a big problem to talk to him, and it's also for his safety. Let's sweep all the guys out at once. It's best if we sweep Lan Tian out as well. That guy is the most troublesome. Niu Baidao nodded, feeling happy. The Ming Constabulary's defense system and surveillance system would be perfected, and they could get rid of some guys. Zhu Tiandao smiled. He was in a good mood. After getting rid of some guys, the rest would be easy. And Suyu casting his body might be an opportunity. Suyu did not know that the super-sensing jade was done. He only finished extracting the blood essences on the night of the 21st. Suyu felt dizzy as he walked out of the cultivation room. Devouring the blood essences and using the body-forging art was to keep himself in a berserk state. Even though he was full of energy, Suyu felt dispirited after a few days of continuous berserk. As soon as he walked out of the cultivation room, Wu Lan shouted, Suyu, Principal Niu wants you to look for him after you come out of seclusion. All right. Principal Niu is looking for me? Why? With doubts, Suyu walked out of the research institute despite being extremely tired. Pleasing Island. Suyu rode on the giant tortoise again, crossed the lake, and entered the island. As soon as he got on the island, he knew why Principal Niu was looking for him. 3 demons, one-eyed and the other 2 appeared quickly. The 3 demons stood in front of him, staring at him with resentment. So scary, Principal Niu and Zhu Tiandao seemed to have been torturing him for the past few days. The screams were endless. It was too scary. Hell on earth. Seniors, Suyu felt awkward. He had forgotten about them. Sorry. It just so happens that I've come across some important research to deal with these few days, so I'm here to welcome all of you back and welcome you back. There's no need. One-Eye's voice was faint. His third eye was closed, and his pupils were completely black. There were no whites, and he looked a little scary. Suyu, you and your Grandmaster Hong Tan promised us that we would return to the All Heavens battlefield after we succeeded. Do you still keep your word? Suyu smiled, of course. If you leave now, I will get someone to send you away immediately. I'm a man of my word. But, I will also speak frankly. You have all left. On that day, you have killed many powerhouses of the single divine runic lineage, but that is not the key point. The key point is that you have seen many things that others have not seen. Those fellows might have some invincible mastermind behind them, they might capture you seniors. As soon as he said that, Zhu Shan said gloomily, you mean, if we leave, we'll definitely die. Yes. Suyu said bluntly, that's probably the case. I'm still a little afraid of killing the demon race, but killing the demon race that has returned to the All Heavens battlefield won't be a problem unless the few of you can escape to a place where no one can find you. Shuiyu said coldly, are you sure you're going to eat us? Suyu said calmly, there's no such thing, and there's no need for it. Although the three of you are at the Mountain Sea Realm, to tell the truth, Mountain Sea Realm cultivators are indeed powerful, but they aren't of much help to me right now. Seniors, if you want to leave, I can ask Master Zhu to send you back to the All Heavens battlefield. As soon as the words left his mouth, someone in the courtyard laughed and said, Suyu is right. If the few of you want to leave, it's simple. Next month, a squad of the Heavenly Law Army will be heading to the All Heavens battlefield, and they can go with you. The Mountain and Sea Realm is powerful, but that's all there is to it. Zhu Tiandao's voice, Suyu did not say much and quickly said, Seniors, please consider it yourselves. If you want to stay, you can receive the same treatment as Senior Tortoise, and I will not impose any restrictions. But if you want to leave, I will not stop you. The three greater demons did not say anything. Suyu also did not say anything and quickly walked into the courtyard. Zhu Tiandao and Yao Baidao were drinking tea when a young woman appeared beside them, pouring tea for them. Zhu Tiandao had a playful look on his face. After Suyu greeted them and sat down, Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, Suyu, look at how exhausted you are. Did you do something bad these days? Suyu was speechless. What did I do? Master, I have been cultivating in seclusion these days. Why are you in seclusion like this? Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, you don't know a principle. When working, men and women have to work together in order to not be tired. After making fun of him, he pointed at the young woman beside him and said, this is little Sue. Is she beautiful? If she is, you can take her back and raise her. Your little girl won't be jealous, right? Suyu was speechless and lowered his head to drink his tea. Boring, sometimes, Master Zhu was really boring. As for the woman beside him, she was quite beautiful. Unfortunately, Suyu was not interested at all. Not only was he not interested, but he also felt his heart palpitate. The Tribulation Shinwen flashed slightly. What was going on? Was the Tribulation Shinwen broken these days? It was flashing frequently. As he was thinking, the young woman walked to his side and said softly, Teacher Su, why do you keep me at arm's length? The woman's hand gently rested on Suyu's shoulder. Suyu's expression suddenly changed. The next moment, there was a crisp crack, the little fur ball appeared, Suyu's qi and blood erupted. With a boom, his vital orifices became one and he threw a punch to the side, boom, the woman screamed. A piece of the Shinwen suddenly appeared, missing a hole. After being hit by Suyu's punch, she could have dodged it. However, the moment the Shinwen was bitten, a hammer hammered down at the same time, causing the woman to tremble slightly. Then, Suyu threw a punch. The slow Shinwen exploded and instantly hit the woman. With a bang, the woman retreated several meters. Her face was filled with shock. Suyu did not attack again. He instantly grabbed the little fur ball and stuffed it into his arms. He looked at the woman and then at Zhu Tiandao. He frowned and said, Senior, are you Shanghai? Master, what are you doing? Zhu Tiandao smiled and pressed his hands together. Sit down and talk. After saying that, he looked at the woman and frowned. Trash. You're quite famous. Suyu has the strength to nurture his character. You even have to go through so much trouble to steal from Suyu. Are you sure you're the thousand-hand bandit? Trash, the woman's expression changed. This is nurturing? Are you king kidding me? Too sharp, so sharp that it was terrifying. Not only that, but his own secret divine text had been bitten by something in an instant. Damn it, what was that? He was the Shanghai Xinwen. In the blink of an eye, a small piece was bitten off, although it was not too serious. What surprised him even more was that Suyu's godly skill had shaken his willpower slightly. He turned around and was hit by Suyu's punch. At this moment, his shoulder began to quickly turn purple and black, and even began to corrode. He was at the Shanghai realm, of course, he did not dare to fight back. However, even if he did not fight back, when facing Ling Yun, he should not be able to fight back so strongly, right? Suyu glanced at the woman and frowned slightly. Just now, the Tribulation Xinwen jumped again. Before he could react, it was the little furball who reacted first. With the Xinwen attached to him, in the little furball's view, it was here to snatch food. The little furball did not stand on ceremony. It used all its strength and gave the Xinwen a bite. The other party was the Shanghai. The little furball had just entered Ling Yun's body and was unable to bite the Xinwen silently. However, it had bitten the Xinwen a little, which made Suyu react quickly. Niao Baidao coughed lightly and said with a smile, "Don't mind him. I was just testing his ability and also seeing how capable you are." This guy swore that even if he stole the heart under the Shanghai realm, no one would be able to find out. This is a slap in the face. Steal the heart? Suyu's eyes turned cold. On the other side, Subin was helpless and hurriedly said, "No, I just wanted to show my strength and steal your storage ring. In the end, before I could touch it, I was bitten by the Xinwen." Depressed, he had actually failed on a nurturing person, Suyu turned his head to look at him and frowned slightly. Who was this person? Zhu Tiandao's man, it didn't seem like it. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, "I just caught a guy, a rather famous thief in the human realm. He dares to steal anything." "Oh right, he's a man." "Forget it, I don't know if he's a man or a woman. You won't even be able to recognize him." "So you said, transformation?" "No." On the other side, Subin said sullenly, "I just have this ability because Xinwen is special and there are many people in Xinwen. I'm not a transformation. Transformation is a complete transformation of oneself. I'm just a clever disguise. Transforming oneself is too stupid." Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, "Stupid? If this gets out, you won't live for long." "I don't dare." Subin didn't dare to say more. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, "Go down and wait. Get some food for those big monsters. Go." "Yes." Subin didn't want to stay with him and quickly left. Zhu Tiandao's voice sounded faintly, "Don't think about running. If you run and get caught again, you won't be treated the same as before." "I don't dare." Subin cursed in his heart, he quickly disappeared in front of him. As for Zhu Tiandao, after he left, he laughed and said, "He was caught in the school previously. Isn't he powerful? This guy's hiding ability isn't weak. I was almost fooled by him. I wanted to catch Lan Tian, but I didn't find him. Maybe he didn't come to Ming Constabulary. These higher-ups more or less knew about Lan Tian. After all, it involved the origin demon cult master. Xia province still spread some information." Suyu nodded slightly and didn't say much. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, "I asked him to test you because I wanted to see his ability. It seems ordinary now. But you are quite strong." After saying that, Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, "Long story short, Ming Constabulary has some small results recently. Old cow, and I don't have time to play hide and seek every day. You have a lot of people watching you. I think we should find a chance to catch them all in one go." "Catch them all in one go?" So you didn't have much hope. With the result of Starfall Mountain, unless they are sure of success, they won't take the risk. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, "I don't want them to take the risk. Humans like to watch a show. Listen to the news, join in the fun, ask for information." Suyu looked at him and didn't quite understand what he meant. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, "It's like this. Aren't you going to cast your body soon? I want you to announce to the public. Ming Constabulary likes to watch a show. Let them see how a genius casts his body to soar. The kind that is public. Niao Baidao interrupted, some people in Ming constabulary like to be in the limelight when breaking through realms, but they usually don't do much. You are a genius, a peerless genius. If you break through, everyone will be very interested. Niao Baidao said with a smile, you can also find an excuse to promote your cultivation method. For example, promote the body casting method. Say that you are going to promote it and let everyone see the effect. This way, it will definitely attract countless people to watch. Zhu Tiandao nodded. At that time, if someone wants to deal with you, or if they don't want to deal with you, or if they just want to watch the show and ask for information, they will all appear. After all, there are many people and it won't be conspicuous. Suyu refused. Prefecture master, won't that be too dangerous? Some of Wanzhou's people are very well hidden. Even if they are mixed in the crowd, you can't investigate them one by one. If you investigate everyone for no reason, it will be a great taboo, Zhu Tiandao said with a smile. We naturally have a way to distinguish them. Of course, we can distinguish those who hide their strength and sneak in. But if someone has a clear identity, it will be difficult to determine. Some people might not necessarily have no identity, but they had a clear identity. But Suyu was interested. You can distinguish identity and strength? How was that done? Zhu Tiandao said with a smile. That guy just now was found through this method. Mountain Sea realm cultivators hide their strength, and it is very difficult to discover them. He is also a person of this path, but he was still found. Then he added, of course, if you think it's dangerous, don't worry. We will find them one by one sooner or later. At worst, he would spend a little more effort to investigate bit by bit. Of course, covering the entire Tiandu prefecture was still a little difficult. It was being adjusted, but covering a small area was not difficult at all. Suyu hesitated for a moment. Prefecture master, is this method of distinguishing reliable? Others have already hidden themselves, but they didn't discover it. Reliable. Zhu Tiandao said cheerfully, absolutely reliable. Don't even think about hiding it from the sun or the moon. Even those who exceed their realm can forget about hiding it. For example, some people in the tempering realm have the battle prowess of Ling Yun. We can also determine that. Suyu looked at him. Why did he feel like he was talking about me? You've checked me, Suyu suddenly said. This Su Bin, when did you catch him? Yesterday. Suyu fell into deep thought. I understand. Yesterday afternoon, around 2 o'clock, you caught this person? Right. At that time, the prefecture master should have checked me too. I said that there was something wrong with the word tribulation in Shenwen. Yesterday, it suddenly jumped. As for Zhu Tiandao, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Niao Baidao, frowning. The sensing jade did not work, so you actually sensed it. Niao Baidao was also surprised. You sensed it? Suyu said calmly, yes, but it was really well hidden. I almost overlooked it. He said it calmly, but in fact, he was surprised. He did not find anything yesterday, even the sensing jade did not change, that meant that no one was checking him. Of course, his sensing jade could not detect invincible detection. But obviously, it was not invincible. If that was the case, how did Zhu Tiandao and the others check him? Also, the three great formations outside the research institute did not even block it. This was a little scary. Zhu Tiandao did not say much. He was a little surprised at Suyu's sensitivity. He must have used some special method to detect it. Otherwise, he would not have been detected. Without asking further, Zhu Tiandao said quickly, don't worry about your safety. Suyu, old Niao, and I will be by your side that day. This is normal. The Ming constabulary cannot be too obvious. It is obvious that they are baiting people. We will do our best to protect your safety. This way, no one will suspect anything and we can lure some people nearby. The two strongest people in the Ming constabulary were personally protecting Suyu. No matter how one looked at it, this did not seem like a trap. How could there be such a trap that directly brought the strongest people here? Zhu Tiandao said again, we will not attack directly on the spot. Keeping an eye on the other party is the first priority. However, we hope that you can lure powerhouses here. Under normal circumstances, it is the weaklings who come to scout for information. The powerhouses may stay in their lair and wait for the weaklings to report back. However, if the matter is serious, the powerhouses will come out personally. Even if it is risky, they will come out. He looked at Suyu. What do you think? Are you willing to be the bait? Of course, we have to be confident enough to lure some powerhouses here. Small fries, there is no meaning. At least lure Lingyun or even Shanghai. If such powerhouses report back, they will definitely find someone stronger than themselves, possibly coming into contact with Sun-Moon tier. As for the weaker ones, they were useless. Keeping an eye on them, it would be difficult for them to come into contact with Sun-Moon tier. Seeing that Suyu did not speak, Zhu Tiandao coughed dryly, and said, how about this, after eliminating the elites, especially the Sun-Moon tier, if there are any gains, we will split them 30 to 70. You get 30, we get 70. The Shenwen, physical body, when being of the Sun-Moon tier, are all precious treasures. If we can extract some of the Shenwen and make it into a mystery realm, that would be great. Also, the merit for killing them will belong to you. How about it? Suyu raised an eyebrow, and quickly said, if I break through, will it be too troublesome? How about holding an auction, to sell cultivation techniques? Zhu Tiandao shook his head, and said, that is useless. If cultivation techniques are sold, they will spread sooner or later. Wanzhou people don't care about these cultivation techniques that are about to spread. They are more interested in you as a person, not the cultivation techniques that you are about to release. They need you as a person, and even the invincible ruins that you might have, to covet it. Suyu was speechless. You speak as if I'm a beauty. The key was that he needed a large amount of heaven's origin chi to forge his foundation for breaking through. Otherwise, it would be easy, but now it was not good to expose it. Zhu Tiandao seemed to see something, and said with a smile, your breakthrough is somewhat special? Maybe. That's even better. Zhu Tiandao's bare one's teeth grinned, and said, the more special, the better. Only then can it attract the interest of others. It's best if it's special enough to cause a phenomenon like last time. F*CK, if that's the case, I guarantee that if there is Wanzhou's sun and moon nearby, they definitely won't be able to bear it. Source breakthrough will cause a phenomenon of heaven and earth. People like you are a must-kill target. Suyu was speechless. Palace Master, then won't I be doomed in the future? Will I be targeted? Aren't you now? But, what if I attract the attention of the invincible? Zhu Tiandao chuckled. That won't happen. We'll create a fake phenomenon, kill those people, and then explain that we were tricking you. It's not a big deal. Why would the invincible care about that? Besides, Wanzhou doesn't have the invincible, but Wan does. Wan's invincible will definitely kill you if he encounters you. Don't worry about it too much. Fake phenomenon, Suyu stared blankly for a moment, then understood. Palace Master, do you mean to create a fake phenomenon? Is that possible? It's possible. Hiding it from ordinary sun and moon shouldn't be a problem. Suyu asked curiously, then, will there really be a phenomenon when I break through to soar? There won't be. Zhu Tiandao said with a smile. How can there be a phenomenon when you break through to soar? Of course, if you're strong enough and blessed by the heavens, then when you break through to the mountain and sea realm, there might be a phenomenon. Years ago, when Xiao Longwu broke through to the mountain and sea realm, golden rain fell from the sky, bathing all living things within 100 meters. This time, we'll create a fake phenomenon that covers an area of 3 to 5 meters. That'll give us some experience. When the time comes, when the rain of vital energy falls. This experience came from the furball. Zhu Tiandao laughed at bare one's teeth. Good heavens. When a phenomenon appears in soar, shouldn't they come and take a look? Even if they can't kill you, they'll have to observe you from a close distance. Our Ming constabulary will take you seriously and send 5 or 6 sun and moon protectors. When these people see that there aren't many sun and moon protectors around, they'll get a little bolder and observe you from a distance of 10,000 meters. That's normal. If they're even bolder, they'll be like the common folk, observing you right under our noses. He chuckled and said, don't worry, I'll definitely be safe. I'll explain later that it's fake and that I created it myself. It won't cause too much trouble. Suyu understood. He thought for a moment and said, actually, there's no need to promote the cultivation technique. I can show everyone how powerful it is to open 360 apertures and advance to soar. At the same time, I can also promote the primordial spirit awakening technique. Thinking of this, Suyu said, but I have a request. I have to go into seclusion to break through, and I can't make it public. Zhu Tiandao was surprised. You mean, I need the help of some treasures to break through, so it's not good to make it public? About that, Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, simple. Make it so that everyone can see you, but not all of them can see you, and there's no way for everyone to investigate your house. Just cover it up and that's it. Don't use the house, just use that high-class arena and activate the formation. Others won't be able to see clearly and can only see what you're doing. You've seen that thing used for arena battles before, right? Suyu nodded. He had seen it on the first day of school. He had an idea. Perhaps it really could be done. Then it's best to make an anti-prying formation. As Suyu spoke, he glanced at the two of them and thought for a moment before saying, Prefecture Master, is this considered an open scheme? It's to attract their attention. But knowing that the Ming Prefecture might have such intentions, they still want to come to their deaths. Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, that's a bit of an idea. Of course, they're very confident. Which expert isn't confident? They won't make a move. I'll just see. You, Zhu Tiandao, aren't invincible. What else can you discover? Even if you're invincible, you can still investigate everyone. That's a taboo. Cultivators value privacy the most. On the first day of your cultivation, someone probably told you not to casually investigate others. Otherwise, you'll become an enemy. Suyu nodded. There were two situations for cultivators to investigate others. First, the master-disciple test. Second, the enemy. A hothead might do it the first time, but definitely not the second time. Back then, Suyu had done it once in the Origin Qi mystery realm, and was taught a lesson. Then, when Huang Lao and the others wanted to investigate Suyu, they also found all kinds of reasons and excuses, saying that they were helping him seal his aura. Now that he thought about it, it was very funny. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, they're betting that we don't dare to investigate one by one, especially in a place like the Ming Prefecture, where the people value freedom more. If you investigate one by one, it'll be easy for problems to arise. The Great Qin Prefecture is a bit better. Moreover, our Ming Prefecture has never been too involved in these things. Wanzhou is also very daring. There have even been incidents of him sneaking into the academy to steal research results. At that time, if there really is a strange phenomenon, these guys definitely won't be able to resist. Even if they can resist at first, they'll have to come later. At this point, Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, Suyu, what do you think? If it succeeds, I think you can fish up a sun-moon tear. Kill the chicken to warn the monkeys. In the future, no matter what you do, they may think you're fishing. Even if there's a chance to make a move on you, they'll still lack some courage. If you go out alone, they'll think it's a trap. Suyu thought about it, and smiled. It was really possible. If he could really kill a sun-moon tear this time, then next time, when he went out alone and didn't bring anyone with him, with Wanzhou's sun and moon nearby, they'd probably worry whether this brat was luring them to take the bait again. Safety was indeed much more guaranteed. Once was fine, but the second time, sun and moon died. Suyu felt that probably no one would dare to provoke him anymore. They were greedy, not unafraid of death. It was true that people died for wealth, but the key was that if the person died, no matter how big the profit was, it wouldn't be their turn. Zhu Tiandao continued, it's near our Tiandu prefecture. I guess there are definitely some sect leaders of Wanzhou lying in ambush at this moment. These guys don't give up their evil intentions. If we don't kill them, we'll be afraid of them. When more and more elites gather, they might even be bold enough to attack Tiandu prefecture on their own. It's better now. There probably aren't many people coming, or some guys are waiting for reinforcements, waiting for elites of various races to come in person. As time goes on, and you produce a few more results, then these people won't be able to wait. Suyu pondered for a moment before nodding. That was indeed a possibility. Prefecture Master, are you sure you can find them? And won't lose them? I'm sure. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, if you don't even have this bit of confidence, and you're still fishing? More like being eaten by the fish. After this, the Ming residents can at least maintain a long period of peace, and you can also relax a little. You don't have to worry too much about someone lying in ambush to kill you. Of course, if an invincible one sneaks in to kill you, then you can only blame it on your bad luck. There was no helping it, so you nodded, I understand. 370, no need for 370. Prefecture Master, if we can kill these guys and get some Shenwen, I need some Shenwen. What do you think? No problem. Also, it's best to capture some alive. So you thought for a while, it's best to capture them secretly, where outsiders don't know about it. Zhu Tiandao was surprised, capture them alive? Outsiders don't know about it. Are you going to infiltrate Wanzhou? That's not necessary. Every prefecture has a few spies inside. Suyu smiled, we'll talk about it later. I'll see, if I can establish a sect or something. I heard that swindlers in Wanzhou are also a part of the mainstream. In silence. Zhu Tiandao was speechless, you're bold. Usually, it's meaningless to cheat small clans. You can't cheat much. What good things can small clans have? Having a sun and moon is not considered weak. What can they give you? Don't bother. He didn't care too much about it. It was normal for him to look down on the small races. The human race didn't just eliminate one or two small races. Suyu said, Prefecture Master, to create a phenomenon, isn't it too stingy and shabby to just use the Rain of Vitality? People might think it's fake. Why don't we make it like Little Furball last time, with Heaven's Vitality? Get lost. Zhu Tiandao scolded, do you think you can take Heaven's Vitality as you please? Last time I gave you a Heaven's Vitality fruit, and my heart ached for a long time. Where would you get Heaven's Vitality as bait? The Rain of Vitality was shabby, what were you thinking? Did you really think everyone was like you, not short of money? Now you're just short of drinking Vitality liquid like water. So you still felt that the scene was not big enough. The Rain of Vitality was not bad, but for the strong, it was really just that, if he could use Heaven's Vitality to disguise it as a phenomenon. Suyu was sure that even the sun and moon would believe it was a real phenomenon, who would use Heaven's Vitality as a fake phenomenon? Wasn't it a waste? It wasn't a place where Heaven's Vitality was produced. How many Heaven's Vitality fruits would it cost? The Heaven's Vitality of a place where Heaven's Vitality was produced was different from the Heaven's Vitality fruits. One was violent, the other was gentle. The type of phenomenon was both very gentle. This Suyu had it, he felt that if he did it himself, the fake would be no different from the real thing, it could definitely be a scam. Deceiving the sun and moon was no problem, phenomenon, in the end, he would have to absorb it himself, and it wouldn't be a waste. Suyu thought for a moment, how should he put it? Thinking of this, Suyu suddenly said, Prefecture Master, do you remember that I obtained a small box at Starfall Mountain? That dragon horn box? Of course I remember, this kid actually didn't open it for me, Suyu nodded, that's it. I opened it, and there was indeed a treasure inside. What treasure? Zhu Tiandao's interest was piqued, tell me, what treasure is it, to actually use dragon horn to create a storage box? A ball. Ball? Zhu Tiandao was curious, what ball? Niu Baidao was also curious, the Tiani god cult is considered a large cult, and the cult leader is a seventh-layered sun and moon. The treasures in his collection are probably not ordinary, and might have been given to him by the Tiani god race. What treasure is it that we can see? Suyu smiled, actually, it's not a very important treasure, a big ball that was compressed, and I almost lost it. Luckily, I used Shenwen to wrap it. I think it's a good thing, and I intend to use it to forge my body this time, it's useful to you? The two were curious now. The treasures of a seventh-layered sun and moon were useful to Suyu. What would it be, useful to forge his body? Zhu Tiandao teased, it can't be the Heaven's Vitality fruit, right? This thing, the god race does have it, but to the Tiani god cult leader, it's nothing. One or two are not very useful, but they can be used to cultivate one or two geniuses. The Tiani god race did have the Heaven's Vitality fruit, but to the sun and moon sects, it was not very meaningful. Cultivating one or two geniuses was not a big deal. Suyu smiled, it seems so, but it doesn't seem so. I don't know if it's valuable or not, but since they value it so much, I also think it's too much." As he spoke, he took out a big black ball from his storage ring. It was very, very big. The moment this ball was taken out, the two glanced at it, and in the next moment, they were both silent. The heaven's vitality chi that was floating like little golden dragons was not much. They were not people who were ignorant. But, damn it, there were too many of them. Glancing at it, it was really too much. Zhu Tiandao sensed it. Holy shit, there was only this sentence in his mind. How much was there? At least 150 heaven's vitality fruits. The human realm produced 180 heaven's vitality fruits in 9 years. That was about the same as the amount in this ball. The entire human realm had 10 billion humans. That was the amount. Was it a lot? Very much. The Ming constabulary could get 2 in 9 years, and the heaven's vitality fruits that were only produced 300 years ago had been distributed to this day. The Ming constabulary and Great Xia did not have this much heaven's vitality fruits in these 300 years. No, it was not even half. After a while, Zhu Tiandao murmured, "The Tiani god race is so generous? Holy shit. If I had known, I would have opened up a Wanzhou. When did the god race become so generous? Are they giving away the fruits that were produced in their territory for many years?" Niao Baidao also murmured, "That makes sense. To kill Xiao Long Wu, how can they not pay a high price? No wonder the Tiani god race went all out to find trouble with Xiao Long Wu in Xia province. They are prepared to abandon the cannon fodder and create geniuses. This will allow at least 100 or 200 geniuses to be Kaiyuan at a young age. With more geniuses, there will be more experts, much stronger than those mediocre ones." Zhu Tiandao nodded and exclaimed, "How generous! If we convert it into money, it's not much. Even if the heaven's vitality fruit is sold for 2,000 merit points each, it's only 300 to 400,000 merit points. But, it can't be bought. 300 to 400,000 merit points is enough to move the Tiani god race." The two of them spoke one after another, instantly imagining everything. So that was it. Realization dawned on them. No wonder. So it was because of this that the Tiani god race went all out. These things were indeed very good. Niao Baidao sighed, "This thing is a treasure to nurture geniuses. The entire human realm probably only produces this much in 9 years. How many people in the human realm want it? They have it all for themselves, making me want to start a sect and cheat some good stuff out of it." The two of them sighed. They really didn't doubt it. It was possible to store heaven's vitality in the dragon horn. Using the dragon horn box to store this was reasonable. It was also worth using the precious dragon horn box to store it. Zhu Tiandao was a little curious. "How did you open it so quickly?" Suyu smiled and said, "I had little furball cooperate with me to grind it open. The first time I saw it, I thought it was fake. Didn't Chief give me a heaven's vitality fruit last time? When I saw it, it looks like it. Kid, you're really lucky." Zhu Tiandao was speechless. This thing is indeed good for forging the body, but, kid, do you know that once it's broken and scattered, it will instantly turn into ordinary vitality? If it's wasted, it's not just a little bit, it's hundreds of heaven's vitality fruits. Won't the Tiani god race live a good life? He was somewhat speechless. So much was taken out. In order to kill Xiao Long Wu, they had put in so much effort. Suyu smiled and said, "I'm scared too. But isn't it still well preserved now? Chief, how about using a portion of it to forge a phenomenon? It'll be more realistic. Even if some of it is scattered, the phenomenon will belong to me. I'll absorb it. It won't be much of a waste. At most, I'll waste 8 or 10. If I can fish out the sun and moon, I'm willing to waste it." "You're really willing." Zhu Tiandao's eyes were a little red as he said, "That, why don't we not do it? There's no point in fishing. Suyu, share some with me. I'll exchange it with you. The Zhu family still has some juniors. They're young. Just give them to their Kaiyuan. There are juniors in the Zhu family's direct line of descent. The branch family too. There are many geniuses in the Ming constabulary." "No, I want to fish." Suyu refused. "I want to fish. I insist on fishing." Zhu Tiandao looked at the old bull and felt depressed. Wasn't it too wasteful? Niao Baidao thought about it and said, "If you use this to forge a phenomenon, it'll be really realistic. If Suyu is willing to waste some, the moment the phenomenon appears, you can release some heaven's vitality. The sun and moon will definitely sense it. Even if they have doubts, they'll rush over to take a look. This is the real good bait. The bait was too realistic, he was afraid that no one would doubt it. The main constabulary didn't have that many heaven's vitality fruits. Suyu's little heart beat slightly. No one doubted it, right? There were some things that were best left unsaid. The dragon horn box had become an excuse. As for the real dragon horn box, Suyu had no way of opening it. It wasn't that easy. Zhu Tiandao hesitated and gritted his teeth. I'll do it. It's just a bit of heaven's vitality, it's nothing. It's not like I've never seen the world before. Moreover, it wasn't even mine. Zhu Tiandao felt depressed. Suyu, you are really rich, even I can't bear to do this thing. Did you really get it from the dragon horn box? I'm not sure, he couldn't say for sure. This thing was indeed a supreme treasure. There were hundreds of heaven's vitality fruits. If he sold it to the right person, the value would be shockingly high. He specifically looked for the big families and those geniuses to sell it. Those who were geniuses when they were young. If he asked for 10,000 merit points, it would rapidly enter the realm of 15,000 June. Even 8 or 9 years old wouldn't be a problem. Would you buy it? Buy it. If he sold it to the right person, 1,000,000 merit points wasn't difficult. Even if the Tiani god cult sold it all, it wouldn't be worth this price. The cult master of the Tiani god cult didn't fear death to ambush Xiao Longwu, so there was nothing to be suspicious about. It was just strange. The Tiani god race had many valuable treasures, but they had all been reduced to being used as a reward for heaven's vitality fruits. Strange, although it was strange, it wasn't good for him to ask. Zhu Tiandao thought for a while and quickly said, if that's the case, things will be much easier. We might really be able to fish out the sun and moon. Suyu, how much longer will it take for you to break through? Do you need any help? Suyu calculated and quickly said, 3 days will do. Give everyone some time to prepare, and also give me some time. A phenomenon from the heavens. I'm afraid I'll really become famous this time. Laughing, Niao Baidao also laughed. Kid, if you really cause a phenomenon from the heavens and earth, that will be interesting. How can it be? Zhu Tiandao's smile stiffened. Niao Baidao also stiffened. Could it be? It couldn't be, only the mountain and sea realms had it, but you, Suyu. It couldn't be. Suyu looked at the two of them suspiciously. What are you looking at me for? Niao Baidao glanced at Zhu Tiandao and said gloomily, prepare a fake phenomenon. Whether it's real or fake, it's all fake. Holy shit, it can't be real, right? Forget it, whether it's real or fake, it must be fake. Otherwise, if something really goes wrong. After discussing with the two sun-moon cultivators for a while, Suyu also felt that it was a good idea. No one could guard against thieves for 1,000 days. I broke your claws, but you still stared at me. You won't dare to do it next time, right? Of course, if they dared to do it again, they might be invincible. Everyone knew this, but it didn't matter. If Invincible really dared to enter the human realm, a war would have broken out long ago. There were so many invincible experts in the human realm, and they weren't weak either. If they didn't solve the problem at their doorstep, the human race wouldn't be able to survive. He was in a good mood, but it wouldn't be easy to fool the next time there was Heaven's Essence Chi. Could he say next time that there was more Heaven's Essence Chi in the dragon horn box and that he had hidden some? After the discussion, Suyu went down the courtyard. Not far away, the three monsters and Subin were chatting. Suyu walked over. Subin had become a man again, neither male nor female. Suyu couldn't be bothered to care about him. He was a little curious about his Shunwen. The Shunwen who stole things secretly and the Shunwen who changed his identity were both good. Of course, he didn't care about becoming a woman. Researcher Subin was very polite, smiling. Suyu glanced at him and said calmly, there are not many good people who smile happily. Behind them, Zhu Tiandao and Niao Baidao's smiles froze on their faces. Kid, you always think that people who smile happily are not good people, then what do you think when we smile at you often? So you didn't care what they thought. Since this person was captured, he had to show some respect. Even the mountains and seas couldn't do it, it was said that they came for him. Where did you get the mission? I went to the Chamber of Commerce and had contact with them, so you nodded slightly and said with a smile, can I issue a mission? In Wanzhou, say that there are some results in my primordial spirit aperture. The news hasn't been made public yet. Let someone steal the information and offer a high price. 500,000 or 1 million contribution points. Subin looked at him in surprise. So high? Aren't you afraid of torturing yourself to death? Can I issue it? Subin said carefully, yes, but such a high price. I'm afraid many sun and moon realms will be interested. Let's do it then. Suyu smiled and said, it would be best if all the suns and moons come. Of course, do you have that kind of credibility in Wanzhou? Don't let people suspect you. Subin said cautiously, I have some reputation in Wanzhou. Of course, I'm not a disciple of Wanzhou. I'm just a middleman, helping to deal with some things that are difficult to deal with, Suyu nodded. I got it. When Wanzhou's men killed people and looted their goods, you guys helped them deal with it and converted it into merit points or contribution points that they needed. I've heard that people like you should also be killed. Without you, they wouldn't have dared to rob the goods even if they killed someone. There's no benefit in killing someone, so who would kill? Do you think people like you are good people just because you don't kill? Snorting disdainfully, just like Suyu himself, if he didn't buy so much mountain-breaking bull blood essence, the mountain-breaking bulls might not have died so many times. It was the same principle, the mountain-breaking bull tribe hated Suyu and wanted to kill Suyu. Suyu did not feel wronged or wronged. As for people like Subin, it was the same principle. They wouldn't kill the innocent, Subin didn't dare to say much. Suyu's status in the Ming constables was very high. People like Zhu Tiandao and Niao Baidao treated him differently. Strictly speaking, his status in the Ming constables was even higher than those princes of the Zhu family. Of course, it didn't mean that Zhu Tiandao was closer to Suyu than to his own grandson. In terms of benefits, Suyu's value was much higher than that of the others. This was enough. Subin didn't dare to contradict him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Suyu smiled and said, President Su is quite famous in the industry. There's nothing you can't steal. Isn't this a little too incompetent for you to issue a mission like this? Subin hurriedly said, it's fine. No matter how capable I am, sometimes I need the cooperation of others. If it really doesn't work, I can contact some people and spread some rumors. Naturally, there will be people who will have ideas. It's fine even if I don't issue a mission. Suyu nodded slightly and didn't say much. After thinking for a moment, he turned his head and said, Master, if I leave the research institute, I'll have to make some arrangements in case someone takes advantage of the situation and sneaks into my research institute. Behind him, Zhu Tiandao nodded slightly. It was a small matter. In the past, it was fine in the Civilization Institute, but now that the super-sensory jade had appeared, anyone who wanted to sneak in would be courting death. Did they really think the Ming constables were weak? Not to mention anything else, they had a lot of seniors. Perhaps their actual combat ability was a little weak, but they had a lot of tricks up their sleeves. Suyu didn't say anything else. He walked to the shore and was about to call Old Tortoise when behind him, the one-eyed man suddenly said, Suyu, if we go with you, what do we get? What do we have to pay? Suyu turned his head and said with a smile, there are some things that I need to do, and the seniors will do their part. There's nothing else. As for what I get in return, I can't give much to mountain and sea realm cultivators, especially non-humans. Unlike humans, I can give some cultivation techniques. After a pause, Suyu continued, the seniors hope that I'll become stronger and research more things. Perhaps I can give them some help. That's about it in general. As for the rest, I can't promise them anything. As soon as he said this, Zhu Shan said in a muffled voice, that's an empty promise. There's nothing concrete. Suyu smiled and said, you can say that, because I really can't give them much. Of course, I'll provide basic cultivation needs. In addition, the master of the Ming constables will give you some protection. That's about it in general. What could he give them? What could he give a mountain and sea realm demon? In fact, Suyu couldn't give them anything. Of course, he could give them heaven's origin energy, but he didn't have to. There was no need to put it everywhere. If he really did, it would be hard to explain. Cultivation techniques could not be used by demons and humans. However, Suyu thought about it and said, if the seniors really need anything, I can help you get some when I'm stronger. As for the rest, there's nothing else to say. They were speechless, the three demons looked at each other. What should they choose? Leaving, they didn't dare. In fact, they had no choice. One-eyed sighed in his heart and said in a low voice, then in the future, please take care of us, Lord Su. One had to lower one's head when under someone else's roof, Suyu didn't mind. He said with a smile, seniors, there's no need to be like this. To be honest, we're all using each other, and I really don't think we can stay here. When things calm down a little, the seniors can leave at any time. I won't stop you. This is also for the good of the seniors. If you really want to leave, I won't stop you. He was using their relationship. He didn't expect the three demons to treat him as their master, and the three demons shouldn't expect Suyu to treat them as family. The three demons didn't say anything. Suyu didn't say much and called Old Tortoise. As Old Tortoise sent him across the river. It said, young man, you asked me for blood essence last time. Do you still want it? Senior's blood essence is too powerful. Thank you, Senior. I don't need it for the time being. Suyu smiled. He couldn't use the blood essence of the mountain sea realm now. Forget it. When the body tempering reached a certain stage, it might be useful. There was even someone who took the initiative to give him blood essence. Suyu was also surprised. Was this Old Tortoise really that nice? Old Tortoise didn't say anything else. It wasn't a good deal to be rushed. Soon, they sent Suyu across the river. The three demons also followed Suyu into the research institute. Of course, they were very secretive. Ming Prefecture. Tiandu Prefecture. The capital of gossip. February 22nd. The news began to spread early in the morning. Do you know Suyu? He's going to soar and forge his body soon. I heard that he demonstrated the miracle of forging his body with 360 orifices. This guy opened 360 orifices? That's too scary. Are you stupid? He's not demonstrating 360 orifices. He's promoting the primordial spirit enlightening technique. I heard that after cultivating this technique, the speed of opening orifices is extremely fast. It's a mid-grade heaven-class technique that can be cultivated like a mystic class technique. F*CK, that's awesome. Won't fighters be incomparably powerful in the future? If fighters feel good, won't the status of civilizationists drop in the future? Nonsense. This technique was developed by civilizationists. Without civilizationists, how could fighters have these powerful techniques? Civilizationists are awesome. Look, Suyu is a civilizationist. How many techniques have been released recently? Is this primordial spirit enlightening technique really that powerful? Opening orifices easily? I think the price Suyu has to pay for promoting it with such great fanfare is not small. He opened hundreds of orifices in less than a year, all because of this technique. Don't you think it's amazing? Now that he's taking the initiative to publicize it. I think the price is not low. Hurry up and save money. Change it for cultivation. If you can't use it yourself, it'll be good to give it to your son or grandson. It's a heaven-class technique. Everyone was in an uproar. Suyu was going to promote the primordial spirit enlightening technique. Previously, Suyu did not promote the aperture closure technique because there were not many enlightened orifices. It was considered a supplementary technique. After that, he did not promote the primordial Shenwen technique, which was a civilizationist technique. Now, Suyu's intentions were very clear. He wanted to replace those foundational cultivation methods, and even make this cultivation method the mainstream cultivation method of the warrior path in the future. This was an extremely important matter. It was a replacement, a set of cultivation methods that would cause the entire human race to undergo great changes. The news spread rapidly. In a restaurant, a storyteller was also talking. A customer asked, with such great fanfare, Suyu is so famous. Now, he wants to promote a heaven-class technique. Isn't he afraid of being assassinated? The storyteller snorted. What are you thinking? Don't the Ming constabulary know what you know? This time, the constabulary master and principal Neo are here personally to protect Suyu's safety. This face, even the Zhu family's highness doesn't have. The 9th and 7th layers of the sun and moon heavens are here personally to protect him. Assassination? There is no one who can assassinate Suyu. How honorable. The customers were also shocked. The constabulary master and principal were both important figures. They personally came to protect Ananso AR. What was this? This was called honor, the storyteller chuckled, and said, it's not just these two. This time, I've heard that there will be 1 or 2 sun-moon tier cultivators protecting Suyu, lest the little brats of the Myriad races sect ruin the grand event. With so many elites protecting him, Suyu can be considered the first time for the main constabulary. That's true. Breaking through to the Soar tier, and so many important figures protecting him. Civilizationists are the honorable ones. It's not the civilizationists who are honorable. It's the researchers and geniuses who are the honorable ones. If this technique really spread to the mortal tier, how much would the main constabulary benefit? That's true. Everyone was talking about it. They were also tempted. Fighters were the mainstream, according to Suyu and the news that spread. The 126 apertures of the technique overlapped with the fused aperture technique in 18 apertures, and the other 18 did not. If they were cultivated together, 144 apertures would be opened, which was exactly the same as the number of apertures opened for a heaven-grade technique. However, the primordial spirit opening technique had 14 apertures as one layer. If one cultivated one layer, the speed of opening apertures would be much faster, and the difficulty of cultivation would be greatly reduced. Opening the fused aperture point would allow one to enter the 9th layer of Wanshur very quickly. It would definitely not be slower than cultivating the Aries art with 72 apertures. Once this technique came out, in a few years, everyone in the mortal tier would be a genius. Of course, it had to be said that it would consume a lot of resources, which was inevitable. After all, there were many apertures opened. Even if there were some difficulties, for everyone, this was an earth-shattering event. From then on, perhaps the human race would embark on the path of everyone being a genius. After a few years, perhaps other cultivation techniques below the heaven tier would be eliminated. The news continued to spread. This time, Suyu would prove to everyone that the number of apertures opened, and the speed at which they were enlightened, would ultimately lead to a powerful body. It was said that after he cast his body, he would also have a sparring session with some Lingyun fighters. In short, the primordial spirit opening technique was now being spread around the main constabulary. Countless people wanted to see for themselves if Suyu had really opened so many apertures. With so many apertures opened, what was the difference between forging one's body and others? When this technique could be disseminated, how much it would cost to cultivate, and how much resources would be consumed? Suyu would make it public in a few days to explain the pros and cons. Primordial spirit opening technique? Outside the Tiandu constabulary, an old man was farming, and behind him, an honest middle-aged man was also helping. He said in a low voice, yes, but he didn't show up the previous few times we promoted the technique. This time, he suddenly wants to promote it publicly, and he wants to publicly prove his Tao. Sir, what does he mean? A trap. The old man said lightly, it's to attract your attention, and even to attack him. Attack? The middle-aged man said nothing. Attack my ass. He had already said that there were many sun and moon Tao protectors. How would they dare? The old man was also puzzled. This trick was too simple. However, he had also said that Zhu Tiandao and the others would be Tao protectors. Was he hoping to lure Wudi into attacking? Where would Wudi come from? What was the point of that? Was it purely to promote the technique? He also could not understand the purpose of Suyu and Zhu Tiandao. It was too stupid to say that it was to lure the enemy. Who would seek death by going to trouble Suyu in public? Were they not afraid of being cut into pieces by those sun and moon Tao protectors? However, Suyu came out to demonstrate the technique and cast his body into Soar. There was not much benefit to it. Was it to prove how much of a genius Suyu was? I don't understand. The old man could be considered to be a knowledgeable person, but he was also confused by the specious action. The middle-aged man suddenly thought, Sir, could it be that Zhu Tiandao and the others will not go, so that Suyu will attract our attention, and the sun and moon Tao protectors will go out to sweep some sect's strongholds? The old man said uncertainly, it can't be. For some strongholds, leaving Suyu in the city to attract attention, how big of a heart, the middle-aged man said excitedly, "Sir, you think it is impossible, and so do the others. Maybe this is the purpose. I heard that the Six-Winged Sect has been chasing Qin Yong and Feng Qi. Do you think that Suyu is deliberately acting as bait so that Zhu Tiandao and the others will go to rescue his martial uncle?" It made a little bit of sense. But he could not take it seriously. The old man thought for a while and said, "I can't understand them." "Forget it, don't take risks easily. These people are not that easy to provoke. We don't know the situation now. When the time comes, you bring a few people into the crowd and observe the situation. If Zhu Tiandao and the others are really there, then the Ming constables have nothing to do. Anyway, it won't be the first time. It was normal for the Ming constables to do such things. It was not the first time, but this time, the movement was a little big. The Salted Fish Ming constables held a lot of activities and festivals every year. Everyone knew about this. The happiness index of the Ming constables was very high. Tiandu Prefecture was also known as the capital of romance, gossip, and festivals in the outside world. If he could not understand the situation, then he would not understand. Let his subordinate bring a few people to take a look. Subordinate understands. The middle-aged man quickly replied, "Sir, if Zhu Tiandao and the others are not here," the old man said lightly, "don't rush to make a decision. If they are really not here, you only have one life if you act rashly. Don't act rashly." He still did not understand the situation. Forget it, he did not plan to enter the city to take a look. When the time came, his subordinate would report the situation. The middle-aged man nodded and said softly, "Then let's go to the Chamber of Commerce, Su Bin." The old man snorted, "Ignore him. Primordial Spirit Aperture, sneaking into the Research Institute. The news has spread too far. I even suspect that Zhu Tiandao's purpose this time is to wait for the rabbit. So you might not have any traps, but the Research Institute definitely has traps. I won't go." He would not go to the Research Institute. He now suspected that Suyu deliberately came out, and Zhu Tiandao and the others also deliberately came out, possibly to let someone sneak into the Research Institute. How dangerous, whoever went would be an idiot. Of course, there was no lack of idiots. Perhaps someone would go. In any case, no one in the Sun-Moon tier would go, not even in the Mountain Sea tier. After cultivating to the Mountain Sea Sun-Moon tier, how many idiots would go? Su Bin, this bastard, perhaps he was just letting them go to test the waters. Ignore him. The middle-aged man did not say anything more. He worked for a while, and quickly left. When he left, the old man paused for a moment, smiled, threw down the hoe, and also quickly left. After a while, he turned into a middle-aged man. It was fine to be careful, but be careful not to be targeted. Safety first. In any case, he would not join in the excitement of the Ming constabulary this time. Even if he did, he would stay far away. The same scene was happening all over the world. In a farm, a chubby old man greeted the farmers with a smile, entered his own manor, took out a voice transmission talisman, checked, and murmured, "A trap?" Like the old man before, the chubby old man was a little confused, and did not understand what they meant. Primordial Spirit Opening Technique, the chubby old man muttered. Good stuff. Even if he did not learn it himself, he had to get his hands on it, and let his descendants learn it. It had to be said that the cultivation techniques that Suyu made were all excellent. The price was not expensive. With a proper identity, it was very easy to get. Primordial Spirit Opening can directly skip Kaiyuan, and even cultivate willpower and origin chi simultaneously. Is it true? The chubby old man might not believe what others said. Suyu's words were best to be 70% trusted. Closed aperture technique and other cultivation techniques were all proof. This brat must have obtained an invincible historical sight. He was really envious. The chubby old man thought for a while, and sent a voice transmission, "Send people to observe, don't go to the Research Institute, be careful, it's a trap. If there's anything, report immediately, be careful, don't be targeted." Yes. The chubby old man sent the message, smiled, and crushed the voice transmission talisman. Be careful, I don't want to be the one to stand out. Capturing Suyu, killing Suyu, was the goal of many, but there was no benefit in standing out. In any case, he did not intend to appear this time, nor did he intend to do anything. Observe the situation first. Could it be to reduce the pressure on Xianxia and the others? The chubby old man also had the same thought. Could it be that Suyu wanted to attract the attention of the six-winged divine sect? Or tell the six-winged divine sect that they could come to the Ming constabulary to find trouble with him? What a good martial nephew. Unfortunately, he might not come. The chubby old man smiled. The six-winged divine sect had been targeting Xianxia for many years, and many experts of the six-winged divine sect had died. It was probably done by Xianxia and Fengqi. A dog that bites doesn't bark, so he thought it was an accident. The news continued to spread. One place after another, prefecture after prefecture, Xianxia province. Xiaoyi sighed and said, "He's at it again, promoting this cultivation technique as if it doesn't cost anything. This kid in Xianxia province is not so proactive." At the side, steward who said softly, "In return for a plum, Prefecture Master Zhu has given him extremely good treatment. In Ming constabulary, he can almost do as he pleases." Under such circumstances, with Suyu's personality, it is not surprising that he would do such things. Xiaoyi said with a headache, "I don't care about this. The key is that this kid's cultivation technique, no matter how much he promotes it, may not spread to Xianxia province. This is another big problem. We might have to go to him and ask for help again. If it is really as easy to cultivate as he said." Steward who said softly, "Just as he said, Hu Hao has already started cultivating and reforged his physical body. Using this cultivation technique as a foundation, he used the earth origin fruit to open the first 14 chakras. Hu Hao said that the speed of opening chakras will increase by at least 10%, and this is only the first tier. When he opens the second 14 chakras, the speed will be even faster. When he cultivates to the 9th tier, at that time, the speed of opening chakras will be at least double that of others. If others opened 1 chakra, you open 2 chakras. With the same talent, how would you choose? Then cultivate the meridian closure technique and quickly enter the 9th tier of Wanshi." Steward who sighed and said, 30 years, maybe 40 years. At that time, those who cultivate this cultivation technique will become Lingyun or Shanhai. Their battle prowess will be extremely strong, much stronger than the current fighters. Their prospects will be greater, and their future will be more hopeful. The sun and moon realm will no longer be an unattainable realm. Xiaoyi, the effects of this cultivation technique will only be seen in the later stages." Xiaoyi was speechless and said, "I know. You don't need to say it, a group of people who cultivate a heaven-class cultivation technique, do you think they are powerful?" Steward who said again, this time, he publicly came out to reforge his body in front of everyone. "Is this a trap by the Ming constables? But, there is no need, right?" He was also a smart man, but he could not see through the Ming constables and Suyu's goal. Xiaoyi also could not understand, but he said confidently, "It's definitely a trap. As for how, it's hard to say. Maybe a fool will take the risk? Or maybe something unexpected happens, and Zhu Tiandao and the others leave, leaving Suyu behind to create an opportunity for someone to attack." Xiaoyi muttered. There was no need for that, right? Who knew what that guy from the Ming constables, that Zhu Xiao'er, had been up to recently? He was so mysterious. Steward who said softly, "Then do we need to do anything?" Xiaoyi waved his hand. "There's no need. He didn't ask us for help, so what's the use of rushing? Let Lao Zhao find Qinyong quickly." "Where did Qinyong go? If he's really killed, then we'll really become enemies." Steward who shook his head. "We can't contact him. I don't know the channel of his voice transmission talisman, so we can't contact him. Lao Zhao missed him several times and didn't meet him. Instead, he met old Ho from the Ming constables. Suyu, that kid, has a lot of face." Xiaoyi laughed. The director of the Ming Constable's Education and Welfare Administration personally ran errands for him. That was a lot of face. Then, he quickly said, "Forget it, let's watch the show. But, remind Fatty Zhu to be careful, don't lure a certain person out." Steward who said with a smile, "Unless his real body comes, Shenwen's clone is just coming to die. Zhu Tiandao has no problem dealing with Shenwen's clone." If his real body really comes, that might not be a bad thing. At least we know who he is. It's better to be careful. If he really comes, he'll kill a bunch of people and run to one. That'll be a big problem. That was true. Steward who nodded. He had to remind Zhu Tiandao. That invincible person in the dark might have already noticed Suyu. The news spread quickly. In the Ming Constables. Clear Heart Hall. Underground Hall. Zhu Tiandao appeared again and said with a smile, "Did any unfamiliar experts sneak in these 2 days?" Old woman who was adjusting the controls, said with a smile, "A few, but they're not strong." A few Sor realm, a few Ling Yunjing realm. The old woman pointed out a few black spots on the mirror and said with a smile, "I've marked them all. I didn't let anyone monitor them to avoid trouble. These people are new to the constables. They might be from the outer constables, or they might be Wanzus." As she said, she pointed out a few white spots. These people went to the city gate a few times in these 2 days. They went out and came back again. I don't know if they went to inform someone. Keep an eye on them. Zhu Tiandao nodded. Has the coverage reached the city gate? Yes, but it can only cover half of the city. The north and east are covered, but not the other areas. The old woman said, "Using it continuously these 2 days will consume a lot of energy. You'll have to spend money." Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, "It's not a big deal. It's just a small amount of money. I easily earned back the cultivation techniques of that fellow Suyu." The few old people laughed. Once the super sensing jade appeared, many things became much easier. Old woman who quickly said, "Look, another Ling Yun entered." Zhu Tiandao took a look. Soon, that spot was marked as a black spot. The old woman said with a smile, "These people must be investigated after this. Especially those who hide their strength. Whether they are Wanzus or not, we must pay attention to them. If they hide their strength, they are most likely not good people." Zhu Tiandao laughed. He was delighted. Awesome, this super sensing jade was awesome. Unfortunately, the coverage was too small. He said with some regret, "If it could cover the whole human realm, that would be amazing." Who cares about Wanzu? Who cares about one? Whoever sneaks in will be discovered in an instant, the old woman sighed. It should have existed in the past. Maybe there was such a mirror in the human realm to monitor it. The sensing jade was modified according to some discoveries in the ruins. Sometimes I wonder how glorious the human race was in that period. Why did they enter the age of destruction? The sensing jade and the sensing mirror were modified according to the discoveries in the ruins. If they could make the sensing jade that could cover the whole Tiandu prefecture, what about the glorious period? Would there be a mirror in the human realm to monitor the world? Zhu Tiandao also sighed. The ancient era was still glorious. I'm afraid it can't be made now. Covering the whole Tiandu prefecture took us several decades of effort. The money we invested is enough to make several heaven-level Wenbing swords. Effort and money were small matters. In the process of research, accidents often occurred. A few years ago, an earth-ranked blacksmith was killed by an explosion. Zhu Tiandao was in a daze for several days. An earth-ranked blacksmith was a true grandmaster, but he was killed by an explosion. The price he had to pay was unimaginable. After all, Zhao Tianbing was only an earth-ranked blacksmith. After sighing for a while, Zhu Tiandao quickly said, "Have the mountains and seas, sun and moon appeared?" "Not yet. Keep an eye on them." Zhu Tiandao quickly said, "They won't appear now. But once the situation changes, they will definitely appear. Keep an eye on them. If you can, kill them in secret. If you can, kill them in secret. If you can't, drag them out of the city and kill them. 100 Dao Pavilion, get ready to attack at any time. Teachers, you have to work hard. At the crucial moment, you have to take action." Zhu Tiandao said faintly, "The Ming Constabulary doesn't care about this, but we can't let these fellows threaten the safety of the Ming Constabulary. Contact that kid of mine at any time. Once something happens, ask the King of Han for help and report the seeker state. It's fine if they don't do anything, but to allow the Wanzu experts to gather at the Ming Constabulary, what are their intentions?" The few elders laughed. "You want to find trouble with them again?" Zhu Tiandao laughed. It's not that I want to, but I have no choice. I'm very dissatisfied with the policies these fellows have come up with recently. So you didn't know what was going on, and I couldn't be bothered to tell him. I didn't want him to get angry. It was just the few cultivation techniques that he came up with. He was a researcher. Logically speaking, he should have been demoted to a senior researcher long ago, but there was no news about the Seeker realm at all. Even when Suyu was about to break through, there was no movement from his side. When the 10,000 literature classic was released, it rewarded the Zhou family and the Yuan family with 1 quota each, but no one mentioned anything about Suyu. Zhu Tiandao shook his head and said, Suyu doesn't know about these things. If he knew, he might make a fuss again. The 8 great families are in charge of the seeking realm, yet they're pretending to be deaf and mute. Do they really think that if they don't say anything, no one will know? The people of the War God Temple are watching us make a fool of ourselves. Old woman who frowned and said, You didn't say anything about forging your body? I thought so. You rejected me. I didn't. Zhu Tiandao said helplessly, It's fine if you mentioned it, but you didn't mention it. Forget it, Suyu doesn't need it. But we can't just admit it. We'll complain about them later. The Han King has just come out of closed-door cultivation, and now he's in closed-door cultivation again. We'll get him out later and smash a few cultivation techniques in his face. Let's see what he has to say then. The elders laughed again. The Han King knows what you're thinking, and he'll skin you alive. He's in charge of the Seeker realm, but he's always in closed-door cultivation. Zhu Tiandao said angrily. He'll skin me alive, what's wrong with me? Anyway, he won't be in closed-door cultivation. When Suyu comes up with a cultivation technique, we'll look for him. Oh right, when the primordial spirit and lightning technique is released, we'll look for the War God Temple and see if they have anything to say about it. The Silkworm Destruction King doesn't care about it, right? It's fine. Zhu Tiandao laughed and said, If he doesn't care about it, he'll stuff the time into the toilet, that's what my father said. The elders laughed again. Zhu Tiandao spoke briefly for a while, then quickly said, Teachers, please put in more effort. We've troubled you for the past few days. Tomorrow is the key. When this matter succeeds, no one will dare to covet the Ming Constabulary for at least 10 years. The elders nodded heavily. Being able to enjoy peace in the Ming Constabulary was what they hoped to see. At this moment, the densely packed dots made one's scalp go numb. The elders quickly recorded the data. This place had become the core of the Ming Constabulary. Monitoring the world, not only did they have to keep an eye on the outsiders, but they also had to keep an eye on the experts in the city. They had to observe their whereabouts and whether their recent movements were inconsistent with the previous ones. This kind of data processing could only be done by these civilizational engineers. Zhu Tiandao took another look and quickly left. He felt a little emotional. The Zhu family's efforts over the past few decades had not been in vain. It was just that this matter could not be spread out. These people were all nameless heroes. The matter of the sensory jade could not be spread out. Otherwise, monitoring the Tiandu Constabulary, if the experts found out, they would probably rebel. Just as he was leaving, in the research institute, Suyu frowned again and again. The word tribulation jumped a few times in Shinwen. This Ming Constabulary was getting more and more mysterious. Was I being monitored? What was this thing that was so powerful? I have to be more careful in the future. It's best if I can get some anti-surveillance treasures. Even the sun and moon array is useless. No wonder old Zhu is so confident. He will definitely be able to find the enemy. Tomorrow, it's my turn to perform. So you stopped thinking about it. If he was being monitored, then so be it. He just had to get used to it. In Xia province, someone seemed to be monitoring people everywhere. February 24th, Tiandu Prefecture, Dragon Battling Platform. Early in the morning, people were rushing over. Today, Suyu would be teaching the primordial spirit and lightning technique, as well as forging his body and breaking through to the source stage. Dragon Battling Platform. It was said that the Great Bright King and an invincible dragon had fought here and defeated the invincible dragon. After that, the Great Bright Constabulary was established here. As for whether the rumor was true or not, perhaps only the elders of the founding generation knew. The dragon battling platform was a huge platform. At this moment, the Heavenly Law Army and even the Iron Cavalry were stationed all around. Several Mountain Sea Realm powerhouses were checking the sky and the ground, in case someone set up a trap. Outside, more and more people were gathering. Around the dragon battling platform, except for an empty passageway, the other places were packed with people. The crowd was boiling, and the noise was endless. Suyu isn't here yet? What does Suyu look like? I didn't get a clear look at him in the video last time. Is the primordial spirit and lightning technique expensive? Do you know what kind of blood essence he used to forge his body? At least God-fiend blood essence. Did his willpower advance, or did his physical body advance? Who knows? There was a lot of discussion. It was the habit of the great bright constabulary's people to watch the show. There were old people and children in the crowd, and most of them were experienced. They even brought their own stables and were ready to defend. Every time a genius made a breakthrough, it was a festival, a gathering. However, in the past, there were some geniuses who made breakthroughs that weren't worth watching. They broke through easily, and no one could tell why. Of course, that wasn't important. What was important was that everyone was excited. The Heavenly Law Army checked again, and a commander-level powerhouse said loudly, "Everyone, old rules, don't squeeze into the dragon battling platform. Researcher Su is a top expert in the field of research, and Wanzu wants to kill her. Once she gets close, it will be very dangerous. Don't squeeze into the forbidden area, or else the Heavenly Law Army will attack. Don't worry, whoever doesn't know that is a bad person." That's right. Lord Liu, are you familiar with Suyu? Researcher Su is already a member of the Ming Constabulary. Why don't you tell her that it's cheaper to disseminate martial arts in the Ming Constabulary? After all, she's a family member, right? The commander was speechless. He shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Isn't it cheap enough? It's better if it's cheaper." The group of people laughed and laughed. Who didn't want to spend less money? A little cheaper, that's even better. As they spoke, someone in the distance laughed loudly and said, "Everyone's words make sense. I forgot about this. Since we've joined the Ming Constabulary, we should get back to the place and to our fellow townsmen. From today onwards, the cultivation techniques of our Primordial Spirit Research Institute will be discounted by 20% in the Ming Constabulary. You can get the extra money back from the academy or the exchange agency. I'll compensate for the extra money." The sound was very loud. Countless people turned to look and saw a dazzling young man riding a golden demon on the other side of the passageway. He walked toward the dragon battling platform. Riding on Dendrolamus, Suyu saw everyone looking at him. He smiled and said, "I'm Suyu. The promotion of the cultivation techniques will be completed in a few days. Also, I've been influenced by my father since I was young and admire soldiers. Those who join the Ming Constabulary will be discounted by 30% when exchanging for cultivation techniques." At this moment, everyone finally knew who the person was. Discount? Was it really cheap? At this moment, the few old men who had been joking with the commander were overjoyed. They shouted, "Master Su is a righteous man. Researcher Su is generous. As expected of the genius of our Ming Constabulary. He's a good person. He can actually return the cultivation techniques he exchanged and spit out the cultivation techniques he ate. His tolerance is extraordinary." The group of people was excited. A 20% discount was not a small amount. For example, the highest edition of the fused orifice technique. The exchange price was not too high at the moment. It was only 50 merit points. However, 50 merit points could be exchanged for 1 or 2 million. With a 20% discount, they could save a lot of money. An old man said excitedly, "Master Su, is the military discount only available to active soldiers or retired soldiers?" This person was much older than Suyu, but he did not feel awkward addressing him as a master. He was a master to begin with. Suyu laughed heartily and said, "It's all the same. Cultivation techniques aren't for the sake of earning money. Charging fees is to let everyone have a threshold, to let them know that they've spent money. Only when they've spent money can they value it and care about it. Of course, we still have to support the research and development costs. The price can't be too low. If it's too low, the researchers won't be interested in the research and the cultivation techniques won't be updated. Of course. With Suyu's guarantee, the old man was overjoyed. Obviously, he was a retired soldier. At this moment, Suyu rode Dendrolamus to the large platform that was 2 to 3 meters above the ground. At this moment, Suyu stepped onto the platform. Figures descended from the sky. Master! Master! General! Looking at the experts who appeared, the crowd immediately exclaimed. It was a feast for the eyes. There were really so many experts protecting them. Looking at Suyu, he was incredible. These old men did not say much. They appeared to intimidate the crowd and quickly continued to escape into the void. Zhu Tiandao did not leave. At this moment, his face was full of smiles. He laughed and said, I heard what Suyu said just now. It's a blessing for the Ming constables. Suyu's promotion of the cultivation techniques is already very low. Now, he is giving the Ming constables a huge discount. I hope that the warriors of the Ming constables will not let researcher Su's painstaking efforts down. Zhu Tiandao said, Today, I invited Suyu to publicly preach to everyone. It's to answer questions and demonstrate his cultivation techniques to everyone so that everyone can see and understand them better so that they can cultivate better. Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, Suyu may not be strong, but the cultivation techniques are derived by him and have been cultivated to the peak. I hope that everyone will cherish this opportunity and that there will be more Suyus in the Ming constables. As he spoke, his tone changed and he shouted, I know that there are some traitors who can't stand to see the humans and the Ming constables doing well. The Ming constables have never been involved in these things. We do our own things, but everyone wants to kill Wanzhou. Recently, Wanzhou has put up a mission for Suyu, and the reward is as high as 1,000,000 points. I know that these traitors might be lurking here today. It's okay. I'm just telling you that if you attack Suyu and the Ming constables, you'll be making an enemy of the Ming constables and the Zhu family of the Ming constables. Zhu Tiandao's voice spread in all directions. He shouted, the Zhu family has been established for more than 300 years. We've protected the people and made them live in peace. Some vermin can forget about destroying the peace of the Ming constables. Today is also a warning. Those who want to kill Suyu, think carefully. Deterrence and declaration. The Zhu family was protecting Suyu. If anything happened to Suyu, they would not rest until he was dead. It was rare for the invincible clan to make such a stand. But at this moment, Zhu Tiandao made such an attitude in public. On the stage, Suyu said in a clear voice, Thank you, Prefecture Master. It's my pleasure. The two of them talked for a while. The audience was silent for a moment, but soon they cheered loudly. Wasn't it good to have such a master? He protected the geniuses and the people. Suyu did not say much. He said in a loud voice, Today, I'll talk about the primordial spirit enlightening technique. 126 primordial orifices have been opened. According to the level, it's a mid-grade heaven-class technique. It's 90 more orifices than the art of 1,000 caddies that everyone is familiar with. Of course, after cultivating it, your strength is incomparable to the art of 1,000 caddies. Not everyone can cultivate a heaven-class technique. It's very difficult. If you don't have enough talent and resources, you can't move forward after 20 to 30 orifices. It's not universal. How can a technique that's not universal be passed down? On the stage, Suyu was not in a hurry to cast his body. He said loudly, Then why do I want to promote the primordial spirit enlightening technique? It's simple. The cultivation speed is fast. He looked at the audience below and saw many people, some strong and some weak. Suyu's orifices moved. On his body, 14 orifices lit up. It was extremely dazzling. Everyone, who has opened these 14 orifices? These are the 14 orifices of the first level of the primordial spirit enlightening technique. There aren't many hidden orifices. I believe someone has opened them. He showed it very clearly. 14 orifices lit up. Wanxia was in the unity realm. He could also separate orifices. It depended on his needs. Seeing his 14 orifices light up, the crowd was slightly noisy. Soon, someone said loudly, "I've opened them." After saying that, 14 orifices also lit up. Suyu said with a smile, "Big brother, I'll teach you how to connect the orifices and easily circulate the technique. Try opening the first level of the primordial spirit enlightening technique with 14 orifices and absorb vitality. See how fast it goes." The person was overjoyed. He hurriedly squeezed out of the crowd and walked to the front. As for Suyu, he did not hide it. 14 orifices lit up and connected them one by one so that everyone could see clearly. Suyu said with a smile, "There's no harm in telling everyone the first level. Of course, it's best to follow the technique's description if you really enlighten the orifices." Below the stage, the middle-aged man also followed Suyu's actions and quickly began to connect the orifices. This person was in the Thousand June realm, the 9th level of the Thousand June realm. However, he had opened quite a few orifices. It was a coincidence that he had opened 14 orifices of the first level. With Suyu's demonstration, he quickly learned how to connect the orifices. After a few minutes, the 14 orifices suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, the first level was cultivated. Suyu said with a smile, "Big brother, you can try to absorb vitality and open the orifices now." The person was not careless and quickly began to absorb vitality. In the surroundings, the cultivators in the Thousand June realm and above could feel it. In the blink of an eye, strands of vitality gathered towards him. The middle-aged man was also overjoyed and said in shock, "So fast. It's at least 3 times faster than before." 3 times faster? Suyu was stunned for a moment. How could it be so fast? I thought it was a trick. Turning his head and thinking, he roughly understood, this guy, in the past, did not cultivate a heaven-class cultivation method, but an ordinary yellow class or mystic class cultivation method. That speed, of course, was very slow. Heaven-class cultivation methods were much faster than these weak cultivation methods. Huhao's cultivation speed in Xianxia province had only increased by 10%. That was because the cultivation method he had cultivated before was already strong. It could be that the heaven-class cultivation method that Xianxia had given him was 10% stronger than cultivation methods of the same level. And for the middle-aged man, even if he cultivated an ordinary heaven-class cultivation method, it would still increase by a lot. The surrounding people were all shocked. And Suyu, at this moment, was also a little dazed. He had always felt that increasing the speed of opening orifices was true, but increasing it by twice was not bad. But, he had forgotten one thing, or it could be said that many people had forgotten one thing. In the past, the people cultivated yellow class and mystic class cultivation methods. For them, cultivating a heaven class cultivation method was already a lot faster. The body strengthening technique was built on the foundation of heaven class. To increase it again, for them, the speed of improvement was more than twice. Not only did Suyu think of this, at this moment, Zhu Tiandao was also slightly stunned. This was not a trick, it was the ordinary people, he knew this. He also thought of many things in an instant, and was a little stunned. He had also forgotten, or rather, he had never experienced the speed of cultivating a low-level cultivation method. At this moment, hearing this, he was also slightly stunned. So much improvement, they had always thought from the perspective of the upper echelons. The people they had seen had at least cultivated the god of war art with 72 opened orifices. As for those who were lower, they were not too sure about the cultivation speed. Today, they knew. At this moment, the middle-aged man below the stage was almost in tears. Vitality constantly gathered towards him, and at this moment, an aperture on his body that was about to be opened suddenly trembled slightly. The next moment, the aperture exploded with light. It was opened. The middle-aged man was overjoyed and shouted, "So fast, I've opened one aperture. I thought it would take at least 10 days to open it, but it actually opened now. This cultivation method. Master Su, when will you promote it? I must buy a set." Around them, the people were also shocked. Someone whispered, and someone shouted, "That's my neighbor, Old Chen, you didn't receive money to lie, did you?" The middle-aged man scolded, "Lie my ass. It's not my turn to receive money. There must be people who have opened 14 orifices, and it's not too rare. Those who have cultivated the 15-ton technique, blade of the firm tiger, and earth-shaking punch should have all opened it. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. This time, there was a stir in the crowd. Someone shouted, "Old Lu, have you cultivated before? Give it a try, quickly. Old Huang, you do it." On the stage, Suyu smiled and did not interrupt. Soon, there were people below the stage who had opened 14 orifices. Previously, they were too lazy to join in on the fun, but now, they all began to try it, feeling a little excited. So powerful, it was not difficult to connect orifices. Soon, 7 or 8 people succeeded. The next moment, these people began to absorb vitality, and then they shouted, "Damn, it's really fast." 3 times? I think it's 5 times faster. What cultivation method is this? It's so powerful. Doesn't that mean I can open an aperture in a few days? It was an uproar, not just one person, but many people said the same. Obviously, this cultivation method was really fast. On the stage, Suyu smiled and said, "Everyone, the increase in speed is not entirely because of the primordial spirit awakening technique. This is only the first level. The reason why it's fast is because it's a heaven-class cultivation method. In fact, the first level is about 10% faster than other heaven-class cultivation methods of the same level, and the second level is 20% faster. At the 9th level, after opening the orifices, the speed is doubled. Now, you can open your orifices and cultivate the fused aperture technique. You will soon complete the cultivation of the fused aperture technique and quickly step into the Xianxia realm." Suyu calculated and smiled. From the first level of 15-ton, 126 orifices will be opened, and 18 orifices of the fused aperture technique will open 144 orifices. It will take about a year or two. Of course, it will consume a lot of vitality. Everyone should be prepared for this. Despite what he said, no one cared at this moment. They were all ecstatic. "Heaven-class cultivation method? We don't have it, we only have yellow and mystic. We don't know how fast heaven-class cultivation method is, but we do know that this cultivation method is really fast." Below the stage. Not only those people, but some people also tried it silently and were also shocked. Outside the city. At this moment, some people received voice transmissions. "The primordial spirit awakening technique is too scary. It is 3 to 5 times faster than a yellow-class cultivation method. I verified it on the spot. It's definitely not fake. It's even easier to open the orifices." Someone at the scene was enlightened in an instant. In 1 or 2 years, he can enter Xianxia and complete the fused aperture technique. In 2 or 3 years, he can create a heaven stage warrior of Xianxia realm. "Sir, it's too scary. In the future, all the prefectural guards may be cultivators of this heaven stage cultivation method of Xianxia realm. Sir, once this cultivation method is spread, the strength of the human stage warriors will definitely skyrocket." At this moment, those powerhouses received the message from their subordinates. They were shocked. One of them might have seen wrongly or judged wrongly, but since they all said so, it was obvious that the cultivation method that Suyu promoted today was really shocking. Not only these people, but some of the envoys in the Ming Constabulary also sent the news back to the Ming Constabulary through voice transmission talismans. "Send someone to discuss it immediately, discuss the dissemination of the cultivation method." The effect was too good, they saw it too. Many of them were at the scene and saw those ordinary people absorb a large amount of vitality in the blink of an eye. The efficiency and speed of vitality absorption of this cultivation method was really too strong. The conversion rate was also very high. They were all people with unique eyes and could immediately see how great the benefits were. In this way, in the future, just as those Wanzhou spies had said, the human stage would be a group of Xianxia realm warriors who had cultivated the heaven stage cultivation method. Even if it was a little difficult to break through to soar, at least a 9 Xianxia realm warrior with 14 apertures would be able to reach the level of 200 apertures in explosive power. This kind of 10,000 stones 9 layers, compared to those who had opened 36 apertures and forged 9 fleshly bodies, was not inferior. Everyone would be able to fight above their level. At this moment, the cheers below the dragon battling platform were endless. "Master Su, when are you going to disseminate the cultivation method? Master Su, try to open all the apertures and absorb the vitality. Let us see how fast it is to go all out and absorb vitality." It was noisy, and Suyu also smiled. He did not expect the effect to be so good. Suyu did not say much. In the next moment, 126 apertures were opened. He smiled and said, "Then let me demonstrate for everyone to see." As soon as he said that, the surrounding vitality quickly surged towards him. The vitality of the Ming constabulary was quite abundant. At this moment, a large amount of vitality swept over. It was extremely fast, so you did not absorb it. In the blink of an eye, he condensed a drop of vitality liquid in front of him. Everyone was dumbfounded. If this cultivation succeeds, we can condense vitality liquid every day and sell it to make a fortune. It will consume a lot of vitality. Everyone, will the Ming constabulary be sucked dry by us in the future? Who knows? Anyway, I want to cultivate. So you went all out and activated the primordial spirit enlightening technique. The cultivation speed was too fast, and Suyu quickly said, "As for the promotion of the cultivation technique, if everything goes well, the Ming constabulary will promote it first next month. As a researcher of the Ming constabulary, I will naturally give priority to them. As for the price, it will not be too expensive. The primordial Shenwen technique is actually much more valuable than this cultivation technique. I will only set the price at 100 merit points. As for the primordial spirit enlightening technique, it should be set at around 80 merit points. The Ming constabulary will have a 20% discount, so it should be around 60 merit points." Suyu said loudly, "And the exchange in the military should be around 20 merit points. In addition, some academies can discuss buying and distributing it to their students. Many freshmen do not have money. For example, the basic version of the God of War art is distributed for free. The academies have to buy and distribute it. This can also be discussed. The goal is to spread the primordial spirit enlightening technique and let everyone benefit." Suyu smiled and said, "This is just the beginning. I believe that in the future, the Primordial Spirit Research Institute will come up with more cultivation techniques to satisfy everyone's cultivation needs. It will make everyone stronger and spend less time to become stronger." Suyu's voice was very loud. "Including cultivation techniques for the Unity Orifice, as well as the Primordial Spirit Orifice that can directly cross the Kaiyuan realm, we are all deducing them. Perhaps there will be results soon. In a few years, it will be normal for a 10-year-old to cultivate, a 12-year-old Wanshi, a 15-year-old Soar, a 20-year-old Ling Yun, and a 30-year-old Xianxia. In the human realm, everyone is a mountain and sea. It is hard to say whether it is the sun, moon, or eternity. Everyone can become a mountain and sea." Suyu's laughter spread in all directions. "Believe me, believe in the Primordial Spirit Research Institute. Today, the promotion of the Primordial Spirit Enlightening Technique is one of the reasons. Secondly, today, I will forge my body into Soar. I have already vaguely discovered the location of the Primordial Spirit Orifice. I hope that I can use this opportunity to directly discover the Primordial Spirit Orifice. Once I succeed, all the cultivators in the world will benefit. Academy Master Zhu and the others are here to protect me. The reason why I chose to publicly forge my body is also to let everyone see if there is any hope." After Suyu said that, he casually threw out an arena that rapidly enlarged. Suyu smiled and said, "I won't show everyone the specific process of forging my body. I'm afraid that if I use too much God-fiend blood essence, everyone will be jealous." Ha ha ha. Below the arena, there was laughter. They didn't care too much about this. It was fine as long as they saw the results. Everyone was a little excited. Could the Primordial Spirit Orifice discover it? How powerful was the Suyu behind the forging? At this moment, Suyu entered the arena and activated the array formation. The people outside could roughly see his figure, but they couldn't see the specific details. Suyu took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. Without any nonsense, he quickly took out a large ball. It was very large, and the ball wrapped around him. Following that, he took out some God-fiend blood essence. He wanted to fool everyone so that they wouldn't be able to see anything. In the next moment, Suyu began to circulate the Iron 72 forging. A large amount of Heaven's essence energy was absorbed by him. At this moment, in the dark, Niao Baidao quickly sent a voice transmission to the Sun and Moon Elders. "Quickly prepare. Once Suyu succeeds in forging his body, immediately activate the phenomenon. It has to last for a while. According to the original plan, the phenomenon will gather bit by bit. It has to be realistic. No one can tell that it's fake. Niu Baidao was a little excited. He had already attracted a lot of people's attention. Suyu had also mentioned the primordial spirit orifice. Now, those fellows from Wanzhou were probably itching to come and take a look, right? They were also a little worried and hesitant. They probably didn't dare to come rashly and were all watching. Very good, I'll add something for you. The main constabulary was ready. As for Suyu, he quickly absorbed the heaven's essence energy. According to his judgment, the first forging wouldn't be that fast. Even if the heaven's essence energy was sufficient, it would still take a few days. Of course, in the past 2 days, he had actually completed a portion of his body forging. It was all for the sake of completing the first forging today, in order to speed things up, Suyu didn't mind making a bigger commotion. At this moment, in the Sea of Will, the 180 divine orifices were shining. As Suyu forged his body, he connected the 180 divine orifices. He felt that after connecting the 180 divine orifices, there might be some changes in the essence orifices today. The primordial spirit orifices might really appear. 145. 155, one by one, the divine orifices began to connect. The 360 essence orifices turned into 9 essence orifices. At this moment, they were also shining with a dazzling light. Suyu felt immense pressure. The pressure from the Sea of Will and the pressure from his body continued to connect with the divine orifices. He vaguely felt as if he was opening up something. 179 essence orifices. In the blink of an eye, there was only 1 essence orifices left. Will my willpower advance to soar first? Suyu thought about it. It didn't matter. Shinwen was lacking, but it wasn't a big deal. If his willpower advanced to soar in advance, it wouldn't be a bad thing. He could quickly complete the forging of his body during the advancement. Soar willpower would also receive many benefits. His body would gain some opportunities to quickly absorb essence energy. The next moment, all 180 divine orifices lit up and quickly connected. The connection was successful, and the moment Suyu successfully connected, the sky suddenly changed color. The wind rose, a gust of wind blew. In the sky, a myriad of colors appeared. Suddenly, rain fell. Immediately, the surrounding trees grew rapidly. In the sky, traces of flames appeared, and the ground trembled. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elements arts into one. At this moment, the 5 elements had officially become one. Since ancient times, after the Great Destruction, the 5 elements arts had become one, a natural phenomenon. No, they couldn't become one. Rumble, thunder rumbled in the sky. There seemed to be something paying attention to this place. And at this moment, all the people felt a sense of oppression. They looked up at the sky, dumbfounded. What was going on, in the dark? Niu Baidao blinked and transmitted his voice. You guys even created this, buy one get one free? That was just a saying. At this moment, Niu Baidao could feel a mysterious pressure pressing down on him. Was this a real heaven and earth anomaly? Niu Baidao swallowed his saliva. It couldn't be, it had just begun. Suyu hadn't forged his body yet. He hadn't entered Soar yet. Moreover, this wasn't right. He had never seen such a phenomenon before. In the sky, flames rose, as if coming out of nowhere. The rain fell, only concentrated on the dragon battling platform. The trees continued to grow crazily, weapons vibrated, some people's weapons kept vibrating, emitting vibrating sounds. At the sight of the platform, Zhu Tiandao's expression changed again. He transmitted his voice to Niu Baidao. You did this? Nonsense. Niu Baidao cursed. He didn't do it. He didn't know how to do it. The wind was getting stronger. The strong wind howled, astral wind, surrounding Suyu, surrounding the small platform. What is this? At this moment, the people below the platform were dumbfounded. Some people grabbed their weapons, not letting them fly away. They shouted, Prefecture Master, what's going on? Zhu Tiandao shouted, Quiet, don't make a sound. It's nothing. It's normal to break through, normal your ass. Everyone was dumbfounded. Nonsense, how could there be such a thing when breaking through Soar? You must be kidding. At the same time, Outside the city. One by one, the experts looked at Tiandu Prefecture, frowning in silence. What was this? At this moment, they also saw and felt it. They saw the fire in the sky, saw the lightning flashing, and felt a faint sense of oppression. What was this? Natural phenomenon. Breaking through soar, there's actually a natural phenomenon. It's just the beginning. He hasn't broken through yet? It's just the beginning, and there's already such a phenomenon? Vibration, what was this? What did this mean? If there was such a phenomenon at the beginning of soar, didn't that mean it would be even more violent next? As they expected, the flames became brighter. Water and fire fused, rainwater and flames existed at the same time. Outside the city, several experts couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Should they go and take a look? This was too shocking. The pressure of heaven and earth began to spread gradually. Was this a heaven-sent opportunity or a heavenly punishment? At this moment, a voice transmission spread in all directions, quickly spreading to the major prefectures. Xianxia broke through, natural phenomenon appeared, wind, fire, lightning, trees grew wildly, weapons trembled. It's just the beginning. Xianxia hasn't broken through, it seems to be still brewing. Lord, I can't understand it. Many sun-moon experts have begun to set up a defensive line. News began to spread like wildfire. Outside the city, the experts' expressions changed. What was going on? Now, in the area where Xianxia was, sun-moon experts began to rise into the sky and set up a defensive line. Should we go and take a look? Someone was tempted. This situation had never been encountered in hundreds of years. Should we go and take a look? With such a phenomenon, there might be a bigger change in the future. It would be fine if the sun-moon did not obstruct them from observing from afar, but now that they would be discovered if they were to observe from afar. It was much safer to observe from close up with the naked eye. Should we sneak in and observe from a distance? Those sun-moon experts don't have time to care about us now. Some people were tempted, and some even took action. Go and see the situation. On the dragon battling platform, the wind and clouds surged. Flames shone. As for Xianxia, his consciousness was in a daze. It was as if he had opened his first divine orifice. His consciousness had left his body and floated in the air, overlooking it. Strong winds blew, flames burned, Xianxia's consciousness was in pain. He was speechless. Was this a phenomenon? Get lost. No, this was heavenly punishment. This wasn't giving him benefits, but taking his life. Fortunately, Xianxia wasn't a weakling. His willpower, tempered by 180 divine orifices, was extremely strong. In the past, he had been killed every night, which had tempered his indomitable will. The spirit expansion art forged and tempered his willpower again and again. At this moment, flames fell from the void. They wanted to destroy the sea of will. Xianxia's consciousness began to return to his body. The next moment, he opened his eyes, and the acupoints in his eyes opened. His eyes were like the sun and moon, emitting a dazzling brilliance. He continuously absorbed the heavenly essence qi to forge his body. At this moment, the sea of will was also tumbling and turbulent. In the sky, the radiation range of the phenomenon increased. 10 meters, 20 meters, the entire dragon battling platform was filled with water and fire. Zhu Tiandao's voice was heard. How is it? What's going on? Should we stop? No. Xianxia didn't stop. At this moment, his 180 divine orifices were constantly flashing, obliterating the water and fire that attacked him. The small hammer hammered. This was a willpower injury. The water and fire were hurting his willpower. However, with every spark that was smashed, Xianxia's willpower was improved. Strong winds blew, they were smashed by the small hammer. Gradually, the word wind Shunwen took shape in the sea of will. The heavenly water attacked and was once again smashed into pieces by the small hammer. The heavenly water flowed in the sea of will, and the word water Shunwen was instantly formed. This was an opportunity. It was also a disaster. If his willpower was weak, he would be killed by these things. Without the spirit expansion art, he might not be able to obliterate these things. However, at this moment, these things couldn't do anything to him. He still had a trump card. Some of the remaining heavenly water and astral winds were instantly devoured by the furball. These things couldn't do anything to him. His willpower continued to grow. There was a summon. The earth shook. It shook Xianxia's physical body and his sea of will. The Chinese character Earth was formed in Shenwen. Someone couldn't control his weapon. It flew over and shattered in midair, turning into streaks of sharp light that tore through the void towards Suyu and the Sea of Will. In the surroundings, trees spread out and roots extended, wanting to attack and kill Suyu. This was not a gift from heaven and earth, however, Suyu took it as a favor. He got up and his divine aperture erupted. Radiance flickered as he smashed through everything. You won't let me advance? These things seemed to be stopping him from advancing to soar, so you didn't expect that the fusion of 180 divine orifices would cause such a situation. Previously, when he fused 360 essence orifices, this didn't happen. Why? When Bing appears, his body continued to absorb the heaven's origin chi, and his body became stronger and stronger. The absorption speed was extremely fast. Heaven and earth didn't allow the fusion of the 5 elements, so you fell into deep thought. He looked at the sky and his body emitted a golden light. Why, so what if it was the fusion of the 5 elements, why couldn't it work? Boom, thunder roared, Suyu's thunder Shenwen met the attack, and it also erupted with thunder, rumbling continuously. At this moment, more and more essence chi gathered in the air. Willpower gathered, and even heaven's origin chi gathered, the entire dragon battling platform was enveloped. Suyu's Wenbing flew out of the arena and shot out. The Shenwen erupted and faced the small person formed by the essence chi in the air, 5 elements small person, fireman, waterman, woodman, formed by essence chi, willpower, and heaven's origin chi. They took on a human form and charged downwards, Suyu controlled the Wenbing and fought quickly. The roars were endless. The Shenwen were half real and half illusory at this moment. They formed and charged towards the sky. In the surroundings, suns and moons appeared one after another. Zhu Tiandao and the others surrounded them. Zhu Tiandao quickly transmitted, "Isolate the outside world." What's going on? This doesn't seem like a blessing from heaven, but more like a punishment from heaven. Niao Baidao's eyes flickered. I'm not sure, it might be related to some rumors. After the great calamity, some things never see the light of day. It's not that they're lost, but that they can't appear. Is Suyu cultivating a deity tier? His physical body and origin aperture combined long ago. If it's counted, it's a deity tier, that's not clear. The Sun Moon elites were also confused, and Zhu Tiandao transmitted his voice as he commanded. In the next moment, a small mirror trembled in his bosom. It was a secondary mirror. Once he examined it, Zhu Tiandao's expression changed slightly, and he quickly transmitted, "Be careful, a Sun Moon has infiltrated." Around them, the Sun Moon tier elites were slightly shocked. The Sun Moon tier had come, they finally couldn't hold back, but at this moment, Suyu's situation exceeded their expectations. This wasn't a fake phenomenon, but real, somewhat disrupting their plans. They didn't make a sound. Now wasn't the time to deal with those Sun Moons. Zhu Tiandao shouted, "Disperse, don't get too close, these are all normal phenomena." So you may be deducing the primordial spirit aperture, and heaven and earth doesn't allow humans to have a primordial spirit aperture. Everyone, remember Suyu's sacrifice today. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. The primordial spirit aperture comes out, and heaven and earth doesn't allow it? They're going to kill Suyu. What the hell, heaven doesn't allow us to not cultivate Kaiyuan. Going against heaven and directly opening the aperture acupoints, heaven's punishment is also normal. Is Suyu okay? Mansion Master, you guys are so powerful, break those things. Someone shouted, and Zhu Tiandao shouted, "Heaven's punishment doesn't pass, and the primordial spirit doesn't come out, so you can hold on. Just find an excuse. Even if the primordial spirit aperture was exposed and people took it seriously, it couldn't interfere with the invincible realm, lest it caused too much trouble." The scene was already so big, it couldn't be justified if he didn't find a more serious reason. At this moment, primordial chi swept over from all directions. It wasn't to help Suyu break through, but to prevent his willpower from materializing. In the air, small people formed and fought with Suyu's Wenbing Shenwen. The scene was getting bigger and bigger, and the coverage was getting bigger and bigger. In the crowd, an old man looked up at the sky, shocked. Heaven's punishment. Was the primordial spirit aperture so important? Was the human clan going to surpass the Kaiyuan realm that hindered the human clan and reach Qianjun in the future? Like the strong clans in the Wan realm, like the gods and demons, from now on, they would reach Qianjun directly. Primordial spirit aperture. Did the primordial spirit aperture have other functions? When Suyu proposed this concept, someone mentioned by Tianhao. Ling Yan had killed a Mountain Sea Realm expert, and he had killed one in the 7th tier of the Mountain Sea Realm. Then, could the primordial spirit aperture release more strength? Was it not only effective for the weak, but also for the strong? He wanted to observe, he wanted to probe, in fact, he couldn't hold it in anymore. The sun and moon vaguely appeared in his eyes, but he didn't dare to look too closely. He could only vaguely see that on the arena, Suyu's body was glowing with golden light, like a god of war. His willpower was incomparably strong, and he fought in Shenwen. Damn it! Damn it, damn it, I can't probe. The old man was anxious. Could the primordial spirit aperture allow one to fight above their level? Opposite the old man was a middle-aged woman. She was also feeling very anxious. Let me see, B*****. Why did Zhu Tiandao and the other bastards seal the void so that she couldn't see clearly? Where was the primordial spirit aperture? How to open it? What benefits would there be after opening it? Would it be effective against the sun and moon? Could the opening of the sun and moon increase one's strength? Damn it, so you could actually discover the location of the primordial spirit aperture. Even if they didn't think much of it before, now that they saw this heaven's punishment, who would dare not take it seriously? It was definitely something good. The astral wind continued to sweep over, and the yuan qi from all directions continued to gather. At this moment, in the sky, a cloud floated over, but in the next moment, it was destroyed by the chaotic yuan qi. A large amount of heaven's yuan qi exploded and leaked out. What the hell? Zhu Tiandao cursed inwardly. Who activated that thing? This was a fake phenomenon, someone quickly said. We didn't open it, it was triggered in advance. This place is crazily absorbing the surrounding yuan qi and heaven's yuan qi. The concealment array we set up was broken, and this thing leaked out. Helpless, we didn't want it to happen either. In order to conceal it, the array they set up was just a diversion, but the absorption was too strong, and it broke. At this moment, in the crowd below, someone shouted, "This is a phenomenon, a real phenomenon." Oh my, heaven's blessing and heaven's punishment came together, and heaven's punishment defeated heaven's blessing. This? Suyu is going to become a sage. Oh my god, what is that overflowing yuan qi? Why does it feel so powerful from so far away? F***ck, that's heaven's yuan qi. 10 strands is about the same amount as a heaven's yuan fruit. I ate it when I was young. A descendant of a large family exclaimed. Everyone was familiar with the heaven's yuan fruit. Those who read many books knew about it, and Suyu had also discovered it in a book in the past. At this moment, the fake phenomenon was being absorbed too much by the real one, and a portion of the heaven's yuan qi leaked out, shocking and heart-wrenching. F***ck, there's so much of it, why is the gold color gone so quickly? Idiot, you're ignorant. Once the heaven's yuan qi comes into contact with yuan qi, it will instantly turn into ordinary yuan qi. What a waste. More and more people came from all directions. People kept flocking over, those who were watching the show, those who were shocked, those who were shouting. They had learned something new today. This was the first time in all his life. I heard that when a genius breaks through, it's possible for a phenomenon to appear. Years ago, when the prefecture lord of Dixia province, Xiao Long Wu, broke through to the mountain and sea realm, a phenomenon descended from the heavens, and yuan qi fell like rain. But it wasn't this exaggerated, right? Suyu, will he definitely become an invincible expert in the future? The discussion grew louder and louder. At this moment, Suyu's expression was solemn as he continued to polish himself. His willpower was strong, and his little hammer rumbled as he fought against the increasingly powerful midgets in the air. It doesn't seem like heavenly punishment, so you didn't know what to feel. It was more like something had been unsealed, causing the appearance of the rules. He vaguely had a thought. The 5 elements arts were originally one. But because it was too powerful, it had been broken up into 5 sets of magic arts. Could it be the ancestor of the 5 elements race? But, could the ancestor of the 5 elements race punish the human race? The rules of the 5 elements race couldn't control the human race. It would be normal if this happened in the 5 elements realm, but it was not normal for it to happen in the human realm. Could it be that this is a cultivation technique of the human race? Suyu vaguely had some thoughts. It was impossible, right? Or could it be that the human realm was very glorious in the past, And this set of cultivation techniques was given to the 5 elements race by the human race, but the human race split the rewards. He didn't understand this situation. It wasn't caused by the 180 divine apertures, but by the combination of the 5 sets of cultivation techniques. Otherwise, Suyu had also opened 180 divine apertures before. This time, he was punished by heavenly punishment. This meant that it had nothing to do with the divine apertures, but the cultivation technique. It was because the cultivation technique was related, Suyu didn't care about this. At this moment, he suddenly broke through the air. A golden figure appeared. He quickly defeated a small figure and instantly landed on a cloud. It was a fake phenomenon. He had spent a lot of heaven's essence chi to create this. He couldn't waste it. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. The cloud rushed into his mouth, and countless people saw it. Someone said with envy and jealousy, "Damn, this guy has forged his body by absorbing heaven's essence chi to forge his body. He's rich. His body is already golden. How many times has he forged his body? His physical body is already very strong." At this moment, the experts who were secretly watching also widened their eyes, wanting to see something. As for Suyu, he swallowed the cloud and quickly landed, returning to the arena. F***ck. Someone cursed. "Come out and show us." Zhu Tiandao was also shocked at this moment. He sent a voice transmission, "Be careful, everyone be careful. F***ck, 3 sun moons have sneaked in. There are still 6 mountains and seas. Everyone be careful, be careful. I'm worried that more people will be attracted, and we can close the net. But Suyu isn't finished yet. What should we do?" 3 sun moons had come. It had only been a while. If this continued, would it attract even stronger experts? He was a little uneasy. As he was thinking, Suyu swallowed a large amount of heaven's origin energy. Suddenly, with a low roar, his limbs turned completely golden. The golden color rapidly spread, forging the body. From all directions, origin energy crazily swept over, and all 360 acupoints madly absorbed it. As for Suyu, he didn't waste any time. Countless amounts of liquefied origin energy were thrown down by him, and the origin energy was like rain, absorbing, filling up the body. In his mind, the Shenwen continued to sketch. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The second fire character Shenwen was no longer the fire from before, but the true flame Shenwen, not the inheritance Shenwen. He consecutively sketched out the 5 elements Shenwen, and before that, he successfully sketched out the wind character Shenwen. 17 Shenwen. At this moment, Suyu had instantly reached the amount of 17 Shenwen. Large amounts of heaven's origin energy were absorbed by him, and the speed at which Suyu's body forging became faster and faster. The first forging was actually about to be completed, and his willpower was also constantly churning. There were signs of manifestation. There was no primordial spirit aperture. At this moment, Suyu could vaguely feel that somewhere in his body, there seemed to be an aperture that was about to be opened, but there was some difficulty, some obstruction, and it didn't open the primordial spirit aperture. Suyu didn't care anymore. He couldn't care about these things, and continued to forge his body. The commotion was also getting bigger and bigger. In the air, those flame midgets and golden midgets were all defeated by him, but there was no sign of them stopping. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, the rumbling continued. There was still no sign of them stopping. At this time, Zhu Tiandao and the others were constantly sending voice transmissions. Trouble. More and more people were attracted over, 4 sun moon tier, and 9 mountain sea tier. Some of them might not be from the Myriad race's sect, but experts who were traveling nearby. At this moment, they were also attracted by the commotion, and rushed over. Half an hour later, the first honorable sun moon tier arrived. "Manor Master Zhu, what's happening?" An elite shouted from afar. Zhu Tiandao recognized the other party, an elite from the neighboring Great Song Manor, further south. Hearing this, he replied, "It's a small matter." "So you broke through sore." "Nothing much." That sun moon tier was speechless. "This was a small matter? Was your family's lousy sore like this? Do you need help?" "No need." Division Chief Song, "Please don't enter the city to avoid misunderstanding." Zhu Tiandao said loudly, "Outsiders of the Sun Moon Mountain Sea tier, don't enter the Tiandu Manor. I will apologize to you after this." It's not suitable to enter the city now, so don't make things difficult for me and the Ming constabulary. Although Division Chief Song wanted to enter the Tiandu Manor to investigate, he restrained himself. If it were any other large matter, they wouldn't let elites enter at this moment, so he could only reply, Manor Master Zhu, please do as you please. We won't enter the city. Zhu Tiandao shouted again, Mountain Sea Tier, Sun Moon Tier, and Sun Moon Tier in the city, don't move. Don't cause chaos, don't give outsiders a chance to take advantage of you. Everyone, do your job, and guard your respective posts and areas. He reminded them several times. If there were any Sun Moon Mountain Sea Tier and Mountain Sea Tier hiding, they could all be considered enemies and killed, regardless of whether they were spies from other large matters. They couldn't be good people if they hid their strength and snuck in. At this time, the golden glow on Suyu's body was getting brighter and brighter. Zhu Tiandao was a little anxious and sent a voice transmission, how much longer? 3 hours. Suyu replied, I want to break through to Soar Body first, then materialize my willpower, and complete the second body forging, or even the third body forging. Materialize his willpower also gave him a chance to improve rapidly. Suyu also wanted to save time and complete a few body forging at once. Zhu Tiandao was speechless. How many more hours? Didn't this fellow say that he would only break through to Soar Body this time? F***ck. Many people would receive the news in a few more hours, an hour later. Outside the city, steward who walked through the air and said loudly, Manor Master Zhu, my family's Ho Yi is asking if you need any help. There's no need. You can't enter the city. Steward who didn't say much. He stopped outside the city and looked at the head of the Great Song Mansion. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with shock and uncertainty. Suyu, this was Broken Soar Body, King Broken Mountains and Seas, Sun and Moon, steward who felt that it was a pity. This was a genius of Dixia province. This guy's breakthrough this time caused too much of a commotion. Was this a sign of invincibility? Previously, Ho Yi and the others had said that Suyu's Sun and Moon were unhindered. However, looking at it now, perhaps he could really prove his Tao and become invincible. In the city, at this moment, the citizens had also quieted down slightly. However, no one was willing to leave, and they were all staring at the sky. More and more elites arrived, and they watched the commotion. Although those elites were outside the city, everyone could hear the Sun Moon Tier's voice transmission. This was the first time they felt that the Great Ming Mansion was really prestigious. The Sun Moon Tier elites that had sneaked in were also speechless at this moment. There were several Sun Moon Tier elites outside, and now they didn't dare to leave even if they wanted to. Forget it, they would continue to sneak in and be careful. When this matter was over, they would immediately leave. Had Suyu opened his primordial spirit aperture, no one cared about them. At this moment, Zhu Tiandao and the others were not anxious. Since they had already sneaked in and were being watched, they couldn't escape. Now, it was best to smoothly complete everything. Suyu successfully broke Soar Body, and then dispersed the crowd and deal with them one by one. They didn't want to alert the enemy now. If a battle between the Sun Moon Tier elites broke out in the city, the losses would be too great, so you couldn't care about the others. At this moment, he was continuously shattering the heavenly fire and heavenly water, tempering his willpower, tempering his divine aperture, absorbing the shattered midgets, and strengthening Shenwen. With this kind of power against an ordinary Soar, he would probably have long since killed the Soar. Against Suyu, it was still a little lacking. Suyu took all the benefits with a smile. 2 hours, Suyu's physical body was getting stronger and stronger, and the consumption of heavenly essence chi was higher than expected. However, at this moment, his entire body had almost turned golden, only his head wasn't golden enough. The first forging was about to be completed. After completing the first forging, he would be a true Soar realm. His head also began to gradually turn golden. Gradually. His eyes, nose, mouth, teeth, ears, were all turning golden. His blood was boiling, his bones were changing. Suyu's expression was calm. He wasn't worried about anything. There were a bunch of Sun Moon Tier elites guarding the periphery. If even this could cause problems, he couldn't do anything about it. It didn't matter where he was. There was also Zhu Tiandao, a 9th stage Sun Moon Tier elite. If someone wanted to kill him, then he really couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, there was only a little bit left that hadn't turned golden. The first forging was right in front of him. The next moment, Suyu swallowed a large amount of heavenly essence chi. Boom, an explosive sound came from his body, like thunder, and his bones sounded together. The 360 acupoints scattered, bursting with golden light. The first forging was completed. At this moment, there was another change in the sky. Clouds appeared and floated down. They were bigger than the fake cloud just now. The clouds spread, 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters. Zhu Tiandao and the others widened their eyes. F*ck. There really was a phenomenon. This time, it wasn't heaven's punishment, but heaven's blessing. At the same time, the clouds turned into big words. Heavenly cycle forging, human emperor sends blessing. As soon as these big words appeared, the surroundings fell silent. A large amount of heavenly essence chi was rolling, but at this moment, no one cared. No. It's not real. It's the rules, the ancient rules. At this moment, the Sun Moon tier elites outside roared. The ancient rules have appeared. This is the heaven's blessing sent by the ancient human emperor. Heavenly cycle forging. 360 nascent apertures forging. Suyu, how do you open 360 heavenly cycle apertures? Only the invincible realm has the ancient human emperor's blessing. Sor can have it too. Some people couldn't believe it and shouted loudly. Heavenly cycle forging actually had the ancient human emperor sending blessing, triggering a change in the rules of the human realm. What did this mean? An expert said in shock. Phenomenon, heaven's blessing. In ancient times, there were such people who forged their bodies, more than one. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the appearance of the rules. Could it be? Could it be that all the ancient geniuses used 360 heavenly cycle apertures to forge their bodies? Suyu knows the way to open 360 nascent apertures. They roared, and Zhu Tiandao was also dumbfounded. The next moment, he roared, nonsense, what the hell is this? It's fake. It's just a fake phenomenon that we created for fun. F*ck, who the F*ck would believe you? How could it be fake? How could your family make a fake phenomenon like this? At this moment, the clouds turned into big words, instantly turning into heavenly essence chi, sweeping towards Suyu. Golden light shone. The experts hiding in the surroundings all felt their mouths go dry. Heavenly cycle forging. It actually turned out like this. It actually triggered the appearance of the ancient rules. Suyu was actually surprised, but he was also shocked. After the great calamity, the human race really had an emperor. What about now? Dead? Why did he die? The rules were still there. But was he dead or not? Or was he long dead? But as long as the human realm was not destroyed, the rules still existed. He did not know. It was too far away from him. He only knew that he had succeeded in forging his body, and at this moment, the heavenly essence chi that the clouds turned into was extremely dense, surging into his body, so you could feel his body becoming stronger, stronger and stronger. The forging was complete, so you did not stop. At this moment, his will could no longer suppress it. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and the golden light shone brightly. Will materialization. The civilizator has also advanced. At this moment, the others were also shocked. This guy had double soar today. Not only that, in the void, Shenwen quickly appeared and materialized. Blood, thunder, destruction, calamity. The newly outlined Shenwen also materialized one after another. 2 fire Shenwen. The Shenwen flashed and quickly disappeared. The next moment, a large amount of willpower appeared out of thin air between heaven and earth. In the sea of will, a large amount of willpower also emerged, strengthening all the Shenwen. The blood Shenwen instantly advanced to the 3rd level. The thunder divine character followed closely behind, and it quickly advanced as well. Suyu's will was rapidly transforming, and the divine apertures were expanding. At this time, clouds appeared in the void again, fewer than before, but this time, it was not heavenly essence chi, but a pure combination of will. It floated toward Suyu. This time, there were no large words. Suyu's heart stirred. What did this mean? The previous heavenly punishment was because of the cultivation technique. 180 divine apertures advanced, but in the end, there was no congratulation from the rules. It was just a simple phenomenon of heaven and earth. This kind of phenomenon had appeared when someone entered the mountain and sea. This meant that the 180 divine apertures did not receive the blessing of the ancient human emperor. This also meant that 180 divine apertures might not be the limit, so you felt that it was not as good as before, but this time, Zhu Tiandao and the others were completely dumbfounded. Zhu Tiandao's expression changed again, and he said loudly, "The will we provide ourselves is not a phenomenon." No one paid attention to him. At this time, anyone who believed him would be a fool. Su Yu, this fellow, had advanced through dual cultivation and actually had 2 phenomena in a row. No, there was also the first heavenly punishment. No, the first time, there seemed to be a cloud appearing. What was going on? He felt that the first time was not enough, so it appeared again. Everyone was shocked, but Su Yu did not care about this. As the Shenwen advanced, the Sea of Will tumbled and expanded, but Su Yu did not care about this. At this moment, it was a good opportunity to temper his physical body. He had not finished digesting the heavenly essence chi of those clouds. Quickly temper his body. When a civilization master advanced, it was a good opportunity to temper his body. At this moment, Su Yu's aura was flourishing. His physical body was constantly being transformed by the heavenly essence chi, and an even richer golden color covered him. The clouds formed by will also fell into his sea of will. As for the heavenly punishment at the beginning, they had all been shattered by him and turned into nourishment for him to devour. A few level 3 Shenwen appeared, and the level 2 Shenwen was also being strengthened. The level 1 Shenwen that he had just outlined were also advancing in the blink of an eye. The clouds formed by will were also being refined by Su Yu. The heavenly essence chi was being devoured by Su Yu as if it was free. About half an hour later, there was a loud boom. Second body forging. This time, it was shockingly fast. With the help of the right time and place, Su Yu quickly completed the second body forging. As for the Sea of Will, it was also beginning to be saturated. Su Yu did not care about this. The small hammer began to pound crazily, continuing to expand the Sea of Will, compressing will, and strengthening the Shenwen. As for his physical body, it was still being forged. He had a lot of heavenly essence chi. At this moment, he wanted to extend the time for this advancement, constantly giving himself opportunities. When advancing, some of the upper limits would disappear. Otherwise, it would be impossible to complete a body forging once without 10 days to half a month. Second body forging. This guy opened 360 apertures. Second body forging, Sea of Will advancement. Some of the strong ones were shocked. This guy's physical strength had probably exceeded 2,000 apertures. They were not sure if Su Yu had completed 40 apertures as one, but Su Yu had created the fused aperture technique. Was it possible to combine 40 apertures as one? They were not sure about this. Whether Su Yu's 360 apertures formed a cycle, they were also not sure. If he successfully advanced perfectly, Su Yu's current physical strength would be at least 2,000 apertures. Shocking. Normal warrior path geniuses, not to mention monstrous geniuses, usually cultivated 108 apertures of the God of War art. Combining 12 apertures as one, at Wanshur level 9, they would generally have 240 apertures of strength. Including martial arts techniques, it would not reach 300 apertures of strength. Such geniuses would usually undergo 18 body forging, and very few would undergo 27 body forging. After 18 body forging, Soar level 9 would have 1,500 apertures of strength. 27 body forging wasn't weak, close to 4,000 apertures of strength. Su Yu was now at second body forging. If this guy had a perfect advancement, he would definitely be able to tear apart an ordinary Soar level 9 genius. An 18 body forging genius wouldn't be a match for him. This was not even considered his civilizational master level. At this moment, the strong ones had strange looks in their eyes. Some looked at Steward Hu. This was their Dixia province genius, but in the end, he came to the Ming constabulary. It was fine if he kept releasing power amplifiers. Today, he had forged his body and advanced his willpower. This guy might be seen as a weakling Yun. It wasn't difficult for Su Yu to fight someone of a higher level. However, Su Yu didn't stop and continued to forge his body. It would be best if he could complete 3 body forging. At this moment, the phenomenon hadn't ended, which meant that his advancement wasn't over yet. He could still continue. Heaven essence chi. I'm not bad. Willpower. I have it too. The Sea of Will wasn't saturated, but he wasn't afraid even if he was. The little hammer continued to hammer madly. Su Yu's willpower materialized and advanced. At this moment, its strength was no less than the upper stage of rank 2, and it was even faintly transforming towards the peak of rank 2. Once it entered rank 3, Shenwen would also have rank 3, and its divine apertures would be enough. He would be a Ling Yunjing civilizational master, of course, so you didn't care about this. At this moment, the 17 Shenwen began to combine, forming a knife. It continuously absorbed willpower, combined, solidified, and turned into the real Shenwen combat technique, and his body was covered in gold. After a long time, the phenomenon completely disappeared. At this last moment, Suyu's body shook again. With a loud bang, a thunderous sound came from his body. Walala, the sound of blood flowing appeared. Bang, 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 the sound of his heartbeat could be heard clearly, powerful and powerful. On his body, bits of black smoke were evaporated by Suyu and disappeared. The third forging was completed, the golden body began to return to its original color. Gradually, the gold color dissipated. Suyu returned to his original appearance. But at this moment, everything was different. Suyu stood still and looked at the world again. It seemed to be exceptionally clear. His willpower moved as he pleased. With a movement of his willpower, everything within the coverage area was incomparably clear. He took a few light steps and felt that his strength was incomparably strong. There were no signs of him losing control. He clenched his fists and felt unprecedented strength. Just the third forging gave Suyu a feeling that he was much stronger than before. The explosive power was probably the power of 2,400 apertures. As for his own Heaven's Essence energy, he had used up quite a bit, roughly equivalent to 30 Heaven's Essence fruits. However, the strange phenomenon had appeared, and the clouds contained quite a bit of Heaven's Essence energy. This meant that he had used up more Heaven's Essence energy than he had expected, perhaps close to 50 Heaven's Essence fruits. Suyu wasn't too surprised. His body was strong to begin with, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to support the explosive power of more than 2,000 apertures. Compared to the Soar, which was also at the third forging, his body was much stronger. Even if they were both at the third forging, Suyu was confident that he could blow the other party up with one punch. Suyu stepped out of the small arena and once again appeared on the dragon battling platform. At this moment, everyone looked at him from all directions as if they were looking at a monster. This guy was only breaking through the Soar stage. Why did it feel like he was invincible? The commotion was so big that it was scary. Zhu Tiandao and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. It was finally done. This kid, if he continued, they were worried that something big would happen. However, after consuming so much, he was only at the third forging. They were speechless. This guy could really eat. At this moment, Suyu didn't say a word. The surroundings were very quiet, as if waiting for him to speak. Heavenly circulation forging, human sovereign blessing, heavenly punishment of the 5 elements, rainbow cloud blessing. This was the phenomenon of Suyu's body forging, the phenomenon of breaking Soar. It was shocking. At this moment, everyone seemed to be waiting for something, anticipating something. And at this moment, before Suyu could speak, someone said in a low voice, body forging through the heavenly circulation aperture. Suyu, you are the first after the great calamity. This is extremely important to the human race. Can you tell us, have you opened the essence spirit aperture? The specific location of the heavenly circulation aperture? Suyu looked into the distance, but could not see clearly. It was too far, more than 50 li away. In the air, Zhu Tiandao and the others appeared. Zhu Tiandao did not say much, regaining his calm as he said mildly, there is no such rule. Don't talk about these useless things. Whether you say it or not, it depends on your ability. If you are capable, make yourself invincible. Publicize all secret arts, all fortuitous encounters, all treasures, and everything else. Zhu Tiandao did not give Suyu a chance to reply. He looked around indifferently. Everyone, look and envy is one thing. If it's yours, then it's yours. If it's not yours, then don't look for trouble. Whether it is the heavenly circulation aperture or the essence spirit aperture, if Suyu is willing to publicize it, then we should be grateful. If not, then don't force it. Don't think that you can bully others just because you are weak, and don't think that it's unfair not to publicize it. I want all the great clans to publicize the secret of becoming invincible. Is there anyone willing? On the stage, Suyu raised his brows slightly, not saying anything. He had wanted to say a few words. In the distance, someone said softly, Manor Head Zhu, I didn't mean that. It's just that the heavenly circulation aperture and the essence spirit aperture are too special. Out of curiosity, I just asked. Suyu's dissemination of cultivation methods was beneficial to the human race. We all remember this. If he can publicize the heavenly circulation aperture and the essence spirit aperture, Suyu will definitely leave his name in the human realm. Zhu Tiandao smiled, that makes sense. Then let's discuss it first. The essence spirit aperture might not even be opened. Suyu, have you succeeded? No. Suyu shook his head and said indifferently, I can't open it. Maybe it's because I didn't open enough divine apertures. The truth. Of course, no one would believe it. Where did Tianfa come from? What else could it be if not the primordial spirit aperture? Suyu didn't care about any of this. At this moment, he didn't think too much or say too much. Since Zhu Tiandao was here and was willing to take the lead, it would be better to leave it to him. Zhu Tiandao said regretfully, couldn't open it? That's too bad. After saying that, he looked around and said with a faint smile, everyone, regardless of whether it's opened or not, there are some things that shouldn't be forced. It's meaningless. I've already said what I need to say. All of you are respectable people, so I think you should understand what I mean. We understand Manor Head Zhu's intentions. The person who spoke before no longer spoke. The next moment, another person said with a smile, Manor Head Zhu, no one is forcing it. However, Master Suyu's purpose today is to promote the Essence Spirit Awakening technique. Previously, he also released a few cultivation techniques that are beneficial to the human race, and his contributions will last for generations. If the Heavenly Cycle Acupoint method can also be made public, I think Master Su will definitely become a hero of the ages like the Lords of Manners. Flattery, not forcing it, but if you wear the flattery and spread it, everyone will worship you. Not spreading it, being selfish, Suyu understood this. He didn't ask who it was. It wouldn't be too late to ask later. Zhu Tiandao didn't say anything either. He quickly transmitted his voice to the suns and moons of the Ming constables, saying helplessly, the commotion is a little big. The Heavenly Cycle Acupoint caused the ancient human emperor's rules to change, and it involves the rules of the human realm. These people probably won't give up. If he were someone from another mansion, such as Suyu causing such a big commotion in Dixia province, wouldn't he be tempted? Tempted, that was inevitable. He didn't care too much because Suyu was in the Ming constables. He had long felt that Suyu couldn't run away once he was in the Ming constables. What's yours will be mine sooner or later, what's there to be afraid of? But now, people from other manors were tempted. Niao Baidao transmitted, saying, it's very troublesome. We can't offend them now. There are still many Sun Moon tier elites hiding in the city. If things really get out of hand, these guys might fish in troubled waters. If things got out of hand, the law wouldn't punish the masses. Someone might take advantage of the chaos and kidnap Suyu. Zhu Tiandao knew this, and quickly said, we have to chase them away. In the city, we have to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. We have to end it quickly. We wanted to deal with it secretly before, but now it's probably difficult. Those guys might not leave, and we have to deal with them later. If we don't act now, those spies from Wanzhou might run away later. Prefecture Master. A Sun Moon transmitted, saying solemnly, why don't we give up on killing these people from Wanzhou first? Otherwise, if we don't take them down quickly, it'll be easy for others to harbor evil intentions. Even if we take them down, the Ming constables will suffer heavy losses. Moreover, killing so many Sun Moon tier elites will easily make us a target for others, and Wanzhou will target us. It's not good for our Ming constables to make too many enemies at this moment. We should cultivate ourselves. This was the rule of the Ming constables. This was also the rule that the Ming constables had maintained for many years of peace. Were they going to break this rule today? Zhu Tiandao was caught in a dilemma. Things had gotten out of hand. It was unexpectedly big, killing some people in secret, killing them in the form of bait, and then spreading the news to intimidate everyone. The Ming constables could still be at peace if they didn't see how the Ming constables killed them with their own eyes. Killing them with lightning speed could also intimidate others, but it would also expose the strength of the Ming constables. He lowered his head and looked at Suyu below. Heavenly Aperture Acupoints, Literary and Divine Techniques, Heavenly Origin Qi, Blessing from the Ancient Emperor, Many thoughts flashed in his mind. Choice: he was the master of the constables, the ruler of the hundreds of millions of people in the Ming constables. Should he settle it with lightning speed? After a while, Zhu Tiandao made a decision. He looked outside the city again and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, let's wait for the heavenly aperture acupoints to be perfected now. When it's perfected one day, the Essence Spirit Research Institute will naturally consider spreading it to the human realm." Suyu has always been thinking about the human race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have imparted cultivation techniques one by one. Without waiting for the others to reply, Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "Since we've already said that, let's not be so overbearing. It's meaningless. People from the Great Shang constables, stop stirring up trouble. Previously, I killed one of your Galao. There's no need to play tricks with me now." Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "The Great Shang King is also a top-notch expert and has a good relationship with my father. There's no need to make things too awkward. That's not appropriate. Also, things like cultivation techniques are private. It's not good for a bunch of people to force a young man. The people from the Ming constables are watching." On the other side, Steward Hu sighed in his heart and said, "Master Zhu is right. Everyone needs to save face. Master Zhu, this matter is up to Suyu's own will. What a pity, if Suyu was in Dexiao province would not give in. Heavenly aperture acupoints, what a pity, what a pity." Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "That's it then. Also, in order to prevent misunderstandings, don't enter the city within an hour. If you do, you'll be treated as enemies. I'll receive you in an hour." Everyone was puzzled. What else did he have to deal with at this time? Escort Suyu back to the academy? Was there a need to be so exaggerated? Zhu Tiandao took a deep breath and said again, "Everyone, since I've said this, I still hope that everyone can give me some face. Otherwise, my father's temper might be good, but mine is not." Outside, some people had strange expressions. What did he mean? Inside the city, the elites hiding in ambush felt their hearts palpitate at this moment. What did he mean? Wasn't Zhu Tiandao going to receive these sun-moon cultivators? They were all big shots with reputations and reputations. Zhu Tiandao ignored him and continued to transmit his voice to those sun-moon tier elites. At this moment, there were 5 sun-moon tier elites from the Ming constabulary, and there were also 5 sun-moon tier elites hiding in ambush. There were even more mountain sea tier elites, a total of 15. Most of the surrounding Wanzhou elites had probably come, and most of the Wanzhou elites from the 3 or 4 prefectures in the vicinity had probably all come. They'd caught a big fish. What they were afraid of was that Lan Tian or the sect leader of the primordial divine religion had also come. That would be big trouble. Zhu Tiandao ignored the people outside and looked at the crowd with a smile. "You've seen the show, and the cultivation technique will also be spread. Everyone's in a good mood today, right? Not bad. Master, is there anything else?" "No." Zhu Tiandao said with a smile, "The Zhu clan has been in charge of the Ming constabulary for several hundred years. I've never asked anyone to do anything in the Ming constabulary, right?" The crowd was confused. Someone laughed and said, "Master, what do you want us to do today?" Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "It's nothing big. I've been in charge for 77 years. In these 77 years, I've rarely put on an act in front of everyone. However, there's a saying that makes sense: etiquette must not be discarded." At this point, Zhu Tiandao smiled and said, "Today, I'll enjoy the treatment of a master. Citizens of the Ming constabulary, today. I, Zhu Tiandao, don't ask for much. Is there any etiquette of the Ming constabulary?" The crowd was stunned. Some of the elders in the crowd seemed to remember something. In the next moment, someone laughed, but didn't say much. He suddenly knelt on one knee, and in the next moment, thousands of people knelt on one knee. Some of the young people around them were stunned, and soon knelt on one knee. It had been 77 years. For 77 years, the Ming constabulary didn't have many rules, but the elders had taught that when the master went out, according to etiquette, he should kneel on one knee to show his loyalty to the Ming constabulary, fight for the Ming constabulary, fight for the Zhu clan. There was no other reason. More than 300 years ago, the Great Light King established the Ming constabulary and sheltered billions of people. The Zhu clan was in charge of the Ming constabulary, and they should repay the Ming constabulary for saving their lives in the past. At this moment, some of them hesitated. Some people knelt, and some didn't. It had been 77 years, and there were still people who remembered. Many people remembered that the peace of the Ming constabulary was all because of the Zhu clan's protection. And some people might not remember. Zhu Tiandao didn't care about these people. At this moment, he suddenly smiled, and in the next moment, he shouted, "Everyone, dispense with the etiquette. Dispense with the etiquette," kowtowed 3 times, and stood up, just as most people bent down and were about to kowtow. In the distance, an incredibly powerful will swept over. At the same time, Zhu Tiandao and the others all moved. Zhu Tiandao covered the sky with one hand, and covered an elite who was about to kneel in the crowd. "Too late, kid." That Sun Moon tier elite's expression changed drastically. He felt that something was wrong just now, but he didn't think that Zhu Tiandao would attack just like that. At this moment, in the distance, a tower had already covered the heaven and earth, and was approaching, mixed with an incredibly powerful wave of will. The others around him knelt on the ground, and only he didn't have time to kneel, which was a little conspicuous. Those who weren't from the Ming constabulary wouldn't know these things, and even if they knew, they had been important figures for a long time, so how could they easily kneel? And at this moment, Zhu Tiandao moved. A palm strike landed. Hong long, a shocking loud sound rang out, and some of the people kneeling in the surroundings flew out. Zhu Tiandao couldn't care about these, and in the next moment, a tower, the peak stage of Heaven stage, when Bing 100 Dao Pavilion, attacked Pu Qi. It instantly shattered a layer of defense, and in the next moment, the void exploded as if something had exploded, but no one saw what exploded. Only those elites could see that the pagoda had instantly pierced through the Sun Moon tier Sea of Will. The Sea of Will collapsed. In an instant, a sun and moon were destroyed, and the Sea of Will was destroyed, and at the same time, on the other side, a hidden sun and moon was wrapped in a bubble by Principal Niu. The bubble floated in the sky, and in the next moment, 3 suns and moons attacked together, and there was a loud explosion. The sun and moon in the bubble were destroyed by the 3 suns and moons. In less than a second, 2 suns and moons fell. In the sky, the strange phenomenon of the suns and moons falling instantly appeared, and 2 half-moons fell from the sky, suns and moons falling. Wang. At this moment, the 2 hidden suns and moons broke through the sky, escaping. They had no intention of fighting, damn it, they were actually exposed. 2 Sun Moon tier elites were instantly killed, one of them just escaped, and at this moment, Zhu Tiandao had already killed that person, and instantly charged towards the person in the sky. At the same time, the 100 Dao Pavilion charged towards the other escaping Sun Moon. 5 Sun Moon tier elites. There was still one person hiding, unmoving, kneeling on the ground, but his heart was filled with great shock. Was I exposed? Why, what about me? Was I exposed? The 4 people didn't kneel, but he did. When Zhu Tiandao spoke, the old man beside him were chatting, and he heard them. He knew he had to kneel, so he didn't hesitate too much, afraid that it would be too conspicuous, so he knelt. Was I exposed? Everything happened too quickly, too quickly. Zhu Tiandao said he would kill them. He was completely unprepared. Moreover, his attack was accurate, and instantly joined forces with Niu Baidao and the others, killing the 2 defenseless Sun Moon tier elites. At this moment, no one could react. Including Suyu, he only saw a blur before his eyes, and 2 half-moons fell. In the next moment, a great battle broke out in the sky. Zhu Tiandao and Niu Baidao, these 5 Sun Moon tier elites, plus the 100 Dao Pavilion, surrounded and killed 2 Sun Moon tier elites, too fast, and at this moment, the last hidden Sun Moon was greatly shocked. No, if this continued, he might also be exposed, and he would also die. Zhu Tiandao might deliberately ignore him, capture Suyu and threaten them. Otherwise, you will die. This was his voice transmission. At this moment, more than 10 figures suddenly dashed out from the crowd, charging toward Suyu. They were mountain and sea tier elites. They were also scared out of their wits, but at this moment, as mountain and sea tier elites, they still reacted and saved themselves. At this moment, even capturing Zhu Hongliang might not be able to save themselves. Only by capturing Suyu would they be able to save themselves. There was no longer a Sun Moon beside Suyu. Of course, there were many mountain and sea tier elites. The commander of the Heavenly Law Army roared, "Kill!" Dozens of elites of the Heavenly Law Army tore through the sky, charging toward those people. Fighting was happening in all directions, and Suyu was still standing in the same place. No one could get close to him. At the same time, the last hidden sun moon finished his voice transmission. He didn't break through the sky to escape, but instead quickly burrowed into the ground, fleeing at an incredible speed. As for capturing Suyu, capture my ass. At this time, the most important thing was to take advantage of the chaos to escape. At the same time, the Sun Moon tier elites outside the city finally reacted, exploding and falling. Everything happened too quickly, inconceivably fast. Someone was just about to move when Zhu Tiandao's cold voice rang out, "Don't enter the city." At this moment, everyone finally understood what his previous words meant. Don't enter the city, come back in an hour. If you entered the city, you would be an enemy. Lord Zhu, we can help, don't enter the city. Zhu Tiandao's voice was even colder. He joined forces with the 100 Dao Pavilion, killing that Sun Moon tier elite in the blink of an eye. Niao Baidao and the other 3 Sun Moon tiers surrounded and killed another Sun Moon tier elite. At this moment, there was no time to care about the last Sun Moon tier elite that had escaped. The Sun Moon tier elite that was escaping underground was overjoyed. No one cared. On the other side, Chief Steward Hu shouted, "Everyone, there's another guy over there. Go to the outskirts of the city and kill him." That Sun Moon tier elite was fleeing, no longer caring about hiding his aura. Chief Steward Hu shouted. He was just about to move when a door appeared in front of the escaping Sun Moon tier elite. A white-haired old man gritted his teeth and cursed, "My technique isn't perfect. F***ck, why did you send me here?" Pong, that Sun Moon tier elite crashed into the door, and at this moment, that Sun Moon tier elite disappeared, but the space fluctuated violently. Xianxia continued to bleed as he suppressed the door. He shouted, "Someone, hurry. F***ck, 3 sun moons, I can't suppress it anymore, it's going to explode." Transportation door. Someone exclaimed. In the next moment, it turned into a one-way transportation door. No, it was a transportation door with no path, and the enemy was trapped in the space behind the door, and in the instant that Xianxia was about to lose control, 2 old men appeared beside him, 1 male and 1 female. They were elders from the academy, and at this moment, they both looked relieved. In the next moment, the old man set up a large formation that surrounded the door. And the old woman was the old woman with the surname Hu, the elite who was in charge of the supersensory jade. At this time, the old woman did not hesitate, and quickly said, "Explode this door." "Explode him, you dare." Xianxia cursed. "Explode it too, 1 million merit points. My lifetime savings, I'll build this door." And at this moment, suddenly, someone said, "I'll pay." Xianxia was shocked. In the next moment, he roared, "Explode. Moneybag Suyu." He had spoken. There was a loud rumble, the door exploded, and space was torn apart. A broken figure fell out from the space, wanting to escape, but was blocked by a large formation. At this moment, a furnace appeared, enveloping the large formation. Wenbing, the old woman's Wenbing. In the next moment, flames rose in the furnace. The old woman shouted, and one Shenwen after another was ignited. Shenwen was the fire, forging Wenbing. At this moment, it was burning the sun and moon. "Ah! Hu Qi, you're not dead yet. You will die a horrible death." In the furnace, the burning sun and moon held mournfully. "You're not dead yet. Hu Qi. You're so ruthless." The old woman panted, and said with a smile, "I won't die. Today, I'll refine the flesh and blood of a sun and moon into Wenbing. You will be my masterpiece." Mouthfuls of blood gushed out, and the old woman ignited the divine fire, burning it quickly. Boom, the furnace rumbled, and the sun-moon tier struggled violently. The furnace kept bulging, but it couldn't break through. The old woman shouted in a low voice, and mouthfuls of blood essence gushed out. The old man also kept shrinking the large formation. The 2 of them joined forces, and their speed was extremely fast. On this side, Zhu Tiandao hadn't finished off the sun and moon. On the old woman's side, there was a boom, and a half-moon fell, dead. 3 suns and moons fell in an instant, and Chief Steward Hu was also extremely surprised. Not long after he moved, he looked at the old woman, and murmured, "Aunt Hu Qi." The old woman glanced at him, and ignored him. "Aunt," Chief Steward Hu wanted to say more, but the old woman controlled the furnace and instantly left. Meanwhile, the old man quickly rushed towards Suyu and the others. As for Xianxia, he was also extremely pained at this time. He chased after Suyu, and shouted, "Brat, you meant what you said just now, right?" She blew up her own transportation door, otherwise, the old woman wouldn't have killed a sun and moon so easily. Yes. Suyu nodded, looked around, and smiled. The Ming residence. Interesting. Of the 15 mountains and seas, 12 of them charged over, but didn't break through the defense line, and fought fiercely outside. Whether it was the sun or moon, or the mountains and seas, none of them could get close. Zhu Tiandao said he would protect him, and he hadn't lied. Run! A mountain and sea roared. Run! A sun and moon was coming. The 2 suns and moons in the sky couldn't hold on anymore. Everything had happened too quickly, unbelievably fast. 3 sun-moon tier elites died in an instant. In the sky, Zhu Tiandao laughed. Complete victory. The sun and moon in front of him were dead for sure. They couldn't escape, and just as he was about to kill this sun and moon, Zhu Tiandao's expression changed drastically. At the same time, the sun-moon tier elites in all directions all cried out in shock. At this moment, the void shattered, a large hand pierced through the void, and 3 Shenwen were thrown down. In the blink of an eye, they turned into 3 faceless people. They didn't bother Zhu Tiandao, but instantly charged towards Suyu. 3 suns and moons, no, the 3 Shenwen incarnations were all at the sun-moon tier. Bastard! Zhu Tiandao was furious. At this moment, he couldn't care too much. In the Sea of Will, a main Shenwen was about to be activated. He was really angry. How dare they? Xianxia province had warned him, but he didn't think that they would be so bold to attack in the Ming residence. Reality proved, he was wrong. They really were that bold. Damn it, they deserved to die. At this moment, his main Shenwen shone brightly, and he was about to attack and kill the 3 Shenwen incarnations. And at this moment, the void shattered. A person walked out with a saber. He was expressionless, and said calmly, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Weng, the saber slashed down. The 3 Shenwen incarnations had just appeared in front of Suyu when, with a bang, the 3 Shenwen incarnations directly exploded. In the next moment, the person swept a glance at Suyu, laughed calmly, and slashed the void with a saber. He stepped into the void, and his voice was heard. The primordial spirit awakening technique will be introduced to Xianxia province, and the 3 great academies will do as they please. Leaving these words behind, the person had already disappeared. In the distance, the void exploded everywhere. Saber light swept across the world. Humph! Soon, a muffled grunt was heard. 50 kilometers away, Xiao Longwu appeared, still holding the saber. On the saber, a figure was hanging, already starting to shatter. 7 Shenwen incarnations shattered. Xiao Longwu said calmly, "Interesting. Last time and this time, 7 sun and moon Shenwen incarnations were shattered. You're very strong. However, how many Shenwen incarnations do you have left? Next time, I'll cut off your dog head." With a bang, without giving the figure a chance to speak, saber energy erupted, and the Shenwen incarnations exploded. Xiao Longwu turned his head and glanced at Tiandu Prefecture. Over there, Zhu Tiandao's face was cold. He slapped the sun and moon incarnations to death, and he also looked over from afar. Xiao Longwu sneered, "Zhu Tiandao, be a pig, be a good pig. You can't kill people." Leaving these words behind, he tore the void and left. In the sky above Tiandu Prefecture, Zhu Tiandao's face was cold. He stretched out his hand and grabbed, and a few of the escaping mountain sea cultivators were instantly crushed by him. He turned his head and glanced at Suyu, sending a voice transmission, "Without him, you'll be fine. He's selling a fake favor, don't worry about it." "Humph, what's so great about it? It's as if I can't deal with them without you, damn it." Still pretending to be cool, "I've established my might and killed a few sun and moon incarnations." "What are you doing here?" Killing 3 sun and moon incarnations with 1 saber. Although they were incarnations of Shenwen, they were still sun and moon. In comparison, Zhu Tiandao took so long to kill 1 sun and moon. It was nothing, no face, shameful, infuriating. "You, Xiao Longwu, have no right to interfere. Without you, I can't kill people. Without you, I can still kill these 3 sun and moon incarnations." No, he killed 4, and when he left, he forcefully broke through space, chased them to the source, and killed the last sun and moon incarnation. Motherf *Ker, this invincible guy must be crazy. This time, 4 sun and moon incarnations came. I almost failed miserably. Also, when did this son of a bitch Xia Longwu sneak here? I didn't know at all, not even the super sensing jade. Does he already have invincible battle strength? Is that why I can't detect him? With countless thoughts, he kept sending voice transmissions to Suyu. It's true, that guy is deliberately showing off. His strength is only SOSO, there's no need to admire him, no need to thank him. Without him, I can still kill them. You'll definitely be fine. Motherf *Ker, buying people's hearts, shameless, he has already run away from your home, and you still want to buy people's hearts. Are you human? The half-moons fell one after another, and the last sun and moon, at this moment, was surrounded by Niu Baidao's sun and moon incarnations. Seeing that they couldn't hold on anymore, they roared angrily, "Don't kill me, I know which invincible guy betrayed me." Pfft, Niu Baidao smashed his head and said indifferently, "Shut up." Below, so you didn't say anything. He deserved to die, regardless of whether what this person said was true or not. It wasn't appropriate to make it public at this moment. Creating chaos could easily lead to big trouble. Once it was slander, it would also be troublesome, so it was better to kill him. That invincible guy from before had 4 sun and moon Shenwen shattered, and last time, 3 were also destroyed. He lost a total of 7 sun and moon Shenwen. Who was this person? This matter would definitely be investigated after this time. Whether they could find out was uncertain. However, 7 sun and moon Shenwen had been destroyed in a row. The next time he attacked, it would definitely be his real body. So you didn't say anything. He silently absorbed the remnants of the shattered Shenwen, and said with a smile, "Civilization masters don't fight, so you can cultivate here. With so many sun and moons dead, it's everyone's chance to open their divine acupoints. Open your divine acupoints quickly." Fighters can also cultivate, and opening the first acupoint of the primordial spirit awakening technique is also not bad. He was very calm. 5 sun and moon were killed, and the mountain and sea tier cultivators were almost all killed by now. He had nothing to worry about. Everything happened too quickly. From the outbreak of the battle until now, less than a minute had passed. 5 sun and moons died. The strength of the Ming constabulary was also beyond everyone's imagination. This time, 7 sun and moon tier cultivators came out, whose Xianxia's teleportation gate was also shocking. The key was, how did he discover it? He directly locked onto 5 sun and moon tier cultivators, without some confidence, who would dare to sneak in. Not only that, at this moment, in the air, Zhu Tiandao directly killed, Peng, one after another. Mountain and sea tier cultivators who hadn't been exposed were directly killed by him. Of course, that wasn't all. He left some fish that had escaped the net. Perhaps they could be used, but the main ones were killed. These people were all locked onto, and not a single one could escape. Zhu Tiandao smiled faintly, and said, "Whether they're from Wanzhou or from other places, those who sneaked into the Ming constabulary are all people with bad intentions. These people, so what if I kill them?" After saying this, he sighed, and said, "It's a pity that the people of the Ming constabulary were implicated. 9 people died, and these 9 people should be buried in the Great Ming Shrine and compensated with 1,000 merit points. Great Ming War Academy and Civilization Academy, 1 person will be exempted from the examination every generation, and this will continue for 3 generations." And when he finished speaking, Suyu regretfully said, "Several people died because of me, and Suyu is ashamed. These 9 heroes directly cultivate all the cultivation techniques of the Primordial Spirit Research Institute. All of them will be free, and the inheritance will not be extinguished, generation after generation." When they finished speaking, someone suddenly came to their senses. Suddenly, someone sighed, and said, "I'd rather die, F***ck." At this moment, an old man's arm drooped. His arm was broken, but his expression was one of dejection. "You might as well just beat me to death." 1000 merit points was not a small amount, but this was not the key point. The Great Ming Civilization and War Academy, 1 person was exempted from the examination every generation, so could 2 people in each generation be exempted from the examination and enter the 2 great academies? 3 generations, that would be 6 people, all the cultivation techniques of the Primordial Spirit Research Institute could be obtained for free, and there was no need to accumulate merit points. There was no need to spend additional merit points, and it was all the direct descendants, not just one or two, F*ck. Now that I think about it, I'd rather die. Not only this person, but the other injured people were also extremely dejected. Why didn't we die? What a pity, we're already so old, and it doesn't matter if we die, we have enough to eat, drink, and be merry. Even if we die, we can still enter the Great Ming Shrine and protect our descendants. It's too F*king worth it. At this moment, some injured people were coughing up blood while sneakily attacking themselves. Very soon, someone from the Heavenly Law Army carried the injured guy out with a cold face. Old guy, you still want to commit suicide to get the compensation? How did the Ming Constabulary produce such people? They were angry, amused, and helpless at the same time. The other people who wanted to attack themselves could only give up when they saw this. The person who was dragged out said helplessly, even if I die, I'm still not dead. Prefecture Master, at least give the injured some comfort. Zhu Tiandao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Should the Ming Constabulary be punished? He couldn't care less about these people. Only now did he have the time to care about the people outside. Looking at the sun and moon cultivators with incomparable shock in their eyes, Zhu Tiandao smiled. Everyone, I've been negligent before. The Ming Constabulary was so friendly, but someone actually attacked us, and almost destroyed our Tiandao prefecture. Everyone was speechless. Are you sure? Are you sure that 9 people died, 5 sun and moon cultivators were killed, and more than 10 mountain and sea cultivators were killed, and your Tiandao prefecture was almost destroyed? Ignoring them, Zhu Tiandao rose to his feet sore and said with a smile, since everyone is here, that's fine. Everyone has seen everything, and everyone is a witness. I won't say anything. Everyone, please accompany me. Today, I'm going to the 2 holy lands to ask for justice. Is the human race in charge of this world, or is it Wanzhou who is in charge? At this moment, Zhu Tiandao was very domineering. Stepping into the air, he said coolly, everyone, come with me. Don't say that you don't have time. Don't you feel ashamed to watch this happen? His voice was very loud. Who does this mortal realm belong to? If it's Wanzhou's, then we'll just hand it over to him. Then, he shouted, where are the Iron Cavalry? Follow me to the Twin Saints' mansions to seek justice. In the next moment, thousands of people rose to their feet sore, setting up their ceremonial racks, riding their mounts, and unfurling their banners. In unison, they shouted, Prefecture Master of the Ming Constabulary, enter the Twin Saints' mansions. Retreat, all mansions clear the way. Zhu Tiandao smiled. At the same time, a golden dragon soar pulled a carriage. Zhu Tiandao stepped into it with a smile, and said, let's go. Everyone, let's go to the Twin Saints' mansions. If we don't leave, are we pitying Wanzhou? Ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, thousands of guards opened the way. The golden dragon pulled the carriage, and it rapidly soared into the sky. At this moment, there were 6 elites of the Sun-Moon tier in the periphery. At this moment, some wore complicated expressions. They wanted to leave, but they couldn't. How troublesome. Ahead, Zhu Tiandao's speed was extremely fast. The group directly stepped into the air, the banner of the Ming Constabulary fluttering in the wind. Zhu Tiandao calmly said, still not leaving? Everyone, get on the carriage together and have a drink. We'll arrive at the Twin Saints' mansions tomorrow. This time, if you don't give me an explanation, the Ming Constabulary will leave the Human Realm Alliance. There were 38 mansions in the Human Realm. 36 mansions had been founded by Invincible Mansions, and the Twin Saints Mansions and Heaven's Mansions had been divided later. Although the 38 mansions hadn't been unified, they had an alliance. Among them, the Twin Saints Mansions was the leader of this alliance. Although those suns and moons were helpless, at this point, Zhu Tiandao had already made up his mind to complain. If they didn't go, they had no choice. They were also witnesses. 5 suns and moons sneaked into the Ming Constabulary. It had to be said that this Wanzhou had gone crazy. Most importantly, this Zhu Tiandao was 2F** King ruthless. This time, it was to fish for the suns and moons. Now, these people also came to a realization. How ruthless, as expected, a dog that bites doesn't bark. However, they were also shocked. Who exactly was that invincible, 4 Shunwen clones had charged over? If it weren't for Xiao Longwu, this Tiandu prefecture might really have been in big trouble. They also wanted to go to the Twin Saints' mansions to take a look and ask what exactly was going on. An invincible being. Was he from the human race or the myriad races? Wan's invincible could bring Shunwen clones to the human realm. *T. If he was in the human realm, then who was he? This time, they had lost so many Shunwen clones. Could they really not find out? On the stage, Suyu watched them leave, and smiled. After fishing, not only did they not retract the hook, but they also wanted to continue and interrogate them. How bold and cunning, this time, the Seeker Realm and the War God Temple would both bleed. Not only would they bleed, but they might also make some noise. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Is this what it means to suppress the enemy with great power? At this moment, Suyu seemed to have learned something. In his mind, the little fur ball secretly absorbed a large amount of Shinwen's charm. Suyu was too lazy to care about it. Looking at the corpses on the ground, some of which were already in pieces, Suyu smiled brightly. As expected, fishing this time was easy, 5 suns and moons. Next time, would Wanzhou dare to do it? No. How many sun-moon tier cultivators were there? At this moment, not far away, Niu Baidao said in surprise, this guy can't be the new Blood Fire sect leader? He has the symbol of the Blood Fire sect. He looked at the corpse of the suns and moons that Zhu Tiandao had killed first, and was slightly surprised. There was a token in his storage ring, and it was still new, Blood Fire sect. The corner of Suyu's mouth twitched. All around, the elites were silent. Blood Fire sect should be disbanded. Closing down was fine too. 3 sect leaders had died, and it had been half a year. 3 sect leaders had died in half a year, so why not disband? End of chapter 296. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.